Chapter 1 The Peril of the Great General. In Thieu 218 BCE. Outside Thesachufshingyang, in the commandery of Sanchuan. The Rumble of Chariot St. Euhinian Goff steeds stirred a great cloud of dust. On the winding road stretching from Hangu past to the eastern reaches of Langyer, is a pentiner mirrored van seed like a dragon emerging from future. Spears stood like a forest, swords and halberds gleamed, and black banners billowed in the wind, creating a vast sea of colours thighs waste invincible kin army. At the helm of his formidable force always a gallant young general, Mount Hedu pronasted as white as snow, a crimson bow slung across his holder, and a quiver brimming with dozens of golden feathered arrows, played into armour under a resplendent crimson cloak, radiated an extraordinary presence. Emblazoned on the fluttering flag waist the character in bold strokes. He was the valiant commander who triumphed over foes, capturing Banasang, conquering the states of Tianjin, the Marquis of Longxi of the mighty Qin. The Xian warrior Donsa pursued a king of Yan for over 1,000 miles until Liardong, compelling him to surrender their head of Prince Dan, earning the admiration of Yingzheng, who hailed him as the young and valiant flying general. Listen. At this moment, his brow was furrowed, and his complexion pale, for he had received an urgent silk scroll late the previous night. The scroll had come from our trusted friend within the Emperor's Imperial Guard. Its contents were simple, comprising in lies and words someone intends to assassinate your majesty. The handwriting was erratic and blurred, resembling squirming worms, clearly reflecting the writer's deep fear. Li Xin understood his friend's character well, meticulous and prudent, never a netto court danger, fact that the risked execution to deliver this message was with horse and discord the urgency of the situation. However, the intelligence was vague, lacking details of time, place, or method, leaving Jevant his battle howder need commanderina statue of bewilderment, unable to find rest. It was not her time for the realm had long been unified, and the Empress' temperament had grown increasingly high and autocratic, such an unclear report would surely rouse his suspicion. Though he had assembled and, under the command of General Wang Ben, was opposed to depart of Van Howarago, yet Li Shen, preoccupied with his doubts, remained silent. His side-dozened officers, who had fought alongside him for years, whispered among themselves a short distance away. What is wrong with the general, since a thermogathered, he hasn't read a word. Indeed, his complexion like sky tail lever not see dims weighing on us. Could it be he drank sacred lie last night and didn't sleep well? Impossible. Drinking is strictly forbidden in Thermi, and the general is always of old military discipline. In my view, he is satisfied with his role as regular commander, perhaps even with General Wang. It seems General Wang is deliberately sidelining the commander. I heard it if it weren't for the Emperor's intervention, he wouldn't even have been appointed as regular commander for this expedition. Who can blame him? Such opportunities are reserved for his own son. It is also the general's own fault for offending the old General Wang Jian. Stop idle chatter. I heard the Empress Garyaja has already staff. If we delay any further, where is punishment bideth? Lizinski near scored these discussions, adding to his agitation. Heraldria de learned that Wang Ben had repeatedly jugisted to the Emperor that Lizinbury assigned to the Sichuan region as a captain, a clear attempt to sideline him. After a long moment of contemplation, his Gazefin cleared, and dates a sign formed in his mind. Just as he prepared to give an order, a sudden, sharp impetus followed by an overwhelming chill that coursed through his body. Her found himself unable to speak a move, his breath quickening. Disaster had struck he had been poisoned. Before him flashed the image of Jiayang, a personal guarder had brought his morning meal, yet in his distracted state, Li Xin had failed to notice that the slight libator taste of the porridge or the guard's trembling hands. Summoning the familiar legacy of Shenyang true energy, had attempted to expel the poison from his system, but a toxin was insidious and elusive, paralyzing his shoot before vanishing without a trace, leaving him helpless. His toe-wearing figures weighed, and half-an-hour succumbed, tumbling from his steed. Flutterang armibinus filled his vision, yet the thoughts were astonishingly lucid. Someone intended to assassinate the emperor, and his presence might obstruct his plan, leading to his reasoning daughter must serve the emperor. Faintly, he called her his subordinate, scowling out in alarm, but no matter how he struggled or roused, he could no longer utter a word. His throat emitted a rasping sound grasped the wrist often restayed. The realization of his fate had orning Yupen Himershik say let us less breathe in helpless resignation. General, what the Shapan had taught you? Thien Hekla Cheed was no neother than his most trusted subordinate, the Zhonghan. Having fought side by side with Leeson for many years, their bond was deep. Sensing Leeson's end growing colder, has shook him urgently his first filled with desperation General Holden, when he da physician. Theatre of Isa sang soldiers rushed forward, checking his pulse and breath, their possessed earning ashiness despair gripit him. Physician sure toth a scene, beauty twazel rea die too late. The foremost emming them took Leeson's pulse, sighed, and shook his head, declaring the general has suffered a sudden heart ailment he is beyond saving. One officer, tears streaming down his face, placed a hand in John Hand's holder and lamented, the general azel wished or Kurt. Anderson strain of travale sexy sir baited his condition, letting toth issued in demis. Urena upalair of strength you mistake head charge of thief to math. John Hand clung to Lito Leeson's body, unwilling to let go, his teeth clenched as he declared the general azel was being in good healthy sheared condition her snot bled him for a long time, there must buffer play involved. No neoved hemity see day distant comet streaking across Thesky, its brilliance flaring momentarily before fade into obscurity. Almost simultaneously, the lifeless form of Leeson began to twitch slightly. John Hand immediately censored it, hardly daring to believe as is, staring in astonishment. As if to confirm his suspicion, Leeson moved again, and then on some more. John Hand finally realized, his hat soaring, the general is not dead, the general has come back to life. Everyone, awary of the bond between John Hand and Leeson, assumed he was delirious. The arfaciounce stepped closer, attempting to console him. Old John, I just signed the tragics hath the general passed at a cow agage, where real heartbroken, but you must not. Hehard intended to say you must not speak foolishly. Bithy halted mid-sentence, having noticed Leeson's rapid lie rolling beneath his lids, causing his facet and pale, swallowing their main drove his swords. General, Hetra Lee has go me back to life. As Leeson's body trem bled more visibly, the crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Had their beloved general truly perished, their fates would Dave be an equilibrium. The best outcome would Dave be and Toby scattered and resecond, eventually turning to lifey offering after many years say fatey that wage unbearable for this young glorious ironing for glory in the battlefield. Leeson's bodisi acid its tremors, Andy suddenly opponentizes, shouting, Wang Li, I will hunt you in Indiath. Chapter 2 A New Beginning. Led by John Hand, the Assembly Generals were affiliated with unrestrained joy, yet have many oblivious to the profound transformation that had occurred within Leeson. He had awakened with a new spirit, one that belonged to future incarnation of himself from of the same name wo had mitter tragisant filled with resentment. After graduating from university, this modern Leeson had built a thriving enterprise worth tens of millions over at could offer relentless effort. He had just secured Torah and funding from investors, and his future made bright. However, he was blindsided by his childhood friend and third largest shareholder, Wang Li, who had long coveted his wield-handy fictions of his beautiful girlfriend, leered up during gap of a trip to Wuyo Valley. Wang Li had conspired against him, leading to a sometime the demise. In his final moments, a surge of indignation erupted within him. The powerful magnetic field surrounding Wuyo Valley load his brainwave to transcend time and space, creating a miraculous quantum entanglement with the Ding Leeson from a millennium ago. Both he and the ancient Leeson had been rented a sucking chance life. When he opened his eyes, Hein hailed the fresh, coursey air and lurked up to see those armoured men surrounding him, their faces alight with astonishment. The first thought that flashed through his mind was, am I dead? Is this morally a dream? A torrent of memory as belonging to his body's original own surged into his consciousness, each fragment of the past vivid liar playing before his eyes. Born into a military family, the young Leeson had experienced countless glories and victories, yet the hurdle suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Nanchu general, Xiong Yang, resulting in significant loss and a subsequent dismissal. Worse still, in his youthful arrogance, he had offended the military leaders of Qin, including the successive generals Wang Zhen and Wang Ban. Had it not been for the Emperor's recognition of his bravery and valor, he would have long since returned to our life offering. Despite this, during the Grand Eastern Expedition, where the Emperor's mistrusted ministers accompanied him, the lad commoned away stay under Wang Li, relegating Leeson to their olio further. It was evident that Wang Bang had orchestrated this light. Everyone knew that with Ran newly stabilized, and a disturbance during the Emperor's travels would be led by the vanguard commander, Wang Li, ensuring his glory was nearly guaranteed. The Rigurut's role was merely to provide support, amplifying the Emperor's display of power. Supported by Hisaman, Lisan rose at his feet, the sight of his formidable troop sank ha fluttering banner servi das der kremender totais was no dream, thoughts of his busy sar gel frank pierced shirt with anguish, yet, Hughes inherently an optimistic and resilient individual, realizing he had traversed time, ha resolved to embrace his new widened chance to achieve great deeds. Moreover, since he had managed to cross into his realm, it was conceivable that the mighty discoverer way to return, at which point the cold settleth a score without treacheruster wait invigorated him further waste the vitality coursing through his new delivery movement see meter harbor remains a strength, allowing him to perform feats such as lifting heavy weights effortlessly. His vision had sharpened significantly, enabling him to spot birds preparing to take a flight from treetop Shiva roll miles away, as well as the golden fruit shanzing from the branches. Truly, he embodied the legendary flying general renowned for his archery and equestrian prowess. A chevalier in the experience of his new body, his subordinates scored no longer contain their impatience, having endured a whirlwind of motions in a short span. General, you fainted moments ago, your breath gone. Were you present? Are you well now? Yet, Lisan was preoccupied with a pressing question who so to harm him. In those fleeting moments before his death, he hardly used the to choke his poisoner. However, the retoxin was not some thing an ordinary soldier could procure to survive and that a mastermind lurker behind the scenes, likely connected to the plot against Jingxing. At present, apprehending a fool henchman was not a priority. It was far more crucial to trace Atheliads back to the puppet master. He shook his head, turning to address his men with a commanding voice and merely experienced a moment of discomfort, perhaps fatigue way but a race no cause far alarm. Ash spoke, hein fused his swords with decence of Shenyang true energy, ensuring everyone he called clearly heard him. His keen gaze inadvertently fell upon his loyal guard, Zhao Yang, whose impression shifted from intense anxiety to visible relief. Zhang Han, as Li's steadfast second in command, felt compelled to fulfill his duty. He clasped his hands in salute and urged, General, I feel indeed well. We must depart swiftly. The Empress Garriaja has already stood, heading toward Yangwu County. In that moment, Lisan was lost in thought, contemplating where Yingzheng might encounter an assassination attempt, his expression distant and preoccupied, wickedly heightened Zhang Han's anxiety, that the Emperor ruled with an iron fist failure to meet him will the sultans of a punishment, notably for the general butyl so for the lower-ranking officers. Having fought alongside Lisan for many years, Zhang Han was acutely aware of the tensions between him and Wang family, causing him to frown in concern. Cooled at Beth that generalities reluctant to depart on time due to his grievance with Wang Li. Unbeknownst to him, Lisan's mutterings were directed at Wang Li, not Wang Li, leading Zhang Han to mistakenly believe his commander was still embittered over being sidelined from the vanguard. At that moment, Eri Dergalo ped toward them, a messenger brandishing a command flag, shouting, the general is ordered. Rearguard commanderies must mobilize the troops immediately. Any delay in the Emperor's eastern expedition will be met with military lore. According to history, this hold being Zheng's clandestine expedition will an assassination attempt occur during this journey. If so, where will it take place? As Yun general of the Qin, Lisan had 40 numerous battalions and a herbit of studying maps meticulously. Thus, before his expedition, he had memorized a route for the eastern Vuni. Suddenly, a location appeared on the map in his Mindar name method to Dave B and foreign and inconspicuous to the original legion Belangshire. Yet, to this Rabon legion, it was a familiar concept Belangshire, the great iron spike, Zhongliang. These vivid words sprang into his consciousness. With a forceful punch, Lisan exclaimed with excitement, what of Belangshire, General? I have never heard of this place before. Zhang Han looked at his commander, perplexed by a sudden outburst. Just moments ago, Lisan had been gazingscored, then murmuring to himself, as if reciting incantations or conversing with the air, exhibiting behavior that bordered on madness. This location was still unknown to Anyan, but soon it would resonate across the realm, becoming a symbol of resistance against a tyrannical kin and century Estakerm. It was sure to believe, and Manai would dismiss it as thrumblings of Mardman. As for their source of that intelligence, it were shyly confidential and could not be disclosed otherwise. Event the suspicion of spying on temporal cord led to any highlightation of phones entire clan. Lisan had now caused but of phrase eat differently Zhang Han, just before a fainted and hovered on the brink of death. RCV divine insight that Empress Garriage would encounter an assassination attempt while passing Bolangshen Yangwu County. Thus, the deity has granted me newly Asian life and instructed Meta Haston to his rescue.
Chapter 3 of the Objective of Balangsha Divine Inspiration. Assassination? Rescue? At this moment, Zhang Han truly suspected that his commanding officer, after fainting moments ago, had succumbed to some form of madness, spouting nonsensical words, with General Wang Ben and his son Wang Li safeguarding the emperor, alongside Meng Tian and nearly 10,000 elite Qin troops. What an impressive display of strength this was. Even if a foolish bandit dared to act, they would likely be reduced to a sieve long before reaching the emperor, under the barrage of countless arrows. General, we are the rear guard, tasked with concluding His Majesty's Eastern expedition. The protection of the emperor is under the unified command of the general, and we must not act recklessly. Zhang Han, a notably talented commander, had always worked in harmony with Li Xian. He was also well aware of the entanglements between Li Xian and the Wang family, and thus cautioned, if the general were to be misunderstood by the commander, it would not bode well. Moreover, according to the laws of our Qin army, leaving one's post without orders, even in victory, could lead to punishment, relocation, or even corporal punishment. For the sake of your several thousand comrades, General, you must think twice. Zhang Han was determined to fulfill his duty, fervently persuading him, for after the unification was accomplished, the emperor could not tolerate any instability within the ranks, and he certainly did not wish for Li Xian to be the one to take that risk. However, Li Xian was acutely aware that his unexpected demise during the Eastern expedition implied that the history he knew had likely already undergone subtle changes. If he did not intervene, perhaps Qin Shi Huang would fall victim to this assassination. Should the revered and valued Ying Zheng perish, no one would be left to protect him, and Wang Ben, who was ever present by Ying Zheng's side, would naturally seize the opportunity to claim credit for his support, regardless of whom he chose to back. Would he then have to live under someone else's thumb, leading a life of subservience? Absolutely not. He must reach Balangxia and restore history to its original course. If fortune favored him and he could achieve a feat of protecting the emperor, he might once again earn Ying Zheng's favor, leaving Wang Ben and his son with no choice. Do you not trust what I say? Li Xian furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating and resolute, and with his extraordinary stature, he exerted an overwhelming presence over Zhang Han, who was already a head shorter. Yet, Zhang Han was no ordinary man. He did not falter in the face of this intensity and replied boldly, I am well versed in military strategy, and the determination of victory hinges upon the elements of timing, terrain, and morale. We cannot allow ourselves to be led into a perilous situation based on mere ethereal divine inspiration. Zhang Han glanced at Li Xian, recalling the name Wang Li mentioned earlier, and continued to advise, I understand that the general wishes to redeem himself before the commander, but the risks involved are too great. It would be wiser to await a more opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Li Xian found the situation both amusing and exasperating. His unresolved feelings toward the Wang family had inadvertently led Zhang Han to misconstrue his intentions. Zhang Han was his most capable commander, and if he insisted on obstructing him, could he really force his way through? Perhaps sensing the unyielding determination in his eyes, Zhang Han swiftly positioned himself before Li Xian, declaring, if the general is adamant about proceeding, then you must trample over my body to do so. Not only myself, but the thousands of soldiers here will not idly watch the general take such a risk. Observing Zhang Han's righteous demeanor, Li Xian suspected he might soon raise a cry, summoning the troops to encircle him. Zhang Han, we have fought side by side for these years. Do you think I am a man who would jeopardize the public good for personal gain? Certainly not. In the numerous battles, have I ever disregarded the lives of my soldiers for the sake of personal fame or rank? Never. Have I ever commanded a battle improperly, underestimating the enemy or advancing recklessly? Not once. These were Zhang Han's heartfelt affirmations, reflecting his profound respect for Li Xian's unwavering commitment to victory and his strategic prowess. Even in the failed campaign against Chu, the defeat was solely due to Changping Jun's rebellion in Yingdu, which severed the supply lines and disrupted troop morale, rather than any tactical blunder on Li Xian's part. After receiving 3 affirmatives, Li Xian remained silent, instead gazing at his subordinate, conveying the message, I do not err at critical moments, do you dare to obstruct my path? Zhang Han, renowned for his wisdom, understood Li Xian's silence. After a moment's contemplation, he clasped his hands and said, the general's victories are indeed commendable, and I am filled with admiration, hence I pledge to follow you to the death. However, this matter is exceedingly extraordinary, and it is only natural for me to harbor suspicions. Zhang Han, sturdy and resolute, presented a formidable presence, and Li Xian recognized that such a man could not be coerced into submission. He would need to reason with him. When the enterprise was still generating less than $1 million in revenue, yet managed to attract investments with a valuation in the billions. Li Xian's aptitude in this regard was undoubtedly exceptional, far surpassing that of the previously taciturn flying general. At this moment, under the clear autumn sky, Li Xian gestured toward the diligent farmers nearby, their fields ripe with harvest and trees laden with fruit, exclaiming, "The realm has just been unified, and the populace now enjoys peace and prosperity. Transportation is standardized, and written language is unified. What a splendid scene, a testament to our years of bloodshed and toil. Now that the 6 states have recently surrendered, public sentiment is unsettled, particularly among the fallen nobility who harbor deep-seated grievances against Great Qin and the Emperor, ever ready to incite the masses and seize the opportunity to revolt. These signs we have witnessed firsthand. The terrain of Balangxia is complex, overgrown with reeds, making it an exceptionally advantageous location for an assassination. Should the emperor truly fall victim to such an attack, the flames of war would reignite, and the common people would once again be displaced, suffering immense hardship. Would you wish to witness such a scene unfold? Divine communication is indeed rare, yet is it not equally extraordinary for this general to have been resurrected from death? Li Xian's retort was compelling. He had little time to debate with Zhang Han, speaking increasingly rapidly. How can we know that heaven did not grant me a second chance to save the emperor? As a man from a later era, he understood that the unification of Qin was achieved through force, rendering the nascent empire significantly fragile. Only under the iron grip and prestige of the unparalleled Emperor Ing Zheng could stability be maintained. Shortly after Ing Zheng's demise, Zhen Shang and Wu Guang rallied the masses, leading to the swift disintegration of the Qin Empire, a testament to its inherent vulnerability. Li Xian's barrage of inquiries caused Zhang Han to bow his head, realizing that the general's arguments were indeed sound, even visionary, yet they diverged from his usual straightforward style. Perhaps this too was a result of divine inspiration, Zhang Han mused inwardly, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and uncertainty. After I depart, you shall lead the rear guard in accordance with the general's orders and advance as planned. As you mentioned, this matter indeed bears significant consequences, and we cannot endanger the lives of these several thousand brothers. In Li Xian's memory, Zhang Han would play a vital role in the future of the Qin Empire. Thus, he hoped to preserve him from harm. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Han's face flushed with indignation, and he declared loudly, "Do you think I am such a person? The 3,000 soldiers under your command are all valiant and spirited. Not a single one is cowardly. If the general insists on proceeding to rescue the emperor, I shall willingly follow, regardless of life or death." With that, Zhang Han turned and meticulously selected 4 captains, instructing them to choose 300 elite cavalry to accompany Li Xian on the rescue mission. His choice of only 300 was also to avoid arousing suspicion from the general or even the emperor regarding his loyalty. In this regard, Zhang Han was far more meticulous than Li Xian. Li Xian was known for his bold and valiant combat style, and his captains, even more straightforward, were quick to agree. Since the general had declared his intent to rescue the emperor, they would go. The soldiers, all seasoned veterans who had fought alongside Li Xian for many years, eagerly volunteered, with even his personal guard Zhao Yan among them. Li Xian entrusted the main force to another lieutenant, directing them to continue advancing according to Wang Ben's orders, while he mounted his magnificent white steed. With a sharp whistle, he surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Zhang Han closely followed behind, proudly hoisting the banner of the Marquis of Longxi, leading the troops onward. From a distance, they presented a formidable and fervent spectacle, charging forward with unwavering resolve. Chapter 4 The Assassin's Vigil. General, how much longer must I wait here? Though the imperial carriage was exceedingly comfortable, the prolonged stillness began to feel stifling. Ing Zheng, the first emperor, moved aside the intricately carved cloud-patterned window frame and inquired of Wang Ben. Clad in full armor, the formidable presence of the eternal Emperor Qin Shi Huang was palpable. Even a seemingly ordinary question carried an unmistakable hint of dissatisfaction. Not only did the distant attendants and eunuchs fall silent, afraid to make a sound, but even Wang Ben, the foremost general of the Qin army who had once allied with his father to vanquish the 5 kingdoms, dared not be remiss. He humbly bowed and replied, "The terrain ahead is uneven, with dense reeds, suggesting potential hazards. General Wanli is currently leading the troops to scout and clear the path for your majesty. ensuring the stability of the Great Qin and your safety. I kindly ask for your patience. Isn't Wang Li merely in his early 20s? To already be capable of such responsibility is truly a testament to the martial prowess of the Wang family. Qinshi Huang seemed to be expressing admiration, yet it felt more like an assertion of fact. The Wang family has been loyal and virtuous for generations, contributing immensely to the unification of the 6 states. I have always kept this in my heart. He cast a meaningful glance at the downcast Wang Ben, a sight not missed by the attendant Meng Tian standing beside the carriage, who could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. By the way, it has been over 2 years since General Wang has left the court. Is he faring well in his newly built residence? Wang Ben hastily responded, "My father is in good health, still able to wield his sword in leisure, and often speaks of your majesty's kindness and generous rewards." Upon hearing this, the emperor laughed heartily. The old general's achievements are not inferior to those of the renowned Bai Qi. His ability to start and finish well, enjoying the riches and honors, is due to his unwavering loyalty and selflessness towards me. Meng Tian stood by, deeply moved. The current emperor was a monumental figure, with a resolute temperament and a keen insight into human nature. Maintaining one's fame and merit under such a ruler was undoubtedly no easy feat. However, the emperor's words today seemed to carry a note of admonition, hinting at concerns that the Wang family's prominence within the Qin army had sparked suspicion and unease. With this thought, Meng Tian's mind stirred with a sense of ambition. In terms of lineage, his grandfather Meng Tian had once been a general, and his father Meng Wu was also a significant military figure. Although his and his brother's military exploits might not rival Wang Ben's, they could serve as an advantage. Your Majesty, General Wang Li has cleared the way ahead. I humbly request that we proceed. Just as the three fell into a thoughtful silence, the clear and melodious voice of Zhao Gao, the chancellor of the central carriage, reached them, finally allowing Wang Ben to breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure from Ying Zhang was indeed formidable. Ying Zhang waved his hand, closing the window frame. Dozens of identical carriages set forth simultaneously, each drawn by 6 black horses, making it impossible for outsiders to discern which carriage the emperor occupied. The number 6 corresponded to the water virtue, and black was the color of this virtue. Embracing the 5 elements theory of Zhou Yan, Ying Zhang shrouded all things related to the emperor in an aura of mystery, symbolizing divine right. This arrangement stemmed from a suggestion by Wei Liao. The lessons learned from the attempts on his life by Jing Ku and Gao Jinli demonstrated that the 6 eastern states were restless and unwilling to accept their fate. Thus, the emperor's eastern tour necessitated utmost safety. Consequently, only a select few knew which carriage the emperor truly occupied. Amidst the towering reeds and tawny sand dunes, 2 figures lay in wait, observing the slowly approaching procession. Both bore distinctive characteristics. One was a towering figure, robust and muscular, with arms like iron, wielding an iron chain. The other was a head shorter, slender, and fair, resembling a refined scholar, yet his phoenix eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixated on the fleet of identical carriages, seemingly assessing which one bore Ying Zhang. "Zhang, can your eyes penetrate the curtains to discern the occupant within?" The giant endeavored to lower his voice, yet it resonated powerfully. His respectful demeanor indicated that the frail scholar was the true mastermind. "As far as I know, no one can see through the curtains, but I can see into the hearts of men." The scholar's voice was deep and melodious, imbued with a compelling authority that suggested profound wisdom without even needing to hear the content. Indeed, he was none other than Zhang Liang, one of the 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty, whose intellect could move heaven and stir the spirits. Yet at this moment, he was still a young man, a direct descendant of the Han chancellor, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the tyrant Ying Zhang, having vowed revenge against the destruction of his family and nation. He understood all too well that with the formidable combat power of the Qin army, rallying a rabble to rise against them would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Only by eliminating the tyrant Ying Zhang, thus severing the heart of the nascent Qin dynasty, could there be hope for the restoration of his homeland. Originally, all was still in the planning stages, yet a piece of top-secret intelligence had unexpectedly reached him, information from within Ying Zhang's inner circle, of utmost reliability, prompting him to alter his course of action and decide to strike early. As the carriages drew ever closer, the giant grew increasingly anxious, the muscles in his arms bulging with urgency. "Master, have you discerned anything? If we hesitate any longer, we shall miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Zhang Liang shook his head, responding, "Precisely because this opportunity is so rare, we must ensure our strike is decisive. Let us wait a moment longer." He sought to calm the giant, but a glint of red sparked in his phoenix eyes as the carriages, hundreds of paces away, magnified in his vision, every detail becoming starkly clear. This was the long-lost esoteric art of Chiman Duanjia Tian Yentong. His gaze did not overlook a single carriage window. He was surely awaiting a signal, something that would reveal his target to him. As he had stated, if one can influence the hearts of men, one can glean all information. The sounds of hooves and the rumble of wheels upon the ground grew increasingly distinct. Even the glint of the spears in the hands of the Qin guards and the arrowheads on the crossbows were visible, and they could feel the vibrations beneath their feet intensifying. The giant could no longer contain himself, whispering fiercely, "If you fear, master, you may leave first, allowing me to take a gamble." Yet in his heart, he thought disdainfully of the so-called genius Zhang Liang, who had been extolled by many. He had expected a nobleman of high birth but found only a coward, frightened into submission by the might of the Qin army. At that moment, two long, powerful fingers emerged from one of the carriage windows. In an instant, they retracted, so swiftly that if one blinked, they would miss it. The giant's ears caught the weighty words that felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Second carriage. Chapter 5. The concerns of Ying Zhang. Generally speaking, Ying Zhang had a penchant for the first carriage, as it mirrored his character, always at the forefront, steering the nascent Qin Empire's course. However, today was rather exceptional. Just as he was about to step into the first carriage, he was intercepted by Zhao Gao, the Chancellor of the Central Carriage Bureau. "Your Majesty, may I suggest you choose another carriage?" Zhao Gao's voice was always melodious. Over the years, his unwavering loyalty and deference, coupled with an exceptional ability to execute tasks, had earned him the responsibility of managing the royal carriage, travel arrangements, and the imperial seal. His decisions had proven astute, as Zhao Gao preemptively resolved all intricate issues during their excursions. Even Meng Tian, who typically looked down upon eunuchs, had to concede to his competence, not to mention those like Li Si and Wang Ben, who already enjoyed amicable relations with him. Yet, deep within Ying Zhang's heart lingered a wariness towards Zhao Gao, a eunuch with distant ties to the Zhao royal lineage. After all, the valiant Zhao people had been the greatest adversaries during Qin's unification wars. To Ying Zhang, no matter how capable a servant might be, he was merely a compliant hound. Should that hound dare to bare its fangs, it would be mercilessly disposed of, regardless of its utility. Just as Ying Zhang contemplated punishing this impertinent servant, Zhao Gao pressed his forehead firmly to the ground and uttered a single phrase that elicited an involuntary smile from Ying Zhang, dissipating his wrath and prompting him to ascend into the second carriage. The phrase was, "The princess is aboard." Ying Zhang had numerous offspring, over 20 sons and a dozen daughters. Among those chosen to accompany him on the eastern tour were the most favored, including 3 or 4 princes, such as his eldest son, Fusu, and his youngest, Huai, as well as a singular princess. This princess, whose mother hailed from the Wei royal family, had garnered Ying Zhang's affection after entering Qin, and within a year bore a daughter, who was as charming as snow and ice. Coinciding with Qin's consecutive victories over Han and Zhao, she was bestowed the title Princess Pule, symbolizing universal joy. When Ying Xian was 7, her mother passed away, leaving her in profound sorrow and suffering a grave illness, which led Ying Zhang to cherish her even more. He decided to keep her close, hoping that the scenic journey would alleviate her distress. Zhao Gao, well aware of Princess Pule's esteemed position in the emperor's heart, tended to her with meticulous care, exceeding even the treatment afforded to many princes. It was precisely for this reason that he dared to suggest the change of carriage. Even prior to this, he had already instructed the inner servants to transfer all necessary items to the second carriage. Inside Ying Zhang's royal carriage, there was no extravagant decoration. Apart from essential daily items, there were rolls of bamboo slips, each inscribed with significant state affairs. The unification of the realm was merely a geographical accomplishment. To achieve genuine, complete, and thorough unification required much more effort. From the remote western fringes to the governance of the entire empire, there was no precedent to follow, as no one in history had ever ruled over such vast territories. Wherever Ying Zhang was, there lay the heart of the burgeoning Qin dynasty. Although the burdensome workload left him somewhat fatigued at over 40 years of age, he also derived a sense of exhilaration from the control it afforded him. The expedition against the Baiwei has been underway for several months. Ying Zhang murmured to himself, closing the bamboo slip in his hand. Tu Sui commands the forces, with Zhao Tuo as his deputy. Both are seasoned commanders. Confronting those uncivilized tribes should pose little challenge, yet why is progress so sluggish? The climate and geographical conditions of Lingnan are exceedingly harsh. Our army has suffered considerable losses. Ying Zhang furrowed his brow. While Tu Sui possesses capability, his temperament is excessively fierce. Should we consider appointing a different commander? And then there are the most troublesome Xiongnu, with tens of thousands of armored warriors, elusive and fiercely aggressive, repeatedly disturbing our borders. Now that the realm is unified, it is time to address them. Who shall be appointed as the commander is the crux of the matter. We require someone adept in both battlefield formations and large-scale combat, skilled in coordinating infantry and cavalry, who can pacify the regions and effectively govern the newly expanded territories and populace. Ing Zhang contemplated suitable candidates but found none that met his expectations. If he were to allow Wang Ben to lead, there would be no one in court to keep the Wang family in check. He had confidence in his own authority, but his trust in the princes was lacking. Even the eldest, Fusu, lacked the requisite capability to command an army. As he pondered this, the familiar headache that had plagued him for years surged back, akin to a tidal wave. Each time he exerted himself mentally and physically, he endured this torment, a pulsating pain swelling within his skull, dimming his vision, paling his complexion, and quickening his breath. The imperial physicians had offered little remedy, merely advising him to rest and prescribing tonics for nourishment, a futile approach that did nothing to alleviate the increasingly frequent bouts of excruciating pain. Fortunately, during his last Eastern tour, he had encountered Su Fu, who claimed to be a true immortal. Su Fu's descriptions of the three sacred mountains, Panglai, Fangjiang, and Yingzhou, where deities supposedly dwelled, captivated him. If one sincerely sought them out, they could surely move the divine beings to bestow the elixir of immortality, a notion that enchanted him. Moreover, Su Fu's elixirs swiftly quelled his pain, invigorating him further and deepening his trust in the man. Ing Zhang retrieved a thumb-sized crimson pill and swallowed it, closing his eyes in concentration. As the medicinal properties took effect, he felt the excruciating pain gradually subside, his breathing steadied, and a flush returned to his face. With the realm now initially stabilized, there are countless matters awaiting my attention. Heaven must grant me another 30 to 50 years to accomplish all I desire. Ing Zhang was not simply clinging to life out of fear, rather, he was overwhelmed by his many aspirations and desires. If I encounter Su Fu again on this Eastern tour, I shall send him and his people forth to seek the elixir. Just as Ing Zhang's carriage approached the sandy expanse of Balangsha, a sudden cacophony erupted behind him, shattering his reverie. As the emperor, he was acutely aware of a rapidly approaching cavalry unit closing in on the imperial entourage, causing him to startle. Could there be remnants of the Six States lying in ambush? General Wang Ben, seasoned in the art of war, reacted even more swiftly than Ing Zhang. He could scarcely fathom that anyone would dare to assault the imperial procession in broad daylight. Were they seeking death? Wang Ben raised a hand, and the elite Qin troops immediately assumed a defensive posture. Crossbowmen took position at the front, infantry formed behind, and war chariots secured the formation, encircling the dozens of identical carriages in a tight embrace, impenetrable. Meanwhile, he galloped forward, flanked by cavalry that swiftly fanned out, establishing a surrounding formation around the unexpected cavalry. He was eager to discern the identity of these intruders. Chapter 5 of the Concerns of Ing Zhang. Generally speaking, Ing Zhang had a profound affinity for the foremost carriage, a preference that mirrored his character, always at the forefront, steering the nascent Qin Empire's trajectory. However, today bore a certain peculiarity. Just as he was about to step into the lead carriage, he was intercepted by Zhao Gao, the chancellor of the central carriage. "Your Majesty, might I suggest you select another carriage?" Zhao Gao's voice was perpetually melodious. Over the years, his unwavering loyalty and deference, coupled with a remarkable aptitude for administration, far surpassed that of his peers, prompting Ing Zhang to entrust him with the pivotal responsibilities of managing the royal carriages, travel arrangements, and the imperial seal. The correctness of this decision had been validated, as Zhao Gao had preemptively resolved all the intricate matters pertaining to the royal procession. Even Meng Tian, who typically held disdain for eunuchs, could not help but acknowledge Zhao Gao's competence, not to mention the amicable relations he shared with Li Si, Wang Ben, and others. Yet, in the recesses of Ing Zhang's mind, a sense of vigilance lingered regarding Zhao Gao, this eunuch with distant ties to the Zhao royal lineage, for the valiant Zhao people had been the most formidable adversaries during the unification wars. To Ing Zhang, no matter how capable a servant might be, he remained merely a docile dog. Should this dog dare to reveal its fangs, it would be mercilessly disposed of, regardless of its utility. Just as Ing Zhang contemplated a severe reprimand for this insolent servant, Zhao Gao prostrated himself on the ground, uttering a single phrase that caused Ing Zhang to chuckle resignedly. his anger dissipating entirely, as he chose to board the second carriage instead. That phrase was, "The princess is in the carriage." Ing Zheng's progeny numbered in the multitude, with over 20 sons and a dozen daughters. Those selected to accompany him on his eastern tour were the most cherished or favored. Apart from his eldest son Fusu and a few other princes, there was but one princess. This princess, whose mother hailed from the royal lineage of Wei, had captured Ing Zheng's affection upon her arrival in Qin, and within a year, she had borne a daughter, a child of exquisite charm. Coinciding with Qin's consecutive victories over Han and Zhao, she was bestowed the title Princess Puel, symbolizing universal joy. At the tender age of 7, the princess lost her mother, inflicting profound sorrow upon her, which led to a grave illness that further endeared her to Ing Zheng, who thus took her under his wing, hoping that the splendor of the Eastern tour might alleviate her melancholy. Zhao Gao, fully aware of Princess Puel's esteemed position in the emperor's heart, attended to her with meticulous care, even surpassing the treatment afforded to many princes. It was this very understanding that emboldened him to suggest the change of carriage. In fact, he had already instructed the eunuchs to transfer all necessary items to the second carriage. Within the royal carriage, there was no ostentatious adornment. Aside from essential daily items, it housed scrolls of bamboo, each inscribed with vital imperial affairs. While the realm had achieved geographical unification, the path to true, complete, and thorough unity was fraught with challenges yet to be addressed. From the remote western fringes to the governance of the empire, no precedents existed to draw upon, as history bore witness to no one ever ruling such vast territories. Wherever Ing Zheng was, there lay the nucleus of the fledgling Qin dynasty. Although the weighty responsibilities took a toll on the emperor, now over 40, he also relished the exhilarating sense of control it afforded him. The campaign against the Baiwei has been underway for several months. Ing Zheng murmured to himself as he closed the bamboo scroll in hand. With Tu Sui at the helm and Zhao Tuo as his deputy, both seasoned generals, I should think subduing those uncivilized tribes should pose little challenge. Yet why the sluggish progress? The climate and geographical conditions of Lingnan are exceedingly harsh, resulting in significant losses for our forces. Ing Zheng furrowed his brow. While Tu Sui possesses capability, his temperament is overly fierce. Should we consider a change in command? And then there are the most formidable Xiongnu, controlling hundreds of thousands, elusive and ferocious, continually harassing our borders. With the realm now unified, it is high time we address this threat. The selection of the commander is paramount. We require someone adept in both battle formations and large-scale warfare, skilled in the coordination of infantry and cavalry, as well as capable of pacifying and effectively governing the newly expanded territories and their populace. As Ing Zheng contemplated suitable candidates, he realized that choices were regrettably limited. Should Wang Ben lead the forces again, there would be no one to restrain the Wang family's burgeoning influence at court. He held confidence in his own authority but harbored doubts regarding his sons. Even the eldest, Fusu, lacked sufficient ability to command an army. This line of thought brought back the throbbing headache that had plagued him for years, a torment that surged in waves whenever he exhausted his mental faculties. He would endure this agony, a relentless pulsing in his head, leaving him momentarily blinded, pallid, and breathless. The imperial physicians had offered little remedy for this affliction, merely advising him to rest and prescribing tonics for vitality, which, in truth, did little to alleviate the increasingly frequent and intense pain. Fortunately, during his previous eastern tour, he had encountered Su Fu, who claimed to possess knowledge of the immortal realms. Su Fu spoke of the three mythical mountains, Panglai, Fangzhang, and Yingzhou, inhabited by deities, suggesting that sincere seekers might move the gods to grant them elixirs of eternal life. This notion captivated Ing Zheng. Moreover, the elixirs presented by Su Fu swiftly quelled his pain, invigorating him and further solidifying his trust in Su Fu. Ing Zheng retrieved a thumb-sized crimson pill, swallowing it with intent, closing his eyes to focus. As the medicinal properties permeated his system, he felt the excruciating pain gradually subside, his breathing steadying, a healthy glow returning to his complexion. With the realm initially stabilized, how many matters await my attention? Heaven must grant me an additional 30 to 50 years. Ing Zheng was not merely clinging to life out of fear, rather, he had too many ambitions and desires. If I encounter Su Fu again on this eastern tour, I shall request he send people to sea in search of the elixir. As Ing Zheng's carriage approached the expanse of Balangsha, a sudden cacophony erupted behind him, disrupting his thoughts. As the sovereign emperor, he immediately discerned the approach of a rapid cavalry unit nearing the royal entourage. causing a jolt of alarm within him. Could there be remnants of the 6 states lying in ambush? General Wang Ben, seasoned in battle, reacted even more swiftly than Ing Zhang, unable to fathom that anyone would dare to confront the imperial carriage in broad daylight. Were they seeking death? With a wave of his hand, the elite Qin troops immediately assumed a defensive posture. Crossbowmen took their positions at the front, infantry at the rear, and chariots secured the formation, encircling the identical carriages in a tight formation. Wang Ben himself galloped forward, flanked by cavalry swiftly fanning out, effectively encircling the uninvited horsemen, eager to discern the identity of this mysterious contingent. Chapter 6 The Thunderous Bao Li Xin, is it truly you? Wang Ben expressed a mixture of surprise and, more predominantly, anger, as he brandished his riding whip and admonished, Li Xin, you are the commander of the rear army, bearing immense responsibility. How dare you abandon your post and confront the imperial carriage? Are you unaware of the merciless laws of our Qin army? In Wang Ben's heart, his feelings towards the young general who once served as his deputy were intricate. On one hand, he admired Li Xin's bravery in battle, his fearless spirit, and the loyalty he garnered from his soldiers. On the other hand, he found his rebellious nature and reckless military tactics to be in stark contrast to his own and his father's strategic principles, fostering a sense of wariness and aversion, as he feared that a single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, upon gaining control over the military of the Qin, Wang Ben deliberately sidelined Li Xin, assigning him to a peaceful location as a county captain and dispersing his 3,000 troops to eliminate any potential threats. Had it not been for the emperor's inquiry regarding Li Xin's whereabouts during this eastern tour, he would not have even considered the rear army commander for this role, and now, unforeseen troubles had arisen. Wang Ben, one of the principal commanders in the war for national annihilation, exuded an aura of formidable lethality that could silence 1,000,000 corpses. None in the current Qin army could withstand the weight of his furious command. Anxiety gripped everyone present, including the 300 elite cavalrymen who accompanied Li Xin, their expression shifting to one of stark fear. Yet, Li Xin felt no trepidation. He thought to himself, I have traversed through time and have faced death once already. Surely, you, Wang Ben, would not have the audacity to slay a general before the emperor. I wager you lack the courage. This point, however, was a grave miscalculation. The Grand General held the authority to safeguard the imperial carriage, and if he truly wished to retaliate, he could easily execute his orders without hesitation. Amidst the throng of soldiers, though encircled by countless spears and arrows glinting ominously, Li Xin remained composed and proclaimed, Grand General, your words are misguided. I have come here in haste to report a matter of utmost urgency to His Majesty. Li Xin, do not presume that His Majesty's past leniency grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Know that merely colliding with the imperial carriage is sufficient cause for you and your hundreds of men to lose your heads. Wang Ben, who had always disdained Li Xin, found his lack of remorse and intent to meet the emperor infuriating. His expression darkened as he raised his right hand. Those familiar with him understood that once that hand descended, it would signal a merciless volley of arrows. Grand General, hold! A steed galloped forth from the imperial carriage, revealing Meng Tian, the Minister of the Interior. The Meng family had a favorable rapport with Li Xin. Both were scions of military lineage and had fought side by side, even facing defeat in the struggle against Chu, thus sharing a bond of mutual understanding. More crucially, with the Wang family wielding such immense influence within the Qin army, Meng Tian recognized that to supplant them, he required formidable allies, and the audacious Li Xin, willing to confront Wang Ben head-on, was the perfect candidate. Grand General, General Li Xin is no fool. Let us hear what he has to say. Meng Tian bowed to Wang Ben and added, should his words prove to be mere fabrications, we may impose military orders at a later time. Wang Ben cast a sidelong glance at this youthful and refined aide to the emperor. Though dissatisfied, he conceded with a nod. His iron-like hand remained poised, yet his fierce gaze, reminiscent of a predatory hawk, remained fixed upon Li Xin, as he gravely stated, for the sake of the Minister of the Interior, I shall grant you an opportunity to explain yourself. Grand General, Minister of the Interior, I have received credible intelligence indicating that assassins lie in wait here, intending to murder His Majesty. Li Xin, taken aback by Wang Ben's readiness to resort to violence, hastily raised his hands in submission to report. Impudent! How dare you utter such wild accusations and sow discord within our ranks? Wang Ben roared in fury, his beard bristling. The safety of the imperial carriage was under the purview of his son, General Wangli, and Li Xin's words were a blatant indictment of his negligence. I shall grant you one final chance due to your past minor merits. Withdraw for now, and you shall be questioned later. Under Wang Ben's resolute gaze, Li Xin felt no remorse. His urgency led him to speak recklessly, exclaiming, Your Majesty is in grave danger, yet you remain oblivious. How can you call yourself a Grand General? His words were not intended as a death wish but rather a hope that the ensuing uproar would alert the emperor, prompting him to take precautions. However, this statement incited the wrath of the tempestuous Wang Ben, who, in a fit of rage, began to issue a lethal command. Meng Tian, too, was taken aback by Li Xin's audacity in challenging Wang Ben's authority. This was a blatant act of insubordination. Moreover, given the severe crime of confronting the imperial carriage, he found himself unable to intervene. Sweat pouring down his brow in desperation, the hulking assassin, having lingered in ambush, raised his iron dart to his chest, channeling his strength as his muscles bulged, seemingly imbued with the power of 1,000 pounds, his gaze fixed intently on the second carriage that had inexplicably halted. He awaited the final command. A detachment of Qin cavalry suddenly disrupted their formation, soon becoming encircled amidst apparent discord. Zhang Liang had initially intended to observe further before deciding on the opportune moment to act, but through his divine insight, he distinctly perceived Li Xin's riding whip pointing in his direction, his lips forming the words assassinate. Had his movements been discovered? Zhang Liang's visage paled to a ghostly hue. Wang Ben, with his back turned, was oblivious to the unfolding events. There was no time to wait for the Qin guards to react. Thus, he decisively bellowed, Strike! The long-anticipated command had finally been given, and the massive iron dart began to whirl, accelerating from slow to an ever-increasing speed until it was released. A shadowy figure materialized in the air, emitting a harrowing shriek that resonated with the chilling essence of death, akin to the grim herald of impending demise. Just as Wang Ben's hand was poised to descend, the despairing Zhang Han suddenly brightened, pointing towards the dart that grew clearer as it approached, exclaiming, There are assassins! In truth, there was no need for him to shout. Wang Ben could already sense the palpable aura of death and the howling sound, and with his battle-hardened intuition, he recognized that an attack involving a heavy object had indeed been launched against the imperial carriage. Protect His Majesty! Protect His Majesty! Meng Tian, equally perceptive, swiftly turned his horse and raised his voice. The problem lay in the fact that aside from the two of them, few knew which carriage housed the emperor, resulting in a momentary chaos in the throng. The iron dart was now perilously close to the second carriage. That very carriage belonged to Ing Zhangyi Zhaogao, the chancellor of the central carriage. Though possessing the intellect of a strategist and the knowledge of Qin law, was powerless and incapable of shouting the critical command, Wang Fujian, as Jing Ke had in the past. Only one individual had foreseen the unfolding of these events and had prepared accordingly, the flying general, Li Xin. He spotted the distant iron dart before Zhang Han and swiftly drew forth his resplendent red bow, known as the thunderous bow, from his back, pulling a gleaming arrow from his quiver and knocking it with lightning speed. Chapter 7 of the Three Arrows Piercing the Clouds. Legend has it that in ancient times, 10 suns appeared simultaneously, casting an unbearable heat upon the earth, leaving the populace in despair. In a bid to save humanity, the celestial emperor forged the divine artifact, the thunderous bow, from the sinews of a celestial python, entrusting it to the mightiest archer of the mortal realm, Hoi. He did not falter in his duty, unleashing a barrage of arrows that struck down 9 of the suns. This legendary bow, passed down through countless generations, eventually found its way into the hands of Li Xin, its formidable power now evident. Accompanying it were arrows crafted from a blend of mysterious iron and black gold, razor-sharp and tenfold the weight of ordinary arrows, known as the cloud-piercing arrows. Armed with the thunderous bow and the cloud-piercing arrows, Li Xin was imbued with the audacity to gallop forth into battle with unbridled courage. With the bow drawn taut like a full moon, the ancestral Xianyang true qi of the Li family surged with immense vigor, for only such potent energy could draw back such a mighty bow. The golden arrow traced a dazzling arc through the air, akin to a rainbow piercing the sun, aimed directly at the rapidly descending iron cone. A resounding clash of metal echoed as the unstoppable iron cone was struck by the arrow. The mighty iron cone, diverted from its original trajectory by this seemingly otherworldly shot, was first propelled upward before careening towards the first carriage. Without delay, Li Xin knocked another arrow, targeting the very spot from which the massive iron cone had been launched. With his keen and extraordinary eyesight, he discerned two figures overlapping in the distance, his foremost concern being to prevent Zhang Liang from conjuring any further schemes. The fate of the legendary three heroes of Han was not his immediate preoccupation. Zhao Gao, witnessing the effectiveness of Li Xian's archery, was filled with elation until he saw the iron cone veering towards the first carriage. With a startled cry, his face turned ashen, for he realized that within the first carriage sat Ing Xian, the beloved Princess Pulu, favored above all by His Majesty. Should the emperor be assassinated, the first person to be held accountable would undoubtedly be General Wang Li and his father, General Wang Ben. The prefect of the Central Chariot. Zhao Gao had no culpability and could easily evade this catastrophe. However, if the emperor were to be saved but the first carriage was struck, resulting in Ing Xian's demise, the emperor's wrath would likely turn upon him for having placed the princess in such peril. In that moment, he found himself at a loss as to which outcome would be more advantageous for him. In a panicked state, he could only shout two words, "Princess." At this moment, the calmest presence in the entire scene remained Li Xian, wielding the thunderous bow. Perhaps it was the bow's inherent power that continuously infused his being, allowing him to maximize his senses. He noticed Zhao Gao's pale visage and desperate cries. "This is dire, it appears there are significant figures within the first carriage. I must intervene." Li Xian had no time to ponder further or to shoot another arrow at the impending iron cone, raising his hand once more to release another arrow, this time aimed at the lower half of the carriage. With a thunderous bang, the robust rear wheel of the carriage was severed by his precise shot, causing the first carriage to lose its balance and topple towards the ground. A woman's scream echoed from within, and upon witnessing the critical situation, Li Xian acted instinctively, his body responding faster than his mind. He leaped into the air, his toes pressing against his steed's back, soaring towards the first carriage like a hawk sweeping across the land. The Li family's ancestral lightness of foot, akin to his archery, had once showcased its prowess on the battlefield. As the carriage tilted prematurely, the iron cone did not strike directly upon its roof but instead crashed violently against the opposite side, shattering it into fragments. The tremendous force of impact ejected Ing Xian from within. Raised in the confines of the palace, the pampered princess had never encountered such chaos, and in her terror, she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for the impact of a harsh landing. To her astonishment, after what felt like an eternity, she found herself not on the ground but rather enveloped in a warm embrace. Cautiously, she opened her eyes to discover a young general holding her, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. "He saved me." Ing Xian had not had the opportunity to observe a young man up close in quite some time. His eyes sparkled with clarity, his brow exuding a calm assurance, and an undeniable air of heroism surrounded him. The strength of his arms instilled in her a profound sense of security, and as the warmth of the Xianyang True Qi enveloped her, she felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks. In Li Xian's eyes, although Ing Xian still bore traces of youthful innocence, she had blossomed into a remarkably ethereal beauty, her countenance radiating an aura that transcended the ordinary. She felt as light as a feather in his arms, akin to the graceful dancer Zhao Fian, and the resemblance between her and Lu'er became strikingly apparent, especially as she shyly lowered her gaze. His heart stirred with a whirlwind of emotions, leaving him momentarily entranced. "Princess is safe, princess is safe." Zhao Gao was the first to rush over, nearly beside himself with excitement, his high crown askew, followed by a throng of equally pale, perspiring palace attendants and maids. They felt a fortunate escape from calamity, well aware that had Li Xian not acted, the princess would surely have faced dire consequences, and they would have met their end in the emperor's wrath. "General Li Xian, you may set the princess down now," Zhao Gao whispered, barely able to suppress his gratitude for the life Li Xian had indirectly saved. With a sudden realization of the propriety of the moment, Li Xian understood that he stood in a time over 2 millennia past, where the separation of genders was strictly observed. His embrace of the princess had been a necessity born of urgency, but now he must heed the decorum of rank and respect. He gently lowered Ing Xian, kneeling on one knee as he spoke. "I am but Li Xian, and in my haste to save the princess, I may have overstepped. I beseech your forgiveness, your highness." "So, he is Li Xian, truly remarkable. No wonder he is hailed as the Flying General by my father. Not only does he possess great martial prowess, but his voice is also melodious and clear, far surpassing the brutish Wang Li. Especially the way he gazed at me earlier, filled with a depth of emotion and a hint of melancholy. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me?" As this thought crossed her mind, Ing Xian's heart fluttered, yet the courtly education she had received kept her composure intact as she replied, "It was merely an expedient measure. I am grateful to the general for your timely rescue." Though one knelt and the other stood, their exchange bore an exquisite harmony that did not go unnoticed by Zhao Gao, who could not help but wear a mysterious smile. The earth-shattering commotion had already alerted Ing Zhang, yet having presided over the annihilation of nations for years, he was well versed in the affairs of battle and understood that his appearance would only incite greater turmoil. Furthermore, hearing the familiar shouts of "Protect His Majesty" filled him with an ominous premonition, prompting him to remain within the confines of the Golden Route carriage. By remaining composed amidst chaos, he trusted that his seasoned Qin army would surely safeguard him. Should an assassin strike, they would likely be oblivious to which carriage he hid within. It was only when Zhao Gao shouted "Princess," followed by the thunderous crash of a heavy object upon the carriage, that he could no longer remain seated. Chapter 8: What punishment should be imposed? As Ing Zhang lifted the curtain of his carriage to gaze outside, he was met with the sight of Ing Xian, whom he cherished like a precious gem, shyly lowering her head, resembling a newly blossomed lotus. Kneeling before her was the youthful general, Li Xian. The seemingly indestructible imperial carriage had been utterly ravaged, a massive iron cone had pierced through its thick floor, sinking deeply into the earth, a testament to its formidable power and ferocity. A chill ran down Ing Zhang's spine. Had that iron cone struck his carriage, he would likely have met with dire consequences. Zhao Gao, ever observant, noticed Ing Zhang surveying the scene before him and promptly hurried over, recounting the events that had just transpired without waiting for an inquiry. Grateful for Li Xian's rescue of the princess, he extolled the valiant spirit and unparalleled archery skills of the flying general with unrestrained admiration. Ing Zhang maintained a calm demeanor, listening intently without uttering a word. However, upon hearing that Ing Xian had sustained no injuries, he slightly nodded, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Your Majesty, General Li Xian's subordinate officers and several lieutenants have taken 300 iron cavalrymen and are pursuing the route taken by the assailants." After Li Xian had loosed 3 arrows, Zhang Han immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, a rare opportunity to demonstrate loyalty to His Majesty while alleviating the consequences of his own dereliction of duty. Without waiting for Li Xian's command, he charged forth with his troops. At that moment, Wang Ben's soldiers were occupied with safeguarding the imperial carriage and dared not move, allowing Zhang Han to seize the initiative. Wang Ben and Meng Tian had already managed to control the situation and arrived at Ing Zhang's carriage, kneeling in contrition. Wang Ben, particularly, with his cap removed and tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Wang Ben is incompetent, my son has been negligent, and the imperial guard has failed in its duty. I have caused your Majesty distress and placed the princess in peril. We deserve the death penalty." Meng Tian, observing the damaged carriage, felt a pang of fear but remained somewhat detached. He addressed the emperor, "Since your Majesty is unharmed, we should first capture the assassin and conduct a thorough interrogation to ascertain if there are any conspirators behind the scenes, who should also be apprehended to prevent future calamities." Ing Zhang's expression remained serene. He neither chastised Wang Ben nor responded to Meng Tian's suggestion. Instead, he pointed towards Li Xian, who had just seen the princess safely return to her reserve carriage with the aid of her maidens, feeling a sudden sense of loss. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Gao's voice, tinged with urgency and unease, reached them. "Lord of Longxi, the commander of the rear army, Li Xian, His Majesty summons you to attend." Li Xian's heart raced with excitement. He had saved the life of an emperor revered through the ages, as well as the princess. Surely, there would be some reward. Thus, he hurried over, kneeling before Ing Zhang's carriage. To his astonishment, Ing Zhang's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting with alarming swiftness as he sternly rebuked, "Li Xian, as the commander of the rear army, how could you abandon your post? According to Qin law, what should be done with you?" The ministers and princes who had accompanied him quickly knelt in a collective display of humility, heads bowed, preparing to plead for mercy. Yet, at the sound of Ing Zhang's fierce inquiry, a wave of shock rippled through the assembly. All present could be subject to punishment, but it was Li Xian, who had rushed to the rescue, who least deserved such scrutiny. Had he not arrived in a timely manner, his extraordinary archery skills would have left them contemplating the emperor's fate. Although the Qin laws imposed severe penalties for dereliction of duty, they were not entirely inflexible. The merit of saving the emperor could easily outweigh the sin committed. Some perceptive minds speculated that perhaps the emperor harbored prior grievances against Li Xian, seizing this opportunity to deliver a harsh sentence. What a prime chance to demonstrate loyalty! Noticing the silence among the crowd, Ing Zhang's expression darkened further as he addressed Zhao Gao by name. "Zhao Gao, you are the minister of the imperial chariots, well versed in Qin law. What do you propose? Upon hearing this, Li Xian thought to himself, this is the end. Zhao Gao is notoriously known as a tyrannical official, capable of executing even the likes of Fu Su and Meng Tian under false pretenses. Does he truly seek my life? Zhao Gao, bending his body like a shrimp, obediently replied, Your Majesty, according to Qin law, abandoning one's post can result in various punishments, including dismissal, demotion, branding, or even nose amputation. If the circumstances are severe, the penalty could be execution. As Zhao Gao uttered the words execution, a sudden silence enveloped the assembly, even the whinnies of horses ceased, and a chilling atmosphere descended. Oh, then, does Li Xian's abandonment of duty, coupled with the collision with the imperial carriage, not constitute a severe offense? Colliding with the imperial carriage is tantamount to harboring treasonous intentions. It is indeed extremely grave. Under Ying Zheng's relentless questioning, Zhao Gao replied with unwavering precision. Although he wished to plead for Li Xian, as a eunuch, he could not risk being perceived as colluding with a military general. The ministers, witnessing the emperor's relentless pursuit of justice, pondered the same question. Does the emperor truly intend to punish Li Xian? Some felt a secret delight, others were filled with trepidation, and still, some wished to intercede on his behalf but felt too intimidated by Ying Zheng's formidable presence to speak. General Li Xian not only saved His Majesty but also rescued his sister. This is a monumental merit. Even if his faults are weighed against his merits, he should not face execution. Just as silence enveloped the assembly, a clear, youthful voice broke through. An exquisitely dressed child of merely 6 or 7 years old looked up defiantly. You are but a child. What do you understand of state matters? Hold your tongue and kneel in silence. Ying Zheng chastised sharply, then turned to Zhao Gao. Have you truly educated Hu Hai on the laws of Qin? Zhao Gao, feeling helpless, could only bow repeatedly. This is my failing. I beseech your Majesty to quell your anger. Hu Hai was Ying Zheng's most cherished youngest son, known for his pampered and unruly nature, yet even he was reprimanded at this moment. It seemed the emperor was indeed set on addressing Li Xian's actions. Fu Su, as the eldest son, your understanding must surely surpass that of a mere child. Ying Zheng's hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Fu Su, who knelt beside Hu Hai, coldly stating, You may all rise. Speak, what punishment should be meted out to Li Xian? So this was Fu Su. Li Xian discreetly scrutinized the tragic historical figure, noting his refined features and gentle demeanor, which contrasted with Ying Zheng's formidable presence, perhaps owing to his mother's origins from Chu. According to historical records, the Crown Prince Fu Su was known for his kindness and magnanimity. Surely, he will speak a word in my favor. Just as Li Xian's heart settled, Fu Su's words left him utterly aghast. As the commander of the rear army, bearing significant responsibilities, to abandon his post and collide with the imperial carriage, causing father to be alarmed, this constitutes a grave crime. He ought to face severe punishment. Upon uttering these words, the ministers were left in shock. This was a stark departure from Fu Su's usual demeanor, rivaling even the emperor's own ruth. Well said. Ying Zheng praised with a smile. What do you believe should be the punishment for Li Xian and his soldiers? By law, Li Xian should be executed, and the 300 soldiers who collided with the imperial carriage should be sentenced to hard labor. Fu Su declared without a hint of hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Chapter 9. A brilliant defense. At that moment, an exclamation pierced the air. It was Ying Xian, who had been eavesdropping in the carriage. She could hardly fathom that her elder brother was advocating for the execution of this young general. However, Li Xian has ultimately rendered meritorious service in rescuing the throne. Should he not be spared a lesser punishment, as a gesture of grace from above? Even if he were to receive a lesser punishment, Li Xian would still be stripped of all his powers and exiled to a distant land. Meng Tian, who had always been on good terms with Fu Su, was taken aback by this unexpected statement and found himself at a loss, feeling quite conflicted. Chancellor, as the foremost among the officials, you manage the balance of yin and yang and oversee the affairs of the realm. What do you believe should be done? After his first eastern tour, Li Si had supplanted Wang Wan and ascended to the pinnacle of power. Though his intellect remained sharp, he likely no longer possessed the Since His Majesty insisted on punishing Li Xian severely and had praised Fu Su, it would be prudent for him to align with this course to avoid incurring the wrath of the emperor and the crown prince, who is the most likely heir to the throne?
Your Majesty, Li Xian has violated the law and deserves a greater punishment.
My opinion aligns with that of the prince. His life could be spared.
Li Si rose from the ground, weighing his words carefully. However, the harsh labors endured by his soldiers must not be overlooked, for it is crucial that they serve as a warning. Li Xian's disappointment deepened with every word.
How could Prince Fu Su and Chancellor Li Si be such individuals, only eager to curry favor with Ing Zhang? How could the Qin Empire endure for long under such circumstances? It was no wonder that the Qin state fell so swiftly. It seemed that the unification of the 6 states had drained the Qin people of all their vitality and spirit, leading to a series of blunders when faced with an unprecedentedly vast empire. Meanwhile, Prince Hu Hai, with his chubby round face, exhibited some dissatisfaction and confusion, yet under the formidable pressure from his father, he could not voice any objections. However, in Li Xian's eyes, this future ruler, known for his foolishness and brutality, was, thus far, the most straightforward in defending himself. Perhaps this had something to do with the inscrutable Zhao Gao, the minister of the central chariot.
Your Majesty, I, Wang Ben, have something to say.
Just as Li Xian was about to defend Zheng Han and the others, a deep and resonant voice interjected, representing the Qin army to some extent.
This is unfortunate. Could this old fellow be seeking to take advantage of my earlier defiance?
Oh, General, please speak. After all, Li Xian is your subordinate and has fought under your command. Your words carry greater weight.
A faintly reminiscent smile graced Ing Zhang's lips as he spoke lightly.
Though Li Xian has erred, he remains deeply concerned for your Majesty's safety. His unwavering courage in the face of death and his relentless pursuit to rescue the Emperor and the Princess ought not to warrant severe punishment.
Although Wang Ben knelt respectfully, his tone was firm and resonant, embodying the indomitable spirit of the old Qin, invigorating Li Xian's spirits.
With General Wang Ben stepping forward, Meng Tian also rose to defend Li Xian, albeit in a more nuanced manner, appealing to emotions.
Li Xian is among the most outstanding young generals of our great Qin. He faces every battle without flinching, charging forward valiantly.
Your Majesty has previously lauded his exceptional loyalty and bravery. At this juncture, he discreetly glanced at Ing Zhang's expression, summoning the courage to continue. The unification of our Qin was not easily attained, and though the fires of war have dimmed, the remnants of the 6 states still lurk with predatory intent.
The assassination attempt on your Majesty serves as a glaring testament.
I believe that General Li Xian should be punished, yet he must also be afforded the opportunity to redeem himself, enabling him to contribute to the enduring peace of our Qin. I implore your Majesty to discern wisely. This heartfelt and logical appeal seemed to please the stern-faced Ing Zhang, who had initially sought merely to extricate himself from scrutiny for lax enforcement of the law.
The responses from Fu Su and Li Si had only served to infuriate him, yet Wang Ben and Meng Tian, recalling their bond with the Qin army, retained their fiery spirit, daring to voice dissent before him.
He finally turned his gaze upon the prostrated Li Xian and coldly remarked, "My ministers, the princes are at odds over this matter. While you seem quite at ease, I now wish to hear your explanation.
Having abandoned my post and affronted the imperial presence, what punishment do you deem fitting?" Li Xian silently cursed. "What could I possibly say after you've articulated everything?
Your Majesty, according to Qin law, I deserve the death penalty." Li Xian's first utterance astonished everyone present, even causing Ing Zhang to raise an eyebrow, while a woman's soft gasp emanated from the carriage in the distance. However, the Qin laws were established by the Qin people, with the fundamental purpose of ensuring the eternal legacy of our great Qin.
"Do you not agree, Your Majesty?"
Ing Zhang recognized that there was more to come and nodded. "You speak wisely, continue." "And your Majesty is the foundation and guarantee of our Qin's unification and the stabilizing force against the remnants of the 6 states. Should any harm befall you, the realm would be plunged into chaos, and war may erupt once more." Since the unification, Ing Zhang had tirelessly traversed the land to avert the very scenario Li Xian described, yet this was the first time he had heard a young man speak so candidly in his presence, leaving him greatly impressed. Especially since Li Xian prioritized the safety of the realm above his own, it warmed his heart more than those scholars who incessantly chanted, "The people are paramount, the ruler is secondary." As for the eldest son, Fusu, who aligned closely with the scholars, he likely harbored similar thoughts, yet could never articulate them with the same clarity as Li Xian. The collapse of the Qin would plunge the world into chaos. What good would our laws do then? Who would enforce them? Li Xian's rhetoric grew increasingly impassioned. Thus, Your Majesty's safety outweighs all else, even the laws of Qin. Fully aware of Ing Zheng's unwavering belief in divine intervention, it was for this reason that I risked my life to come. If Your Majesty believes my words to be unfounded, I would willingly accept death to uphold the laws of Qin. Ah! How surprising, the once taciturn Li Xian, who had previously been no better than a mute, though lacking the eloquence of Zhang Yi or Su Qin, now displayed a rigorous logic that made it difficult for even the most discerning critic to find fault. Moreover, his claim of divine inspiration further substantiated his assertion of being divinely mandated. Splendid, splendid. Wang Ben furrowed his brow, Meng Tian wore a smile, while Li Si and Zhao Gao furtively observed Ing Zheng's expression, and Fu Su remained stoic, lost in thought. Only the youngest son, Hu Hai, sensing the shift in atmosphere, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "The heavens are vast, the earth is expansive, but the laws of Qin are paramount. Yet, no law surpasses the importance of the life of our father emperor." Initially, Ing Zheng had envisioned that Li Xian would readily confess, allowing him to chastise him lightly, issue a moderate punishment, and later provide an opportunity for redemption, just as had been done after the defeat of Chu. However, who could have anticipated that the once impetuous Li Xian had vanished? After years of silence, the individual standing before him was a versatile talent, both learned and martial, and adaptable in mind. Chapter 10 The Balance of Merit and Punishment. Li Xian's ability to articulate such profound reasoning and insights compelled Ing Zheng to reassess his position. Perhaps he was indeed a figure worthy of significant trust and a crucial minister for the future sovereign. In a certain light, even the gradually complacent and risk-averse Chancellor Li Si might lack the courage and vision to express such sentiments. As Ing Zheng gazed upon Li Xian, memories of his predecessor, the former General Wang Jian, flooded his mind, particularly their last engaging exchange before the old general's graceful retirement. The esteemed old general possesses unparalleled achievements and robust health. With the realm newly unified and state affairs demanding attention, why do you not remain to further assist me? After rebuffing Wang Jian's resignation 3 times, Ing Zheng finally acquiesced, though his tone betrayed a trace of regret. The old minister has been fortunate to receive Your Majesty's favor, which has afforded him the opportunity to showcase his abilities in service to the great Qin. Wang Jian, ever astute, spoke with utmost precision. Now, as age takes its toll and vigor wanes, how could I merely occupy a position without contributing? Your Majesty's graciousness in allowing me to enjoy my twilight years is indeed a tremendous favor. Wang Jian, intent on preserving his legacy, was perceptibly understood by Ing Zheng, who was willing to oblige. Smiling, he replied, "Since the old general is resolute in his decision, I shall not press you to stay a prey. Inform me if you require any lands or estates." Momentarily taken aback, Wang Jian recalled past campaigns against Chu and promptly rose to express his contrition. "I am but a simple old minister, consumed by material desires. Your Majesty, forgive my folly." Ing Zheng merely jested, fully aware of Wang Jian's loyalty, recognizing that the land grants were merely for the benefit of the unenlightened court, to maintain the harmony between sovereign and minister. Did he truly believe that such trivial matters could deceive him? In future military endeavors for our great Qin, apart from Wang Ben, who else within the army could shoulder such responsibilities? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Jian replied emphatically, "Our Qin army is unmatched across the realm, with numerous seasoned commanders. Your Majesty need not fret." Noticing Ing Zheng's silence and unwavering gaze, Wang Jian understood the emperor's intent and bowed again, stating, "Should there be opportunities for expansion or to repel foreign threats, I would recommend 2 individuals to alleviate Your Majesty's concerns." This struck a chord within Ing Zheng, whose eyes brightened with interest. Leaning forward eagerly, he inquired, "Pray tell, who are these 2 individuals?" "The first is Meng Tian, a scion of a military family. He has extensive battlefield experience. Besides excelling in military strategy, he possesses a profound understanding of civil affairs and is meticulous in his dealings. Your son's valor and fortitude rival those of the old general. I shall decree his promotion to the position of Grand General without delay." However, Wang Jian shook his head, saying, "My son's approach to warfare mirrors mine. He strikes after careful planning, leveraging strength to overpower foes, which serves him well against the 6 states of the Central Plains, yet, against the elusive foreign tribes, this may not be the most suitable tactic.
The second individual I propose is Li Xian from Longxi. This revelation took King Zhang by surprise. During the campaign against Chu, Li Xian, brimming with youthful exuberance, had inadvertently offended Wang Jian with his words. Who would have anticipated Wang Jian's endorsement? Pray, elaborate on the reasons behind your recommendation.
He is unbound by conventional military doctrines, adept at rapid maneuvers, and achieving victories through surprise, akin to the 2 illustrious marshals. Moreover, given his youth and spiritedness, he could serve your majesty for at least 3 decades. The 2 marshals Wang Jian referenced were none other than Bai Qi, who had once decimated 1,000,000 enemies, instilling fear across the feudal lords, and Li Mu, the renowned Zhao general who had valiantly resisted the Qin army and repeatedly thwarted the Xiongnu. As Wang Jian elevated Li Xian to such esteemed heights, Ing Zhang felt a twinge of skepticism, chuckling, "It is commendable for the old general to nurture the younger generation, yet one must be wary of overzealous promotion." Wang Jian recognized Ing Zhang's reservations but chose not to elaborate further, merely stating with a smile, "Your Majesty shall see for yourself."
It was this very recommendation from Wang Jian that granted Li Xian the long-vacant position of commander of the rearguard.
Judging by Li Xian's performance today, it seemed Wang Jian's foresight was indeed vindicated. While Ing Zhang pondered, a troop of cavalry galloped back into view, their speed remarkable, stirring up clouds of dust, and soon they were upon him. "I have failed in my duty, allowing your Majesty to be ambushed and startled. I willingly accept my death sentence." Compared to his grandfather and father, Wang Li was considerably taller and had repeatedly proven his mettle in battle, yet now, he could only kneel in trepidation to plead for forgiveness. His elevated status, bolstered by ancestral favor, drew pleas for leniency from all quarters, from princes to ministers. Even Meng Tian, who typically held a grudge against him, spoke favorably on his behalf, if only for Wang Ben's sake. Ing Zhang's mistrust had always loomed large over the Wang family's reputation, but with the realm newly stabilized, he could not neglect the contributions of loyal subjects. Observing the unified chorus of support, his expression grew increasingly inscrutable. Closest to Ing Zhang was Zhao Gao, the director of the Central Chariot Bureau, who possessed a unique ability to sense the emperor's aura. If moments ago Ing Zhang's demeanor had hinted at appreciation, it now shifted entirely to one of severity. Zhao Gao instinctively shrank back, uttering not a word but casting a discreet glance at Hu Hai, unnoticed by the rest of the ministers, who continued to advocate for Wang Li. "Father, if Wang Li can be pardoned, then surely Li Xian, who saved your life, deserves ample reward." At his mentor's signal, Hu Hai gathered his courage to speak for Li Xian, but amidst the throng, his youthful voice lacked the requisite gravitas. His elder brother, Fu Su, gently patted his head, signaling him to refrain. Ing Zhang furrowed his brow, poised to respond when a palace maid hurriedly approached. He recognized her as Enlan, the maidservant who attended the princess. Enlan, under the princess's strict orders, steeled herself and knelt before Ing Zhang, suppressing her rapid heartbeat as she spoke softly, "Your Majesty, Princess Pulu has something to convey and bids me relay it to you." Ing Zhang knew that although this daughter typically exhibited a composed demeanor, she was exceptionally astute, particularly after her recovery, when her insights had proven remarkably prescient. He was intrigued to hear what she had to say. "Oh, what does Xian'er wish to express? You may speak freely in the presence of the princes and ministers." Though somewhat anxious under the emperor's imposing presence, Enlan articulated clearly, "The princess asserts that General Li Xian deserves reward for his merits and punishment for his transgressions. One cannot apply a singular standard. And how shall he be rewarded, how shall he be punished?" A rare smile flickered across Ing Zhang's stern countenance, pondering the fortuitous alignment of opinions from his princes, princess, and ministers. The courtiers strained to listen, especially Li Xian, who knelt awaiting his fate. He furtively glanced up and caught a glimpse of a sly smile on Zhao Gao's lips. Li Xian has abandoned his post, confronted the imperial presence, and committed an act of insubordination. He ought to be demoted to commoner and fined 10 measures. This penalty was undeniably severe, and the court fell silent, fully aware that the crux lay in the following statement. Yet, disregarding his own safety, Li Xian valiantly rests. His loyalty and valor are commendable, and he should be elevated from commoner to lieutenant. Chapter 11. The Council of Various Parties. The mere mention of this position sent a tremor through the hearts of the esteemed ministers of the Qin state, led by Li Si and Wang Ben, not for any trivial reason, but simply because the role was of paramount importance. The lieutenant was tasked with overseeing the enforcement of law and order in the capital, as well as managing the armory, ranking alongside the Minister of Interior and the Guard Commander as one of the three principal military pillars safeguarding the emperor. Directly answering to the emperor, this position was akin to that of a close confidant of the sovereign and represented a critical leadership role, though the lieutenant's status did not quite match that of the noble 9 ministers, namely the Minister of Interior and the Guard Commander. He commanded the largest elite garrison in the capital, Xianyang, with his forces bolstered by the troops under the command of the left and right deputy commanders, amounting to over 10,000 soldiers. Traditionally, this office was held by members of the Qin royal family or seasoned generals within the Qin army. However, following the resignation of the previous lieutenant, Yang Duan, given the uniqueness and significance of the lieutenant's role, both the Chancellor Li Si and the Grand General Wang Ben hesitated to make hasty recommendations, fearing that the emperor might perceive it as an overreach. Yet, beneath the surface, they were not entirely inactive. Particularly, Wang Ben, despite his high rank and influence, felt compelled to prepare for contingencies. Securing the appointment of Wang Li as lieutenant would afford him invaluable experience close to the emperor, a true shortcut to power. To this end, he had approached Zhao Gao, subtly urging him to seize the opportunity to advocate for Wang Li's candidacy to the emperor. The decision to appoint Wang Li as the vanguard general for the Eastern expedition was also motivated by this intent. Unexpectedly, Princess Pulu had recommended this position for Li Xian, which Wang Ben found unacceptable. He thought to himself that this office, even if not bestowed upon his own son, should certainly not fall into the hands of Li Xian, who had never been aligned with him. Your Majesty, I believe the position of lieutenant is of great consequence and must be approached with utmost caution, Wang Ben proclaimed, bowing deeply. In addition to experience and loyalty, it requires an individual of prudence and capability to fulfill the duties effectively. As the foremost military figure in the Qin state, if he were to firmly oppose this appointment, even Ing Zhang would have to reconsider, lest it provoke unfavorable repercussions. Lic, too, was reluctant to see Li Xian gain control over the Imperial Guard, but his motivations differed. A scholar of history, he was well versed in the intrigues of the court and placed greater importance on this position than Wang Ben did. Although Ing Zhang appeared robust at present, there were unmistakable signs of decline, exacerbated by his refusal to heed the physician's counsel and his excessive consumption of elixirs, which could lead to future complications. Should the emperor unexpectedly pass away without a designated heir, no general or chancellor would be of any use. Even if they could muster 100,000 troops, it would be too late. Control over the Imperial Guard would mean wielding power over the capital, and facilitating the ascension of a new ruler would be but a matter of words. Lic did not doubt Li Xian's loyalty, yet the risks were simply too great. Your Majesty, I concur with the Grand General's sentiments. The position of lieutenant is indeed of immense importance, and it would be prudent to postpone any decisions until the sovereign's return to the capital. Li Xian, kneeling on the ground, listened attentively, acutely aware that neither the chancellor nor the general held him in high regard. Nevertheless, he pondered, it seems this position of lieutenant is indeed a coveted one. Securing it would place me in an advantageous position. Montian, what is your perspective? Ing Zheng casually inquired, noticing the contemplative expression on the handsome Montian's face. In truth, Montian was favorable towards Li Xian's appointment as lieutenant, as it would place an ally in a crucial position within the inner sanctum, benefiting the Montian family. However, with both the Chancellor and the Grand General opposing the idea, and with Fusa maintaining a serious demeanor, he could not force a recommendation. Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant, and I recognize General Li Xian's loyalty and courage are beyond reproach. The concerns raised by the two esteemed gentlemen are indeed valid. His words nearly elicited a laugh from Ing Zhang, who was surprised to see Montian tread so carefully, seemingly unwilling to offend anyone, indicating that some factions within the court wielded excessive influence. However, Montian's subsequent remarks prevented Ing Zhang from voicing his reprimand. Montian continued, Princess Pulu was exceptionally astute. Since she has made this recommendation, there must be sound reasoning behind it, and I would very much like to hear her rationale. Indeed, why did Xian'er specifically recommend Li Xian for the role of lieutenant? If it were merely to repay his act of saving her, she could have sought other forms of reward. Montian's words plunged Ing Zhang into brief contemplation. Should he perhaps summon Xian'er to inquire further? Anlin, a remarkably clever young lady, noted Montian's reference to the princess and silently commended her foresight in anticipating this turn of events. Your Majesty, regarding General Monchen's inquiry, the princess has another point for me to convey. Oh, Xian'er could foresee this. Truly, my Pulu princess is remarkably perceptive. Even the resolute and unyielding Ing Zhang could not suppress a proud smile at the mention of his daughter. The princess states that the position of lieutenant is critical to the security of the palace. Beyond loyalty and experience, the candidate must possess decisiveness and quick adaptability, as well as a sufficient measure of fortune. Anlin lowered her head, reciting the princess's prior instructions as if reciting from memory. General Li Xian demonstrated exceptional valor in a time of crisis, and from Xian'er's perspective, he possesses remarkable fortune, capable of perceiving danger before it arises. Should this individual serve by your Majesty's side, it would ensure your absolute safety. This assertion was novel, and a hint of amusement appeared on Ing Zhang's face. Xian'er's words resonated deeply with him. He had no shortage of brave generals or competent ministers, but those capable of foreseeing risks were indeed a rarity. Ever since encountering Su Fu and Langia, he had grown increasingly convinced of celestial omens and the efficacy of mystical arts. Having someone with favorable fortune and divine insight in his inner circle could potentially aid in his quest for immortality and elixirs. Another crucial point, which Xian'er did not mention but was equally significant, was the balance of power within the political landscape. He must not allow either Li Si's or Wang Ben's factions to occupy this position, making Li Xian an ideal candidate. I find Princess Pu Li's reasoning to be quite sound. Why not appoint? He initially intended to suggest that Li Xian serve as acting lieutenant until his return to the capital for formal confirmation. However, the typically gentle and respectful Fusu interjected, kneeling to present his case. Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. Given General Li Xian's qualifications and military achievements, he is indeed worthy of the lieutenant position. Yet, should we set this precedent, it may encourage those seeking wealth and status to imitate it, thereby disrupting the law. As he spoke, several senior ministers echoed his sentiments, advocating for a decision to be deferred until their return to the capital. Fusu's argument bore merit. Although Ing Zhang could be stern, he was also highly discerning, rarely punishing others for their words, a trait that Chapter 11 Counsel from all sides. This statement caused a tremor of apprehension among the paramount ministers of the Qin state, led by Li Si and Wang Ben, not for any trivial reason, but purely due to the immense significance of the position in question. The lieutenant, a commander responsible for maintaining order and law enforcement in the capital, as well as overseeing the armory, is one of the three principal military pillars that safeguard the emperor, alongside the Minister of Works and the Guard Commander, directly obeying the emperor's commands. He is, in essence, a close confidant of the sovereign and a figure of utmost importance. Although the lieutenant is not as esteemed or as close to the emperor as the Ministers of Works and the Guard Commander, who are referred to as the 9 ministers, he commands the largest elite garrison in the capital, Xianyang, and, coupled with the forces under the left and right deputy commanders, he presides over a military force exceeding 10,000 troops. This office has traditionally been held by members of the Qin royal family or seasoned generals of the Qin army. However, the previous lieutenant, Yang Duan, had vacated the position after being promoted to guard commander, and a suitable successor had yet to be found, leaving the position unfilled for a time, with Ing Zhang himself in the process of selection. Due to the unique and critical nature of the lieutenant's role, both Li Si, the chancellor, and Wang Ben, the grand general, dared not hastily make recommendations, fearing they might be perceived as overstepping their bounds by the emperor. Nonetheless, behind the scenes, they were not inactive, particularly Wang Ben. Although he held a high-ranking position, he understood the need for prudence. If he could secure the appointment of Wang Li to the role of lieutenant, allowing him to gain experience close to the emperor, it would indeed be a genuine shortcut. To this end, he had approached Zhao Gao, subtly requesting that he take the opportunity to suggest Wang Li to the emperor. Furthermore, Wang Ben had specifically arranged for Wang Li to serve as the vanguard general during this eastern expedition, with this objective in mind. Unexpectedly, Princess Pulu had recommended Li Xian for this position, which was unacceptable to Wang Ben. He thought to himself that even if his own son were to be overlooked for the role, it could not fall into the hands of Li Xian, who had never been in alignment with him. Your Majesty, I believe the position of lieutenant is of great consequence and must be approached with utmost caution, Wang Ben knelt and proclaimed. Beyond qualifications and loyalty, it is imperative that the candidate be a person of prudence and capability.
As the foremost military leader of the Qin state, his resolute opposition would warrant consideration from Ing Zhang, lest it provoke adverse repercussions. Lic also opposed Li Xin wielding control over the Imperial Guard, albeit for different reasons.
Having extensively studied historical texts and possessing a keen understanding of palace intrigues, Li Si placed even greater weight on this position than Wang Ben. Although Ing Zhang currently appeared robust, it was evident that he was not as vigorous as he once was, with signs of decline becoming increasingly apparent. Moreover, his disregard for the advice of court physicians and his excessive consumption of elixirs would inevitably lead to future complications. Should the emperor unexpectedly pass away one day, leaving the succession uncertain, neither the Grand General nor the Chancellor would be of any use, no matter how many troops. It would be futile in a time of urgency. Control over the Imperial Guard would grant authority over the capital and facilitate the enthronement of a new ruler with merely a word. Li Si did not suspect Li Xin of harboring ulterior motives. Rather, the potential risks were simply too great. Your Majesty, I concur with the Grand General's sentiments. The position of lieutenant is indeed of paramount importance, and it would be prudent to postpone any discussions until the sovereign returns to the capital. Li Si employed a delaying tactic, knowing that it would take several months for Ing Zhang to journey from the Eastern Sea back to Xianyang, during which time he could identify several suitable candidates to recommend. Kneeling on the ground, Li Xin listened intently, acutely aware that he was not held in favor by either the Chancellor or the Grand General, yet he was calculating. It seemed that the position of lieutenant was indeed a coveted one, and securing it would place him in a position of invulnerability. Montian, what are your thoughts? Ing Zheng casually inquired, observing the contemplative demeanor of the astute Montian. In truth, Montian welcomed the idea of Li Xin assuming the role of lieutenant, as it would mean having an ally within the inner sanctum, which would be beneficial for the Montian family. However, with both the Chancellor and the Grand General opposed, and with Fusa maintaining a serious expression, he felt he could not impose a recommendation regarding this matter. Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant with limited knowledge. I can only affirm that General Li Xin's loyalty and bravery are beyond reproach, and the concerns raised by the two esteemed gentlemen are indeed valid. His words nearly elicited a laugh from Ing Zhang, who was taken aback by Montian's apparent caution, realizing that certain factions within the court wielded considerable influence. However, the subsequent remarks from Montian halted Ing Zheng's rebuke before it could escape his lips. Princess Pulu was exceptionally wise. Since she has made this recommendation, there must be sound reasoning behind it, and I would very much like to hear her rationale. Indeed, why did Xian Yuan specifically endorse Li Xin for the position of lieutenant? If it were to repay his act of saving her, she could have easily requested other forms of reward. Montian's words plunged Ing Zheng into momentary contemplation. Should he summon Xian Yuan to inquire further? Anlin, a remarkably astute young lady, silently praised the princess's foresight upon hearing Montian mention her. Your Majesty, in response to General Montian's inquiry, the princess has instructed me to convey another message. Oh, Xian Yuan could foresee this. Truly, my daughter Pulu is exceptionally clever. Even the stern and resolute Ing Zheng could not help but exhibit a proud smile typical of a father when speaking of his daughter. The princess stated that the position of lieutenant is intimately linked to the security of the palace. Beyond loyalty and qualifications, the candidate must also possess decisiveness and quick adaptability, as well as a significant measure of fortune. Anlin lowered her head, reciting the princess's message as if it were a memorized verse. General Li Xin, during a time of crisis, rendered great service in rescuing the emperor. In Xian Yuan's view, he possesses remarkable fortune, as he is capable of perceiving impending dangers before they materialize. Should this individual stand by your side, Your Majesty, he would undoubtedly ensure your safety. This perspective was indeed novel, and a smile crept upon Ing Zheng's face, for Xuanyuan's words resonated deeply with him. He lacked for valiant generals and competent ministers, yet individuals capable of foreseeing risks were exceedingly rare. Ever since his encounter with Su Fu and Langya, his belief in celestial omens and the supernatural had intensified. Having someone with good fortune and divine insight by his side might even prove advantageous in his pursuits of immortality and elixirs. There was another crucial point that Shen Yuan did not voice, but it was equally significant: the balance of power within the political landscape. He could not allow either Li Si or Wang Ben's factions to occupy this position. Li Xian was perfectly suited to fulfill this role. I find great merit in the words of Princess Pulu. Let us proceed with. He intended to suggest that Li Xian serve temporarily as lieutenant until the emperor's return to the capital. However, the typically gentle and deferential Fusa preemptively knelt and presented his case. Father, Your Majesty, you are wise. Given General Li Xian's qualifications and military achievements, he is indeed capable of assuming the role of lieutenant. Yet, should this precedent be set, it may encourage those with aspirations for wealth and status to follow suit, thus disrupting the laws. As he spoke, several prominent ministers echoed his sentiments, largely advocating for a decision to be made upon their return to the capital. Fusu's argument was sound. Although Ing Zhang was often strict, he possessed considerable discernment and rarely held others accountable for their words. This characteristic was also a key reason behind his ability to attract and unify talented individuals across the realm. Chapter 11 Counsel from all sides. This statement caused a tremor in the hearts of the prominent ministers of the Qin state, led by Li Si and Wang Ben, not due to any other reason, but simply because the position in question held immense significance. The position of lieutenant is responsible for maintaining law and order in the capital and overseeing the arsenal, regarded alongside the Minister of Personnel and the Commander of the Guards as one of the three military pillars safeguarding the emperor, directly answering to him. Although the lieutenant does not match the Minister of Personnel or the Commander of the Guards in terms of nobility or proximity to the sovereign, he commands the largest elite garrison in the capital, Xianyang, supported by the significant forces under his jurisdiction, amounting to over 10,000 troops. This office has traditionally been held by members of the Qin royal family or seasoned generals from the Qin army. However, the previous lieutenant, Yang Duan, had not found a suitable successor after his promotion to commander of the guards, leaving the position vacant for some time, with Ing Zhang himself engaged in the selection. Due to the exceptional importance of the lieutenant's role, both the Chancellor Li Si and the General Wang Ben dared not make rash recommendations, fearing the emperor might perceive it as overstepping. However, privately, they were not inactive. Particularly Wang Ben, despite his high rank and influence, felt compelled to prepare for contingencies. If Wang Li could be appointed as lieutenant and gain experience alongside the emperor, it would be a true shortcut. To this end, he had approached Zhao Gao, subtly requesting him to seize the opportunity to recommend Wang Li to the emperor. The decision to appoint Wang Li as the vanguard general for the upcoming Eastern tour also served this purpose. Unexpectedly, Princess Pulu had recommended this position for Li Xian, which was unacceptable. Wang Ben thought to himself that this office, even if not bestowed upon his own son, certainly should not fall into the hands of Li Xian, who had never been aligned with him. Your Majesty, I believe the position of lieutenant is of utmost importance and must be approached with caution. Wang Ben knelt and proclaimed, in addition to qualifications and loyalty, it is imperative that we appoint a person of prudence and capability. As the foremost military figure in the Qin state, his resolute opposition would prompt even Ing Zhang to deliberate carefully, lest it provoke adverse repercussions. Li Si, too, was reluctant to see Li Xian assume command of the Imperial Guard, yet his motivations differed. A scholar well-versed in history and adept in the intrigues of court, Li Si placed even greater weight on this position than Wang Ben. For although Ing Zhang currently appeared vigorous, it was evident that his vitality was waning, with signs of decline increasingly apparent. Moreover, his disregard for the physician's counsel and excessive consumption of elixirs would inevitably lead to future complications. Should the emperor unexpectedly pass away one day, with the succession still undecided, no general or chancellor would be of any use, regardless of their ability to mobilize 100,000 troops. It would be too late to act. Gaining control of the Imperial Guard would enable one to command the capital's vicinity, and supporting a new ruler would merely require a word. He did not believe Li Xian would harbor ulterior motives, yet the risks were simply too great. Your Majesty, I too concur with the general's perspective. The role of lieutenant is indeed of great significance. It would be prudent to wait until the emperor returns to the capital to deliberate further. Li Si employed a tactic of delay, knowing that the journey from the Eastern Sea back to Xianyang would take several months, during which he could identify several suitable candidates to recommend. Li Xian knelt on the ground, yet he clearly heard the discourse. Aware that he was not favored by either the chancellor or the general inwardly, he calculated, it seems this position of lieutenant is quite desirable. Holding it would ensure at least a foothold.
Montian, what is your opinion?
Ing Zheng casually inquired, noticing the contemplative expression of the handsome Montian. And in truth, Montian would welcome Li Xan's appointment, as it would mean having an ally in such a pivotal role, a boon for the Montian family. However, with both the chancellor and the general opposed, and Fusu maintaining a stern countenance, he could not advocate forcefully. Well, your majesty, I am but a humble servant, and while I recognize General Li Xan's loyalty and valor as beyond reproach, I also acknowledge the wisdom and the concerns raised by the two esteemed gentlemen. His words nearly elicited a laugh from Ing Zheng, who was surprised to find Montian so keen to avoid offending anyone, suggesting the influence of certain factions within the court was rather substantial. However, Montian's subsequent remarks prevented Ing Zheng from expressing any reprimand. Princess Pulu is exceptionally wise. Since she has made this recommendation, there must be sound reasoning behind it, and I would very much like to hear her thoughts.
Indeed, why did Xian'er specifically recommend Li Xin for the position of lieutenant?
If it were merely to repay his life-saving grace, she could have sought other rewards.
Montian's observations plunged Ing Zheng into brief contemplation. Should he summon Xian'er to inquire further? Anlin, an astute young lady, silently commended the princess for her foresight upon hearing Montian mention her.
Your Majesty, regarding General Montian's inquiry, the princess has another message for me to convey.
Oh, Xian'er could foresee this?
Truly, my Pulu princess is remarkably perceptive. Even Ing Zheng, known for his resolute and stern demeanor, could not help but beam with paternal pride at the mention of his daughter. The princess states that the position of lieutenant is crucial for the security of the palace. In addition to loyalty and qualifications, one must also possess the ability to act decisively and respond swiftly, along with sufficient fortune. Anlin bowed her head, reciting the princess's words as if rehearsed. General Li Xin, during the tumultuous crisis, displayed remarkable valor and resourcefulness. In Xian'er's view, he possesses great fortune, being able to perceive dangers before they manifest. If this individual were to accompany your majesty, it would undoubtedly ensure your safety. This perspective was indeed refreshing, and a smile graced Ing Zheng's face, for the princess's words resonated deeply with him. He lacked for brave generals and capable ministers, yet individuals who could detect impending risks were exceedingly rare. Ever since his encounter with Su Fu and Langya, he had grown increasingly convinced of celestial omens and mystical arts. Having a fortuitous companion, blessed by divine insight, might even prove beneficial in his quest for immortality and elixirs. There was another crucial element that Xian'er had not mentioned but was equally important. The balance of power within the political sphere. He absolutely could not permit Li Si or Wang Ben's people to occupy this position. Li Xin was perfectly suited for the role.
I find the princess's reasoning quite sound.
Let us appoint. He initially intended to suggest that Li Xin serve as acting lieutenant until the formal appointment could be made upon their return to the capital. However, the typically gentle and respectful Fusu preemptively knelt to present his case. Father, you are wise. Given General Li Xin's qualifications and military achievements, he is indeed capable of assuming the position of lieutenant. However, should this precedent be set, it might encourage those with ambitions for wealth and status to follow suit, which would surely disrupt the law. As he spoke, several high-ranking officials echoed his sentiments, advocating for a decision to be postponed until their return to the capital. Fusu's argument held merit. Although Ing Zheng was known for his decisiveness, he possessed a keen sense of discernment and seldom cast blame based on speech alone. This was, in fact, a key reason for his ability to attract talent and unify the realm. Chapter 12. The great achievements must be rewarded. Just as Ing Zheng hesitated amidst the cacophony of voices, Zhang Han returned with 300 cavalrymen. Moreover, on the horses behind him were two individuals, their hair disheveled and clothing stained with blood, their faces obscured, leaving their fates uncertain. Zhang Han, displaying remarkable cleverness, swiftly approached and knelt before Ing Zheng, bowing his head as he reported, Your Majesty, favored by the heavens, I have apprehended the assassins, one dead, one injured.
Please examine them. Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng's spirit soared, and he inquired, Who are the kneeling individuals?
Zhang Han answered loudly, I am Zhang Han, a subordinate of the Marquis of Longxi.
One dead and one injured?
Li Xin could not help but be astonished, reflecting, according to historical records, Zhang Liang and that formidable warrior were supposed to have escaped. How could they have been captured? Could it be that one of the three heroes of the Han is about to be lost? Zhang Han's subsequent remarks clarified his confusion. Your Majesty, General Li Xian's archery is divine. With a single arrow, he struck both individuals. The tall one died instantly, while the one behind him sustained a wound to his left leg. They had originally dug an escape tunnel, but were unable to flee in time, hence they were captured by us. A double kill with one arrow? Ying Zheng's gaze deepened, for he had long heard of Li Xian's exceptional marksmanship, and he could hardly believe its formidable power. No wonder Wang Jian had specially recommended him before retreating to the mountains. Li Xian felt a sense of relief, realizing that Zhang Liang was still alive. A person of such extraordinary intellect should not succumb so easily. Would he, however, become a limping strategist in the future? Excellent! Ying Zheng's eyes flashed like lightning as they swept over the princes and ministers before him, each word seeming to emerge through clenched teeth. Since he is not dead, we must interrogate him thoroughly to ascertain if there are any masterminds behind this. Your Majesty, the assassin is gravely injured and currently unconscious. He requires immediate medical attention. At that moment, Wang Li, who had been kneeling in silence for a long while, suddenly prostrated himself and implored, I beseech your Majesty to entrust this assassin to my care. The military physician and ample medicinal supplies in the vanguard camp will surely enable his swift recovery. Hu Hai, having knelt for an extended period, felt his knees growing sore and was gently rubbing them when he overheard Wang Li's statement, unable to suppress a laugh as he muttered to himself, how amusing, how amusing. His tone was laced with sarcasm, perceptible to all, yet no one dared to echo his sentiments due to the power and prestige of the Wang family. Wang Ben frowned but soon grasped his son's intention. The emperor was primarily concerned with the assassin's testimony, and should Wang Li succeed, it might mitigate some negative repercussions. However, as Wang Ben was indeed Wang Li's father, he felt it inappropriate to speak on his behalf. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the Grand Inspector Feng Jia, a descendant of the renowned General Feng Ting of Zhao, with whom he had always maintained a cordial relationship. Feng Jia had refrained from joining the discussions regarding Li Xian's alleged crimes and had remained silent. However, deep down, he was not optimistic about the bold young general's prospects for the position of lieutenant. Coupled with his interactions with the Wang family, he viewed Wang Li as a rare talent and wished to shield him from excessive punishment. Therefore, he earnestly proposed, I believe we can grant Wang Li an opportunity to redeem himself through merit. In Ying Zheng's eyes, Feng Jia was a man of integrity, not one to indulge in flattery. Since he had spoken up, Ying Zheng decided to grant Wang Ben a favor. In that case, let Wang Li oversee the assassin's custody, ensure he is treated with utmost care and diligence. Zhang Han felt somewhat aggrieved, thinking, this arrow was shot by my esteemed General Li Xian, and I personally captured this individual. How can it be that Wang Li snatches him away so easily? Just as he was about to voice his dissent, Li Xian beside him firmly grasped the hem of his armor, giving him a knowing look and shaking his head. Among those present, only he perceived the true value of this individual. Such a political genius, one who appears only once every few centuries, would surely have divine protection and could not be so easily undone. Now, overseeing Zhang Liang was not merely an undesirable task, it could also entail significant risks and troubles. Li Xian absolutely could not allow himself to become a scapegoat. His gestures were subtle. Apart from Zhang Han, only Zhao Gao, who stood beside Ying Zheng, comprehended the implications, and he could not help but be moved by the political acumen displayed by the young general. Ying Zheng coughed heavily, prompting Zhao Gao to promptly lean in, attentively listening as he relayed a few brief instructions before drawing the curtain closed, signifying that Ying Zheng had reached a final decision. Zhao Gao stood at the center and proclaimed loudly, the Marquis of Longxi, General Li Xian of the Rear Army, has rendered great service in rescuing His Majesty and has also captured the assassin, achieving two significant merits. The laws of our Qin are stringent, rewards must be given. Therefore, I decree that Li Xian be appointed as lieutenant, and all those under Zhang Han who contributed to the rescue shall be promoted 2 ranks and rewarded with 100 gold pieces. He was, after all, an emperor for the ages. While he could humbly accept counsel, once he issued an edict, none dared to voice dissent, not even Li Si or Wang Ben, who could only bow their heads and utter, we humbly accept the decree. Not far away, within the carriage, Ying Xian sighed in relief upon hearing the decree, her radiant face blooming with a smile. Zhang Han not only received a generous reward but also gained favor in front of Ing Zhang. Naturally feeling elated, seizing the opportunity while Li Xian was absent, he began to boast to the accompanying lieutenants. Truly, it is our general's brilliance and martial prowess that enabled him to sense the assassination attempt from 100 miles away, leading us to rush to His Majesty's aid and achieve remarkable feats. When I heard the general mention the rescue, I immediately volunteered to follow.
As brothers who had survived the battlefield, Zhang Han spoke without reservation, and Li Xian overheard his boisterous proclamations from outside the tent.
When I saw the general release that divine arrow, I acted decisively and rushed out. You few, if it weren't for our good relationship, how could you have had the opportunity to achieve such a remarkable feat? Before he could finish his self-aggrandizing speech, Li Xian, both amused and exasperated, pushed aside the curtain and entered the tent, observing Zhang Han gesturing animatedly, his spittle flying, while the 4 lieutenants nodded in agreement. Upon seeing their commander enter, Zhang Han quickly rose, offering the only seat to Li Xian and smilingly said, "General, you have worked hard, we congratulate you on your esteemed appointment as lieutenant." The 4 lieutenants also bowed in unison, thinking, "With His Majesty's favor upon the general, our lives as brothers will surely become much easier." According to custom, should Li Xian assume the position of lieutenant, he could transfer part of his troops for safety and to facilitate swift command of the army. In terms of treatment, the garrison troops were significantly stronger than those stationed in various counties, and they were closer to the emperor, increasing the likelihood of promotion. However, upon seeing Li Xian's somber expression, seemingly displeased, the others were puzzled, wondering, could it be that the general is dissatisfied with this lieutenant position?
One of the lieutenants, Sima Xian, a kinsman of the renowned general Sima Qiu, who had accompanied Li Xian for some time, boldly inquired, "General, do you have any grievances?"
Li Xian sighed and beckoned a few individuals closer, saying, "Just now, Lord Zhaogao summoned me and we discussed matters privately for a couple of hours, specifically regarding the lieutenant appointment."
Chapter 13.
Turning the tables with a face devoid of any hint of malice and adorned with a gentle smile, Zhaogao appeared utterly harmless as he met Li Xian in the imperial palace where the emperor rested. In terms of rank and official position, Li Xian naturally surpassed Zhaogao. However, when it came to power and influence, a mere general, even one of the rank of lieutenant, could hardly compare to the authority of a Grand Master of the Central Chariot who had daily access to the emperor. Even on ordinary occasions, when high-ranking officials such as Li Si, Wang Ben, or Feng Jie met Zhaogao for discussions, they treated him with utmost deference, for none wished to offend a courtier whom the emperor could not do without. Yet, as Li Xian stepped into the chamber, he was greeted by more than a dozen eunuchs and maidens, who respectfully escorted him to Zhaogao's private quarters. Zhaogao stood at the entrance, impeccably dressed, awaiting his arrival. "Lord of Longxi, please come in." Zhaogao greeted with a cupped fist, an unexpected display of courtesy that took Li Xian by surprise. In his recollection, he and Zhaogao had scarcely met, much less cultivated any familiarity. However, being from a distant future where strict adherence to social hierarchies was not overly emphasized, Li Xian smiled and returned the gesture, saying, "I am honored by your summons, Lord Zhao.
Might I inquire what urgent matter requires my presence?"
Since assuming the role of Grand Master of the Central Chariot, Zhaogao was accustomed to being addressed with respect by the ministers he encountered, and Li Xian's casual demeanor momentarily stunned him. He soon broke into a hearty laugh, saying, "I merely wished to express my gratitude for the life you saved, Lord of Longxi."
Li Xian paused, somewhat perplexed.
"If you refer to my service in rescuing the emperor, I humbly accept the credit. However, I fail to understand how I saved you, Lord Zhao." Zhaogao ordered fresh fruits and drinks to be served, gesturing towards the obedient eunuchs and maidens.
"You are too modest, my lord.
Not only have you saved me, but you have also spared all those within these walls. Were it otherwise, these individuals would not display such reverence. Even if the Chancellor or the Generalissimo were to visit, they would not receive such treatment."
At last, Li Xian grasped the implication.
Zhaogao was acknowledging that he had saved the emperor and the princess, thereby shielding them from calamity, yet, he had not previously considered this and casually replied, "This is merely a testament to your good fortune, Lord Zhao.
How could I presume to claim credit?"
With that, he ceased the formalities and seated himself. To Zhaogao's surprise, Li Xian's increasingly relaxed demeanor only delighted him further. As the foremost eunuch,
he was accustomed to superficial flattery and the insincerity that lay beneath. It was rare to encounter someone willing to engage in straightforward dialogue. He mused, so this Lord of Longxi is a forthright individual, genuine in his dealings, perhaps this gem is worth aligning with. Just hours prior, as the great iron cone circled ominously in the sky, uncertain whether it would strike the first or second carriage, Zhao Gao had nearly despaired, believing his fate sealed. Unexpectedly, Li Xian emerged as a savior, not only rescuing the emperor but also earning the favor of the princess and securing the pivotal position of lieutenant. Being close to the emperor, Zhao Gao understood the significance of this role. At a critical moment, it outweighed even that of the 3 dukes and 9 ministers in terms of controlling military might in Xianyang. Thus, expressing gratitude was merely a pretext. Ultimately, he sought to gauge whether Lord Longxi might align himself with him, that is, with Prince Hu Hai. Generally, eunuchs were advised to limit their interactions with military commanders. However, under the persistent insistence of Li Si and Wang Ben, Ying Zhang had made certain concessions, thrusting this hot potato into Zhao Gao's hands to placate Li Xian, thus providing him with an opportunity. His Majesty holds Lord Longxi's loyalty and valor in high regard and has therefore bestowed upon you the position of lieutenant. I hope you comprehend the Emperor's keen eye for talent, Zhao Gao stated, preferring to dispense with the formalities and speak plainly. However, the role of lieutenant is vastly different from the one you previously held on the battlefield. Are you aware of this, General? Li Xian chuckled inwardly, realizing Zhao Gao's intent. This fellow was clearly attempting to win him over. Zhao Gao's infamy, merely recorded in the annals of history, at least thus far, he had been a loyal minister of the Qin, possessing considerable talent. More importantly, his position was critical, warranting a meaningful alliance. Furthermore, if he wished to thrive within the Qin, cultivating friendships was paramount, especially since he currently had few allies. Wang Ben was a given, but even Li Si appeared to harbor biases against him. Moreover, even the Crown Prince Fusu, who was said to be benevolent, stood opposed to him. In contrast, Hu Hai, though young, had spoken a few kind words on his behalf, establishing a modicum of rapport, making dealings with Zhao Gao all the more reasonable. Reflecting on this, Li Xian smiled slightly and addressed Zhao Gao. You flatter me, Lord Zhao. I am but a soldier accustomed to the bloodshed of battle, adept at leading thousands into combat to claim the heads of generals. As for the intricacies of the lieutenant's role, I shall rely heavily on your guidance. Nevertheless, I am a man of loyalty and integrity, willing to go to great lengths for my friends. You may rest assured of this, Lord Zhao. Zhao Gao's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to tumble from his seat. Little did he expect that before he could initiate an alliance with Li Xian, he would be turned from guest to host. Adjusting his official cap, he scrutinized the young general before him with incredulity. This was not the brutish warrior he had anticipated, easily swayed by mere favors. From Li Xian's composed demeanor and resolute gaze, one could sense an air of superiority and assurance. Among those with whom Zhao Gao typically interacted were the finest figures in the realm, yet none had so succinctly articulated their stance, distinguishing friend from foe, and even hinting at the desire for an alliance. How could he ascertain that Li Xian was not merely testing him? Unbeknownst to Zhao Gao, from Sima Qian onward, countless historians, literati, and even emperors and ministers had conducted profound analyses of his actions, instilling in Li Xian a confidence of his own. Seizing the moment while Zhao Gao remained momentarily dazed, Li Xian quickly scanned the modestly appointed chamber, filled with bamboo slips, with the most striking feature being the sealbox resting on the desk. This must be the imperial seal used by Ying Zhang for conducting state affairs and issuing edicts, Li Xian mused internally. With such a diligent emperor, even the mere act of stamping documents would keep Zhao Gao occupied for a considerable time. Additionally, he had to coordinate all the arrangements for Ying Zhang's eastern tour, ensuring the smooth operation of such a vast array of affairs. The efficiency with which Zhao Gao managed these complexities spoke volumes of his capability. To maintain such a grand enterprise is no small feat. You are indeed a remarkable talent, Lord Zhao. Li Xian remarked, expressing genuine admiration rather than insincere flattery, which greatly pleased Zhao Gao, who thought to himself that at last, someone recognized the challenges inherent in this role. Nevertheless, he feigned humility, saying, "It is but trifling matters, hardly comparable to the contributions made by the general on the battlefield." Li Xian shook his head, responding, "Sustaining the stability of the inner court and ensuring the emperor faces no distractions is a crucial support for victory on the battlefield. You are indispensable, Lord Zhao, and your contributions cannot be overlooked."
These words nearly overwhelmed Zhao Gao, stirring his emotions as it was the first time in his life that someone had equated his achievements with those of renowned ministers and generals. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 14 An Oath to the Moon. This truly reflects Li Xian's innermost thoughts throughout the establishment and development of his enterprise. Had it not been for his girlfriend, Lure, who devotedly managed his affairs from behind the scenes, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to achieve such success. As he recalled Lure, his tone became remarkably sincere, and his gaze unwavering. A person like Zhao Gao could undoubtedly discern that this was his genuine sentiment initially. If Zhao Gao had harbored intentions of coercion and inducement, he had now completely cast such thoughts aside. Regarding Li Xian with the perspective of a confidant, his voice growing increasingly gentle. General Li is indeed a man of discernment, Zhao Gao remarked, inviting Li Xian to sample some fruits while recalibrating his own approach, no longer veiling his intentions but rather candidly addressing the predicament at hand. My Lord Chancellor, the Generalissimo, and the Grand Historian are the three pillars upon which His Majesty relies most heavily, and they are also the three most formidable figures in the current court. With all due respect, General, you do not seem to share a close relationship with these three. On the contrary, there appears to be some estrangement. Zhao Gao, as a master of palace intrigue, had sensed the undercurrents from the scene of the rescue, which formed the very basis of his desire to win over Li Xian. If Li Xian already enjoyed the trust and favor of various factions, there would be no need for Zhao Gao to intervene. This was an undeniable truth, and Li Xian could only sigh in resignation, nodding in acknowledgement. Your insight is indeed profound, my lord. In my youth, I was brash and headstrong, unknowingly offending them. Had it not been for His Majesty's favor, I fear I would not have been granted this opportunity for the Eastern tour. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao regarded Li Xian with newfound respect. The ability to admit one's shortcomings and recognize the issues at hand was exceedingly rare, sparing Zhao Gao considerable explanation. There is one thing I do not quite comprehend. I would appreciate your guidance, Zhao Fuling. Li Xian suddenly recalled a matter and furrowed his brow in contemplation. It seems I have had no dealings with young Master Fusu, so how could, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Gao interrupted him with a smile. Not only does General Li find it perplexing, but I too was at a loss at the time. However, at this juncture, I can surmise some insights. Oh, I would be grateful if Zhao Fuling could elaborate for me. Noticing Li Xian's respectful demeanor, Zhao Gao felt quite satisfied, thinking to himself, if it weren't for Fusu's blunder, how could I have had the chance to cultivate your support? Among His Majesty's princes, young Master Fusu holds the foremost position and is also the most seasoned. His Majesty harbors great expectations for him. Young Master Fusu presents himself as gentle and cultured, garnering the admiration of the court's high officials. Though not yet named as heir apparent, his status is not far removed. As Zhao Gao spoke, he cautiously glanced at Li Xian, only to find that he exhibited no signs of tension, and even a peculiar smile played at the corners of his mouth. He could not fathom that Li Xian was contemplating figures such as Lu Ju of the Western Han, Yan Yong of the Sui, and Li Jiancheng of the Tang. Titles aside, what did it matter? They could be usurped. What young Master Fusu lacks is the support of the military. Zhao Gao lowered his voice, leaning in slightly. Cultivating a good relationship with Wang Ben is his utmost priority. It is said he has already made some progress, as Wang Li has frequently invited him to inspect the vanguard camp. Ah, I see. Li Xian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, realizing that he was to be used to curry favor with the Generalissimo. Nevertheless, Wang Ben retained a measure of pride and valor, unlike Li Si, who was sycophantic. From another perspective, His Majesty has always felt that young Master Fusu's temperament is insufficiently resolute. Perhaps this time he wishes to make an impression before His Majesty. Before Zhao Gao could continue, Li Xian abruptly rose, deeply bowing to Zhao Gao, saying, Young Master Hu Hai speaks justly, standing up for me, which must be attributed to your guidance, Zhao Fuling. I extend my heartfelt thanks. Please convey my regards to young Master Hu Hai. This favor shall surely be repaid in the future. Zhao Gao could not help but gasp in astonishment, re-evaluating Li Xian, now feeling a twinge of unease. Such an unreserved promise, so nearly a direct declaration of allegiance, was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. There was no subtlety, no testing of waters. Li Xian had plunged straight into the matter. After all, young Master Hu Hai was still quite young, despite His Majesty's favor, few regarded him highly. Seeing Zhao Gao's expression akin to that of someone constipated, Li Xian found it amusing, yet he understood that his directness might have aroused suspicion, causing Zhao Gao to worry about ulterior motives. Zhao Fuling, I am but a warrior. I speak and act as I would in battle, striking straight to the heart, like a single blade cleaving through the ranks of 100,000. Though young Master Hu Hai is still in his youth, with you, Zhao Fuling, by his side, he is destined for greatness. If you doubt my sincerity, you may take your time to verify. My intentions are as true as the sun and moon. As Li Xian's bold declarations resonated, Zhao Gao could not help but recall the day when Ing Zheng celebrated the return of the severed head of Crown Prince Dan of Yen, a gift from Li Xian. At that time, His Majesty had laughed heartily, brandishing the head to showcase to his ministers, lauding Li Xian's valor, having breached deep into Liaodong with merely 1,000 cavalry, leaving the King of Yen with no refuge, and personally dubbing him the Flying General of Qin. Perhaps this is indeed Li Xian's style of conduct. Zhao Gao mused inwardly, resolutely deciding, such a formidable ally must not be easily forsaken, even at the risk of some peril. General Li, your candor is truly admirable. I am profoundly impressed. Zhao Gao grasped Li Xian's hand, gesturing toward the moon that had just risen outside the window, stating, should the day come when your words ring true, I, Zhao Gao, shall not fail you. After this exchange, the two shared a knowing smile, feeling an enhanced closeness, leading to a dialogue devoid of pretense. Li Xian silently chuckled, finding it amusing to pledge an oath to the moon with the most infamous treacherous official in history. It is indeed lamentable that General Li, so loyal and valiant, is met with constant suspicion from certain individuals. Zhao Gao finally articulated what should have been said prior to their alliance. Li Si, Wang Ben, and others have petitioned His Majesty, stating that the position of lieutenant is of great significance, and that the general may only bring along 10 personal guards to ensure safety. 10 personal guards? Li Xian's fury ignited at the words. As a distinguished general of the Qin state, he was to take command of the imperial guards without a retinue. This would not only hinder his swift control over the troops, but also invite scorn from his subordinates, the officers and marquises. Ha, ha. In his rage, Li Xian laughed mockingly, subtly insinuating, I never thought my Lord Chancellor and the Generalissimo would be so considerate of me. Moreover, the Chancellor mentioned that your troops are all elite and should not be concentrated in one place. They ought to be deployed where they're most needed, especially the Deputy General Zhang Han, who possesses considerable talent and should be promoted beyond the norm. In the end, it is but a scheme to dismantle my forces and distribute them among various armies, thus ensuring their compliance. Chapter 15. The fate of the young minister. Li Xian's words struck with precision, causing Zhao Gao's eyes to brighten as he promptly praised, General Li is indeed extraordinary, he has immediately discerned their scheme. However, recognizing Zhang Han as a talent of great military prowess is a testament to Li Si's merit as chancellor. Li Xian smirked and inquired, what measures does he intend to take for his promotion? The chancellor asserts that Zhang Han possesses both courage and strategy, executing tasks with decisiveness. The progress of the imperial tomb has been consistently delayed due to the absence of such a figure, hence he plans to appoint him as the left minister of the Shaofu, overseeing the procurement of stone and timber as well as the construction of the imperial tomb. As Zhao Gao spoke, he scrutinized Li Xian's expression. In his view, assigning a valiant general to oversee tomb construction was a gross underutilization of talent, laden with obvious intentions of restraint, which would undoubtedly incite Li Xian's wrath. To his astonishment, the previously irate Li Xian burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, the left minister of the Shaofu, that is precisely where Zhang Han ought to be. Zhao Gao, along with Li Si, Wang Ben, and even Ing Zheng, assumed that Li Xian's favored general would be relegated to idleness, effectively severing Li Xian's support. Yet, in Li Xian's eyes, this was an unparalleled opportunity. They could not fathom that when confronted with the impending tide of rebel forces, the hundreds of thousands of convicts engaged in the construction of the imperial tomb would emerge as a formidable force. However, the position of left minister of the Shaofu is rather insignificant. The chancellor is indeed too stingy. With Zhang Han's capabilities, what difference would it make even if he were made a Shaofu? Zhao Gao, taken aback, marveled at Li Xian's audacity, unfazed by the prospect of his favored general being sidelined, and audacious enough to desire a position among the 9 ministers.
General Li's broad-mindedness is truly remarkable. He is indeed a paragon of the younger generation.
Zhao Gao commended, raising his thumb in admiration, before continuing with his own accolades. However, I believe a distinguished lieutenant like myself should not embark on such a trivial mission without due consideration, for it would surely invite contempt. Thus, I argued persuasively to His Majesty, securing 2 lieutenants, 5 military nobles, and 20 personal guards for General Li. This was Zhao Gao embellishing his own narrative. No matter how audacious he was, he would never dare to interject during discussions between Ying Zhang, the Chancellor, and the Grand General. This adjustment was merely a gesture to ensure that the man who had just saved the Emperor did not feel disheartened. Lixin, fully aware of the underlying motives, graciously accepted Zhao Gao's words, replying, "I shall forever remember the grace of Lord Zhao. I kindly request that you convey to His Majesty my unwavering loyalty, and I, Lixin, will undoubtedly adhere to his commands."
Li Xian's face radiated sincerity.
"Additionally, I have one matter to trouble you to relay."
Zhao Gao was taken aback, pondering. Could it be that Li Xian seeks some favor from His Majesty? This could prove troublesome, yet, maintaining an impassive faade, he inquired with a smile, "What request does General Li have?" "Do not hesitate to speak freely. The construction of the imperial tomb is of utmost importance to our great Qin and warrants our fullest dedication. Your Majesty's discerning eye in promoting Zhang Han is indeed a wise decision. I believe an additional 2 lieutenants and 1,000 elite soldiers should be appointed to oversee the work. This would undoubtedly ensure the successful completion of this grand endeavor." Since their meeting that evening, Zhao Gao had received a series of unexpected delights, but none could compare to the shock of this proposal. "General Li, do you truly mean this? Is this truly an expression of your innermost thoughts?"
Zhao Gao inquired, his voice trembling.
"I, Li, do not speak falsehoods. Lord Zhao may relay my words as they are." "Excellent, excellent, excellent!"
Zhao Gao exclaimed thrice, for this exceeded his expectations and even caught Ying Zhang off guard. Previously, he had instructed Zhao Gao to offer reassurance, yet in Li Xian's mind, he calculated his own strategy. Ultimately, Ying Zhang was the paramount authority. Demonstrating his loyalty and clinging to this powerful ally was of utmost importance. As for Zhang Han, sending him additional personnel was merely to facilitate his swift control over the situation and seize this currently unnoticed power. What could be more advantageous? The number of troops assigned to the lieutenant seemed significant, but with his own achievements and Zhao Gao's support, subduing the garrison would not pose an insurmountable challenge. He even speculated, somewhat maliciously, that this could be a ploy orchestrated by Li Si and Wang Ban, intending to provoke him and label him as rebellious and insubordinate, thereby completely marginalizing him. I cannot fall for this trap. Having accomplished His Majesty's task with remarkable ease, while also securing the loyalty of this young and valiant general for the prince, Zhao Gao felt as though he were walking on air, buoyed by elation. Suddenly, he recalled a pressing matter, and his expression grew serious as he lowered his voice, asking, "How did General Li come to know of the assassination attempt on His Majesty?" This was a difficult question to answer. Given Zhao Gao's cunning, he would never accept that Li Xian had simply misled Zhang Han. That if he concealed too much, he risked losing the other's trust. Under Zhao Gao's keen scrutiny, Li Xian chose to take a risk, leaning closer and speaking in a hushed tone. "I have a friend within the Imperial Guards who may have uncovered some clues and relayed the information to me." Zhao Gao's eyebrows arched in thought, as he inquired, "Communicating information without authorization carries the penalty of death?"
Li Xian responded with a proud smile, unwavering, "I trust that Lord Zhao is not so rigid and inflexible."
Though his words were somewhat audacious, they were a clever gambit, essentially presenting his own vulnerability, thus expressing a measure of sincerity. Zhao Gao furrowed his brows, increasingly perplexed by the man before him. He could not discern whether Li Xian was merely recklessly naive or genuinely simple-minded. If he were merely a loyal servant of His Majesty, he should have reported immediately. However, Zhao Gao was not that type of person. He merely paused for a moment before smiling broadly. "General Li, you just, a loyal and brave subject like you would never engage in such actions." Li Xian's tense demeanor relaxed, understanding that Zhao Gao had made his choice, and he too began to smile, saying, "I was merely sharing a jest in the presence of Lord Zhao, to lighten the atmosphere." Noticing that time was drawing near, Zhao Gao wished not to prolong the conversation lest it arouse suspicion, so he returned to his seat, restoring his usual tone of businesslike formality. "Since General Li has demonstrated such loyalty,
I shall faithfully report to His Majesty. In the future, we will engage in numerous dealings, and we can deliberate on the details at our leisure. Li Xian straightened in his seat, respectfully responding before the maidservants tidying up the room. Lord Zhao, please assure His Majesty that I, Li Xian, will dedicate myself wholeheartedly, disregarding personal safety, to protect His Majesty and the tranquility of Xianyang. Chapter 16. Partners. As Zhao Gao accompanied Li Xian on his way out, he discreetly reminded him of two matters, the first being that the assassins were now in Wang Li's hands and were likely to awaken soon for interrogation. He urged Li Xian to steer clear of the situation to avoid unnecessary troubles. The second matter was conveyed with a meaningful glance from Zhao Gao that sent Li Xian's heart racing, but he quickly realized his apprehension was unfounded, for Zhao Gao merely stated, "Princess Pulu has yet to be betrothed. Take heed." What could this imply? Li Xian now understood that the person he had saved was none other than Ying Zhang's most cherished princess, Ying Xian. It was rumored that many noble heirs were eagerly preparing to vie for her hand, with Wang Li, the son of the general, leading the charge. Zhao Gao was clearly hinting that Ying Zhang had not yet made a final decision regarding the princess's marriage, and if Li Xian were to make an effort, he might not be without opportunity. The princess possessed an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of Lu'er, and it would be a lie to say Li Xian was unaffected. However, he recognized that his current status was insufficient to compete with the likes of Wang Ben and Wang Li, thus he resolved to bide his time and seek a breakthrough. Lost in thought during his return to the camp, he was soon met with the voice of Zhang Han and realized that the pressing matter at hand was to persuade him to take on the position of Left Minister of the Imperial Granary. It seemed rather unthinkable to have a valiant general supervising the construction of the imperial tomb, dealing with stones, bricks, and timber, and overseeing the convict laborers, yet given the gravity of the situation, Li Xian steeled himself to broach the subject. As he anticipated, Zhang Han's expression fell instantaneously, the earlier pride vanishing without a trace. The other officers stood in stunned silence, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. "Zhang Han, why the long face? This is a promotion. You are but a step away from becoming one of the 9 ministers, which is not far removed from my own position as lieutenant. General, if the court were truly to issue such an edict, I, Zhang Han, would rather resign and retreat from public service than accept this assignment." Zhang Han remained unmoved by Li Xian's entreaties, his tone resolute. "Zhang Han, while this position may seem burdensome at present, in the future," Li Xian faltered momentarily, grappling with whether to reveal that in a few years, Ying Zhang would meet his demise, and it would be the tens of thousands of convicts under Zhang Han's command who would sustain the qin. He could not voice such thoughts. Instead, he redirected his persuasion. "In time, when His Majesty sees the magnificent construction of the tomb, he will undoubtedly bestow great rewards, and you shall become a prominent minister in the court. General, please cease your arguments." Zhang Han had regained his composure, his mind clear. The tomb's construction is an enduring endeavor. I have heard it may take a decade or more to complete. The coercion of the laborers has reached a dreadful level, with fatalities occurring daily. As a general of the qin, my duty lies in expanding territory and safeguarding the state. How could I engage in such a task that tarnishes my moral integrity? There is no need for further persuasion. I shall submit my resignation. With that, he turned to leave, only to be met with Li Xian's furious shout, "Zhang Han, you coward! If you wish to depart, then go. I have misjudged you." Those words struck deep, for Zhang Han prided himself on being at the forefront of battle, yet here he was branded a coward by Li Xian, stirring a sense of indignation within him. He turned back to Li Xian, seemingly awaiting clarification. Li Xian felt a surge of triumph, as Zhang Han's earlier words had sparked a new idea in his mind. He feigned a sigh and said, "I shall not conceal from you. Although the appointment of Zhang Han originates from His Majesty, it is, in fact, the work of the Chancellor and the General. After today's events, I trust you understand the reasoning." Both Zhang Han and several other officers, who were indeed the backbone of the Qin army and could command thousands, possessed not only valor but also strategy. Upon hearing the names of the Chancellor and the General, an understanding dawned upon them, and they exchanged glances, remaining silent as Zhang Han's expression shifted from anger to solemnity. If Zhang Han were to defy the edict, they would surely fabricate charges against us, employing various means to divide and disperse us, and at that juncture, His Majesty would certainly not side with us.
Seeing that everyone was listening intently, Li Xian continued, however, if we take the initiative, His Majesty will observe our loyalty through our actions, especially since we would have contributed to his rescue, making it difficult for others to deceive him.
Would you not agree?
The officers exchanged glances, astonished by Li Xian's insight. They had never anticipated that their superior could foresee the intricacies of human motives to such an extent.
Thus, I propose to allocate 1,000 elite soldiers to accompany you in supervising the tomb's construction. This serves two purposes: to preserve a well-organized elite unit and to ensure that we are among the hundreds of thousands of strong young men laboring on the site. Do you grasp the implications?
Zhang Han appeared bewildered, scratching his head. Li Xian laughed heartily and playfully slapped his forehead, lowering his voice yet infusing it with strength. In critical moments, this will become a decisive army. Zhang Han was no fool, on the contrary, his rugged exterior masked a keen intellect, and he was the first to catch on.
His complexion paled, beads of sweat forming as he asked, trembling slightly, "General, do you mean to?"
His question ignited a wave of alarm among the other officers, who displayed varying degrees of concern. Their reactions caught Li Xian off guard, but he quickly understood. With the garrison forces under his command and the vast army being trained under Zhang Han, his intentions could easily be misconstrued as treasonous.
"What are you all thinking?"
Li Xian exclaimed in exasperation. "I merely hope that one day, when the Qin faces internal strife or external threats, we will have the capability to defend the state and protect His Majesty. Zhang Han, you must also reflect on who will accompany you to supervise the tomb and who will follow me to fulfill the duties of lieutenant." After a long moment of contemplation, Zhang Han finally nodded and declared, "Your thoughts and concerns surpass those of us greatly, particularly your unwavering loyalty to the Qin and His Majesty.
We are all linked to the general's fortunes.
We shall obey your commands without hesitation." With Zhang Han's affirmation, the four officers also pledged their allegiance, expressing no dissent whether they were to join the garrison or supervise the tomb.
That is the spirit.
Observing his diverse yet valiant and loyal subordinates, Li Xian felt a sense of reassurance, as if he had assembled the foundational team that would support his ambitions. Over a millennium ago, a sage, after years of cultivation, finally attained enlightenment and encountered 5 destined individuals in a place called Li Garden, imparting the profound truths to them, known as the initial turning of the Dharma wheel. These 5 became the bedrock for the sage's teachings. Li Xian referenced a Buddhist tale yet to reach the Qin, smiling as he explained, "You 5, undaunted by life and death, have come with me to rescue His Majesty.
I shall forever remember this bond of loyalty and ensure we share in future prosperity."
Chapter 17. The cavalry officer. Although Zhang Han and the other 4 did not fully comprehend the general's tale, they grasped the metaphor of the cornerstone, signifying a bond of life and death, and shared adversity. Their hearts trembled in unison, and they clasped their hands in a gesture of loyalty, declaring, "We, the humble officers, pledge to follow you unto death, without a trace of disloyalty."
"There is one more matter, Zhang Han, I need you to stay behind."
As the other 4 departed, Li Xian retained Zhang Han, speaking in a hushed tone, "My trusted soldier Zhao Yan seems somewhat amiss. Arrange for someone to keep a close watch on him, observe his actions, and whom he associates with, and report to me at once." Zhang Han was taken aback, recalling the peril Li Xian had narrowly escaped earlier that day. Understanding dawned upon him, and he refrained from further discussion, nodding in affirmation, "Rest assured, General, if he harbors treachery, he will not evade our notice." After seeing Zhang Han off, Li Xian stretched languidly, reflecting on the day's extraordinary events that felt almost dreamlike. To articulate it precisely, having traversed so many trials, he had finally achieved a profound sense of identity, fully merging with the persona of a general of the Qin state. Just as he prepared to return to his tent for rest, a pressing thought struck him, an exceedingly vital matter. He must meet with the individual who had conveyed crucial information to him. This person, capable of uncovering the assassination plot against Ding Zheng beforehand, must have seen or heard something significant. The informant was named Wang, who had previously served under Li Xian and shared a deep camaraderie. He had since been reassigned to Ying Zheng's Imperial Guard, and due to his loyalty and diligence, had risen to the rank of cavalry officer, commanding 100 elite cavalrymen. Now that the assassination attempt had failed, and the assailant had been captured by Li Xian's arrow, the mastermind behind this scheme would undoubtedly be in a state of alarm and would harbor resentment towards Li Xian. Thus, swift action was imperative. He glanced at the sky. It was well past the third watch. The camp had succumbed to darkness and silence, save for the flickering torches held by patrolling soldiers. Due to Wang Yi's duties, his station position was closer to the imperial palace, necessitating passage through the main camp. Lixin, not possessing the extraordinary ability to traverse the skies, decided it better to walk openly rather than sneak around and risk being discovered. As he made his way, he indeed encountered several patrols. However, having displayed remarkable valor in rescuing the emperor and the princess during the day, Lixin's heroic deeds had left a profound impression on all, who regarded him with reverence. Furthermore, as Lixin had recently been appointed as a lieutenant, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding the emperor, and thus no one dared to question his passage. Upon arriving at Wang Yi's tent, 2 guards promptly barred his way, albeit courteously. Generally, this area is under the jurisdiction of the chief minister's imperial guards. Please halt. These 2 guards, having been stationed near the emperor, recognized Lixin and held him in high esteem, yet they could not allow him to pass due to Wang Yi's strict military orders. I have an old acquaintance, cavalry officer Wang Yi, and I merely wish to have a word with him. I mean no harm. In terms of proximity to the emperor, the chief minister held a paramount position, overseeing the emperor's daily security and serving as an advisor on matters of council. Currently, the chief minister was a member of the royal family, Ying Wujiao, a cousin of Qin Zhaoxiang Wang, who, due to his advanced age and illness, had not accompanied the eastern tour. The responsibility of guarding the emperor temporarily fell to Zhao Gao and the deputy chief minister, Sun Hong. Upon receiving the news, Wang Yi's spirits lifted, and he prepared to rise to greet Lixin, but suddenly recalled the multitude of ears outside and sat back down, instructing, Bai Yong, go and welcome General Li. Bai Yong, a descendant of the renowned General Bai Qi and a trusted confidant of Wang Yi, was notably the one who risked his life to deliver that critical piece of information to Lixin under cover of night.
Others, unaware of the circumstances, perceived Wang Yi's actions as arrogant for not personally greeting someone of Lixin's higher rank. However, upon seeing Bai Yong, Lixin understood Wang Yi's intentions and said nothing further as he followed Bai Yong into the military tent. General Li, I am Wang Yi, and this is Bai Yong, paying my respects. After dismissing the others, Wang Yi bowed deeply, proclaiming, were it not for my elder brother's unwavering loyalty and swift action, perhaps today not only would the emperor be in peril, but we, the imperial guards, would also face dire consequences. Despite being older, Wang Yi had always referred to Lixin as elder brother. To be candid, Wang Yi had felt quite anxious when he sent that letter. Putting himself in Lixin's shoes, he knew he would hesitate to act upon a vague message. He never anticipated that General Li would actually come, braving significant risks. For Wang Yi, this not only represented Lixin's brotherly trust but also the favor of heaven. We are brothers in life and death. Let us dispense with such formalities. Lixin, however, did not share such complex sentiments. For him, it merely evoked the famous anecdote of Bolanjisho. Lixin's nonchalant demeanor further impressed Wang Yi and Bai Yong, solidifying their belief that this man was destined for greatness and strengthening their resolve to stand by him through thick and thin. Brother Wang Yi, you are now a cavalry officer, entrusted with the emperor's security, while I have just been appointed as a lieutenant. To avoid suspicion, I cannot linger here long, do you understand? Wang Yi comprehended this well. If a lieutenant overseeing the capital's security were to be overly familiar with the cavalry officer responsible for the emperor's protection, it would surely rouse the ire of certain individuals, causing them sleepless nights. His decision to have Bai Yong greet Lixin was informed by this consideration. I understand, I am also aware of my elder brother's purpose in coming here and will report truthfully. Wang Yi did not invite Lixin to sit. Instead, he instructed Bai Yong to stand guard outside the tent with his sword. Yesterday at dusk, I was patrolling outside the imperial palace, as per routine, and noticed nothing unusual. It was only upon returning to the camp that I realized I had inadvertently lost something during my rounds. What was it? Is it of great value? Wang Yi's face flushed slightly, and he lowered his voice, saying, it is not particularly valuable. Merely a piece cloth my wife embroidered for me before I departed. If I lose it, I would have difficulty explaining it upon my return. Ha, is that not valuable enough? There is nothing more precious than the thoughts of family, Lixin remarked with a tinge of envy. Wang Yi, momentarily distracted by the interruption, collected his thoughts and continued,
when I arrived at the grove outside the palace, night had already fallen. Fortunately, the peace cloth was hanging on a branch, easily visible. I breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to head back, when I heard voices coming from deep within the grove. As he reached this critical juncture, Wang Yi's expression turned tense. At that moment, I thought, this area surrounding the palace is a restricted zone, and it had long been cleared of civilians. Surely, no commoners would intrude. Could it be assassins? I crept forward cautiously and discovered two individuals conversing. One voice, aged and filled with concern over being discovered, while the other, younger and more composed. Chapter 18. The hidden arrows. Rest assured, the Imperial Guard will have returned to camp by this hour, and it will be half an hour before they pass through this location again. Thus, we are safe during this interval. Upon hearing this, Li Xian furrowed his brow, as he began to grasp the emotional turmoil that Wang Yi had experienced at that moment. The patrol routes and timings of the Imperial Guard are classified information. How could this individual possibly know such details? Could he perhaps be one of the influential nobles adept at acquiring intelligence? Wang Yi cast a deep glance at Li Xian before continuing. It appeared that a young voice inquired about our preparations, to which an older voice responded that everything was in order, albeit it was difficult to ascertain which carriage it was. I was somewhat astonished at the time, but I did not pursue that line of thought until the young one mentioned that although there were numerous carriages, one of them would signal when the time was right, confirming the ultimate target. Wang Yi was no fool. On the contrary, he was a shrewd and valiant commander. Thus, he deduced that the mention of carriages was related to Ying Zhang's royal entourage, yet he could not be certain until a particular phrase reached his ears. If this endeavor is successful, all will reap the rewards. Once His Majesty passes away, you will all be esteemed founding ministers. At these words, Wang Yi was taken aback, inadvertently stepping down hard and snapping a twig beneath his feet, the crisp sound echoing in the stillness of the night. The two conversing immediately sensed something amiss, and just as Wang Yi moved forward to apprehend, a wisp of white smoke erupted, accompanied by a dozen hidden arrows that shot forth. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, the two individuals vanished without a trace. Have you spoken of this incident to anyone else? Wang Yi shook his head and pointed to Bai Yong, who stood at the entrance, saying, aside from him, no one else is aware, for firstly, the matter arose quite suddenly. While the voice was somewhat familiar, I could not ascertain the identity. Secondly, serving as a guard beside His Majesty entails numerous rules and stringent military laws, and I dare not speak recklessly. However, given the implications for His Majesty's safety, I could not remain idle. After much contemplation, I could only entrust the message to you, General, for your unwavering loyalty and exceptional bravery. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Li Xian's doubts were not alleviated, rather, they intensified. According to Wang Yi, this was a conspiracy involving collusion from within and without, where someone had connected with Zhang Liang or the forces behind him, intending to employ his hand to assassinate Ying Zhang. This implied that the orchestrator of this plot was firmly convinced that once Ying Zhang met his demise, he would emerge as the greatest beneficiary, a rarity among individuals fitting such a description. The only lead we have now is those two assassins, particularly the one still alive, Wang Yi added. If he could but speak, the truth would be laid bare. Li Xian nodded, suddenly alarmed, pondering. Wang Li is determined to keep Zhang Liang in his grasp. Could it be that he harbors ulterior motives? Brother Wang, we are sworn brothers in life and death. I shall not conceal my thoughts from you any longer. Li Xian lowered his voice, cautioning, what you have witnessed must remain between us. Speak of it to no one else, lest it endanger our lives. Wang Yi nodded solemnly, stating, Elder brother, rest assured, we comprehend the stakes involved and shall not divulge a single word. By the way, I have yet to congratulate you on your appointment as lieutenant. Wang Yi leaned closer, adding, is it possible for me and Bai Yong to be assigned to your side? Being near His Majesty constantly fills us with trepidation, robbing us of a peaceful night's sleep. Li Xian shook his head, replying, the position of lieutenant is coveted by many, do you not see this? For the time being, I must remain low-key and patient, lest I attract unnecessary attention. Wang Yi recalled the scene from earlier. Though he had not been very close, he had overheard much and realized that his elder brother was not particularly well liked in court. Noticing the worry on his face, Li Xian offered reassurance, you need not be overly concerned, His Majesty still holds high expectations for me.
He recounted some pertinent details regarding his conversation with Zhao Gao, adding, "With you inside and me outside, we can look out for each other when necessary, do you understand?" Upon hearing that Li Xian had established a rapport with the favored minister of the central chariot, Wang Yi and Baiyong felt considerably more at ease. Li Xian could not linger any longer. As he prepared to depart, Wang Yi handed him a hidden arrow, whispering, "This is the weapon I found in the forest. Its origins are unclear. Elder brother, with your vast experience, could you help me discern its source?" As Li Xian took the arrow into his hand, he found it remarkably heavy, akin to that of an ordinary feathered arrow. The hidden arrow's design was smaller than usual, indicating that it was crafted from exceptionally sturdy materials, beyond the capabilities of common blacksmiths. Its three-edged tip was exceptionally sharp, exquisitely crafted, with smooth lines adorned with cloud patterns, and even bore a faint scent of incense, resembling a personal weapon carried by nobility rather than that of a rogue assassin. Upon returning to his camp, dawn was fast approaching, and thus he chose not to sleep, reflecting upon his first day in this era, which had been filled with such breathtaking events. Whether it was the illustrious Emperor Ing Zhang, the Chancellor Li Si, General Wang Ben, or even Fu Su, Zhao Gao, and the officers under his command such as Zhang Han, the names that had once thrived in the annals of history now vividly materialized before him. In stark contrast to Sima Qian's overly romanticized and black-and-white narrative, Ing Zhang was not a tyrant in the traditional sense, rather, he could very well be considered a sage ruler at this stage. Although he exhibited a propensity for grand ambitions, his governance of the military and maintenance of law were commendable, and he was discerning in heeding the advice of his ministers. Conversely, Fu Su's outward congeniality concealed a depth of jealousy and cunning far beyond expectation. Of course, this could also be a mere product of Li Xian's subjective perception, yet, as a man from a millennium hence, he adhered to a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should they provoke me, they must not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Regarding the alliance with Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, it appeared to be the best strategy for him to contend against Fu Su, Wang Ben, and Li Si, given his current precarious position. Unbeknownst to him, thoughts of Princess Pu Li's unparalleled beauty flooded his mind, intertwining with memories of his lost love, Lo Er, causing a tumult of emotions as he tossed and turned, consumed by contemplation. Ultimately, the words that lingered in his mind were Zhao Gao's profound declaration, "Persevere." Although he had spent the night awake, Li Xian, relying on his robust constitution and the circulation of Xianyang Tru Qi, remarkably felt no fatigue. After executing a series of martial exercises within his tent, he emerged invigorated. The physiques of ancient individuals are truly remarkable. Li Xian exclaimed, patting his chest in genuine admiration. The Li family's Xianyang Tru Qi belonged to the Taoist lineage, said to have been passed down from the patriarch of Taoism. When cultivated to a high level, it could possess extraordinary powers, capable of moving mountains and entering the heavens. This martial art had greatly benefited the Li family throughout generations of military service. Chapter 19. Are there immortals in the world? Having endured the recent assassination incident, the royal guard assigned to Ing Zhang's outings was once again upgraded as planned. Wang Li, who was temporarily retained due to his transgressions, dared not show the slightest negligence. He set off early in the morning, with his soldiers from the vanguard camp standing watch every 3 paces and keeping a lookout every 5, occupying the high ground on both sides of the thoroughfare, establishing an exceedingly tight security perimeter. Meanwhile, Li Xian, who had just been promoted to lieutenant, under the arrangement of Zhao Gao, the chief minister, selected several dozen cavalry to constantly encircle Ing Zhang's chariot. Each time Ing Zhang opened the window of his carriage to admire the scenery along the way, a young and valiant general would appear in his line of sight, evoking memories of the protective escort from the previous day, and even recalling Li Xian's illustrious military exploits from years past. This was Zhao Gao's deliberate arrangement. As the ruler of a vast empire, Ing Zhang was beset with myriad concerns, each one affecting countless subjects. If he were not frequently presented with the presence of these officials, they might soon be forgotten. Zhao Gao, who had already regarded Li Xian as an important ally of Prince Hu Hai, naturally hoped that Li Xian would continue to gain Ing Zhang's favor and trust. Days later, after Ing Zhang had dealt with a backlog of state affairs, his chariot came to a halt on a high slope, offering a commanding view of the mighty Yellow River, which flowed ceaselessly. On both banks of the river lay golden waves of wheat, swaying in the breeze, heralding a bountiful harvest for the year. The autumn wind blew gently, invigorating Ing Zhang and imparting a sense of ethereal lightness, prompting him to exclaim, "Are there truly immortals in this world?"
At that moment, the only ones accompanying him were Zhao Gao, the chief minister, and Meng Tian, who assisted him in managing state affairs, along with the recently promoted lieutenant, Li Xin. Zhao Gao, being exceptionally astute and perceptive of Ing Zhang's thoughts, immediately bowed and replied, "Your Majesty's virtuous deeds surpass those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, resounding throughout history, and thus it is certain that immortals shall descend to bestow upon your Majesty longevity and protect our great Qin for eternity." Ing Zhang chuckled softly, reflecting, if that were indeed the case, why is it that, after 3 years of unification of the 6 states, and having completed the Fengshan sacrificial rites, having worshipped heaven and earth, there have been no signs of immortals? Zhao Gao, when do you believe the immortals will make their appearance? Is it perhaps that my sincerity is insufficient? Zhao Gao was taken aback by the question, unable to predict the whereabouts of immortals, nor could he imply that Ing Zhang lacked sincerity. He could only kneel before the emperor and say, "This humble servant knows only to serve your majesty. Such profound mysteries of the immortal path are beyond the comprehension of a lowly servant." Meng Tian, you are a man of both literary and martial prowess. What insights do you have regarding the immortal path? Ing Zhang's seemingly casual inquiry concealed deeper implications. Your Majesty, I am but a humble minister, tasked with assisting you in managing state and military affairs, and I find it challenging enough to handle earthly matters, let alone comprehend those of the celestial immortals. Meng Tian, who had a close relationship with Fu Su and was influenced by Confucian teachings that discouraged discussions of the supernatural, sensed Ing Zhang's apparent displeasure and quickly added, "Your Majesty's benevolence spreads across the realm, akin to the arrival of immortals in this world." Although this sounded somewhat more agreeable, it still missed the mark. Ing Zhang then turned his gaze towards Li Xian, who had always been viewed as a mere martial brute. After Li Xian's impassioned defense of the emperor, Ing Zhang began to regard him with new respect and wished to hear his opinion. Li Xian found himself in a rather absurd situation. Ing Zhang had spent much of his later life pursuing the path of immortality, even referring to himself as a true immortal. His eventual demise was closely related to the consumption of elixirs, showcasing his unwavering faith. To suggest that there were no immortals in this world, urging Ing Zhang to rise early, exercise diligently, and occasionally run a few laps to ensure a healthy body and prolonged life would be a grave error. However, if he were to assert the existence of immortals, he would inevitably have to answer the subsequent question, when would they appear? This was an unanswerable dilemma, as even the most esteemed alchemists, like Su Fu, had fled overseas to escape the matter, while those less fortunate had been buried by Emperor Qin. Nevertheless, Li Xian's spirit was distinct. His knowledge was the product of millennia of accumulation, and in terms of breadth, it far exceeded that of the Qin people. I believe, Your Majesty, that immortals do exist. Li Xian stated with great conviction, instantly capturing Ing Zhang's interest and eliciting a smile from his usually stern visage. However, it is unlikely that Your Majesty will witness them within a century. Yet, this subsequent remark caused Ing Zhang's expression to darken, accompanied by a dissatisfied huff. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao felt a surge of anxiety, pondering, is Li Xian truly so naive as to misunderstand the emperor's sentiments? Do not let your status as a savior of the emperor lead you to believe you are immune to his displeasure. Even the greatest achievements may count for little should the emperor be vexed. Oh, then do enlighten me. What is the reason for my inability to behold the immortals? Is it perhaps due to my lack of virtue? Li Xian hastily knelt, proclaiming, on the contrary, it is precisely because Your Majesty's virtuous deeds are so profound that the immortals find it difficult to manifest in the mortal realm. This proclamation piqued Ing Zhang's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, what do you mean by that? In ancient times, during the conflict between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, a celestial maiden descended to assist the Yellow Emperor in securing a great victory, thereafter establishing his rule over the world. Later, when floods ravaged the land and the people suffered, Yu summoned the gods to gather at Mount Kuiji, vanquishing the water god Gongdang and successfully alleviating the calamity, a tale sung by generations to this day. During the late Shang dynasty, when King Zhou's tyranny reached its peak, King Wu of Zhou rose against him. The Mengjin fairy, a celestial deity, also descended to aid him in overcoming the odds, laying the foundation for the Zhou dynasty's 8th century reign. After recounting these 3 well-known miraculous occurrences, Li Xian posed a question. Your Majesty, do you discern any patterns among these events? Ing Zhang seemed to grasp a common thread, though he hesitated, pondering aloud, it appears that the immortals appear only at critical junctures of turmoil in the realm? Your Majesty is indeed wise. Li Xian's heart swelled with joy. Eliciting such a response from Ing Zhang meant he could now weave his narrative with ease. When the true sovereign of the realm faces adversity and peril, immortals will undoubtedly descend to assist them through their trials. ushering in an era of peace for the people. Your Majesty, blessed with divine wisdom, has already accomplished monumental feats unimaginable to the ancient sages, with vast territories and a populace greater than ever seen. Thus, I dare to surmise that Your Majesty's renown has ascended to the celestial realm. Given that the world has already attained peace and prosperity, and that Your Majesty is in the prime of life, why would there be a need for the immortals to descend? I, by mere chance, have escaped death this time, likely because the immortals wish for the stability of the Qin dynasty, merely employing a touch of their celestial arts. This flattery resonated profoundly, drawing a smile from Ing Zheng as he stroked his beard, feeling utterly at ease, as if even his chronic headaches had vanished. Beside him, Zhao Gao listened in silent admiration, astonished that a young general, accustomed to the rigors of the battlefield, could articulate such flattery with greater fluency than himself, not only elevating the emperor above ancient figures but even equating him to immortals. Truly remarkable. Chapter 20 of the Origins of the Assassin. Meng Tian discerned an unusual nuance in Li Xian's words. While the praise offered by Li Xian was indeed flattering, it subtly implied that His Majesty need not continue his quest for immortals. It remained uncertain whether the emperor had perceived this implication. Li Xian, are you suggesting that I no longer require the services of practitioners like Su Fu? Ing Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. Although Li Xian's sentiments were commendable, any challenge to his pursuit of the divine would surely provoke his displeasure. Your Majesty has misunderstood. Li Xian had anticipated this reaction, and he responded swiftly, bowing deeply. What I meant to convey is that should those practitioners indeed discover the elixir of immortality, it would be a tremendous boon, allowing Your Majesty to govern with even greater ease. However, if such a discovery eludes us for the time being, there is no cause for concern. Your Majesty's profound virtue moves the heavens. A century hence, when your vigor may wane, divine beings shall surely descend to bestow the elixir, enabling you to continue your stewardship of the great Qin and bless the common folk. Upon hearing these words, Ing Zheng erupted in hearty laughter, gesturing for Li Xian to rise, exclaiming, "In all my court, including my own son, none have articulated such wisdom. If it were not for the enduring prosperity of the Qin dynasty and the welfare of countless subjects, why would I so diligently seek eternal life?" Ing Zheng regarded the poised and self-assured young general with satisfaction, contemplating how Li Xian had seemingly undergone a transformation, exhibiting reason and decorum in both speech and action. He mused, this individual possesses both literary and martial talents, and as Wang Jian suggested, he could indeed be of great service. At that moment, a voice from a nearby eunuch announced, "General Wang Li requests an audience." Ing Zheng waved his hand, suppressing his smile, and said, "Let him enter." His feelings towards the third generation of the Wang family were mixed. While Wang Li's bravery and military achievements were commendable, he lacked the steadiness expected of a commander and was often overly arrogant. Wang Ben had previously hinted at the prospect of Wang Li marrying Princess Pulu, but Ing Zheng was reluctant to part with Xian'er so soon and wished to assess Wang Li's capabilities, thus delaying the matter. During the Eastern tour, Wang Li, as the vanguard general, had failed to fulfill his duties, leaving Ing Zheng deeply disappointed. Compared to Li Xian, who had valiantly rescued the emperor, Wang Li appeared lackluster. However, out of respect for the Wang family, he had refrained from imposing severe penalties. Wang Li was astute and, having recently received a stern reprimand from Wang Ben, was now fully aware of the emperor's current disposition. He observed Li Xian presenting before the emperor, causing His Majesty, usually stern, to laugh heartily, which naturally stirred discontent within him. Wang Li regarded Li Xian with disdain, mirroring Li Xian's sentiments towards him. The fact that Li Xian had been recommended by Princess Pulu and had swiftly secured the position of lieutenant only intensified his jealousy. In recent days, he had sought an opportunity to visit the princess, but was thwarted by palace maidens who informed him that she was unsettled and in need of quietude, which was a clear warning and rejection. Yet, steadfast in his resolve, he remained undeterred, thinking, with General Wang Ben and the esteemed elder statesman Wang Jian as his backing, as long as the emperor continued to favor the Wang family, there would still be a chance to win the fair lady's heart. "Wang Li, what brings you here?" Ing Zheng's voice was as imposing as ever. "I have heard that the assassin struck by Li Xian's arrow has awakened." "Is that true?" "Your Majesty is astute, I have indeed come for that very matter." Wang Li had dedicated considerable effort to the investigation of the two assassins, one deceased and one alive, and was finally rewarded with significant findings. "Oh, you may rise." This was of utmost concern to Ing Zhang, who was eager to uncover the source of the audacious assassin who dared to strike in broad daylight. The massive iron projectile that could have shattered his chariot filled him with dread. Had Li Xian's arrow arrived a moment later, calamity would have ensued. Your Majesty, we have recovered numerous items from the two assassins, including seals, jade pendants, and knife coins, all originating from Qi County.
Qi County?
So these must be remnants of the former nobility of Qi. Ing Zhang murmured, gazing skyward towards the east, though he remained skeptical, for the conquest of Qi had met with little resistance.
Li Xian, you served as Wang Ben's deputy during the conquest of Qi.
You must possess some understanding of the Qi people. Ing Zhang's gaze shifted abruptly to Li Xian.
What is your assessment of them?
Li Xian bowed, stating, thanks to your Majesty's great fortune, our campaign against Qi was remarkably swift. My time spent in Qi was brief, so my understanding of its people is limited, merely offered for your Majesty's consideration. Historically, the Qi are known for their cunning, excelling in literature, calculation, and commerce. Their proximity to the sea also fosters a spirit of adventure among them. However, overall, they lack the fierceness of Zhao, the tenacity of Yan, and the resoluteness of Jin.
Ha, well said. Were it otherwise, how could they sit idly and observe as we contend for supremacy, mistakenly believing they could divide the world between East and West while transferring their national wealth entirely into my hands? A glint of sharpness flashed in Ing Zhang's eyes as he turned to Wang Li and inquired, can you ascertain that this assassination attempt is indeed the work of the Qi? Might there be more to this than meets the eye? Wang Li hastily replied, if I had not conducted thorough interrogations, how would I presume to present such findings to your Majesty? Based on the physical characteristics and appearance of the deceased assassin, it is likely that he hails from the coastal regions of Qi County. Some within my vanguard camp have identified him as a renowned strongman under the command of the Lord of the Tsunhai. The Lord of the Tsunhai was once a sovereign of the former vassal state of Qi and harbors deep animosity towards our great Qin. After the fall of his nation, he has resided among the islands at sea, whereabouts unknown. Your ability to uncover so much information is commendable. Ing Zhang offered a measured approval, before asking, and what of the one who remains alive? The other assassin is quite obstinate.
Initially, he refused to divulge his origins, but under the pressure of my rigorous interrogation, he finally admitted to being a descendant of Tian Dan from Qi, named Tian Liang.
Li Xian furrowed his brow upon hearing Wang Li's words, puzzled.
While the strongman from the Lord of the Tsunhai certainly hailed from Qi, it was implausible that Zhang Liang could somehow be transformed into Tian Dan's descendant. Why would he make such a claim?
A descendant of Tian Dan? Ha, that indeed makes him a member of Qi's royal lineage. Do you have any proof?
I summoned several former officials of Qi to confront him, and found his claims to be accurate in every detail, thus I conclude that there is no deceit in his words.
Anticipating Ing Zhang's inquiries, Wang Li's responses were logical and well supported, leaving little room for doubt.
If he truly were a member of Qi's royal lineage, the motivations behind the assassination attempt were clear. It was simply a matter of vengeance for the fall of his nation.
Yet Ing Zhang pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, how did he learn of which chariot I occupied?
Chapter 21 is stand firm upon uttering these words. Not only did Ing Zhang harbor doubts, but he also inadvertently offended the minister of the central chariot, the interior minister, and Li Xian, the newly appointed lieutenant. In their hearts, the assembled company silently cursed, how dare this insolent wretch behave so audaciously. Those present are all individuals steadfastly loyal to me. There is no need for you to worry.
Speak boldly and without reservation.
Ing Zhang said, waving his hand with a hint of impatience. Under the pressure and urging of Ing Zhang, Wang Li's gaze shifted towards the dignified interior minister Meng Tian, who stood nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke, since your Majesty has granted permission, I shall report truthfully. The assassin claimed that he had indeed received prior intelligence regarding your Majesty's presence in the second carriage. The source of this information is a certain high-ranking official in the court, whose ancestors hail from Qi. This revelation struck Meng Tian like a thunderbolt, draining the color from his face and leaving him momentarily dazed, for his grandfather, Meng Ao, had come from the state of Qi to Qin, becoming a renowned general of the Qin dynasty. As the interior minister, he belonged to the select few privy to the confidential information regarding the emperor's whereabouts. Thus, the official referred to by the assassin was unmistakably himself. The assassin further stated that there are still many individuals in Qi who harbor sentiments for their former homeland, and their animosity towards the Qin persists to this day. Having already spoken, Wang Li decided to divulge everything in one go. It is said that this official declared that if the assassination of Your Majesty succeeds, countless loyal and righteous individuals, both in the court and in the provinces, would rally to the cause. At this point, Wang Li glanced at Ing Zhang, whose face was inscrutable, swallowed hard, and continued, on the day of his grand achievement, he would ascend the throne and change the state name back to Qi. Once he finished speaking, Wang Li hastily lowered his head, acutely aware of Ing Zhang's increasingly labored breathing. A tempest was brewing on the horizon. Meanwhile, Meng Tian's complexion shifted from red to white and back to red several times, beads of sweat cascading down his brow upon hearing the words "ascend the throne, change the state name." He could no longer bear the immense pressure and collapsed to his knees with a thud. In truth, Wang Li bore no animosity towards Meng Tian. On the contrary, Meng Ao had been a mentor to Wang Jian and thus a friend of the family. Consequently, after receiving this testimony, he felt somewhat perplexed. However, his father, Wang Ben, doused his enthusiasm with cold water, his voice low yet heavy with gravity. Whatever the assassin claims, you must relay it as is. The matter of right and wrong rests with His Majesty, the Chancellor, and the high-ranking officials. It is not your place to interject. Consider this carefully. If you show any inclination to protect him and Your Majesty sees through it, not only Meng Tian, but perhaps even our Wang family could be implicated. Seeing that Wang Li still harbored some discontent, Wang Ben had to insistently admonish him, emphasizing that while camaraderie among the Qin military was one thing, conspiring to deceive the emperor was an entirely different matter. Moreover, with the assassin's one-sided account, Your Majesty would never lightly question the loyalty of the Meng family, who have served for generations. At most, there would be some suspicion. Wang Ben stripped away his facade in front of his son, revealing that beyond his prowess in battle, his cunning intellect rivaled any minister in the court. Meng Tian and Meng Yi are both highly regarded by His Majesty. If you were to compare yourself to them in terms of both martial skill and governance, you still fall short. Wang Ben stroked his beard and sighed, perhaps this will ultimately serve your future endeavors well. Upon hearing his father's assessment, Wang Li felt a surge of indignation but dared not argue, lowering his head to mutter, Meng Tian has always been on good terms with young Master Fusu. Might we not offend him? Wang Ben nodded, a hint of approval in his tone. Recognizing this as a step forward. Here is what you shall do: go and report to His Majesty, and I shall discreetly inform young master beforehand. Naturally, Ing Zhang remained unaware of the scheme swirling in General Wang Ben's mind. At that moment, his thoughts roiled like tumultuous waves. The Meng family had served loyally for 3 generations, contributing significantly to the unification of the realm. How could they suddenly shift course, not only plotting an assassination but also seeking to usurp the throne? Given Ing Zhang's astute decisiveness, he would not easily place faith in the assassin's words. However, as Wang Ben had surmised, the fact that both assassins hailed from Qi at least indicated one thing. The old aristocracy of Qi was mounting a vigorous and audacious resurgence. If he were to claim that no one in the court would respond to such a call, he would find that hard to believe. Unlike the other 6 states, Qi had not suffered from years of war. It remained relatively prosperous, and the existence of the Jixia Academy had nurtured numerous scholars. Even the esteemed Zhou Yan, whom Ing Zhang held in high regard, had once taught there. When he first journeyed east to perform the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai and looked out over the vast expanse of the sea, he had already lamented that the Qin people alone could not effectively govern such a vast territory. Thus, winning the hearts of the people from various states to serve the Qin was a matter that preoccupied Ing Zhang's thoughts, yet he had yet to discover a suitable means to achieve it. Now, with 2 assassins from Qi claiming to have received the encouragement and assistance of court officials from Qi, who had nearly succeeded in assassinating the Son of Heaven, neglecting to pursue this matter would undermine the very fabric of Qin's laws. After listening to Wang Li's report, Ing Zhang gazed into the distance at the undulating mountains and the mighty yellow river flowing eastward. Lost in contemplation among those present, only Li Xian was quick to react, silently praising, "What a cunning plan by Zhang Liang! No wonder he is destined to be one of the 3 heroes of the early Han." Even if captured, he still aimed to drag the Qin into a quagmire. If Ing Zhang began to doubt the loyalty of the Meng family, it would undoubtedly incite trepidation among the ministers from various states, who made up at least 1/3 or 1/4 of the Qin court. Those who had returned to Qin following its conquest of Qi, and who now served in the Qin territories of Qi and Langya, would also feel anxious, fearing retribution and thus becoming disloyal. With Qi's affluence, should anyone rally the call, a formidable anti-Qin army could form overnight, leading to a drastically altered situation. Having narrowly rescued Ing Zheng from a dire fate, he could not allow Zhang Liang's malevolent scheme to succeed. At present, Meng Tian could not speak in his defense, and although Zhao Gao was typically eloquent, when faced with matters of state, he would not dare utter a word unless Ing Zheng prompted him. Thus, it fell to him to take the initiative. Your Majesty, I believe the assassin's claims are undoubtedly fabricated. Li Xian suddenly interjected, speaking freely as a benefactor of the rescue. Ing Zheng turned to face Li Xian, his voice low and grave. Fabricated? Where lies the fabrication? Clarify your words. General Wang Li just mentioned that the assassin claims to be a member of the Qi royal family, a descendant of Tian Dan. This is a lie. He is not from Qi at all. This statement immediately incited Wang Li's displeasure. He had exerted considerable effort and employed various means to interrogate the prisoner, believing he had left no stone unturned, and hostility flared in his gaze. Chapter 22. It would be better for you to conduct an examination. What makes you say that? Ing Zheng, who had always valued concrete evidence and was not easily swayed by judgments, immediately pressed for clarification. Your Majesty, although I have not directly interrogated the assassin, I did observe his physique and appearance before he was brought before you, and it starkly contrasts with that of the people from Qi. This statement piqued Ing Zheng's interest, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Oh, how so?" I have led armies against the state of Qi and am quite familiar with the appearance of its people, who typically have long, broad faces and robust physiques. The appearance of the Qi royal family aligns perfectly with this description. The deceased assassin was indeed a strong man under Lord Songhai, possessing this very physique. Li Xian stole a glance at Ing Zheng, noticing his keen attention, and continued, however, the living assassin has a gaunt face and elongated limbs, which do not resemble those of a Qi person. Rather, he bears the characteristics of someone from the three Jin states. The three Jin refers to the states of Zhao, Wei, and Han. Ing Zheng reflected on the figures he had encountered from various nations, finding some merit in this observation. Moreover, the area around Balangsha is historically tied to Han and Wei. If a noble from these states were to conspire to assassinate here, they would benefit from their familiarity with the terrain, otherwise, how could they evade the patrols of the vanguard? As for what General Wang mentioned regarding the assassin's profound knowledge of the Qi royal family, that too is quite reasonable. Every time Li Xian thought of Wang Li, he was reminded of the individual who had caused his downfall, and thus he spoke without restraint. Among the 6 states, the royal families and nobles often intermarried, leading to extensive interconnections over many years, resulting in mutual familiarity. Of the 6 states, Qi has largely kept to itself, rarely participating in the anti-Qin coalition, thus suffering the least from warfare. Consequently, the other 5 states harbor the deepest resentment towards it, likely wishing to stir up trouble using your Majesty's hand. Li Xian's words struck a chord with Ing Zheng, who was not inherently a ruler fond of bloodshed. He had always governed with strictness and meticulousness, and it was inevitable that some ministers would seek to curry favor, exemplifying the adage that excess is as detrimental as deficiency. Kneeling on the ground, Meng Tian felt a profound gratitude. Regardless of Li Xian's motives for making this statement, it significantly alleviated the suspicions and pressures weighing on him. Your Majesty, what Li Xian posits is mere conjecture. Without concrete evidence, it is difficult to gain the trust of others. Wang Li remarked, casting a discontented glance at the individual riding high above him. And Zhao Gao, what is your perspective? Ing Zheng neither rebuffed Wang Li nor endorsed Li Xian, leisurely inquiring of Zhao Gao, who was desperately attempting to shrink his head into his neck, praying that the emperor had not noticed him. Zhao Gao, well-versed in Qin law, recognized that Wang Li's words were indeed sound. Li Xian's speculations based solely on appearance were somewhat lacking. However, he discerned Ing Zheng's deeper thoughts, especially the encouragement in his tone for Li Xian to elaborate, indicating the emperor's desire for Li Xian's assertions to hold truth. Yet, being a distant descendant of the Zhao royal family, his position was somewhat precarious. If he openly sided with Li Xian, he feared the emperor's suspicion, which led to his delayed response, inciting Ing Zheng's displeasure. With a heavy grunt, Ing Zheng's discontent resonated, causing Zhao Gao to tremble and hastily kneel, prostrating himself in apology, I momentarily lost focus and was reminded of the incident involving Feng Ting. I beg your majesty's forgiveness.
Feng Ting? Ying Zheng pondered, are you referring to the individual who surrendered Shandong to the Zhao state, resulting in the long-lasting conflict between Qin and Zhao?
Precisely. Zhao Gao bowed his head once more, yet did not continue speaking. However, all present could discern that he was subtly reminding Ying Zheng of the calamity caused by the Han people in the past, which had ignited a monumental war. Both Qin and Zhao had been inadequately prepared, hastily thrust into this war of national destiny. Had it not been for the brilliance and valor of the esteemed General Bai Qi, who decisively defeated the 400,000 strong Zhao army, the unification campaign might have persisted much longer. Though times had changed and Qin had now unified the realm, vigilance against such treacherous schemes remained essential. While Zhao Gao did not explicitly state it, his implications were clear. He believed Li Xian's assertions held merit.
Meng Tian, you may rise.
Ying Zheng waved his hand, declaring, I have always trusted in the loyalty, bravery, and diligence of your family. If you were indeed the one orchestrating the assassination, it stands to reason that the likelihood of success would be greater. Meng Tian exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing the first half of this statement, only to be struck with fear by the latter half, his knees nearly buckling again. However, Wang Li has painstakingly obtained confessions, which constitute tangible evidence. This demonstrates his efficacy in carrying out his duties. Ying Zheng, still reliant on the Wang family to maintain control over the Qin military, afforded Wang Li some measure of leniency, occasionally offering commendations.
Li Xian, if you harbor any doubts, why not personally interrogate this assassin?
Ying Zheng suddenly proposed, catching everyone off guard. If you can present evidence, then I shall undoubtedly believe you.
What say you?
Ying Zheng was well aware that General Li Xian excelled in leading troops into battle, yet had never engaged in the interrogation of criminals, lacking expertise in the intricate and rigorous Qin law. Thus, he pointed to the obedient Zhao Gao beside him, adding, Lord Zhao can assist you. Li Xian had initially wished to avoid this hot potato, knowing that few could emerge unscathed when dealing with the cunning and resourceful Zhang Liang. He lacked confidence in his ability to navigate this situation, yet, with the emperor having already designated him and arranged for assistance, he had no choice but to accept the task, responding with a salute, I have one request, and I beseech your majesty's grace to allow it.
Speak freely. I have my own secret methods for interrogation. Should anyone witness it, the efficacy would be compromised.
At this juncture, Li Xian glanced at the solemn Wang Li and continued, thus, I hope to interrogate the assassin in private. Should any difficulties arise, I will certainly consult Lord Zhao for guidance.
Wang Li was incensed, thinking, the assassin is right within my vanguard camp, and you wish to exclude me. How can I trust you to refrain from employing any despicable tactics that would allow the assassin to turn against me? He was about to retort when he heard Ying Zheng burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, excellent, I shall grant you this request, but if you fail to obtain a confession within 5 days and cannot substantiate your claims, I shall hold you accountable. With the emperor's words sealing the matter, Wang Li could only sulk in silence, while Meng Tian temporarily breathed a sigh of relief.
Zhao Gao, however, felt a bead of sweat for him, but he was acutely aware of Ying Zheng's temperament and the importance he placed on this assassination case. Had it been himself, he would have desperately sought to decline. Yet, to his surprise, Li Xian readily accepted the challenge. If the outcome mirrored Wang Li's findings, it would undoubtedly invite the emperor's ire. If it diverged, it would risk provoking Wang Li and his ally, Wang Ben. Contemplating the situation, Zhao Gao furrowed his brow, sensing that this matter was fraught with peril. Chapter 22. Perhaps you should conduct an examination. On what grounds do you assert that? Ying Zheng, who had always valued concrete evidence and was not easily swayed by mere judgment, immediately pressed for clarification. Your Majesty, although I have not interrogated the assassin myself, I observed his physique and appearance before he was brought before your Majesty, and they bear little resemblance to those of the Qi people, he replied. This statement piqued Ying Zheng's interest, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired further, oh, how so? I have led military campaigns against the Qi state and am quite familiar with their appearance. They typically possess long, wide faces and robust builds, which align perfectly with the features of the Qi nobility.
The deceased assassin was indeed a strong man under the command of Lord Sunhai and possessed such characteristics.
Li Xian discreetly glanced at Ying Zhang, noticing his rapt attention, and continued, however, the surviving assassin has a lean visage and elongated limbs, resembling not a Qi individual but rather someone from the three Jin states. The term three Jin refers to the states of Zhao, Wei, and Han. Ying Zhang, recalling the various personages he had encountered from these states, found some merit in this observation.
Moreover, the area around Balantia has historically been associated with Han and Wei.
If a noble from those states were to conspire against us here, they would have the advantage of familiarity with the terrain, otherwise, how could they evade the patrols of the vanguard? As for General Wang's assertion that the assassin is well-versed in matters concerning the Qi nobility, that too is entirely plausible.
Each time Li Xian beheld Wan Li, he was reminded of the individual responsible for his own demise, and thus he spared no words in his critique.
Among the 6 states, the noble families have long intertwined through numerous matrimonial alliances, resulting in deep familiarity. Among these 6 states, Qi has maintained its independence, rarely participating in the grand coalition against Qin, thus suffering the least from warfare. Consequently, the other 5 states harbor the deepest resentment towards it and may indeed wish to incite turmoil through your Majesty's hand. Li Xian's words struck a chord with Ying Zhang, who was not inherently a bloodthirsty ruler but had always governed with strictness and meticulousness. It was inevitable that some of his ministers would seek to curry favor, illustrating the principle of excess. Meanwhile, Meng Tian, kneeling on the ground, felt a profound sense of gratitude. Regardless of Li Xian's motives, his remarks significantly alleviated the suspicion and pressure weighing upon him. Your Majesty, what Li Xian has stated is mere conjecture. Without substantial evidence, it may be difficult to earn the trust of others. Wan Li interjected, casting an irritable glance at the individual who had taken center stage. Zhao Gao, what is your perspective? Ying Zhang inquired, neither rebuffing Wang Li nor endorsing Li Xian, but rather addressing Zhao Gao, who was fervently wishing to render himself invisible, praying that the emperor had not noticed him. Well-versed in the laws of Qin, Zhao Gao recognized that Wang Li's argument held merit, while Li Xian's deductions based solely on appearance were somewhat lacking. However, he perceived Ying Zhang's deeper intentions, particularly the encouraging tone with which the emperor had urged Li Xian to elaborate, indicating that he hoped Li Xian's assertions were indeed valid. Yet, as a distant scion of the Zhao royal family, Zhao Gao found himself in a delicate position. Openly siding with Li Xian could invite suspicion from the emperor, leading to his silence, which in turn drew Ying Zhang's displeasure. With a heavy grunt, Ying Zhang's dissatisfaction reverberated through the room, prompting Zhao Gao to swiftly kneel and prostrate himself in apology, exclaiming, "This humble servant momentarily lost focus, recalling the events surrounding Feng Ting. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Feng Ting? Ying Zhang pondered, are you referring to the individual who surrendered Shandong to the Zhao state, which instigated the long and arduous Battle of Chongping? Precisely. Zhao Gao bowed his head once more but refrained from continuing. However, all present could discern that he was subtly reminding Ying Zhang of the historical precedent, wherein the Han had previously incited conflict, leading to a cataclysmic war. Both Qin and Zhao were inadequately prepared for that monumental clash, hastily embroiled in a struggle that could have persisted far longer had it not been for the brilliant and martial prowess of Lord Baiqi, who decisively vanquished 400,000 Zhao troops. Though times had changed and the Qin now stood unified, vigilance against such treacherous machinations was still warranted. While Zhao Gao did not articulate it explicitly, his implication was clear. He believed Li Xian's assertions bore merit. Meng Tian, rise. Ying Zhang gestured, proclaiming, I have always placed my faith in the loyalty, bravery, and diligence of the Meng family. Should you indeed be the architect of this assassination plot, I dare say the likelihood of success would be considerably higher. Meng Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him at the first part of the emperor's statement, only to be struck by fear at the latter half, his knees nearly buckling once more. However, Wan Li has painstakingly procured a confession, which stands as tangible evidence. This attests to his competence in handling the matter. Ying Zhang, who relied on the Wang family to stabilize the Qin military, showed a degree of leniency towards Wang Li, frequently offering praise. Li Xian, if you harbor any doubts, why not personally interrogate this assassin? Ying Zhang proposed suddenly, catching everyone off guard. If you can present evidence, then I shall naturally be convinced. What say you? Ying Zhang was well aware that General Li Xian excelled in leading troops into battle but had never engaged in the interrogation of criminals, lacking the intricate understanding of the stringent and detailed laws of Qin. He gestured towards the obedient Zhao Gao, adding, "Lord Zhao can assist you." Li Xian initially hesitated to accept this burdensome task, knowing that dealing with the cunning and resourceful Zhang Liang left few unscathed. He lacked confidence in his ability to navigate such treacherous waters, yet, with the emperor having appointed him and designated a supporting figure, he had little choice but to acquiesce. With a respectful bow, he declared, "I have one request, Your Majesty. I implore your indulgence. Speak freely. I possess my own secret methods for interrogation. If anyone were to witness it, it would negate its efficacy." At this juncture, Li Xian turned to the solemn Wang Li and continued, "Therefore, I wish to conduct the interrogation of the assassin in solitude. Should any complex issues arise, I shall seek Lord Zhao's counsel." Wang Li, incensed, thought, "This assassin resides within my vanguard camp, and you would seek to exclude me. How can I trust that you won't employ some underhanded tactics to have the assassin turn against me?" Just as he was about to retort, he was met with Ying Zhang's hearty laughter, who exclaimed, "Excellent, I shall grant you this request, but should you fail to procure a confession within 5 days, you will face punishment." With the emperor's decree made, Wang Li could only remain silent in frustration, while Meng Tian breathed a temporary sigh of relief, though Zhao Gao felt a pang of anxiety for him. He was acutely aware of Ying Zhang's temperament and the significance he placed on this assassination case. If it were him in this situation, he would undoubtedly strive to evade responsibility. He never anticipated that Li Xian would so readily accept the task. If the outcome mirrored that of Wang Li's interrogation, he would inevitably face the emperor's ire. Conversely, if it differed, it might provoke Wang Li's retaliation, along with the formidable Wang Ben behind him. Lost in thought, Zhao Gao furrowed his brow, sensing that this endeavor was fraught with peril. Chapter 23. A closed door. Li Xian, however, harbored his own ulterior motives. This interrogation would undoubtedly be far from straightforward, yet should he succeed, the rewards would be considerable. Firstly, Meng Tian, along with the Meng family and the influential figures of the Qi state, would owe him a significant favor. Not to mention, with Meng Tian's position and capabilities, if he could be swayed to Li Xian's side, even Wang Ben and Li Si would have to tread carefully. Secondly, this would further undermine Wang Li's standing in Ying Zhang's eyes, concurrently diminishing Wang Ben's influence. Over the past few days, Li Xian had observed keenly that the Qin army was wholly devoted to Wang Ben, while Wang Li fancied himself the natural successor to the position of general. If that were indeed the case, Li Xian would find himself with no foothold in the Qin state. Furthermore, as a time traveler, he held a unique perspective. Zhang Liang was an exceptionally rare talent, and to eliminate him outright would be a grievous loss. If he could devise a means to recruit Zhang Liang for his own purposes, it would be a stroke of brilliance. Even if Liu Bang were to rise in rebellion, he would be significantly hampered. Ultimately, Li Xian's grand ambition was to curry favor with Ying Zhang and decisively overshadow Wang Li. "General Li Xian, your impulsiveness raises concerns. Do you truly possess the confidence for this endeavor?" Zhao Gao grasped Li Xian's sleeve, a note of urgency in his voice. At that moment, Ying Zhang and Meng Tian had departed to attend to state affairs, while Wang Li, fuming, had returned to the front lines. Zhao Gao could no longer conceal his apprehension. Li Xian smiled enigmatically and replied, "Even if my certainty is not absolute, I possess a fair measure of confidence." Zhao Gao regarded him with skepticism, furrowing his brow. "Even if your intentions are to assist Meng Tian, there is no need for you to personally conduct the interrogation. Offending the Wang family is ill-advised." Li Xian mused inwardly, but for Wang Li's irksome demeanor, I would not involve myself in this. Yet, he maintained a smiling facade, responding, "We are all working for the greater good of the Qin, for the sake of His Majesty. I trust the general would not be so narrow-minded." Zhao Gao's gaze reflected a sense of frustration, yet with events having reached this juncture, there was no turning back. He could only hope for divine favor, praying for a favorable outcome from Li Xian's interrogation. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a servant to bring forth Li Xian's horse, curtly stating, "His Majesty has pressing matters to attend to tomorrow. I cannot be absent. You should take this time to prepare well. We shall meet in the front lines at the hour of the tiger the day after tomorrow." Observing Li Xian ride forth with the vigor of a dragon or tiger, seemingly self-assured, Zhao Gao felt increasingly perplexed by this young man. At that moment, Fusu, adorned in ceremonial robes, approached from the opposite slope, his expression betraying a sense of urgency.
Young master, have you come to request an audience with His Majesty? Zhao Gao respectfully knelt, inquiring with deference.
Fusu, with meticulous composure, helped Zhao Gao to his feet, responding earnestly, "Please inform Zhao Fuling that Fusu has pressing matters to discuss with His Majesty." According to Qin law, even as the crown prince, he lacked the authority to seek an audience with Ying Zhan without prior notice through Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao was aware of Fusu's disdain for him and had even heard him privately remark on the separation of inner and outer circles. Fusu, in turn, understood Zhao Gao's deep ties with his younger brother Hu Hai, and thus they maintained a facade of courtesy towards one another.
May I inquire what matters prompt the young master to seek an audience with His Majesty? Zhao Gao asked with utmost seriousness.
Should His Majesty wish to inquire further, I can relay the message.
Fusu, incensed, thought to himself that it was their father-son inquiry. Must he disclose the particulars to the servant?
Do not take offense, His Majesty is occupied with state affairs and has expressly decreed not to be disturbed without cause.
Zhao Gao, sensing Fusu's displeasure, offered an explanation with a bow.
Then please convey to my father that I have come regarding the matter of the assassin's testimony, to present my humble insights on the subject. Thus, it became evident that Fusu had come concerning Meng Tian, indicating a significant bond between the two. Zhao Gao, contemplating this, replied, "Please wait a moment, I shall relay your message." Meanwhile, Ying Zhang, already agitated as he reviewed reports on the military situation at the Bayou front, frowned upon hearing that Fusu sought an audience, particularly concerning the assassin's testimony. He cast a sidelong glance at Meng Tian, who was diligently taking notes. Fusu, typically mild-mannered and courteous, despite his dissimilarity to Ying Zhang in thought and policy, possessed the qualities befitting a ruler who upholds tradition, qualities that Ying Zhang had diligently nurtured over the years. However, Fusu's performance in the recent assassination incident had greatly disappointed him, and the presence of certain ministers around him had raised Ying Zhang's wariness. The imperial power was not to be coveted, even by the crown prince. The news of the assassin's testimony had only just reached him, and Fusu's apparent prior knowledge incited displeasure within Ying Zhang. Was even Wang Ben now trying to curry favor with the future emperor? Zhao Gao, a keen observer of political currents, seemed to discern something from Ying Zhang's terse remarks and bowed again, stating, "The young master also mentioned that this matter pertains to the fortunes of the Qin state, and that His Majesty should not act hastily." This was not Fusu's precise wording, yet it was not entirely a misrepresentation. Nevertheless, Ying Zhang found it exceedingly irksome. A mere child, having read a few books and engaged in a handful of discussions, believed he could presume to remind the emperor? "Go tell Fusu that I am preoccupied with state matters and cannot meet with him at present. He should return and devote himself to study. I have entrusted the matter of the assassin to Lieutenant Li Xin for handling." Though his tone remained relatively calm, the underlying anger in his words was palpable to both Zhao Gao and Meng Tian. Though their sentiments diverged starkly, one felt joy, the other trepidation. After receiving Ying Zhang's edict, Zhao Gao deliberately slowed his pace, taking twice as long to return to Fusu, where he bowed respectfully, stating, "His Majesty is overwhelmed with state affairs and cannot grant an audience. The young master is requested to return." Fusu, already on edge from the wait, was further incensed by the closed door, his countenance darkening as he sharply pressed, "Did the Fuling convey the reason for my visit?" Zhao Gao, smirking inwardly while outwardly maintaining a facade of utmost respect, replied, "How could this humble servant dare to obscure the emperor's will? Naturally, I conveyed all, but His Majesty has stated that this matter has been entrusted to Lieutenant Li Xin, who will oversee it, thereby relieving the young master of concern and allowing you to return to your studies and reflections." Fusu, ultimately youthful and impetuous, felt provoked by Zhao Gao's veiled sarcasm, compounded by his anxiety for Meng Tian's safety. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he felt a firm tug at his sleeve. "Please inform Zhao Fuling that the young master will dutifully comply with His Majesty's decree." A deep, resonant voice pulled Fusu back from the brink of fury. It belonged to his most capable aide, the scholar Mao Shuo. This Mao Shuo was no ordinary man. Not only was he well versed in knowledge and strategy, but he was also rumored to possess a remarkable cultivation technique. Fusu regarded him with utmost trust. More importantly, he had a well-known elder brother, the former Prime Minister Mao Jiao. Chapter 24 of The Crisis of Fusua. Esteemed Ma Jiao, in years past,
you disregarded the perils of life and death to counsel His Majesty, King Yingzheng of Qin, to treat Empress Dowager Zhao Ji with kindness, earning his profound trust. Thus, although Ma Jiao has long since passed away, His Majesty continues to extend favor to the Ma family, with Ma Shua being a notable beneficiary. Zhao Gao secretly lamented the lost opportunity. Had Fusu exhibited a moment of rage, he would have had the chance to exploit it, yet Ma Shua steadfastly obstructed him. Dr. Ma, it has been quite some time. Zhao Gao, not daring to show any indifference, clasped his hands and remarked, I have hastened my journey, yet your calm demeanor reveals your mastery in cultivating inner peace. Upon hearing that Fusu had gone to see Yingzheng regarding the matter of the assassin, Ma Shua sensed the gravity of the situation and managed to arrive just in time to prevent Fusu from falling into an even greater predicament. Not at all, Zhao Prefect. You serve His Majesty day and night with diligence and care, yet still maintain such composure. You are indeed a model for us all. Though their words appeared to be mutual flattery, they were laced with veiled intent, neither willing to yield ground. Since Father has issued an edict, I shall naturally comply. I beseech you, Zhao Prefect, to convey my regards, and I shall engage in self-reflection through my studies. Please urge His Majesty to take care of his health and well-being. Fusu, being a clever individual, immediately grasped Ma Shua's insinuation. Rather than becoming incensed, he displayed a sincere filial devotion to Yingzheng. Excellent, excellent. Zhao Gao chuckled softly, saying, This old servant shall certainly relay your sentiments to His Majesty. After bowing deeply, he watched as Fusu and Ma Shua departed. Dr. Ma, I am grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I might have made a grave mistake. Fusu supported his forehead with his hand, anxiety evident in his voice. I truly did not anticipate that this old servant would be so cunning. One day, I shall see to his removal. However, Ma Shua remained silent until they returned to Fusu's tent, at which point he spoke with a grave demeanor, Young master, your actions today are profoundly unwise. Fusu, however, appeared unconcerned and pondered aloud, It is merely that Father does not wish to see me, perhaps having guessed my intentions. This is not unusual and is of little consequence. Not so, not so. Ma Shua, much like his late brother Ma Jiao, spoke candidly to Fusu, unreserved by his status. This matter is of great significance and far-reaching implications. If His Majesty were to take action, he would surely consult with his esteemed ministers. You could easily wait until that time to express your thoughts. Why rush and risk incurring His Majesty's displeasure? Having faced rejection from Yingzheng and narrowly evaded Zhao Gao's trap, Fusu was already in a foul mood. After managing to suppress his temper to listen to Ma Shua, he was taken aback by the latter's unyielding stance. His expression darkened as he retorted, Meng Tian is my close friend, and you have repeatedly advised me to cultivate goodwill with the Meng family. Now that he has been falsely accused by an assassin, I must defend him. Moreover, you hail from Qi. I cannot allow this calamity to extend to you. Fusu's vehement response made Ma Shua instantly aware that he had spoken too harshly. After all, the young master before him had reached adulthood and possessed considerable experience in governance, far from being a mere naive youth. Your benevolence is well known among the court and the populace, and I, too, hold great admiration for you, Ma Shua acknowledged with a respectful bow, then continued in a gentler tone. However, you received news of this incident before His Majesty. What might he think of that? Could he not perceive it as a sign of your overreaching ambition, coveting greater power? And Wang Li, who is responsible for the investigation, represents the Qin army. Are your hands already stretching so far? If this were an ordinary ruler, it might be of little consequence. Yet, what manner of man is His Majesty? He is the illustrious victor of 6 generations, who subdued the 6 states and unified the realm. How could he tolerate such occurrences? Furthermore, that Zhao Gao, the minister of the central chariot, is exceptionally adept at discerning the emperor's intentions. If he were to exaggerate and twist the narrative, what would become of your reputation in His Majesty's eyes? A series of sharp questions left Fusu's countenance pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow as a sense of panic gripped him. He knew all too well the nature of his father. Should he provoke the emperor's wrath, even as his own son, he would not be spared. Regaining some composure, Fusu stood solemnly before the upright and meticulous Ma Shua, bowing deeply. Were it not for your guidance, I would still be ensnared in ignorance. Please, instruct me on how to navigate this situation. Ma Shua did not shy away from the courtesy but stood tall,
accepting Fusu's gesture of respect. His Majesty has many offspring, with over a dozen adult sons. Yet he has entrusted you with significant responsibilities, granting no opportunity for the others to partake in state affairs. This clearly indicates that, despite his severity, he recognizes your talents. With a warning in his tone, Ma Shuo continued, if I may speak rather irreverently, had His Majesty truly been assassinated recently, you would be the sole candidate to succeed him in the Qin dynasty. His words were not merely a statement of fact but carried an undertone of regret. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Li Xian, perhaps Fusu would have already ascended to the throne. Noticing a hint of confusion in Fusu's gaze, Ma Shuo elaborated, His Majesty is still in the prime of his life, just over 40 years old. In a decade's time, more princes will come of age, and the selection of an heir will become increasingly complex, with the sentiments of the courtiers growing even more intricate. Fusu was well aware of this reality. His governance style, characterized by benevolence, starkly contrasted with Yingzheng's. Should a clever and resourceful brother emerge, one who could win favor, the competition for the throne would become inevitable. Therefore, over the past few years, he had taken advantage of his administrative duties to foster relationships with influential ministers, subtly aligning a faction of them to his side, most notably Chancellor Li Si and the Interior Minister Meng Tian. Though General Wang Ben had not made his intentions overtly clear, he had nonetheless signaled a certain goodwill and frequently sought Fusu's counsel. Wang Li, on the other hand, had been quite direct, once boasting that if Fusu could secure the marriage of Princess Pulu, the Wang family would undoubtedly follow his command. Wang Li's position as the leading general of the Eastern expedition was partially due to Yingzheng's reliance on the Wang family and partly thanks to Fusu's recommendation, as he sought to create opportunities for Wang Li to engage more closely with his sister. Fusu's thoughts were not lost on Ma Shuo, who found merit in the young master's strategies. As long as the Chancellor, the General, and the Interior Minister stood with Fusu, great prospects awaited him. Yet, Li Xian had interjected at the most inopportune moment, not only rescuing the emperor but also establishing a close rapport with the princess, thus overshadowing the beleaguered Wang Li. From Fusu's conversations with Princess Pulu, he discerned that while Ling Xian remained tight-lipped, she evidently harbored feelings for Li Xian, whereas Wang Li seemed unfazed by the developments. The situation was further exacerbated by Li Xian's ascension to the position of lieutenant, commanding the guards of the imperial city, thus becoming a pivotal force, clearly aligning himself with the sentiments of Fusu's rival Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, who was also in his camp. In recent days, Fusu had witnessed Li Xian's gallant presence as he served the emperor, often exchanging words with him. The trust that Yingzheng bestowed upon Li Xian was unmistakable, evident in the emperor's gaze. Chapter 24 The Crisis of Fusu. Ma Zhao, in years past, you bravely disregarded life and death to advise King Yingzheng of Qin to treat Empress Zhao Ji with kindness, earning the emperor's profound trust. Thus, although Ma Zhao has long since passed away, the emperor continues to favor the Ma family, with Ma Shuo standing out among them. Zhao Gao lamented silently, for had Fusu lost his composure and rage, an opportunity would have presented itself to him. Yet this Ma Shuo resolutely obstructed his designs. Dr. Ma, it has been a long time. Zhao Gao, not daring to show any negligence, clasped his hands and said, I have hurried here, yet you appear so composed, which is truly commendable. Upon hearing that Fusu had approached Yingzheng regarding the matter of the assassin, Ma Shuo sensed trouble and arrived just in time to prevent Fusu from falling into a deeper predicament. Not at all, Zhao Prefect, you serve the emperor day and night with great diligence, and yet maintain such tranquility. You are indeed a model for us all. Of their seemingly mutual flattery concealed a subtle tension, each unwilling to concede ground. Since my father has issued a decree, I shall certainly comply. I ask that Zhao Prefect relay my sentiments, that I will reflect upon my studies and introspect. May my father take care of his health and cherish himself. Fusu, being a clever individual, immediately grasped Ma Shuo's insinuation. He not only remained unperturbed but also demonstrated his sincere filial piety towards Yingzheng. Excellent, excellent, Zhao Gao chuckled dryly, saying, this old servant shall certainly convey your intentions to His Majesty. With that, he bowed deeply, watching as Fusu and Ma Shuo departed. Dr. Ma, I am fortunate you arrived, otherwise, I might have made a grave mistake, Fusu said, hand to his forehead, still trembling with fear. I truly did not anticipate that this old servant would be so cunning. One day, I shall surely rid myself of him. Ma Shuo, however, remained silent until they returned to Fusu's tent, whereupon he spoke with grave seriousness. Your actions today are exceedingly inappropriate. Fusu seemed unconvinced, pondering aloud. It is merely that my father refuses to see me. perhaps guessing what I wish to convey. This is not uncommon.
It is of little consequence, not at all. Ma Shua, akin in temperament to his late brother Ma Jiao, always spoke candidly to Fusu, regardless of his status, such a significant matter, with far-reaching implications. If the emperor were to take action, he would naturally consult his esteemed ministers. You could have waited for that moment to speak. Why the haste that might incite his majesty's displeasure? Fusu, having just endured Jing's refusal to see him and narrowly escaped Zhao Gao's snare, was already in a foul mood. He struggled to contain his temper as he listened to Ma Shua, who showed no signs of mercy. Instantly, his countenance darkened, and he retorted, Meng Tian is my confidant, and you have repeatedly advised me to cultivate ties with the Meng family, and now that he has been falsely accused by an assassin, I must defend him. Moreover, your family also hails from Qi. I cannot allow this calamity to extend to you. Fusu's resolute rebuttal made Ma Shua realize he had spoken too harshly. After all, the young master before him was now an adult with considerable experience in governance, far from a mere child. Your benevolence is well known throughout the court, and I, too, hold it in high regard, Ma Shua began, bowing his hands in respectful acknowledgement. He then continued in a gentler tone, however, you received news earlier than the emperor. How might he perceive this? Could he not think that your ambition exceeds what is appropriate, coveting greater power, and the one responsible for the investigation, Wang Li, represents the Qin army? Has your reach extended so far? Were he an ordinary sovereign, it might be overlooked, but what manner of man is our emperor, a formidable ruler who has vanquished 6 states and unified the realm? How could he possibly tolerate such actions? Moreover, that Zhao Gao, the minister of the central chariot, is adept at discerning the emperor's intentions. If he were to embellish and distort facts, how might your reputation fare in the emperor's eyes? The barrage of incisive questions left Fusu, who had initially been unconcerned, pale and sweating, his heart racing with trepidation. He understood his father's temperament all too well. Should he provoke his ire, even as his own son, he would show no mercy. Regaining some composure, he bowed deeply to the solemn and meticulous Ma Shua, stating, were it not for your guidance, I would still be in ignorance. Please instruct me on how to proceed. Ma Shua did not shy away from the compliment but stood tall, accepting Fusu's gesture of respect. The emperor has many children, over 10 of whom are of age, yet he entrusts you with significant responsibilities while denying others the opportunity to partake in governance. This indicates that despite his sternness, he recognizes your talents. After awakening Fusu to the gravity of the situation, Ma Shua sought to reassure him. To speak bluntly, had the emperor indeed perished in that assassination attempt, you would have been the sole candidate for the position of the second sovereign of Qin. His words carried a weight of sorrow. Had it not been for Li Xin's timely intervention, perhaps Fusu would have already ascended to the throne. Sensing Fusu's bewilderment, Ma Shua continued, the emperor is still in the prime of life, barely over 40. Should he endure another decade, many more princes will come of age, complicating the choices for succession and the sentiments of the court. Fusu was acutely aware of this reality. His governance style, rooted in benevolence, differed greatly from Zheng's. Should an astute and affable brother emerge, capable of winning favor, contention for the throne would become inevitable. Thus, in recent years, he had seized opportunities to engage with prominent ministers, subtly gathering a faction of loyal supporters, among whom were the Chancellor Li Si and the Minister of Internal Affairs Meng Tian. As for General Wang Ben, though he had not made any overt declarations, he had nonetheless communicated goodwill, often consulting Fusu for advice. Wang Li, on the other hand, had been more direct, once thumping his chest and declaring that if Fusu could facilitate the marriage of Princess Pulu, the Wang family would undoubtedly follow Fusu's lead. Wang Li's position as the vanguard general of this eastern expedition was partly due to Jing's reliance on the Wang family and partly due to Fusu's recommendation, hoping to provide Wang Li with more opportunities to connect with his sister. Fusu's intentions were not lost on Ma Shua, who found merit in the young master's strategy, believing that with the Chancellor, the General, and the Minister of Internal Affairs aligned with him, great things were on the horizon. However, Li Xin's untimely emergence disrupted everything. Not only did he save the emperor, but he also gained proximity to the princess, solidifying his status. His resplendent image overshadowed the disheveled Wang Li. From Fusu's conversations with Princess Pulu, he discerned that Xian, though tight-lipped, clearly harbored affection for Li Xin. While Wang Li seemed oblivious to this fact, the most severe consequence was that Li Xin had assumed the position of lieutenant, controlling the guards of the imperial city, thereby becoming a force of considerable influence. Moreover, he appeared to lean towards supporting the young master Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, who were of like mind. In recent days,
Fusu had witnessed Li Xian's gallant presence as he safeguarded the emperor, often engaging in brief exchanges with him, from which it was evident that the emperor held Li Xian in high esteem. Chapter 25 of The Prince and the Princess, the favored youngest son of His Majesty, accompanied at all times by close ministers, coupled with the lieutenant who commands the royal city's guards and excels among the military, already possesses formidable power that cannot be underestimated. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, even if His Majesty intends to bequeath the throne to the young lord, it is likely that his wishes would be thwarted. When the time comes, whether a cup of poison wine or a length of white silk is bestowed, will the young lord comply with the edict or resist it? Seemingly anticipating Fusa's thoughts, Ma Shua articulated his deeply held concerns, though one particular sentiment lingered unvoiced in his throat: the possibility that Princess Yingxuan's inclinations might subtly influence His Majesty. Were Li Xian present, he would undoubtedly commend this scholar adept in courtly intrigue, for lacking the experience of the subsequent 2 millennia of continuous political upheaval, he displayed a remarkable acuity in detecting danger and articulating it with precision, a rare talent indeed. Please, master, enlighten me. Fusu understood well that while this Dr. Ma Shua may not possess the renown of his brother Ma Jiao, he was nonetheless a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, surpassing his sibling in cunning and practical skill. Over the years, he had excelled in concealment, quietly achieving much, and now, as he spoke so extensively, it was evident that he possessed a suitable strategy in mind. Young Lord Hu Hai, being another son of His Majesty, is still quite young and does not yet possess the means to contend with you. Even should he harbor such intentions, it would be at least 5 or 6 years before he could do so, hence, there is no need for you to act in haste. Brothers should treat one another with propriety, allowing His Majesty to witness your filial piety and magnanimity. Zhao Gao, the Grand Commandant of the Central Chariot, is a former servant who has grown up within the palace, possessing a cunning disposition and keen insight into the Emperor's intentions. He is seldom far from His Majesty's side, making it difficult to act swiftly. Should one act too rashly, it may instead incite His Majesty's suspicions. Thus, the urgent matter for you, young lord, lies in eliminating the hidden threat posed by Li Xian. Ma Shua asserted decisively. Li Xian is renowned as the flying general of our great Qin, having earned His Majesty's trust and is now widely acclaimed for his valor in saving the emperor. Within the military camp, I need only to inquire, and countless individuals would willingly transfer to serve under Li Xian. Given Li Xian's prestige, martial prowess, and the loyalty he commands, I dare say that should he serve as lieutenant for over a year, the garrison in Xianyang will undoubtedly rally behind him, and then it will be too late to address the matter. Fusu, however, appeared unconvinced, furrowing his brow and replying, Master, do you not overestimate Li Xian? He is merely a man of valor. A few years back, during the campaign against Chu, he suffered a significant defeat. If he were to engage in any treachery, as long as the tiger talisman does not fall into his hands, a single edict could relieve him of his duties, and a handful of strong men could easily capture him. Upon hearing this, Ma Shua's expression darkened, and he retorted, Young lord, you are gravely mistaken. If he governs the military effectively, ensuring the tranquility of the royal city, it would be a considerable achievement. With young Lord Hu Hai and Zhao Gao supporting each other, how could His Majesty so easily dismiss a lieutenant who has rendered such service in saving his life? Do you imply that action must be taken during this eastern expedition? Fusu inquired cautiously. Indeed. Although Li Xian has been appointed as lieutenant, he does not yet wield actual command over the garrison, and his following consists of but a few hundred men. Thus, the risk of acting now is minimal. Ma Shua's face bore a fierce resolve as he continued, should anything happen to Li Xian, you could suggest to the ministers that Wang Li be appointed as lieutenant. This not only eliminates the threat but also secures the Wang family's allegiance, 2 birds with 1 stone. Has the master identified any fortuitous opportunity? In response to Fusa's question, Ma Shua recognized that he had successfully swayed him, and he slowly revealed, currently, there exists a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have heard that His Majesty has entrusted the interrogation of the assassins to Li Xian. If anything were to transpire during this inquiry, Li Xian would undoubtedly bear the blame. At this, Ma Shua raised his left hand, slicing through the air with a flourish, and declared with a sense of satisfaction, I intend to ensure that Li Xian's efforts yield naught. He then leaned closer to Fusu and whispered for a while. Fusu's face reflected disbelief and fear, as he perceived the venture as exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, he ultimately succumbed to Mashua's persuasion and reluctantly nodded his agreement. After departing from the emperor's presence, Li Xian galloped away on horseback, the refreshing breeze invigorating him and momentarily dispelling his worries. He was lost in thought and, thus, failed to notice a woman stepping onto the road, nearly caught beneath the hooves of his steed. With a firm tug on the reins, his trusted warhorse, which had accompanied him through countless battles, responded immediately, rearing up and neighing sharply to a halt. The woman, startled, appeared pale and disheveled, taking a moment to regain her composure. Just as she was about to scold him, upon recognizing it was Lieutenant Li Xian, she retorted, "I wondered who it was, only to find the newly appointed Lieutenant Li, flaunting your authority. How dare you ride recklessly in a forbidden area?"
Forbidden area?
Li Xian, momentarily perplexed, looked at the woman. With her rosy lips and white teeth, almond-shaped eyes, and graceful figure, she was none other than a handmaiden of Princess Puel. Given that Anlin had previously interceded on behalf of the princess, she had indeed rendered a favor, prompting Li Xian to dismount and bow an apology. "Miss Anlin, I beg your pardon.
I am immensely grateful for your advocacy on my behalf."
After Ing Zheng unified the realm, the number of consorts from the 6 states in the imperial harem had multiplied several times over. While not the exaggerated number recorded in later historical texts, it was still a considerable figure. Alongside the eunuchs, the quantity of palace maids had also significantly increased, but there remained no clear hierarchy established. Thus Li Xian could only refer to the maidens as mistress in a vague manner. "Humph, such sweet words. You have been a lieutenant for many days now, yet all you do is orbit around His Majesty, neglecting to express your gratitude to the princess. Truly ungrateful."
Anlin's sharp tone left Li Xian at a loss for words.
"The esteemed Princess Puel is of the highest rank, and I am but a mere military officer, an outsider.
How could I presume to intrude upon her?"
In his moment of desperation, Li Xian finally found an excuse. "Moreover, His Majesty often has tasks for me, making it difficult to disengage. Should the opportunity arise, I will certainly express my gratitude to the princess in person." Having said this, he sought to make his escape, but Anlin seized the reins of his white horse and, with a serious tone, stated, "There is no need to wait for a more auspicious day. You are but 100 paces from the princess's quarters. What difficulty is there in visiting her?" Seeing that Li Xian still hesitated, Anlin's face darkened, and she threatened, "If you persist in your refusal, I shall inform the princess. You may then consider the consequences." With that, she released her grip, adopting an air of confidence as she scrutinized the young lieutenant, caught between indecision. "Then, if that is the case, I would trouble you, mistress, to guide me.
Please inform the princess that Lieutenant Li Xian wishes to express his gratitude for her recommendation." With no other choice, Li Xian reluctantly led his horse, following Anlin closely as they made their way to the princess's residence.
Chapter 26. The Princess's Promise. Apart from Ing Zheng, Princess Pulu is almost the sole individual granted a permanent residence, as Ing Zheng has specifically assembled an elite cavalry squad for her protection. Even her eldest son, Fusu, does not enjoy such privileges and must camp alongside other high-ranking officials.
"General Li Xian, pay your respects to the princess."
This residence, originally a private abode of a local official, temporarily serves as the princess's palace.
While it cannot rival the imposing grandeur of the imperial city, it is nonetheless governed by strict decorum. As an external minister, Li Xian is brought to the window and kneels to pay his respects.
"I owe my survival and the position of lieutenant to the princess's endorsement. The debt of gratitude is immeasurable, and I remain ever in her debt. Should your highness have any commands, I would face mountains of blades or seas of fire without hesitation."
Li Xian's declaration is bold.
He has not yet laid eyes on the princess, yet he fervently professes his loyalty, eliciting a quiet chuckle from Anlin, who stands nearby, amused by the general's unexpected cleverness.
"General Li Xian, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please rise and speak."
After a brief silence, a gentle voice resonates, and the enchanting figure of Princess Pulu is illuminated by the light streaming through the window.
"Anlin, you may leave.
I have matters to discuss with the general." Upon hearing the command, Anlin does not dare to defy it and obediently exits the courtyard, waiting outside. Were it not for the general's swift charge and remarkable archery, not only would I be at risk, but even my father would face peril. If thanks are to be given, I must first express my gratitude for your valor, General. The princess speaks in a soft, melodious tone that brings an indescribable comfort to Li Xin, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate. Before Li Xin can respond, the princess poses an unexpected question. After rescuing the emperor, with no rewards received and peril looming, and with your subordinates suffering as well, did you ever regret your actions, General Li? This inquiry catches him off guard. Any loyal general would find it inconceivable to harbor regrets about saving the emperor, even at the risk of punishment, a sentiment that even Ning Zheng has never broached. How, then, should he respond? The safest choice for Li Xian would be to assert that he would gladly sacrifice himself for the glory of the Qin and for his majesty, undeterred by the prospect of punishment. He could subtly convey his admiration for the princess as a flourish to his answer. While he hesitates, the princess's voice emerges again from within. There is no one else here. I hope you can speak candidly and answer truthfully. For reasons unknown, the princess's voice and intonation, though entirely different from Luer's, evoke memories of her. Overcome with emotion, he unwittingly divulges his genuine feelings. Your Highness, when I heard the counsel of the Chancellor, the Grand General, and even Prince Fusu, a flicker of regret did indeed cross my mind. Oh, is that so? And what happened afterward? The princess appears surprised, yet there is an inexplicable delight in her tone. Upon learning that young Master Hu Hai interceded on my behalf, and recognizing the princess's profound wisdom, I came to a realization and instantly ceased to regret my actions. What realization did you come to? Only with your majesty unharmed, and with the princess and young Master Hu Hai safe, can I hope to carve out a place for myself in the Qin, free from exclusion and neglect. Thus, protecting your majesty and the princess is a matter of course, and what is there to regret? His words are blunt, nearly naming those who look upon him with disdain. Li Si and Wang Ben on one hand, and Prince Fusu on the other. If the emperor were to perish, would not Li Xian's own fate become even more perilous if the princess, caught off guard by Li Xian's forthrightness, lapses into a brief silence? After he speaks, he feels a twinge of apprehension, fearing that the princess might take offense and jeopardize his future. Yet, it is the first time in many days that he has spoken his heart, a refreshing release of pent-up feelings. He reflects that he has overlooked a significant point and boldly adds, indeed, to be in such close proximity to the princess is a stroke of fortune for me. Surprisingly, his words provoke a delightful laugh from the princess, akin to a yellow oriole singing amidst the verdant willows, clear and melodious. Hearing her laughter, Li Xian envisions the princess covering her mouth and raising her brows in playful innocence, yet he remains silent, waiting for her laughter to subside, only to be met with an even more startling remark. So, you sought to ally with Zhao Gao, aiming to connect with my brother Hu Hai solely for self-preservation? The gravity of this assertion is significant. A poor response could imply illicit collusion with the royal family, risking his very life despite Ing Zheng's trust. I do not comprehend the princess's meaning. Lord Zhao merely inquired about matters at the emperor's behest. I relayed the truth and extended my regards to young Master Hu Hai, expressing my gratitude, nothing more, and certainly no talk of alliances. Li Xian understands that such matters must never be acknowledged, and he trusts that neither Zhao Gao nor Hu Hai would dare speak of it. Princess Pulu, discerning his intentions from her mere encounter with Zhao Gao, demonstrates remarkable intelligence. He had anticipated further probing from the princess and prepared to deny everything, yet she lightly lets it go, offering a gentle laugh. General Li is indeed a clever man, well attuned to the times and capable of discerning priorities, an exceptionally rare talent. Should you admit to this, I will neither punish you nor grant you further opportunities. You shall remain to fend for yourself in your position as lieutenant. The princess's tone grows somewhat stern, prompting Li Xian to shrink his neck and bow his head once more. Without my assistance, it would not be long before Li Si and Wang Ben, those two cunning foxes, would eliminate you, leaving you to fade into obscurity. Li Xian is taken aback, for he knows that the illustrious General Li Xian, who once commanded great respect during the campaign to unify the 6 states, has vanished without a trace following that triumph. Even the recently penned records of the grand historian fails to mention him. Could this princess truly possess foresight into the future? Perhaps sensing his skepticism, Princess Pulu huffs lightly, reminding him, do not think that the day of our return to Xianyang will be the only time. Even during our eastern tour, there are those eager to take action. Thank you, Your Highness. I am unwavering in my loyalty to His Majesty and shall serve the princess and young master Hu Hai with utmost dedication.
Should there be any tasks requiring my attention, I vow not to disappoint you.
To the princess's ears, this is clearly an acknowledgement of his submission, a willingness to heed her commands, and she breathes a slight sigh of relief, realizing she now holds a capable soldier in her grasp, providing her with strategic options in critical moments. As the favored daughter of Ing Zhang, she wields considerable influence, yet she harbors a profound sense of impending danger, a sentiment not unlike Li Xian's own.
With the safety of my father entrusted to the general, I am reassured. Having secured Li Xian's loyalty, it is only fitting to offer some benefits in return.
Should you encounter any difficulties, General Li, you may report directly to me, and I shall lend my assistance.
Chapter 27.
Confluence. Having secured Ingxuan's promise, Li Xian felt an overwhelming sense of joy for, in many respects, Ingxian proved to be more advantageous at this juncture than Hu Hai. The opinion of Ing Zhang regarding her carried considerable weight, as evidenced by his recommendation of her for the position of lieutenant. Since that is the case, I indeed have a matter I wish to consult with the princess, Li Xian stated, his candidness resonating well with her. She smiled and responded, "Do share." Thus, Li Xian recounted the results of Wang Li's interrogation of the assassin, along with the responses from Ing Zhang, Zhao Gao, and himself. With a hint of helplessness, he remarked, "It irks me to see Wang Li ingratiating himself with the princess. It is nothing short of a foolish fantasy." I could not help but retort, and to my astonishment, His Majesty actually took heed and tossed this hot potato into my lap. Ingxuan's fair cheeks flushed slightly as she chided, "Pray, speak respectfully.
Do not involve me."
"Indeed, I merely wished to seek your guidance, Your Highness. How should this matter be handled?" This inquiry was not just a request for advice, but also a subtle probe to assess Ingxuan's capability and sensitivity, determining if she was worthy of his loyalty. "I believe that my father does not wish to see the focus turned towards Qi, and thus he would never readily accept Wang Li's interrogation records.
This is precisely why he has tasked you with a re-examination.
However, by taking on this case, you not only oppose Wang Ben and Wang Li, but you could also attract the attention of even higher authorities."
Do you grasp my meaning? Li Xian nodded slightly, recognizing the quandary. Ingxian had been quite direct. Above Wang Ben, there was only Prince Fusu.
"I surmise that my father's arrangement may also be an effort to prevent you from becoming too entangled with the powerful, ensuring your unwavering loyalty to him as you fulfill your duties as lieutenant."
Does His Majesty wish for me to be a solitary minister?
The term solitary minister struck Ingxian with a jolt. It was a novel expression for the Qin people, yet it resonated deeply. Li Xian exhibited considerable erudition. "Precisely, I maintain that General Li need not worry excessively at this stage. As long as the interrogation results withstand scrutiny and satisfy my father, all will be well."
Li Xian bowed and stood attentively, refraining from interjecting, for the princess had yet to conclude her thoughts.
"My father, in his prime, is resolute and decisive, far superior to the feeble monarchs of the 6 states, and not easily swayed by the words of a few influential ministers. As long as my father perceives you as valuable, as someone who can alleviate his burdens, I am most grateful for your guidance, Your Highness." Having completed their mutual evaluations, both were quite satisfied with each other's qualifications and capabilities. Inside and outside the window, both individuals exhaled a sigh of relief, and smiles blossomed simultaneously. Though Hu Hai is exceptionally intelligent, he remains youthful. Zhao Gao possesses both loyalty and capability, yet his thoughts are excessively murky, which raises my concerns. As their conversation neared its conclusion, Ingxian suddenly interjected with this remark. Li Xian paused slightly, grasping her meaning, and promptly clasped his hands in salute, stating, "Fear not, Your Highness. Should I be granted the honor, I could also teach young Master Hu Hai some horsemanship, archery, or military strategy. When he matures a bit, he will be able to share in alleviating His Majesty's burdens." Conversing with an astute individual was indeed a pleasure. Ingxian smiled gently and replied, "Since General Li is willing to acquiesce, I shall make the request to my father." Suddenly recalling something, Li Xian clasped his hands and said, "I have one more matter to request of Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Ingxian did not express discontent. Rather, she felt a greater sense of reassurance, for those who continually present conditions and requests are often the ones truly capable of accomplishing tasks effectively.
Speak freely, General.
I suspect that one of my personal guards may be entangled in this assassination plot, yet I have found no evidence. This individual is exceedingly astute. Should I send someone familiar to investigate, it would undoubtedly alert him. Therefore, I kindly request the princess to assign 2 shrewd and capable individuals to discreetly investigate this person.
Concurrently, the princess may also monitor my movements to avert any unforeseen incidents.
Yingxuan's heart leapt with joy. This was a genuine expression of loyalty from Li Xian. She immediately responded, "Since you have such a request, I shall certainly accommodate." At this, she pulled a bell with her right hand, and in an instant, 2 figures appeared before her. Clad in the attire of the Imperial Guards, their eyes were fierce, their expressions indifferent, and their movements agile, with notably robust fingers indicative of their prowess in capture and combat.
Chi Det and Chi Air.
You shall temporarily report to Lieutenant Li. Following his orders, should any urgent matters arise, you are to immediately inform me. Understood, they replied in unison, bowing slightly. Having likely undertaken similar tasks before, they displayed no signs of surprise, and were already aware of Li Xian's past achievements, as well as his remarkable feat of 3 arrows saving the Emperor just days prior, which garnered their profound respect.
Not at all. I shall be relying on both of you. Li Xian hastily returned the courtesy.
Chi Di and Chi Air are swordsmen of the Inner Court's Black Ice platform, skilled in both martial arts and agility, with clear-headedness. His Majesty holds them in high regard. Moreover, they seldom interact with outsiders, making them well suited for this task. In the presence of others, Yingxian regained her regal demeanor and composure, speaking slowly, "General, as you assume the role of lieutenant, your responsibilities are significant.
You must exercise utmost caution, lest you betray His Majesty's trust."
Li Xian suddenly felt a surreal sensation, as if this princess were not merely a gilded cagebird of the inner palace, but rather a decisive and ambitious matron, subtly consolidating a contingent of guards under her command. What astonished him further was Yingxuan's strikingly similar perspective to his own in certain respects, particularly regarding the contrasting attitudes toward Hu Hai and Fusu. She evidently favored the youthful Hu Hai over the flourishing Fusu, who enjoyed the support of numerous influential ministers. With the knowledge of future events from his own memories, could it be that this princess truly possessed the ability to foresee changes yet to come? Fascinating, indeed. Upon entering his tent, he continued to ponder the events that had transpired, a mysterious smile gracing his countenance, unaware that his most capable subordinate, Zheng Han, had stealthily entered. When he finally regained his focus, he noticed Zheng Han sitting across from him, a peculiar smile plastered on his face.
"What is it?" Li Xian straightened his posture, reverting to his usual demeanor. "Did you encounter a beautiful woman while departing the camp, General?" At that moment, Zheng Han resembled a fortune teller, surprisingly accurate. "Speak not such nonsense." "I was merely attending to His Majesty," Li Xian admonished coldly. "Is there something of import?" Upon hearing Li Xian's inquiry, Zheng Han promptly concealed his amusement, adopting a serious tone. "I have just received an edict from the Chancellor, instructing me to depart immediately for the royal tomb to oversee the construction. There is to be no delay." Chapter 28 The Division of Forces. I initially intended to wait until this eastern expedition concludes before returning to Xi'an, yet I did not anticipate Li Si's urgency. Oh, it is likely because His Majesty's Mausoleum's supervision also falls under Li Si's purview. Hence, he is eager for your fresh troops to join swiftly, Li Xian replied. However, internally, he was calculating, why the urgency now? Just as I am about to interrogate the assassin, it is evident there are ulterior motives at play. Zheng Han, somewhat apprehensive, leaned closer and inquired, "General, should we depart, you would be left with so few men by your side. Might that pose a danger?" Li Xian chuckled as he clasped Zheng Han's shoulder, saying, "While I am close to His Majesty, none would dare to act brazenly against me. If indeed I receive His Majesty's edict, your presence or absence will bear no significance on the larger scheme. Military orders are as solid as mountains. Should you delay, it could serve as an excuse against us, jeopardizing our plans." Li Xian lowered his voice, "As long as you commence your preparations promptly, our capacity for self-preservation will be bolstered. Do you understand?" Zheng Han stood abruptly, cupping his hands in a salute. "Since the general has issued orders, I shall dutifully comply." We shall set forth at dawn. Might I inquire if the general has any further instructions?
Li Xian waved his hand with a smile. No need for such formality. Upon your return to Xian, once you assume the position of right minister of the imperial granary, apply yourself diligently to the mausoleum's construction. Perhaps one day, when you become the minister, I shall pay my respects to you. Zheng Han declared with solemnity, the general shall forever be the commander of Zheng Han and his brethren. At your command, we shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Before we part, there is one final matter to address. Noting Zheng Han's gravity, Li Xian too stowed away his smile and listened intently.
This eastern expedition is fraught with peril.
Many eyes covet your position, General. I implore you to exercise caution and vigilance, lest you fall into another's snare. Li Xian's gaze flickered. Zheng Han was known for his insightful observations, and his words indicated he had sensed something amiss.
He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Have you perhaps caught wind of something?
I have learned that, in light of the previous assassination attempt that nearly harmed His Majesty, there are suggestions to interchange personnel between the Vanguard and the Imperial Guards. Since the number involved is minimal, General Wang Ben has already granted approval. According to the Qin dynasty's regulations, the authority to mobilize troops rested solely with the Emperor. Any troop adjustment exceeding 50 men required the Emperor's decree, or it would be deemed treason. The fact that General Wang Ben had approved the adjustment indicated that the number involved was indeed limited. Suddenly, a realization struck Li Xian, and he blurted out, could it be that the soldiers guarding the assassin are among those being reassigned? This piece of information had been painstakingly gathered by Zheng Han, and hearing it so casually revealed left him greatly astonished.
Indeed, General, you possess remarkable foresight. The personnel exchange is scheduled for 2 days hence.
So it is. The timing coincides perfectly with Li Xian's solitary interrogation of the assassin. Should any complications arise during the troop exchange, it would provide an excellent cover. It seems some individuals are quite eager to deal with me. However, he refrained from divulging the underlying details. It was prudent to maintain a measure of enigmatic respect from Zheng Han.
Moreover, to delay their departure would only furnish their adversaries with an excuse.
This is merely a standard troop rotation for safety. Do not overthink it. Rest assured and return to Xian. I shall act according to circumstances, he reassured Zheng Han, who nodded and turned to leave, only to be halted by Li Xian's voice, who, pray tell, accompanies you to supervise the mausoleum? It appears I have yet to be informed of this matter. Zheng Han smacked his forehead in realization and hastily apologized. It was actually decided a couple of days ago, and I have spoken to 4 officers regarding it. However, I could never find the opportunity to report it to you, so I beg your forgiveness. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. I have been preoccupied these days, so it is not entirely your fault. Just provide me with a brief overview so that I may be informed. Zheng Han felt a twinge of unease, for typically, failing to report such an important matter would warrant severe punishment, yet now the general appeared remarkably lenient. General, I plan to bring along Yang Shi and Sima Xian, while you will take Li Bai and Luo Jia to serve as lieutenants.
Oh? Is there a particular reasoning behind this? Li Xian, well aware of Zheng Han's capabilities, understood that such arrangements must be made with considerable thought.
Yang Shi is meticulous and diligent, fully competent in military training and administrative duties, while Sima Xian possesses not only strategic insight but also eloquence, making him an ideal assistant to handle matters with the court, Zheng Han explained. As for Li Bai and Luo Jia, they are loyal and valiant, particularly adept in cavalry warfare. Zheng Han cautiously observed Li Xian's reaction, and seeing no sign of dissent, he boldly added, as you take on the role of lieutenant, it is imperative to train a responsive cavalry unit for unforeseen circumstances.
Moreover, the garrison troops are quite proud and headstrong.
Having these two to play the role of enforcers may facilitate your efforts to garner support from the ranks, he concluded. Li Xian nodded approvingly. Your arrangements are commendable. I have no objections. Upon your arrival at the rear army, ensure that you select the finest 1,000 men available, understood? I shall comply with your orders. Additionally, there is one more matter I must report. Zheng Han stepped closer, speaking in a hushed tone. In recent days, I have assigned someone to keep an eye on Zhao Yan. It appears that he maintains a rather proper demeanor, yet he frequently inquires about your whereabouts.
Oh, has he encountered anyone else?
Li Xian asked, furrowing his brow. Zhao Yan was undoubtedly acting under someone else's influence, connected to the assassination plot, and within the Eastern Expedition's ranks. Most crucially, this person harbored intentions to kill me. I cannot afford to sleep with both eyes closed until he is uncovered, otherwise, will I have to resort to the Emperor's practice of testing food for poison before every meal? That would be utterly laughable. None, this fellow is diligent in his duties, even more so than others, Zheng Han said, growing impatient with Li Xian's indecision. If you harbor suspicions about him, he should not remain by your side. Allow me to take him away. He smirked cunningly. Once we reach Lishan, we could easily find a spot to bury him, thus eliminating future troubles.
Li Xian shook his head. No.
We must first identify the mastermind behind this plot. Zheng Han's suggestion brought Li Xian a measure of relief. However, now that two skilled agents dispatched by the princess were covertly observing Zhao Yan, there was no immediate rush. Watching him stride forth with sword in hand, Li Xian understood that doubts lingered in Zheng Han's mind, yet out of trust in him, he had made this significant decision. Troops are easily acquired, but a capable general is hard to find. The following day, Li Xian remained secluded, neither attending the royal entourage nor bidding farewell to Zheng Han. Instead, he paced within his tent, muttering to himself and occasionally jotting down notes. He was contemplating how to extract information from Zhang Liang, for with Zhang Liang's intellect, even if he revealed his identity and background, it was unlikely he would readily acknowledge it. Li Xian was self-aware. In matters of eloquence, he was no match for Zhang Liang. Even if 10 of him were to compete, he needed a clever stratagem. Pacing back and forth, his eyes frequently fell upon the map hanging in the tent, a newly drawn depiction highlighting a thoroughfare that spanned east to west, as if beckoning him to recall something significant. Chapter 29 A Clash of Titans. The following morning, Li Xian arrived at the forward army's camp, accompanied by his two lieutenants, Li Bai and Luo Jia, only to be met with the unfriendly gazes of the soldiers. This was hardly surprising. Throughout the assassination incident, Li Xian and his comrades had garnered significant attention and favor from His Majesty, while the rest of the Imperial Guards merely reveled in the spectacle, leaving the forward camp under immense scrutiny. Rumors even circulated that the assassins had colluded with the forward camp to evade detection and carry out the assassination. Commanded by Wang Li, this army had always held itself in high regard, looking down upon others, yet now it faced severe reprimand and was subjected to repeated inspections, falling from the heights of the heavens into the dust.
The sight of Li Xian naturally did not elicit a warm reception.
This is the place where the assassins are detained. Without General Wang's direct order, no one is permitted to enter. Those who dare to trespass shall be executed, a lieutenant announced as he led them to a heavily guarded tent. Dozens of soldiers stood at attention, their eyes fixed ahead, exuding an air of solemnity. Though Wang Li was arrogant, his command over the troops was commendable. The military discipline displayed here was far superior to that of ordinary armies, which explained the aspirations to succeed Wang Ben. Li Xian chuckled, choosing not to take offense, but Luo Jia, known for never backing down, bared his teeth and leisurely remarked, "It's remarkable that the living assassins remain undetected, yet they are closely monitored once they are hafted from my general's arrows." This was an outright slap in the face, and even Li Xian felt it was excessive. How could the lieutenant endure such humiliation? His face flushed crimson, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword, prepared to duel Luo Jia. Fighting within the military camp is punishable by death, and there shall be no leniency.
Stand down. A stern voice rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the lieutenant's sword was sheathed, standing 3 paces away, bowing his head in submission, not daring to breathe a word. Li Xian, renowned as the greatest archer of the Qin, possessed exceptional vision and reflexes, thus he recognized the newcomer as Wang Li, the heir of the general commanding the forward camp. In a heartbeat, he had crossed dozens of steps, snatched the sword, sheathed it, and delivered a powerful kick to the lieutenant, sending him stumbling back 3 paces. Such speed and control were unimaginable to ordinary folk. Perhaps this was a secret art of the Wang family. Even Li Xian could not help but express admiration. Behind them stood Zhao Gao, the newly arrived minister of the Central Chariot, who clapped his hands in commendation, saying, "General Wang Li has truly grasped the essence of Hunyuan Qi. He is indeed a prodigy beyond compare, a true steed of the Qin army." Wang Li cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Minister Zhao, you flatter me. I still have much to learn compared to my grandfather and father." So this was the legendary Hunyuan Qi. No wonder every encounter with Wang Ben brought such an overwhelming sense of pressure.
it stemmed from the formidable aura he exuded. Wang Li had likely achieved a high level of mastery, though he still had some way to go. The lieutenant of the forward camp has erred, and I shall deal with the punishment.
Wang Li's sharp gaze swept over Li Xian and his companions, his words unyielding.
I also urge General Li to properly discipline his subordinates and refrain from reckless speech. Both Luo Jia and Li Bai, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, felt a chill run down their spines under Wang Li's potent aura, leaving them momentarily speechless. There is no need for such severity, General Wang. It was merely a jest among brothers, Li Xian replied, unperturbed. Moreover, Lieutenant Luo should exercise more caution in his choice of words in the future, at least not to speak so brazenly in public. Every time Li Xian beheld Wang Li's stern demeanor, he felt a twinge of discomfort, seizing any opportunity to deliver a subtle jab. As he spoke, he patted Luo Jiao on the shoulder and added with a smile, General Wang is magnanimous and has already forgiven you, you should express your gratitude. Strangely enough, Luo Jia, who had previously felt stifled, found a surge of spirit and clasped his fists, saying, I meant no offense, please do not hold it against me, General. Wang Li had intended to assert his authority before Li Xian, but unexpectedly, Li Xian's casual dismissal unraveled his intentions, and he found himself adorned with the label of magnanimity, making it difficult to pursue the matter further. Zhao Gao, bearing the emperor's orders, could not allow their childish squabbles to continue. He cleared his throat lightly and said, General Li, since His Majesty has entrusted you with the interrogation of the assassins, do not waste any more time.
Begin promptly, lest you keep His Majesty waiting.
General Wang, I kindly request that you issue an order for the soldiers of the forward camp to step back 10 paces, so as not to disrupt General Li's interrogation. Zhao Gao's words echoed the emperor's decree from the previous day, and both men dared not defy it. Wang Li waved his hand, and over 20 soldiers from the forward camp stepped back in unison, maintaining their formation without a hitch. Now, let us see General Li demonstrate his prowess. In contrast to Wang Li's mocking gaze, Zhao Gao harbored some concern, as he was well-versed in Qin law and had presided over many significant interrogations for Ring Zhang, aware that some desperate individuals, once resolved, could withstand any amount of torment without breaking their resolve. Given the forward camp's current cooperation, if Li Xian could not extract the truth, he would not only face the emperor's ire but also Wang Li's relentless accusations of reckless speech. Li Bai, Luo Jia, listen closely. You two shall guard the entrance to the tent. As long as my interrogation is not concluded, no one is permitted to interrupt. Those who dare trespass shall be executed. Li Xian removed his sword and entrusted it to the two, as he deemed it not an overstep, having received the emperor's directive. In theory, anyone who intruded would be defying the emperor's order, justifying immediate execution. Wang Li's face betrayed a flicker of anger, but he forced himself to maintain composure, replying in a deep voice, Rest assured, General Li, no one will disturb you. He then turned to Zhao Gao, saying, Minister Zhao, perhaps you should accompany me to the central tent to rest, so General Li can focus without distraction.
That sounds excellent.
Zhao Gao shot Li Xian a meaningful glance before following Wang Li, the subtext of his gaze unmistakably conveying, Take care of yourself.
As Li Xian stepped into the tent, he was taken aback by the sight before him.
A dozen blood-stained torture instruments lay haphazardly scattered about, exuding a pungent odor of blood. Bound to a pillar was the assassin, who, in all strictness, had nearly lost all semblance of humanity. His body was marred with wounds, hair disheveled, visage gaunt, and his breath came in irregular gasps, barely clinging to life. The most evident injury was the arrow wound in his left leg. Despite the application of healing ointment, it had yet to heal, with blood seeping intermittently, a testament to the severity of his injuries. Wang Li's hands were indeed heavy. This was understandable, for the appearance of this assassin had rendered many of Wang Li's easily attainable ambitions distant and had inadvertently benefited Li Xian, who was often at odds with him. Before the assassin lay not only a nearly shattered whip and a bloodied iron stake but also a bucket of clean water, presumably intended to temporarily revive him for interrogation. However, Li Xian did not rush to douse him with water. Instead, he meandered around the tent, lost in contemplation. Chapter 29 Confrontation. Early the next morning, Li Xian, accompanied by his two subordinate lieutenants, Li Bai and Luo Jia, arrived at the forward army's encampment, only to be met with the soldiers' unfriendly gazes. This reaction was hardly surprising. Throughout the assassination incident, Li Xian and his companions had garnered much attention and favor from His Majesty,
while the remaining imperial guards were merely spectators, relishing the spectacle. It was their forward camp that bore the brunt of the pressure. Rumors even circulated that the assassins had colluded with the forward camp to evade detection and carry out their nefarious plans. Under the leadership of Wang Li, this unit had always held themselves in high regard, looking down upon others, yet now they were subjected to intense scrutiny and repeated investigations, having descended from their lofty heights to the dust below. Naturally, upon seeing Li Xian, their expressions were far from cordial. This is the place where the assassin is imprisoned. Unless commanded by General Wang, no one is permitted to enter. Trespassers shall be executed. A lieutenant led them to a heavily guarded tent, where dozens of soldiers stood at attention, their gazes fixed forward, exuding an air of solemnity. Although Wang Li was arrogant, his command over the troops was commendable. The military discipline displayed here was unparalleled, explaining why he aspired to succeed Wang Bi. Li Xian chuckled, not taking offense, but Luo Jia, known for never being at a disadvantage, bared his teeth and languidly remarked, "It's remarkable that they can't detect a living assassin, yet they're vigilant when my general has them half dead." Quite impressive indeed. This was the epitome of striking at one's face. Even Li Xian felt the remark was excessive. How could the lieutenant endure such humiliation? His face flushed crimson as he drew his sword, ready to confront Luo Jia. Private duels within the military are punishable by death, and there will be no leniency. Cease this at once. With a sharp reprimand, those present blinked in astonishment, realizing that the lieutenant's sword had already been sheathed, standing a respectful 3 paces away, head bowed in deference, hardly daring to breathe. Li Xian, renowned as the foremost archer of the Qin, possessed unparalleled eyesight and reflexes, and thus immediately recognized the newcomer as Wang Li, the commanding general of the forward camp and son of the supreme general. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed several dozen steps, snatched the sword, returned it to its scabbard, and delivered a swift kick to the lieutenant, sending him stumbling back 3 paces. This extraordinary speed and control over strength was beyond ordinary comprehension. Perhaps it was a secret technique of the Wang family. Even Li Xian could not help but admire it. Behind him stood Zhao Gao, the recently arrived magistrate of the Central Chariot Department, who clapped his hands in appreciation, saying, "General Wang Li truly grasps the essence of Hunyuan Qi. He is indeed a prodigy, surpassing his predecessors, and a true gem of our Qin army." Wang Li clasped his hands in acknowledgement, replying, "Your praise is unwarranted, Magistrate Zhao. I am still far from the standards set by my grandfather and father." So, this is the legendary Hunyuan Qi. No wonder I always feel an overwhelming pressure when encountering Wang Ben. It emanates from his formidable aura. He must have attained a high level of mastery in controlling it, while Wang Li still has some distance to cover. The lieutenant of the forward camp has erred, and I shall personally administer punishment. Wang Li's piercing gaze swept over Li Xian and his companions, his words unyielding. "I also request General Li to properly discipline his subordinates and refrain from their reckless words." Luo Jia and Li Bai, seasoned veterans of the battlefield with numerous souls lost under their command, felt a chill run down their spines under Wang Li's formidable presence, rendering them momentarily speechless. "There is no need for such severity, General Wang. It was merely a jest among brothers," Li Xian, unfazed, calmly replied. "Moreover, Lieutenant Luo should be more mindful of his words in the future, particularly in front of others." Each time Li Xian beheld Wang Li's stern demeanor, he felt a twinge of discomfort and seized the opportunity to deliver a veiled jab. As he spoke, he patted Luo Jia's shoulder and chuckled, "General Wang is magnanimous and has already forgiven you. You should express your gratitude." Strangely enough, the tension that had been building within Luo Jia dissipated with that pat, and he clasped his hands in apology, saying, "I meant no offense, General. Please do not hold it against me." Wang Li had initially aimed to establish his authority before Li Xian, but to his surprise, Li Xian effortlessly neutralized his intent, making him appear somewhat foolish while donning the mantle of magnanimity. Thus, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Zhao Gao, bearing the emperor's mandate, could not afford to overlook their childlike quarrel. He cleared his throat and said, "General Li, since His Majesty has entrusted you with the interrogation of the assassin, it is prudent to commence without delay. We must not keep His Majesty waiting. General Wang, I kindly request that you issue an order for the soldiers of the forward camp to step back 10 paces to avoid disturbing General Li's interrogation." Zhao Gao's words echoed the emperor's directive from the previous day,
and neither man dared to defy it. With a wave of his hand, Wang Li commanded over 20 soldiers from the forward camp to step back in unison, maintaining their formation flawlessly. Now, let us witness General Li's prowess. Unlike Wang Li's mocking gaze, Zhao Gao harbored concerns. Well-versed in Qin law and having presided over many significant interrogations for Ring Zhang, he understood that some desperate individuals, once resolute, could withstand any amount of torment without yielding their secrets. Given the forward camp's cooperation, if Li Xian failed to extract the truth, not only would he face the emperor's displeasure, but Wang Li would also relentlessly accuse him of reckless slander. Li Bai, Luo Jia, listen closely. You will guard the entrance to the tent. As long as my interrogation remains ongoing, no one is to disturb us. Anyone who dares to intrude shall be executed. Li Xian removed his sword and entrusted it to the two men. This was not an overreach, for he had received the emperor's decree. Theoretically, anyone who trespassed would be defying orders, justifying immediate execution. Wang Li's face betrayed a hint of anger, yet he restrained himself, replying in a grave tone, "Rest assured, General Li, no one will interrupt you." He then turned to Zhao Gao and suggested, "Magistrate Zhao, it would be wise for you to join me in the central command tent for a moment, to alleviate any concerns General Li might have." That sounds excellent. Zhao Gao cast a meaningful glance at Li Xian before following Wang Li, his expression conveying nothing less than the words, "Take care of yourself." As Li Xian stepped into the tent, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A dozen implements of torture, each stained with blood, haphazardly arranged and emanating a pungent odor of iron and gore, bound to a pillar was the assassin, who, strictly speaking, had nearly lost all semblance of humanity. His body was marred with wounds, his hair disheveled, his features gaunt, and his breath came in sporadic gasps, a mere whisper of life. Most conspicuous was the arrow wound in his left leg. Despite the application of healing ointment, it remained unhealed, blood seeping from it, a testament to the severity of his injury. Wang Li's hand was indeed heavy. This was understandable, for the assassin's presence had rendered many of Wang Li's once easily attainable objectives elusive, while simultaneously benefiting Li Xian, who often found himself at odds with Wang Li. Beside the assassin, amidst the nearly severed whip and the reddened iron spike, lay a bucket of fresh water, presumably intended to briefly revive the assassin for interrogation. Yet, Li Xian did not rush to douse him with water. He did not even take a close look at Zhang Liang, one of the three heroes of Han, known for his handsome appearance. Instead, he strolled leisurely around the tent, seemingly deep in thought. Chapter 30. I suspect you are a Korean. He was actually discerning the rhythm of Zhang Liang's breathing, which, while seeming faint, was remarkably regular, and every time he drew closer, Zhang Liang's breath would become increasingly slow and drawn out. Li Xian internally scoffed. Although Zhang Liang's physical wounds were severe, it appeared that they had not struck at his core. This fellow, despite being lucid, was feigning such weakness for ulterior motives. "I have heard you claim to be of the royal lineage of Qi, a descendant of General Tian Dan, known as Tian Liang, and that you are entangled with a certain high-ranking minister in court, planning to support him as the ruler once your scheme succeeds. Is that so?" Li Xian stood before Zhang Liang, casually reciting the contents of the confession. Observing that he still maintained his comatose facade, he let out a cold chuckle, declaring, "I do not believe it." However, with that sudden utterance, he sensed a slight pause in Zhang Liang's breathing, which quickly returned to its previous state, still feigning unconsciousness. "I am General Li Xian of the Great Qin. I led my forces into the capital of Qi, and I have met with the royal lineage of the Qi king. They are all broad-faced and robust, quite unlike you. General Tian Dan is someone I greatly admire. Hence, I sought out his descendant for conversation, and I learned that his line is singular, with no other progeny outside." Li Xian's words were a mixture of truth and fabrication. He had indeed met the Qi king, but had never encountered Tian Dan's descendants. It was merely an impromptu invention. Nonetheless, his reputation and the aura of slaughter he exuded were sufficient to instill suspicion and trepidation in one who was already guilty at heart. Moreover, after being wounded by an arrow, he had heard someone exclaim, "General Li Xian, the divine archer," realizing that this very person had saved the tyrant and wounded him in the process. Although Zhang Liang was extraordinarily talented and brave, he was ultimately just a fledgling, a scion of a long line of nobility, and his resolve could not compare to that of seasoned generals forged in the crucible of battle, causing his breath to momentarily falter. The next words spoken by Li Xian would profoundly shake the pretense of unconsciousness that Zhang Liang maintained, almost provoking an involuntary gasp. for Li Xian nonchalantly remarked, "You bear the visage and demeanor of a Korean."
Zhang Liang inwardly cursed. Since he entered the tent, I have not even fluttered my eyelids. How could he deduce that I am Korean? Could it be mere guesswork that fortuitously hit the mark?
Yet, Li Xian seemed to perceive his thoughts, perhaps deducing them from the slight quickening of his breath, and thus he deliberately slowed his speech further, leisurely declaring, "Indeed, I am merely guessing. But a wild guess that you are Korean is far more advantageous to me than positing you as a Chi person. Korea is small, sparsely populated, and was swiftly vanquished by our great Qin. There are hardly any remnants of Koreans left. Even if we were to eliminate the lot, it would bear little consequence. In contrast, Xi is different. It borders the ocean, is rich in resources, and has long been a bastion of culture, a veritable reservoir of talent that our great Qin could still benefit from. Moreover, the Meng family has enjoyed 3 generations of deep trust from His Majesty. Thus, as a loyal general, it is imperative to comprehend the Emperor's sacred will."
Li Xian spoke as if in soliloquy.
To an observer, it might appear as though he were addressing the air, yet each word pierced Zhang Liang's mind like needles, causing a persistent buzzing in his ears. Since childhood, Zhang Liang had encountered extraordinary beings and practiced numerous secret arts. Thus, although Wan Li's punishments were severe and the interrogations harsh, they merely inflicted physical pain without harming his vital energy. Yet at this moment, Li Xian's casual remarks nearly rendered him unable to maintain composure.
"Steady! Steady!"
Zhang Liang internally admonished himself. Li Xian was likely probing him, and should he succumb to anger, it could jeopardize his grand design. It would be wiser to endure a little longer and hear what he had to say.
Seeing that Zhang Liang's breath had merely grown coarse while his expression remained unchanged, even his eyelids unmoving, Li Xian could not help but admire the young man's remarkable fortitude.
It was no wonder he had survived in such tumultuous times, amidst rivers of blood, and had managed to find a way to a satisfactory conclusion. "Ha, you may not believe it, but beneath my sword lie the souls of countless wronged spirits. Should the number increase by several hundred or thousand, I would not hesitate if it would please His Majesty." Li Xian tapped his fingers on the table, the sound resonating in Zhang Liang's ears like the ominous beat of a war drum, filled with the atmosphere of slaughter. With Eng Zheng's brutality and the Qin army's mercilessness, it seemed that the remnants of the Korean royal family and nobility would soon be eradicated. Little did he expect that Li Xian before him could be even more unscrupulous than Wang Li. In pursuit of accolades, to appeasing Zhang and curry favor with the powerful of Qin, he would not hesitate to make baseless accusations. Zhang Liang yearned to break free from his bindings and pounce upon Li Xian, to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Yet even in his prime, he would not be a match for this treacherous brute. That arrow had shattered all his previous notions of escape. Had it not been for the valorous warrior standing before him, he too would not have evaded death. Even after so many days, his left leg remained weak and powerless. Had he not been bound, he would have been unable to stand. All of this was the result of this self-satisfied, bloodthirsty villain's handiwork. Noticing Zhang Liang's breath growing increasingly rapid, Li Xian smiled with satisfaction, slowing the rhythm of his tapping, but intensifying its weight, as if to lend gravity to his words, thoughts of the meticulously studied path from yesterday swirling in his mind. His Majesty originally harbored a modicum of goodwill towards the King of Korea, and thus the construction of the road intentionally avoided Xinjiang, so as not to disturb the tomb of the Korean king, allowing future generations the opportunity for sacrificial offerings. Alas, if the assassination were indeed the handiwork of Koreans, then under the laws of Great Qin, there would be no mercy. Li Xian's tone turned exceedingly cold, each word articulated with chilling precision. The Korean royal tombs, along with the graves of all accompanying nobles, shall be utterly destroyed, their bones ground to dust. This statement, meant as a threat, was unforeseen in its implications, even to Li Xian himself. According to the Xuanziyuan rites, treating the dead as one with the living, to the ancients, the spirits of ancestors were everlasting, perpetually safeguarding their descendants. Thus, to desecrate the resting places of forebears in the afterlife was an unforgivable sin. With even a breath remaining, they would stake their lives to prevent such a calamity from occurring. Zhang Liang's grandfather, Zheng Kaidi, and his father, Zheng Ping, had served as chancellors of Korea since King Zhao of Korea, assisting 5 consecutive kings, earning the title of 5 generations of chancellors of Korea. This represented the most illustrious chapter in the Zheng family's history, a source of immense pride for Zhang Liang, who continually urged himself to achieve accomplishments that would rival those of his ancestors, to overthrow the tyrannical Qin and restore his homeland.
For the sake of this grand yet elusive goal, he had exhausted his family fortune, traveled the world, befriended many extraordinary individuals, and learned numerous secret arts, yet, Ing Zhang was surrounded by vigilant guards, and he had been patiently awaiting the opportune moment, the most advantageous course of action. Chapter 31 The agreement. Under the auspices of Lord Songhai, Zhang Liang acquired an exceptionally powerful ally and fashioned a colossal iron cone capable of shattering royal carriages, yet, this preparation proved insufficient. Without precise intelligence, it would be impossible to identify Ing Zhang amidst a multitude of indistinguishable vehicles. Fortunately, Lord Songhai divulged a mysterious path leading to a high-ranking official within the Qin, who could not only provide the exact whereabouts of Ing Zhang but also designated Balangsha as the site for their operation. Initially, everything unfolded seamlessly. However, just as the iron cone was about to strike the imperial carriage, obliterating the tyrant Ing Zhang along with his gilded chariot, an arrow shot by a youthful general shattered his dreams. Zhang Liang scarcely had time to activate the escape route he had meticulously prepared before being struck and captured. The architect of his misfortune stood before him with the Qin general Li Xin. "Traitor! How dare you act so brazenly, unafraid of retribution?" Zhang Liang could no longer conceal the tempest of fury within him, his slanted eyes widening as he forced out the words through clenched teeth. At last, he had provoked a response from this man. Li Xin, feeling a wave of relief, thought to himself that had Zhang Liang held out until the end, he would have faced a far more difficult resolution. Yet, now that the conversation had begun, matters became considerably more manageable. "What, no longer feigning ignorance?" Li Xin's tone remained nonchalant, yet laced with scorn. "Are you not the descendant of Tian Dan? What business do I have with the destruction of the king of Han's tomb?" Before Zhang Liang could respond, Li Xin continued, "Must I reveal your true name to elicit a confession, Mr. Zhang Liang?" Zhang Liang was taken aback. Aside from Lord Songhai, no one else knew his identity. Even the Qin noble with whom he had been in contact was only aware that he was of noble lineage from the 6 states. How could Li Xin possibly know? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Convinced he had left no trace. He feigned astonishment and replied, "Who is Zhang Liang? I am merely a descendant of Tian Dan, incensed by your disgraceful actions." Seeing this man regain his composure in an instant, Li Xin felt a twinge of admiration and chuckled, "There is no need for subterfuge. I have long been aware of your origins, and I know that the mighty warrior who hurled that iron cone was recommended by Lord Songhai, am I correct?" Li Xin's tone was flat, as if discussing an unrelated matter, yet to Zhang Liang, each word struck like a thunderclap. He began to suspect that someone had betrayed their plot. Noting Zhang Liang's continued reticence, Li Xin produced a finely crafted concealed arrow, brandishing it before Zhang Liang as he spoke, "I possess nearly all the clues. Certain individuals are growing anxious. I suspect that soon there will be a grand spectacle of murder and silencing. Do you believe it? I embarked on this assassination of the tyrant with a heart resigned to death. Should I fail, I am prepared to die." Zhang Liang's expression hardened, exuding a spirit of noble defiance, as if he had been possessed by the spirit of Jing Ko, the legendary assassin of Qin. Li Xin inwardly chuckled. Had he not known this crafty yet self-preserving Zhang Zifang, he might have been deceived. He promptly remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Zhang Liang, you are a man of loyalty. Given this, I shall inform His Majesty and see to it that you are executed justly, thus preserving your honorable name. How does that sound?" Upon hearing the phrase "executed justly," Zhang Liang's demeanor shifted, revealing a fleeting glimmer of fear. Had Li Xin not remained steadfast, he might not have noticed. In that moment, Zhang Liang's earlier suspicions were confirmed. He had indeed mastered some form of life-preserving technique, yet, if his head were severed or he were subjected to 1,000 cuts, even the most miraculous technique could not save him. "I believe you to be a person of great talent, Mr. Zhang. If you were to confess fully, perhaps I could devise a means for you to escape this peril." This was the most enticing offer Li Xin could present. Faced with the imminent threat of death, few would be able to resist, Zhang Liang included. "Do you truly think me a mere child? You are a great general of the Qin. How could you possibly grant me a path to survival?" Li Xin discerned the uncertainty in Zhang Liang's heart, coupled with a greater yearning for survival. He stepped closer and whispered a few analyses regarding the state of the world, the reasons behind Qin's dominance, and the repercussions of losing the people's favor. Instantly, Zhang Liang, who considered himself a prodigy, was left astounded. These insights, though they might be commonplace several millennia later,
far surpassed the understanding of all present at this moment. Even Zhang Liang, with his extraordinary intellect, could not grasp the entirety of it. He had traveled the world, encountering countless remarkable individuals, yet he had never heard such profound revelations. Each thought exceeded his own, especially the final statement that resonated deeply within him. If I possessed a way to aid you in escaping this predicament, I would ask for nothing in return, save for your promise to temporarily abandon your intentions to assassinate Qin. In the future, should I find myself in dire straits, I would hope for your assistance. Oh, I am but a prisoner, merely a scholar. Even if I were to escape, what good could I do for you? Zhang Liang, sensing the gravity in Li Xian's demeanor, replied with an air of incredulity. Ha ha ha. No one knows better than I the value you hold, Mr. Zhang. Li Xian laughed heartily. I am willing to take this risk and gamble. Enough, enough, who would have thought that I, Zhang Liang, would be swayed by a mere warrior? It seems the fate of the tyrannical Qin is not yet sealed. Upon finally admitting his identity, Li Xian sighed with relief, producing a pre-written confession, which he unfurled before Zhang Liang, stating, I penned this last night. Please take a look. If you find no discrepancies, then affix your seal. Zhang Liang swiftly scanned the document, his astonishment growing. He had not anticipated that General Li Xian would possess such intricate knowledge, detailing the assassination plot with almost pinpoint accuracy, save for the identity of the internal conspirator, which was cloaked in ambiguity. I have never yielded to anyone in my life, yet I must concede my admiration for your intellect, General. Zhang Liang lamented, all I know and scheme has been laid bare upon this parchment. The identity of the internal conspirator remains a mystery to me. I can only surmise that he must be a person of considerable rank and influence. What truly impressed Zhang Liang was that in the final lines of Li Xian's confession, almost inadvertently, he had noted, having learned secret arts from youth, once enlightened by an immortal, knowledgeable in the ways of seeking the divine. Though just a few words, they afforded him a glimmer of hope, yet he remained baffled as to how Li Xian knew he possessed such skills, for he had never spoken of them to anyone. Seeing Zhang Liang's capitulation, Li Xian shed the facade of menace and smiled, saying, in a moment, someone will risk their life to come to your aid. Can you guess who they are? Zhang Liang, known for his remarkable intelligence, had merely been led astray by Li Xian's manipulation. Now regaining his composure, he responded calmly, they are most likely individuals from my homeland of Qi. Mr. Zhang, with your great intellect, why not venture a guess as to their true intent? Is the general attempting to test me? Zhang Liang appeared to disdain such trivial tactics, barely widening his fox-like eyes. They are merely a band of assassins. Claiming to rescue me, they intend to kill me instead, thereby solidifying your treasonous accusation against the king. Chapter 31 The agreement. Under the auspices of the Songhai Jun, Zhang Liang acquired a formidable ally, and he had specially forged a massive iron cone capable of shattering chariots. Yet, this was insufficient. Without precise intelligence, it would be impossible to identify Ying Zheng amidst numerous identical chariots. Fortunately, the Songhai Jun provided a mysterious path, leading to a high-ranking figure within the Qin court, who could not only reveal Ying Zheng's exact location but also designated the Bo Lang Sha as the site for their endeavor. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, but just as the iron cone was about to strike the imperial carriage, obliterating the tyrant Ying Zheng along with his golden chariot, an arrow from a young general shattered his dreams. He did not even have the chance to utilize the escape route he had meticulously prepared before being struck down and captured. The architect of his misfortune stood before him, General Li Xian of Qin. Traitor! How dare you act thus? Do you not fear retribution? Zhang Liang could no longer contain the seething rage within him, his slender eyes widening as he forced out those words through clenched teeth. At last, this scoundrel spoke. Li Xian exhaled in relief. Had Zhang Liang maintained his defiance until the end, it would have been difficult for him to extricate himself from the situation. However, now that Zhang Liang had spoken, matters became considerably easier. What, no longer pretending? Li Xian's tone remained calm yet laced with mockery. Are you not the descendant of Tian Dan? What concern is it of yours that this general dismantled the royal tomb of Han? Before Zhang Liang could respond, Li Xian continued, or does this general need to reveal your true name before you will confess? Mr. Zhang Liang.
Zhang Liang was taken aback. Aside from the Song Haijun, no one else knew his identity. Even the Qin noble with whom he had been in contact was only aware that he was a descendant of a noble lineage from the 6 states. How, then, did Li Xian possess such knowledge? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and convinced he had shown no signs of weakness, he feigned astonishment and replied, "Who is Zhang Liang? I am but a descendant of Tian Dan, driven by righteous indignation at your disgraceful actions." Seeing this scoundrel regain his composure in an instant, Li Xian felt a twinge of admiration and remarked with a smile, "You need not conceal your identity any longer. This general has long been aware of your background, and I also know that the mighty warrior who hurled that iron cone was recommended by the Song Haijun, correct?" Li Xian's tone was nonchalant, as if discussing an inconsequential matter, yet each word struck Zhang Liang like a bolt of lightning, leading him to suspect that someone had leaked their plan. Noticing Zhang Liang's continued refusal to admit the truth, Li Xian produced a finely crafted concealed arrow from his bosom, brandishing it before Zhang Liang's eyes as he spoke. This general possesses nearly all the clues, and certain individuals are becoming quite anxious. I reckon a gruesome spectacle of murder and silencing may soon unfold. Do you believe it? I embarked on this assassination of the tyrant with a heart resolved to die. Now that I have failed, only death remains. Zhang Liang's expression was resolute, his demeanor grand and noble, as if he had been possessed by the spirit of Jing Ke, who sacrificed himself to strike Qin. Li Xian internally chuckled. Had he not understood the cunning yet self-preserving nature of Zhang Zifang, he might have truly been deceived. He then declared, "Mr. Zhang Liang, you are indeed a man of loyalty. Therefore, this general shall report to His Majesty, ensuring you are executed justly, thereby preserving your esteemed name. What say you?" Upon hearing the phrase "executed justly," Zhang Liang's countenance shifted, revealing a flicker of fear so subtle that had Li Xian not been observant, he would have missed it. At that moment, Zhang Liang had confirmed his earlier suspicion. He must have mastered some form of life-preserving secret technique. However, should he lose his head or be subjected to 1,000 cuts, even the most miraculous of techniques would be of no avail. This general believes you to be a man of great talent. If you were to confess the truth, perhaps there might be a way to help you evade disaster. This was the most enticing proposition Li Xian could offer, and at the precipice of life and death, few could resist, Zhang Liang included. "Do you truly think me a child of 3? You are a general of Qin, how could you possibly grant me a path to survival?" Li Xian sensed the hesitation in Zhang Liang's heart, yet recognized the deeper yearning for survival, so he stepped closer and whispered an analysis of the grand affairs of the world, the reasons behind Qin's dominance, and the consequences of losing the people's hearts. Instantly, he rendered the self-proclaimed genius Zhang Liang speechless. These insights, if spoken millennia later, might be uttered by ordinary individuals, yet in this time and place, they surpassed the understanding of all. Even Zhang Liang, with his extraordinary intelligence, could not fully grasp them. He had traversed the world, encountered countless exceptional talents, but had never heard such profound insights. They were a step beyond his own musings, particularly the final statement that resonated with him. "If I could devise a means to assist you in evading this calamity, I ask for nothing more than your temporary abandonment of the notion of assassinating Qin. In the future, should this general find himself in peril, I hope for your aid. Oh, I am but a captive. Even if I were to escape, I would merely be a scholar. How could I possibly assist you?" Zhang Liang replied, bemused by Li Xian's grave demeanor. "Ha ha ha, no one understands your worth better than I." Li Xian laughed heartily. "I am willing to take this risk, to gamble." "Enough, enough. Who would have thought that I, Zhang Liang, would be swayed by a mere warrior? It seems the fate of the tyrannical Qin is not yet fulfilled." Upon finally admitting his identity, Zhang Liang caused Li Xian to breathe a sigh of relief as he produced a pre-prepared confession from his robe, unfurling it before Zhang Liang. "I wrote this last night. Please take a look, and if you find no objections, kindly affix your seal." Zhang Liang skimmed through the document, his heart racing with astonishment. He had not anticipated that General Li Xian would possess such intricate knowledge, detailing the events surrounding the assassination with remarkable precision, save for the mention of the insider, which was veiled in ambiguity. "I have never bowed to anyone in my life, yet I must now concede to the general's intelligence." Zhang Liang sighed. "All that I know and have plotted is laid bare before you. I do not even know the identity of the high-ranking individual serving as the insider, only that they must hold considerable power. What most impressed Zhang Liang was that Li Xin, seemingly inadvertently, included a note at the end of the confession.
Having learned secret techniques, he had once received enlightenment from an immortal and possessed knowledge of the arts of seeking immortality. Though it was but a few fleeting words, they afforded him a glimmer of hope, and he remained perplexed as to how Li Xin had come to know of his understanding of such techniques, for he had never spoken of them to anyone. Seeing that Zhang Liang had relented, Li Xin shed his earlier guise of menace, smiling as he said, "In a moment, someone will risk their life to come to your aid."
Can you guess who they are?
Zhang Liang, who was already endowed with extraordinary intellect, had merely been led astray by Li Xin's manipulation, but now regaining his composure, he replied calmly, "They are most likely from my home state of Qi."
Mr. Zhang, you possess great talent. Would you care to speculate further on their intentions? Are you attempting to test me?
Zhang Liang seemed to regard such trivial tactics with disdain, even his slender eyes, like those of a fox, barely widening. "They are merely a band of assassins. They come under the pretense of rescuing me, but in truth, they seek to slay me, thus solidifying your charge of treason against the emperor." Chapter 32 of the Death Warriors. Upon hearing this, Li Xin let out a hearty laugh, acknowledging that Zhang Liang indeed lived up to his reputation. Were it not for his 2 millennia of experience surpassing that of Zhang Liang, he would have found it nearly impossible to match Zhang Liang's understanding of political stratagems.
If that is the case, why do you remain so unperturbed, sir? Are you not concerned for your own life? In response to Li Xin's words, Zhang Liang lazily kept his eyes closed, retorting with a hint of mockery, "If you cannot even protect me, how do you expect to overcome the challenges before us? What talk of aspirations and grand ambitions can there be? We might as well face death together."
Ha ha ha, while facing death together may be an exaggeration, your unparalleled mastery of the arcane arts certainly ought to lend us some assistance. Before long, the sound of a horn blared from outside the tent, signaling a change of guard for the disciplined Qin army. The soldiers stationed to guard the prisoners turned to leave, and over 20 individuals clad in the attire of the Imperial Guard entered to take their place. Once everything was in order, a sergeant leading the group gestured towards his comrades to advance. In unison, the Imperial Guards drew their bronze swords and charged towards the tent with a deafening roar. Caught off guard, Li Bai and Luo Jia, who stood watch outside, found themselves entangled by 4 of the assailants, helplessly watching as the rest surged into the tent. Panic-stricken, they shouted, "General, be careful!" Both were valiant sergeants, aware that the intruder's target was undoubtedly the assassin within the tent and General Li Xin. They fought back while calling out, "Enemies are attacking! Enemies are attacking!" Under Wang Li's command, the vanguard battalion had a strict military discipline, yet they lacked a degree of agility. They perceived only the fierce clash between the Imperial Guards and the defenders, Li Bai and Luo Jia. However, they could not discern right from wrong, and hesitated to intervene, hastily rushing to the central command tent to report to Wang Li. Wang Li, a true son of a general, reacted swiftly. He drew his sword and leaped out, shouting, "Warriors of the vanguard battalion, follow me to confront the enemy." Zhao Gao had never anticipated that anyone would dare to brazenly attack the vanguard battalion, and was taken aback. Nevertheless, he did not delay and followed closely behind Wang Li as they charged out. As over a dozen Imperial Guards burst into the tent, poised to carry out their attack, they were met with an astonishing sight that had not been part of their prior plans. Inside the tent, there was only a single captive assassin with his head bowed, while the Li Xin who had been there moments ago had vanished. What was happening? Where had Li Xin gone? According to their earlier strategy, they had 2 objectives. The primary goal was to eliminate Zhang Liang, and the secondary target was Li Xin, as they were well aware of Li Xin's formidable skills, which made him a difficult opponent to handle. If Zhang Liang were dead, even if Li Xin miraculously survived, he would lose Zhang's trust, and a position as significant as that of a lieutenant would naturally be filled by someone else. Without waiting for orders, the Imperial Guards rushed toward the bound and motionless Zhang Liang, believing that dispatching an incapacitated individual would pose no challenge. The leader of the group, a man in his 40s with a robust physique, took a couple of steps forward but sensed something was amiss. The distance to the assassin had not diminished. It felt as though no matter how many steps he took, whether 10 or 100, he could not bridge the seemingly small distance to the assassin. Moreover, he noticed that the directions in which his subordinates were moving were all askew, with the most absurd sight being some of them turning to flee outside the tent. What kind of sorcery was this? Unbeknownst to him, this was a form of mystical art accessible to only a select few, capable of causing individuals to temporarily lose their perception of distance and space through a unique arrangement in mental control, aptly named, within arm's reach, a world away. Just as he was about to call out a warning, it was too late. A red-hot iron rod, used for interrogating prisoners, materialized out of thin air and pierced straight through the chest of one Imperial guard. Then came the second and third rods, and in the blink of an eye, 3 impostors lay dead on the ground, each with eyes wide open in terror, unable to comprehend how they had walked into their demise. Zhang Liang, despite his severe injuries, could only muster so much strength, and the tent soon returned to its former state. However, Li Xian emerged, now wielding a bronze sword, taken from the hands of the deceased. Furious, the leader shouted, a dignified general of the Qin state resorting to such treacherous means. Li Xian replied with a cold smile, observing the approaching dozen men who had regained their composure and displayed agility in their movements, indicating their formidable prowess. Yet, armed with a sword, he felt no fear and declared loudly, "You sneaky rogues, plotting to ambush and kill, what right do you have to speak of treachery?" Before he could finish his words, Li Xian suddenly shifted, his sword gleaming with an imposing might, targeting the nearest foes. As the underdog, he took the initiative, and none of these men were novices. They had endured bloody battles and honed their assassination techniques, yet they had not anticipated Li Xian's exceptional swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had passed without them making any progress. The leader's expression grew increasingly grim, as he felt a mounting tremor, the pressure from a large contingent of Qin soldiers approaching. He roared, "Fight to the death!" Upon hearing this, the men seemed to lose their sanity, their pupils dilating with bloodlust, disregarding their own defenses, intent on wounding Li Xian at all costs, even if it meant mutual destruction. Chapter 33 Complete Annihilation. Li Xian infused his long sword with the essence of Xianyang, transforming the ordinary bronze blade into a weapon of extraordinary sharpness in an instant. With a mere flick of his wrist, the sword radiated a brilliant light. Within 10 moves, several swords were cleaved in two, and one unfortunate soul was pierced through the throat, dying on the spot. Sensing the dire situation, the leader abandoned Li Xian, disregarding the peril of being injured by the sword's edge behind him, and launched a swift strike aimed at Zhang Liang's throat, as quick as a flash of lightning. The master had repeatedly cautioned him about this cunning and intelligent adversary, warning that he must not fall victim to his machinations. Killing him would ensure there were no witnesses to the crime. Logically, Zhang Liang, a mere scholar, was bound hand and foot, and regardless of any hidden talents he possessed, he could not evade this seemingly inevitable strike. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Liang moved. At the critical moment, he evaded the thrust, and the already flimsy bronze sword, charged with power, was lodged into the torture stake, proving nearly impossible to extract in haste. Almost simultaneously, an unusual gleam appeared in Zhang Liang's eyes, his pupils contracted like those of a civet cat, fixated intently on the assassin's leader, while rhythmic sounds escaped his lips. Unbeknownst to the assailants, Li Xian had discreetly severed the ropes binding Zhang Liang with his fingers before their intrusion, channeling a surge of true energy into him, thus granting Zhang Liang the ability to move and counterattack. Besides the inch of distance, mile of heaven technique, he still possessed the strength to unleash his final maneuver, the art of confounding the mind. Regardless of how resolute the opponent's will, they would inevitably lapse into a state of distraction for a brief period, and the leader was no exception. He felt as though he were ensconced within a transparent barrier, time itself seeming to slow. The actions and words of those around him appeared utterly irrelevant, leaving him helplessly watching Li Xian inflict injuries upon several others, his cries for help forever muted. Yet, Zhang Liang, having endured severe torture for days, could not sustain this effort for long. The leader eventually emerged from the illusion, and seeing the sword stuck fast, he abandoned it, howling as he lunged forward, enveloping Zhang Liang in a bear-like embrace. Zhang Liang, caught off guard, found himself firmly ensnared, feeling as if a giant python were constricting him, the joints in his body cracking audibly, his breath stifled, as though he were on the brink of suffocation. At this juncture, Li Xian had already dispatched 4 or 5 foes, yet his own injuries had also multiplied, significantly impairing his agility. The remaining assailants continued their reckless assault, preventing him from coming to Zhang Liang's aid. Upon witnessing Zhang Liang succumb to unconsciousness, his face ashen, Li Xian realized that he could no longer hold on, while the leader, his visage twisted with malice, opened his gaping maw, poised to bite down on Zhang Liang's vulnerable throat. This was a crucial juncture where the blood vessels of the neck converged. Should they be torn asunder, even the great physician Bian Ke could not revive him. Zhang Liang,
resigned to his fate, lamented inwardly. I never imagined that despite my aspirations to aid the world, to uphold justice, I would meet my end here. Is this truly the will of heaven? At that very moment, a flash of golden light streaked before his eyes. It was the sleeve arrow from Li Xian's hand. With Li Xian's keen eyesight, strength, and precision, coupled with the enhancement of Shenyang true energy, the arrow's power within mere paces was comparable to the might of a thunderous bow. The leader, caught off guard, perhaps lacking even the time to react, was struck in the face by the arrow, its force carrying it out through the back of his skull. His scream abruptly ceased, all his strength evaporating in an instant, his body swaying twice before collapsing to the ground. With the leader slain, the remaining assailants were thrown into disarray. Though Li Xian displayed remarkable valor, he was now somewhat fatigued, particularly with his multiple injuries beginning to throb painfully. Especially troubling was Zhang Liang, now utterly incapacitated and defenseless, compelling Li Xian to constantly shield him, resulting in several more wounds from the swords, perilously close to disaster. Outside the tent, Li Bai and Luo Jia had finally dispatched the remaining imperial guards, albeit suffering significant injuries themselves. Nevertheless, they charged into the fray, and with their reinforcements, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Just as Li Xian prepared to instruct them to capture as many alive as possible, Wang Li arrived, accompanied by the elite guards of the vanguard camp. With a wave of his hand, the vanguard camp encircled all the masked assailants, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination as they bellowed, "Kill!" Realizing the situation was dire, the assailants attempted to flee, but under the coordinated assault of the vanguard camp, survival was a distant hope. A particularly slender imperial guard, the most agile among them, deftly evaded 3 swords, gliding through like a wisp of smoke. Before him lay the tent flap. If he could burst through, no one would impede his escape. A surge of joy filled his heart. Suddenly, Li Xian shouted, "Spare those under the sword!" In the midst of his astonishment, he noticed Wang Li standing behind him, his gaze cold as he sheathed his sword. What was happening? Then came an indescribable searing pain. He realized, to his horror, that his upper body had separated from his lower half. Was it Wang Li's strike? Had he already? This fleeting thought crossed his mind before he plunged into an abyss of darkness, his severed body collapsing to the ground. What a swift sword! Even if others could not discern the details, Li Xian observed everything clearly. From Wang Li's gathering of strength, drawing the sword, striking, to sheathing it again, all transpired in the blink of an eye, faster than the opponents could register their injury. Though he often found Wang Li irritating, believing him to be self-important and overly ambitious, the timing and force of this strike proved that Wang Li, the commander of the vanguard camp, was no idle boast. The chaos of battle concluded in an instant, and the ground was strewn with the lifeless forms of the imperial guards, their signs of life extinguished. Some had perished at the hands of the vanguard camp, while 2, fully aware of their grave injuries, had taken their own lives, leaving no survivors. Zhao Gao, not lacking in stamina, hurriedly arrived, staring at the bloodstains and corpses on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. "Generally, how fares your injury?" Although the two shared an unspoken understanding, they maintained a formal demeanor in front of others. "Quickly, summon a physician to attend to him." As the Minister of the Interior, Zhao Gao wielded considerable authority, but in this instance, all eyes turned to Wang Li, the only one with the power to issue commands. Wang Li, acutely aware of Zhao Gao's displeasure, immediately gestured, "Did you not hear Zhao Fuling's orders? Summon all the physicians accompanying the troops at once to tend to General Li's wounds." Li Xian struggled to stand upright, his gaze wary as he replied, "My injuries are manageable for now. It is crucial to ascertain the condition of this assassin and whether any of the imperial guards remain alive." Wang Li did not respond immediately, his eyes scanning the sprawled corpses on the ground before commanding, "These impostors posing as imperial guards deserve their fate." Chapter 34 of the military staff in attendance. Zhao Gao, entrusted by Ying Zhang, had come to oversee the proceedings of this interrogation. Yet, the scene was one of carnage, with blood flowing like a river, indicative of a deliberate effort by certain individuals to obscure the truth, dispatching assassins to silence the witnesses. Little did they anticipate the prowess of Li Xian, who not only dispatched several of them with remarkable skill but also managed to hold them off until reinforcements arrived. He cast a discreet glance at Wang Li.
The presence of these individuals in the vanguard camp made Wang Li complicit, yet his expression bore a semblance of genuine anger, suggesting he was not involved. "General, all those clad in the Imperial Army's uniforms have perished, without exception," reported the accompanying physician after a thorough examination, bowing respectfully. "The assassins' bones endured immense pressure, damaging their internal organs, and they have succumbed to severe unconsciousness.
When they might awaken remains uncertain. As for General Li Xin and the other 2 lieutenants, though they bear numerous wounds, most are superficial. With the application of hemostatic medicine, they will heal in due course."
Such a shocking incident has transpired within the vanguard camp. "I shall certainly seek an audience with His Majesty to atone for our failings," Wang Li replied with forthrightness, refusing to evade responsibility. "Fortunately, we still have the assassins in our custody, and our losses are not catastrophic." It is evident that this was a premeditated arrangement to commit murder and silence witnesses. As the 2 men stared each other down, neither willing to concede, Zhao Gao, concerned about further complications, interjected, "The incident occurred unexpectedly. We must thoroughly investigate the underlying causes. The immediate priority is to clarify 2 matters. First, are these individuals indeed members of the Imperial Army? If not, from whence did they come? Second, why was there a gap in the transfer of authority between the vanguard camp and the Imperial troops?" True to his years of service beside Zhang, Zhao Gao swiftly identified the crux of the issue. He turned to Wang Li and stated, "Please inform the Generalissimo at once, this matter necessitates his oversight." Both Wang Li and Li Xian concurred with his arrangement, recognizing that the orders for troop redeployment originated from the Generalissimo, who also possessed the authority to investigate matters concerning the Imperial troops. The genuine Imperial troops arrived almost concurrently with Wang Ben, and upon witnessing the furious gazes of the assembly, the bloodied scene within the tent, and especially the Generalissimo's icy demeanor akin to that of an ancient ice seller, the leading lieutenant could scarcely articulate his thoughts. "Generalissimo, we followed the orders received last night to the letter." There was absolutely no delay. He produced the bamboo slip from his bosom, presenting it with both hands, bearing Wang Ben's signature and the Generalissimo's seal. Upon receiving the document, Wang Ben's expression shifted dramatically, for the time of troop transfer inscribed was at the 3rd watch of the Chen hour, with the addition of 3/4 cleverly appended after Chen hour. The handwriting was nearly indistinguishable, to the point that even he struggled to discern its authenticity. "Yang Wu, from whom did you receive this military order?" As the Generalissimo, Wang Ben was incensed at being manipulated, yet he maintained his composure while pressing for answers. "Generalissimo, I received it from an individual dressed in imperial military attire, whom I had not encountered before," Yang Wu replied, aware of the gravity of the situation and eager to provide clarity. "I found it peculiar and inquired whether he was one of your orderlies." "What did he say?" "He replied that you have been preoccupied with numerous affairs, and personnel adjustments had occurred, resulting in the usual messenger being dispatched to the vanguard camp, hence his arrival in his stead. I examined the seal and signature, finding them to be authentic, so I did not probe further, especially since I had already received verbal orders from our main commander. It was a grave oversight on my part." At this juncture, all present grasped the implication someone had indeed tampered with the situation, deliberately delaying the transfer time by over half an hour, seizing the opportunity to commit murder and silence witnesses. But who possessed such audacity? This individual not only knew the intricate details of the troop redeployment but also managed to manipulate the military orders, altering merely 2 words to nearly ensure the success of this treacherous endeavor. "Yang Wu, upon examining the bodies, did you recognize anyone?" "Generalissimo, I have never seen these individuals before." Yang Wu responded cautiously. However, the escorting troops numbered no less than 5,000. "I cannot vouch for their origins." Not only he, but all present were unable to identify the assailants, as if they had emerged suddenly from the earth. The only discernible feature was the swords they wielded, Jijian. These blades were not only slender but also exhibited a distinctive line pattern, symbolizing the sun's radiance, which was the most pronounced characteristic of the swords forged in the state of Qi. Since Zhang had unified the armies and commissioned the creation of 12 golden figures, finding standard Qijian in the civilian realm had become exceedingly rare. The uniformity in length, weight, and design of these swords indicated they were undoubtedly mass-produced weaponry. In my estimation, these must largely be remnants from the state of Qi, seeking to eliminate witnesses and prevent the assassins from revealing their identities. Wang Ben, Li Xian, and Wang Li recognized the Qi Jin, and Wang Li, aligning with the testimonies given, interjected promptly. Li Xian remained silent, while Zhao Gao furrowed his brow, choosing not to speak, allowing Wang Li to continue. Thus, once the assassin regains consciousness, a rigorous interrogation should lead us to uncover the mastermind behind this plot.
Silence. Cease your nonsensical ramblings.
A thunderous rebuke came from the formidable Generalissimo, Wang Ben, who struck the table with a resounding clap, startling all present, particularly as his first target of ire was his own son. As the commander of the vanguard, you have allowed chaos to erupt within your camp, resulting in a grave calamity.
Should you not reflect on your actions?
Bring forth Wang Li, and administer 30 strokes of the military staff to restore his clarity. As the authority of the Generalissimo proved unmatched, his command was swiftly executed, with 2 personal guards dragging Wang Li away, leaving the esteemed commander of the vanguard camp with no opportunity for rebuttal. Zhao Gao appeared poised to offer a few words of persuasion but ultimately refrained, having suddenly perceived the hint of mockery at the corner of Li Xian's mouth. Now it becomes clear. He was indeed a cunning and crafty individual, and it dawned upon him that this was Wang Ben's strategy. The gravity of Wang Li's transgressions was neither trivial nor substantial. Should anyone incite discord in front of His Majesty, the consequences could be dire. Wang Ben's order to administer 30 strokes thus served to demonstrate his impartiality, showing that he had already punished Wang Li while simultaneously averting any potential complications in the future. Chapter 34 of the military staff serves Zhao Gao, commissioned by Ying Zhang, was tasked with overseeing the proceedings of this interrogation. However, the scene before him was one of utter carnage, with blood flowing like a river, clearly indicating that certain individuals had dispatched assassins to silence the truth. Yet, they had not anticipated the formidable prowess of Li Xian, who not only dispatched several foes but also managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. He cast a subtle glance at Wang Li. The presence of these individuals in the vanguard camp implicated Wang Li, but his expression bore a look of indignation, suggesting he was not complicit. General, all these individuals clad in the Imperial Guard's attire have perished, without exception, reported the physician accompanying the troops after a thorough examination, cupping his hands in respect. The assassins suffered extreme stress on their limbs, damaging their internal organs, and now lie in a deep coma.
It is uncertain when they might awaken.
As for General Li Xian and the other 2 lieutenants, although they bear numerous wounds, most are superficial. With the application of hemostatic medicine, they shall gradually heal as the wounds scab over. Such a horrifying incident has transpired in the vanguard camp.
I shall certainly seek forgiveness from His Majesty, Wang Li responded with resolve, not shirking his responsibility.
Fortunately, we still have the assassins in our custody, and our losses have not been too severe. However, had Lieutenant Li not insisted on conducting the interrogation alone, and had we been present, matters might not have escalated to this extent. Li Xian's brows furrowed in surprise at Wang Li's attempt to implicate him, and anger surged within him as he retorted. The sentinels of the vanguard camp vanished without a trace, and the Imperial Guard suddenly launched an assault. It is evident that someone orchestrated this to facilitate a cover-up. As the 2 men exchanged heated glances, unwilling to yield, Zhao Gao, concerned about further complications, interjected, "The incident occurred abruptly, and we must thoroughly investigate its causes. Our immediate priority is to ascertain 2 matters. First, are these individuals truly members of the Imperial Guard? If not, from whence did they come? Second, why was there a lapse in the transfer of duties between the vanguard camp and the Imperial Guard?" Zhao Gao, having served by Ying Zhang's side for many years, swiftly grasped the crux of the issue. He turned to Wang Li and said, "Please inform the general as soon as possible, this matter requires his oversight." Both Wang Li and Li Xian agreed to his arrangement, as the orders for troop movements originated from the general, and Wang Ben had the authority to investigate matters concerning the Imperial Guard. The genuine Imperial Guard soldiers arrived just as Wang Ben did, and upon seeing the furious gazes of the gathered individuals, the blood and corpses within the tent, especially the general's icy demeanor, the leading lieutenant found himself at a loss for words. "General, we acted solely according to the orders received last night.
There was absolutely no delay."
He produced a bamboo slip from his bosom and presented it with both hands, displaying Wang Ben's signature and the general seal. Upon receiving the document, Wang Ben's expression shifted dramatically, for it indicated that the transfer was to occur at the third watch, with the words third watch cunningly added after third watch, the handwriting almost indistinguishable from the original. At first glance, even he struggled to discern the alteration.
Yang Wu, from whom did you receive this military order?
As the general, Wang Ben felt a surge of indignation having been manipulated by others, yet he maintained his composure as he pressed for answers.
General, I received it from an individual dressed in the Imperial Guard's attire whom I had never seen before, Yang Wu replied cautiously, recognizing the gravity of the situation. I found it peculiar and inquired whether he was your messenger.
What did he say? He stated that you had been preoccupied with numerous affairs and had made adjustments to your personnel. The individual previously responsible for delivering orders had been dispatched to the vanguard camp, hence he was sent in his stead. I examined the seal and signature, and finding them authentic, I did not question further. Moreover, I had already received a verbal command from the main commander, thus I did not pursue the matter. It was indeed my oversight. At this juncture, everyone present comprehended the situation. It was evident that someone had tampered with the orders, deliberately delaying the transfer time by over half an hour. They had seized the opportunity to execute the assassins while the vanguard camp was in disarray and before the genuine Imperial Guard had arrived. But who possessed such audacity? This individual not only knew the intricate details of the troop transfer but also managed to manipulate the military orders with a mere addition of 2 words, almost ensuring the success of this operation.
Yang Wu, upon inspecting the bodies, did you recognize anyone?
General, I have never encountered these individuals before. Yang Wu responded with caution. However, the escorting force numbered no less than 5,000. I cannot vouch for their origins. Not only he, but all present were unable to identify these figures, as if they had emerged suddenly from the depths of the earth. The only distinguishing feature was the swords they bore. Their blades were not only slender but also adorned with intricate, radiating patterns, symbolizing the sun's rays, characteristics unmistakably attributed to swords forged in the state of Qi. Since Zheng had unified the realm and commissioned the creation of 12 golden figures, finding standard Qi swords among the populace had become exceedingly rare.
These swords, identical in length, weight, and design, could only have been produced en masse. In my view, these are likely remnants of the state of Qi, here to eliminate witnesses and prevent the assassins from revealing their identities.
Wang Ben, Li Xian, and Wang Li all recognized the Qi swords, and Wang Li, recalling the testimony he had inquired about, spoke up first. Li Xian remained silent, while Zhao Gao frowned, choosing not to speak. Wang Li continued, thus, once the assassin awakens, we can conduct a rigorous interrogation to trace the roots of this conspiracy.
Silence. Cease your reckless speculations.
A thunderous rebuke emanated from the imposing general, as Wang Ben slammed his hand upon the table, startling all present, for he had unexpectedly directed his ire at his own son. As the commander of the vanguard, you allowed the enemy to create such chaos within your camp, resulting in this calamity.
Should you not reflect on this?
Guards, take Wang Li away and administer 30 strokes with the military staff to clear his mind. As the authority of the general proved unrivaled, his command was promptly executed, and 2 personal guards seized Wang Li, leaving the vanguard commander with no chance to argue. Zhao Gao appeared poised to offer some counsel but restrained himself upon noticing a hint of mockery in Li Xian smiled. It becomes clear, Zhao Gao, a cunning and astute individual, suddenly realized this was part of Wang Ben's strategy. Wang Li's culpability was neither trivial nor grave. Should anyone sow discord before the emperor, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Wang Ben's order to administer 30 strokes with the staff not only demonstrated his impartiality but also signified that he had already punished Wang Li, thus averting any potential complications in the future. Chapter 35 of The Two Chancellors. The execution site lay just outside the tent, where Li Xian could distinctly hear the crackling sound of military staves striking flesh, accompanied by the muffled groans of Wang Li, whose clenched teeth betrayed the severity of the blows. It was evident that the punishment was indeed brutal. By the time the 30 strokes were completed, Wang Li was nearly unconscious, his back and posterior a gruesome sight. Wang Ben cast a glance and waved his hand, instructing, "Take him away and administer the medicine." Zhao Gao understood that at least half of this display was for his benefit, and did not dare to show any negligence, stating, "The general is strict in military affairs and does not show favoritism. I shall certainly report truthfully to His Majesty." "Lord of Longxi, do you find my actions appropriate?" Li Xian, having previously served as Wang Ben's deputy, was well aware of the general's seemingly fierce demeanor, which concealed a cautious and meticulous strategic mind, and had already prepared his response. "I believe that not all of these individuals may be from the Qin army. However, some among them must have military backgrounds, at the very least having once served in the Qin ranks, as it would be impossible for them to infiltrate the camp so easily even in the guise of the Imperial Guard without such familiarity with military regulations. Moreover, I have engaged with one of their leaders. Although he has made efforts to obscure his origins and even learned a few techniques from the Qi army, his fundamental skills remain rooted in the great Qin military. Thus, though they present themselves under the name of Qi, ostensibly to offer aid, their true intent is to eliminate witnesses. I surmise they are not the so-called remnants of the Qi state." Li Xian spoke with a measured tone, sidestepping Wang Ben's inquiry while offering his own perspective. Wang Ben, however, frowned in silence, pondering inwardly. "I had not paid attention these past years. How has this fellow become so astute and articulate? Is there a wise mentor guiding him from behind?" "Your words hold merit, yet they remain mere conjecture," he mused, maintaining his silence for a moment before continuing. "What do you propose we do next?" "I implore the general to issue an immediate order for the captains and military lords of each battalion to come forth in succession for identification. Yang Wu may not recognize them, but I am confident there will be those among us who do. Additionally, the general could command Yang Wu to lead a search for the messenger. A dual approach will surely yield some results. This situation arose hastily, and if we do not seize the opportunity to glean insights today, Zhao Fuling may find it difficult to report back to His Majesty." This remark, while overtly directed at Zhao Gao, was an implicit warning to Wang Ben to secure a narrative before the emperor's wrath could be incited, lest all find themselves in peril. Wang Ben, well aware of the implications, pondered briefly before issuing commands, and soon the entire Qin military encampment was set in motion. Through the concerted efforts of over 100 captains and military lords, they eventually identified the leader of the assassins as the former military lord Lu Gon. Due to severe injuries sustained years prior, he had been dispatched to Shanchuan County as a county magistrate, and it was unexpected to find him here. With the first identity established, recognition of the others followed suit. It turned out that 5 or 6 among them were indeed Lu Gon's subordinates. They had all been part of the Qin army, demobilized following the conclusion of the war against the state of Chu and subsequently assigned to maintain order in Shangcheng, where Lu Gon was stationed. This served as a significant source of local officials following the unification of Qin. According to the laws of our great Qin, how could these individuals abandon their posts without permission? Are the local magistrates merely idle? How could there be no reports made? General, please restrain your anger. It is my estimation that these individuals have long since been co-opted by certain powerful figures, who possess myriad methods to make someone disappear. Furthermore, I discern from their accents that they likely hail from the regions of Shaoxiang, and are by no means the Qi they claim to be. Should the general have doubts, he may inquire further regarding their acquaintances in the military. After thorough verification, it was confirmed that these individuals indeed originated from the same locale, Shening. All present were veterans of the war against the Chu state, and thus well aware that this was once the capital of the Chu kingdom. Years prior, Lord Changping had been tasked by Ing Zhang to guard this place and pacify the Chu populace. However, at a critical juncture in the campaign against Chu, he betrayed the Qin forces, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of the 200,000 troops commanded by Li Xian. Subsequently, Lord Changping was defeated by Wang Jian and fled, while his soldiers were forcibly conscripted under Wang Jian's command. Participating in the final years of conflict, they had also briefly served in the garrison at Xianyang, which enabled their recognition. If these individuals were indeed of Chu origin, it would all make perfect sense. They harbored deep-seated enmity against the Great Qin. According to our Great Qin's legal statutes, to prevent the formation of factions, retired soldiers dispatched to localities are typically dispersed. Therefore, the fact that these individuals were all assigned to the same county suggests some covert maneuvering. If we can trace this lead further, we are likely to uncover something substantial. While this reasoning was sound, upon Li Xian's conclusion,
he noted the peculiar expressions on Wang Ben and Zhao Gao's faces, both silent and seemingly confronted with a dilemma.
Zhao Gao cleared his throat and explained to Li Xian, when His Majesty had such intentions years ago, I was tasked with drafting the edict, and the implementation of this matter was overseen by the then-Chancellor Wang Wan.
Ah, so it was Wang Wan. No wonder even Wang Ben refrains from saying much.
Li Xian mused inwardly. Chancellor Wang Wan had not only been a pivotal figure in the successful unification of Qin but also oversaw numerous significant initiatives post-unification, earning the reverence of the court. Even regarding the issues of provincial governance and feudal systems, though he had diverged from His Majesty's views and had since retired due to age and illness, his high prestige was likely surpassed only by former General Wang Jian.
Wang Ben cast a knowing glance at Li Xian, leisurely adding, moreover, the allocation of personnel across the provinces is the specific responsibility of the provincial chancellor. Do you know who the chancellor of Shanchuan County is?
Li Xian shook his head, unable to fault himself, as neither his past nor future selves could possibly know the second in command of a given province. However, judging by Wang Ben and Zhao Gao's enigmatic expressions, it was likely another significant figure. Wang Ben did not keep him in suspense for long, revealing, Li Yu, the eldest son of the current Chancellor Li Si.
Li Xian gasped in astonishment.
The implications of this matter were growing ever larger, encompassing two successive chancellors who possessed such extraordinary influence. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Ben and Zhao Gao were similarly contemplative, leaving the three within the tent enveloped in a brief silence. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent, as Captain Yang Wu rushed in, breathless, and clasped his hands, stating, General, I have located the impostor posing as the messenger. After a brief pause, he added, the true messenger has also been found.
Where? Bring them forth at once for interrogation.
Zhao Gao's eyes brightened. This was their only breakthrough. We discovered them in the grove outside the palace, Yang Wu replied, composed yet somewhat resigned. But, Fu Ling, I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill this task. For both individuals are already dead.
Chapter 36 Conspiracy involving treason. Preliminary assessments suggest that the messenger was murdered, while the impersonator subsequently took his own life. Is there any evidence left behind? Have we determined the identity of this individual?
Wang Ben inquired, his tone reflecting an expectation of this outcome, devoid of any considerable astonishment. Yang Wu glanced up at Li Xian, his voice faltering as he replied, it seems, perhaps, there is some evidence, though I cannot be certain. Wang Ben, accustomed to commanding authority, harbored a deep disdain for those who spoke ambiguously. Just as he was about to express his ire, he noticed Yang Wu's gaze lingering on him, occasionally darting towards Li Xian.
Could it be that Li Xian is somehow implicated in this matter?
Wang Ben's reaction was swift, and he spoke gently to Li Xian, Lord of Longxi, having fought valiantly against the traitors, has sustained considerable injuries. It would be prudent for you to return and rest. Attendants, assist the Lord of Longxi in his departure. Wang Ben's tone bore the weight of command rather than negotiation. Zhao Gao, ever perceptive, immediately sensed the underlying tension and quickly concurred, indeed, General Li should retire to rest.
Let the matters of interrogation and investigation be overseen by the General. Are you not reassured?
Thank you, General, and Lord Zhao for your concern. I shall take my leave.
Li Xian, acutely aware of the peculiar atmosphere that had enveloped the tent upon Yang Wu's return, sensed that it was decidedly directed at him.
However, with a clear conscience, he felt no trepidation as he departed, accompanied by Li Bai and Luo Jia. Once Li Xian had exited, Yang Wu retrieved a blood-stained bamboo slip from his bosom and stated, this was discovered on the impersonator. It contains information pertaining to General Li Xian of Longxi. I implore the General and Lord Zhao to examine it with discernment. Wang Ben accepted the slip, which contained merely a couple of hundred words yet bore the weight of shocking revelations. His dark brows furrowed deeply as he passed the bamboo slip to Zhao Gao and inquired, has his identity been confirmed? Yang Wu bowed, I took the liberty of locating an acquaintance of his for verification. The identity has been unequivocally established. Lord Zhao, what is your assessment of this document?
Wang Ben, sensing an unusual connection between Zhao Gao and Li Xian, posed the question with an element of scrutiny.
Zhao Gao examined the slip thoroughly, his expression growing grave, and after a lengthy pause, he stated, "If what this individual claims is to be believed, the Lord of Longxi appears to be under significant suspicion." He returned the slip to Wang Ben, continuing, "However, while the identity of this person is genuine, the veracity of the contents remains uncertain for the time being." Wang Ben nodded, an undercurrent of satisfaction coursing through him. Since Li Xian had rescued the emperor, he had not only garnered significant favor in the emperor's eyes but had also usurped a crucial position of lieutenant, even managing to interfere with the interrogation of the assassin, resulting in Wang Li facing punishment. He was reluctant to provide Zhao Gao with the means to accuse him of personal vendetta and turned to Yang Wu, stating, "This information is to remain strictly between myself and Lord Zhao. No third party must be privy to it, or else the consequences will be dire. Your orders shall be strictly obeyed." Yang Wu responded solemnly, his naturally cautious demeanor heightened in the moment. Having recently achieved a great victory in rescuing the emperor, the Lord of Longxi is highly regarded by His Majesty. "I cannot act unilaterally, this matter should be brought before the emperor for resolution. What say you, Lord Zhao?" "The general's deliberations are astute, I have no objections." Zhao Gao maintained a facade of composure, though internally he was in turmoil, fearing that his significant investment might lead to ruin. "Yang Wu, heed my command." Wang Ben instructed with piercing intensity, "Before I receive the emperor's decree, I order you to select 200 elite soldiers from the vanguard camp and discreetly encircle the Lord of Longxi's tent to preempt any unforeseen circumstances." Despite Zhang Han having departed with a substantial force, Li Xian was now surrounded by fewer than 50 men, the two remaining officers gravely injured. Nonetheless, Wang Ben opted to quintuple the troop strength as a precautionary measure. "Time is of the essence, Lord Zhao, let us proceed to pay our respects to His Majesty at once." By the time Wang Ben and Zhao Gao had finalized their arrangements and arrived at the palace, dusk was approaching, the sun gradually descending, casting a brilliant hue across the evening sky. Ying Zheng had just concluded a day of administrative duties, sending away the surrounding attendants and the ever-present Meng Tian, for his beloved daughter was at his side each time he beheld her radiant smile and listened to her recite curious tales gleaned from unknown sources. Even the gravest of his troubles seemed to dissipate in an instant. In these moments, Ying Zheng could shed the burdens of an emperor and embrace the role of a father. Moreover, Ying Xian had self-taught a technique of finger pressure massage, with her delicate fingers working gently at his temples. She could alleviate his mental fatigue and chronic headaches. "Xianer, your technique has improved remarkably. It is more effective than the elixirs I consume," Ying Zheng remarked, his eyes half closed, a smile gracing his lips. "Such humble skills of mine cannot possibly compare to elixirs," Ying Xian replied demurely, increasing the pressure of her fingers, sensing the tension in her father's brow easing somewhat before continuing cautiously, "It is but my duty as a daughter to relieve your fatigue amidst your overwhelming responsibilities. Nonetheless, while elixirs have their merits, father should not indulge excessively, lest it lead to an imbalance in vitality and harm your health." Ying Zheng had long harbored a disdain for any questioning of his elixir consumption, even punishing several court physicians for their impertinence. Yet, Ying Xian's words were always delivered with such grace that he felt no anger. Instead, he smiled and replied, very well, I shall heed Xianer's counsel, just your presence beside me is enough." The daughter acknowledges the command. Ying Xian's endearing actions brought great comfort to Ying Zheng, yet he could not help but sigh softly. Noticing the furrow in her father's brow once more, Ying Xian promptly inquired, "Father, what troubles you? Pray, share your concerns. Even if I cannot resolve them, I can at least share the burden. I find myself pondering, among all my children, only Xianer possesses both remarkable intelligence and a keen understanding of my thoughts, coupled with admirable filial piety. Such qualities are indeed rare." Receiving Ying Zheng's praise, Ying Xian felt a tightening in her chest, for her father often spoke with hidden meanings. While the words openly praised her, they subtly criticized certain other princes who had failed to meet his expectations. Connecting this with recent events surrounding the assassination attempt and his attitude towards Li Xian, the identity of those being referenced became unmistakably clear. "Father, perhaps your standards are simply too high," she replied, acutely aware that at this juncture, she must not exacerbate the situation, but rather fulfill her role as a daughter and sister. Father ascended the throne at 13, took command of state affairs at 20, and within a decade subdued the 6 kingdoms. By the age of 40, he had accomplished feats unparalleled in history. Such remarkable achievements have not been seen since ancient times. Ying Xian spoke softly, her gentle fingers pressing delicately at Ying Zhang's temples as she continued, a figure like you emerges only once in a millennium.
Who could possibly compare? Chapter 36 Conspiracy at hand. Preliminary assessments indicate that the messenger was murdered, while the impostor committed suicide later. Is there any evidence left? Have we determined the identity of this person?
Wang Ben pressed, his reaction devoid of surprise, for this outcome fell within his expectations.
Yang Wu, glancing at Li Xian with hesitation, replied, "It seems there may be some evidence, but I cannot be certain." Accustomed to commanding authority, Wang Ben harbored a deep disdain for those who spoke ambiguously.
Just as he was about to express his ire, he noticed Yang Wu's gaze fixated on him, occasionally darting towards Li Xian.
Could it be that Li Xian is somehow entangled in this matter? Wang Ben's mind raced.
He turned to Li Xian with measured words. The Marquis of Longxi has suffered considerable wounds while fighting the rebels. It would be prudent for him to return and rest someone, assist the Marquis in exiting.
Wang Ben's tone was not one of negotiation but rather a directive.
Zhao Gao, ever astute, immediately sensed the undercurrents and quickly concurred. Indeed, General Li should take his leave to recuperate. These interrogations and investigations shall be overseen by the General. Are you not reassured?
Thank you, General, and my gratitude to Lord Zhao for your concern.
I shall take my leave. Li Xian, aware of the peculiar atmosphere that had enveloped the tent since Yang Wu's return, felt it was directed at him. Nonetheless, standing resolute, he departed with Li Bai outside.
Once Li Xian had left, Yang Wu produced a blood-stained bamboo slip from his robes, stating, "This was retrieved from the individual impersonating the messenger. The contents therein relate to General Li Xian of Longxi.
I implore you, General, and Lord Zhao to discern its significance."
Wang Ben accepted the bamboo slip, which contained a mere 200 characters, yet its implications were seismic. His dark brows knitted together as he passed it to Zhao Gao, inquiring, "Has his identity been confirmed?"
Yang Wu replied with a respectful bow, "I have specifically sought out those familiar with him for verification, and his identity has been unequivocally established."
Lord Zhao, what is your assessment of this document? Wang Ben sensed that Zhao Gao's relationship with Li Xian was peculiar, hence his question bore an element of scrutiny.
Zhao Gao perused the slip thrice, his expression growing grave before he finally spoke. "If we are to believe the claims within, the Marquis of Longxi appears to harbor significant suspicion." He returned the slip to Wang Ben, adding, "However, while this person's identity is genuine, the veracity of the written content remains uncertain."
Wang Ben nodded, a flicker of satisfaction igniting within him.
Since Li Xian had rescued the emperor, he not only garnered favor but also usurped an important lieutenant position, even undermining the interrogation of the assassin, which ultimately led to Wang Li's punishment. Desiring to avoid providing Zhao Gao with grounds for personal vendetta, he turned to Yang Wu, stating, "This document is to remain confidential between myself and Lord Zhao. Under no circumstances should a third party be informed, lest they face dire consequences."
"Your orders shall be followed."
Yang Wu replied solemnly, ever the cautious individual, now even more so, hardly daring to breathe. The Marquis of Longxi has recently achieved a great feat in saving the emperor, and His Majesty holds him in high regard. This matter should not be mine to decide but should be entrusted to the emperor for resolution. Lord Zhao, what say you? The general's considerations are thorough. I have no objections. Zhao Gao maintained an outward calm, though turmoil brewed within him. Having risked much, he pondered if he would face ruin at the hands of fate.
Yang Wu, heed my command.
Wang Ben instructed, his gaze intense, before I receive a definitive edict from the emperor, you are to select 200 elite soldiers from the vanguard camp and discreetly encircle the Marquis' tent to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. Though Zhang Han had already led his forces away, leaving Li Xian with fewer than 50 men, and the 2 remaining lieutenants gravely injured, Wang Ben nonetheless opted to bolster their numbers fivefold for precaution.
Time is of the essence.
Lord Zhao, let us proceed immediately to pay our respects to His Majesty. As Wang Ben and Zhao Gao finalized their arrangements and approached the imperial palace, twilight was fast approaching. The sun dipped low, and the sky blazed with vibrant hues of dusk. Ying Zhang had just concluded a day filled with state affairs, dismissing the surrounding attendants and the ever-present Meng Tian, for his most cherished daughter was at hand. Each time he beheld her radiant smile, listening to her recount curious tales learned from her readings, even the gravest of his concerns would dissipate in an instant. It was only in these moments that Ing Zhang could shed the burdens of an eternal emperor, returning to the role of a father. Moreover, Ing Xian had taught herself a soothing technique of acupressure, gently kneading his temples with her delicate fingers, alleviating his mental strain and the persistent headaches he suffered. "Xianer, your skills have improved remarkably. They are more effective than the elixirs I consume," Ing Zhang remarked with half-closed eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "My humble skills cannot possibly compare to the divine elixirs," Ing Xian replied sweetly, applying a touch more pressure, noting the relaxation of her father's furrowed brow, and cautiously added, "It is only right that I assist my father in alleviating his fatigue amidst his monumental responsibilities." Nonetheless, while the elixirs are beneficial, father should refrain from excessive consumption to avoid overexerting his vitality, which may be detrimental to his health. Ing Zhang loathed when others questioned his use of elixirs, having chastised several court physicians for such insinuations. Yet, Ing Xian's words were always delivered with such grace that he felt no ire, responding instead with a smile, "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. All I desire is for you to accompany me more often." "Your daughter shall obey." Ing Xian's endearing actions brought comfort to Ing Zhang, yet he could not help but let out a sigh. Noticing her father's brow furrow once more, she inquired, "Father, what troubles you? Please feel free to share. Even if I cannot solve your issues, I can at least help bear the burden. I find myself pondering that among my many children, only you, Xianer, possess both remarkable intelligence and an admirable filial piety. Such qualities are exceedingly rare." Receiving praise from Ing Zhang tightened Ing Xian's chest, for she understood that her father's words often concealed deeper meanings. While he publicly praised her, he subtly critiqued certain princes who had failed to meet his expectations. Considering the events surrounding the assassination attempt and his attitude towards Li Xian, it was clear who he referred to. "Father, perhaps your standards are set too high," she wisely suggested, fully aware that during this stage, she must tread carefully, offering no disparagement but fulfilling her duties as a daughter and sister. "At 13, I ascended the throne. By 20, I governed the state, and within a decade, I had subdued the 6 kingdoms. Before reaching 40, I had achieved unprecedented feats. Such accomplishments have not been witnessed since antiquity." Ing Xian spoke softly, her gentle fingers applying pressure to his temples. "A figure like you arises but once in a millennium. Who could ever hope to rival your legacy?" Chapter 37 of Private Affairs and State Matters. Xianer's brothers, though they may not rival His Majesty, are nonetheless exceptional in both literary and martial talents. Over the years, my elder brother Fusu has diligently assisted the Emperor in managing state affairs, and I hope that His Majesty can provide him with more guidance, which would surely elevate him further. While this statement may have been flattering, it also held a kernel of truth. Ing Zhang naturally wished for his sons to excel, yet he was also acutely aware that everyone possesses their own shortcomings. Fusu could only be deemed passable at best. He harbored a desire to live for another 2 or 3 decades to thoroughly resolve the internal and external troubles of the empire, for ruling in peace would not pose a significant challenge for Fusu. Noticing that Ing Zhang's mood had improved somewhat, Ing Xian recounted a few amusing anecdotes circulating in the streets, which provoked hearty laughter from Ing Zhang. Amidst his mirth, he remarked, "If Fusu could acquire even half of Xianer's cleverness and adaptability, what could I possibly worry about?" In the midst of their conversation, he suddenly recalled an important matter, gesturing for Ing Xian to pause. Once she settled beside him, he composed his expression and solemnly asked, "You are no longer a child, and while I desire to keep you by my side, I cannot allow your lifelong happiness to be delayed. That would be a disservice to your mother." As memories of the graceful and affectionate Princess of Wei, with her cascading black hair, filled his mind, Ing Zhang rarely displayed such nostalgic sentiment. Gazing at his daughter, who resembled a blooming flower, he declared, "Among the literati and martial officials in the court, and the heroes across the land, whomever Xianer sets her sights upon, I assure you, I shall grant your wishes." Upon seeing Ing Xian's delicate face flush slightly, yet devoid of the usual youthful shyness, she remained silent, seemingly aware that Ing Zhang had more to express. "Simply based on demeanor alone, my son, few ministers can compare," Ing Zhang mused inwardly, while outwardly continuing, "Perhaps you have already discerned that Wang Jian's grandson, General Wang Ben's son, and Vanguard General Wang Li are all of a similar age to you, and they possess commendable lineage. Wang Li has already expressed his intentions to me. The swift success in the War of Annihilation was chiefly due to the contributions of Wang Jian and Wang Ben. Ying Zheng pondered aloud. Wang Jian's lifetime of remarkable achievements and unwavering loyalty to Ying Zheng made their relationship exemplary, a model for future generations. Should he personally seek the hand of the princess, refusal would be improbable. However, this was only part of the reason. While Ying Xian maintained a calm exterior, her heart was as clear as a mirror. The more significant factor lay in the Wang family's prestige and authority within the Qin army.
Although the realm had unified, the northern Xiongnu posed a threat, the southern Baiwei resisted, and remnants of the six states were stirring restlessly. Without the staunch support of the Qin army, the nascent Qin Empire would undoubtedly face tremendous challenges.
Observing his daughter lost in thought, Ying Zheng continued, "Initially, I had high hopes for him and intended to provide him an opportunity to prove himself during the Eastern tour. Alas!" He did not elaborate further, merely sighing. Yet, Ying Xian understood that due to Wang Li's negligence, he had nearly placed Ying Zheng and the empire in jeopardy, which had consequently sown seeds of hesitation and doubt in the emperor's heart. Perhaps even he was unaware that the names Wang family, Qin army, and assassin had inexplicably intertwined with Fusu in his mind, becoming a persistent thorn. As for the other noble offspring, either their status is too lowly or their age and appearance are vastly disparate. They have not been considered in my deliberations.
At this point, Ying Zheng finally paused and softly inquired, "Xianer has always possessed keen insight. What are your thoughts?"
While Wang Li is valiant, his impetuous nature and pride render him inferior to the steadfast Wang Jian and the resolute Wang Ben. In my opinion, he is suited to lead but a single army, unable to command the vast might of the Qin forces and the many renowned generals. Ying Zheng stroked his beard in silence, gazing at Ying Xian with a blend of curiosity and admiration. He was taken aback by her astute assessment of Wang Li, which aligned closely with his own considerations.
From another perspective, the Wang family has held dominion over the Qin army for many years.
Now that the six states have been subdued, any large-scale military operations will involve merely the southern and northern fronts, as well as suppressing the remnants of the six states. Your father could seize this opportunity to make adjustments, ensuring the long-term stability of our great Qin. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng was struck with astonishment. This dilemma had lingered in his mind for days, and he had not anticipated that his daughter would articulate it so clearly. Had Fusu or any of his other sons spoken thus, Ying Zheng would undoubtedly have chastised them severely for their audacity, yet inwardly, he felt a surge of joy. It was unfortunate that none dared to voice such thoughts, preoccupied instead with their own status and futures. Could they truly believe that securing the support of the Wang family and the Qin army would place them in an invulnerable position? Did they not realize that the command tokens must remain firmly in his grasp? Ying Zheng could not recall how many times his daughter had astounded him. Ever since his recovery from illness, her insights had proven remarkably astute, the most recent instance being her candid remarks regarding the campaign against the Baiwei, where she plainly stated the treacherous terrain, unpredictable climate, and the populace's readiness for battle, asserting that success would require no less than 3 to 5 years. Those primitive, slash-and-burn tribes cannot possibly contend with my Qin army, which has triumphed in every battle. At the time, Ying Zheng had dismissed her concerns, believing the issue could be resolved within a year. Reality had since proven him overly optimistic. While Ying Xian's judgment had been accurate, noticing a glint of encouragement in Ying Zheng's eyes, Ying Xian seized the opportunity to elaborate. Xianer does not question anyone's loyalty. On the contrary, to prevent any future misunderstandings between ruler and subjects, it is wise to prepare for eventualities. At this juncture, Ying Xian skillfully paused, aiming merely to prompt Ying Zheng's attention and contemplation. As for how to proceed, addressing matters of state was beyond the purview of a woman. Ying Zheng fell into deep reflection. As Xianer had pointed out, the Wang family's loyalty was indeed unquestionable, yet the necessity of power distribution was equally paramount. The generals leading the campaigns against the Baiwei, such as Tu Sui and Zhao Tuo, were remnants of the forces defeated by Wang Jian and Wang Ben. Thus the commander for the northern campaign against the Xiongnu must be someone equally formidable, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Wang Ben. Ah, but wait. We initially set out to discuss Xianer's marriage. How did we veer into military affairs? Ying Zheng, noticing a hint of mischief in his daughter's eyes, realized he had been skillfully diverted. At that moment, a name flashed through his mind: a young, valiant, loyal and courageous. What intrigued him further was that not only did they share similar thoughts and foresight, but their smiles bore a striking resemblance, both exuding a certain warmth. Though he may not have matched in lineage, his forebears had served as generals in the Qin state and had held the position of county magistrates, thus he could be regarded as a true-born son of Qin. Moreover, being an only child with both parents deceased, he would be free from domestic concerns, making him a commendable choice. The individual that occupied Ng Zheng's thoughts was Li Xian. If he had not previously considered him, the events at Balangshut and the recent inquiries had certainly led to a change of heart, casting him in a more favorable light. Chapter 37 Personal Affairs and State Matters. Xian'er's brothers, although they pale in comparison to His Majesty, are nonetheless exceptional in both literary and martial pursuits. Over the years, my elder brother Fusu has diligently assisted our father in managing state affairs. I hope our father will provide him with more guidance and enlightenment, and he will surely ascend to greater heights. While this statement may have been somewhat flattering, it contained a kernel of truth. Ng Zheng naturally wished for his son to excel, yet he was acutely aware that everyone possesses their own shortcomings. Fusu could only be considered adequate at best. He hoped to live for another 20 or 30 years, to thoroughly resolve the internal and external troubles of the empire, for ruling in peace would not pose great difficulty for Fusu. Noticing that Ng Zheng's mood had improved somewhat, Ng Xian recounted several humorous anecdotes circulating in the streets, provoking hearty laughter from Ng Zheng, who remarked amidst his mirth, "If Fusu could learn even 5 or 6 parts of Xian'er's cleverness and adaptability, what could I possibly worry about?" In the midst of their conversation, a sudden thought struck him. He beckoned Ng Xian to cease her antics and, once she had settled beside him, he composed his expression and solemnly inquired, "You are not young anymore. While I wish for you to remain by my side, I cannot impede your lifelong happiness. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to your mother." Recalling the once flowing black tresses and tender affections of the Princess of Wei, Ng Zheng rarely displayed such wistful nostalgia. Gazing at his daughter, radiant as a blossom, he declared, "Among the literati and military officials of the court, and the heroes of the realm, whomever Xian'er fancies, I shall ensure your heart's desire." Noticing a slight blush on Ng Xian's delicate face, yet no sign of the typical youthful shyness or fluster, she remained silent, seemingly aware that Ng Zheng had more to convey. "Simply by virtue of this demeanor, my son, few among the ministers can rival him." Ng Zheng mused internally, continuing to speak aloud, "Perhaps you have already discerned, Wang Jian's grandson, General Wang Ben's son, and Vanguard General Wang Li are all of comparable age to you, and they possess esteemed backgrounds. They have already expressed their intentions to me. The successful campaign against the states can be attributed to the exceptional contributions of Wang Jian and his son Wang Ben." Ng Zheng pondered, "If Wang Jian were to voice his desire regarding this matter, I would indeed find it difficult to refuse." This was indeed the truth. Wang Jian had not only achieved remarkable feats throughout his life but had also exhibited unwavering loyalty to Ng Zheng. The synergy between sovereign and minister served as a paragon for posterity. Should he personally approach Ng Zheng with a request for the hand of the princess, refusal would be nearly impossible. However, this was only part of the reason. While Ng Xian's expression remained placid, her heart was as clear as a mirror, for the more significant factor was the Wang family's prestige and authority within the Qin military. Though the 4 seas had been unified, the northern Xiongnu posed a threat, the southern Baiyue resisted, and remnants of the 6 states were stirring. Without the robust support of the Qin army, the nascent Qin Empire would undoubtedly face considerable challenges. Seeing his daughter deep in thought, Ng Zheng continued, "Initially, I held great expectations for him and wished to provide him an opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities during the Eastern tour, but alas!" He did not elaborate further, merely sighing. Yet Ng Xian understood that due to Wang Li's negligence, he had nearly embroiled Ng Zheng and the empire in peril, which added to Ng Zheng's hesitations and doubts. Perhaps even he himself was unaware that the names Wang family, Qin army, and assassins had inexplicably become intertwined with Fusu, becoming a thorn in his heart. As for the other noble heirs, either their status is too lowly, or they are far too distant in age and appearance to warrant consideration. Upon reaching this point, Ng Zheng finally paused and softly asked, "Xian'er has always possessed discerning judgment. What are your thoughts? Though Wang Li is valiant, he is impulsive and proud, lacking the steadfastness of Wang Jian or the resoluteness of Wang Ben. I believe he is only capable of leading a single army, but he would struggle to command the vast Qin forces and its multitude of renowned generals." Ng Zheng stroked his beard in silence, observing Ng Xian with a smile that held both curiosity and admiration. He was taken aback by how accurately she assessed Wang Li, aligning perfectly with his own contemplations.
From another perspective, the Wang family has held control over the Qin army for many years.
Now that the 6 states have been subdued, any large-scale military action would merely involve the southern and northern fronts, along with suppressing the remnants of the 6 states' rebellion. If Father can seize this opportunity for adjustment, ensuring the enduring peace of our great Qin. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang was startled.
This dilemma had lingered in his mind for days, yet he had not expected his daughter to articulate it so succinctly. Had Fusu or any of his other sons uttered such words, Ying Zhang would have undoubtedly chastised them severely for their audacity. Yet inwardly, he felt a surge of delight. Regrettably, none of them dared to speak so boldly, their thoughts consumed not by the grand vision for Qin, but by their own status and futures. Could they truly believe that securing the support of the Qin army and the Wang family would place them in an invulnerable position? Did they not realize that the tiger talisman must remain firmly in their own grasp?
Ying Zhang could not recall how many times his daughter had astonished him since his recovery from a grave illness. Her words had been nothing short of prescient. The most recent instance was during the campaign against the Baiwa, where she candidly pointed out the region's treacherous terrain, unpredictable climate, and the omnipresent threat of ambushes, declaring that it would take no less than 3 to 5 years to achieve success. Those slash-and-burn tribes cannot possibly contend with my Qin army, which has triumphed in countless battles. Ying Zhang had initially dismissed her concerns, believing the issue could be resolved within a year. Yet reality proved his optimism misguided. While Ying Xian's judgment was proven correct, seeing encouragement reflected in Ying Zhang's gaze, Ying Xian seized the opportunity to speak further. Xianer does not question anyone's loyalty. Rather, I believe it prudent to prepare for potential future discord between sovereign and minister. At this juncture, Ying Xian skillfully paused, intending only to provoke Ying Zhang's attention and contemplation. As for the course of action, given its implications for state affairs, it was not a matter for a woman to intervene, and Ying Zhang fell into deep contemplation. As Ying Xian had stated, the loyalty of the Wang family was undoubtedly unquestionable. However, the necessity of checks and balances remained. The generals leading the campaigns against the Baiwa, such as Tu Sui and Zhao Tuo, were indeed former subordinates of Wang Jian and Wang Ben, so the commander chosen for northern conflicts against the Xiongnu would require an equally suitable candidate, one possessing both martial and scholarly prowess, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Ben.
Wait a moment, we were initially discussing Xianer's marriage, how did we veer back to matters of state?
Ying Zhang, noticing a hint of mischief in his daughter's eyes, realized he had been deftly led astray. At that moment, a particular individual flashed through his mind, young, valiant, loyal, and interestingly enough, they shared similar thought processes and foresight. Even their smiles bore a resemblance, possessing a certain sunny disposition. Although his family background was slightly lacking, both his grandfather and father had served as Qin generals and held positions as local governors, marking him as a true scion of the Qin. Furthermore, as he was an only child and both his parents had passed, he would bear no familial burdens in the future, making him a commendable choice. Ying Zhang found himself contemplating Li Xian. If he had not previously considered him, the recent events surrounding the rescue at Balangsha and their discussions over the past few days indicated that he was indeed a rising contender. Chapter 38, a matter of utmost urgency. Just as he was about to speak, an inner court attendant rushed in a flurry, falling to his knees with a thud. Disturbed from his thoughts, Ying Zhang's countenance darkened, his brows furrowing in anger, ready to unleash his wrath, when the attendant bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Grand General and the Minister of the Central Chariot Bureau have come to pay their respects, claiming there is a matter of utmost urgency to report." "Ah, Wang Ben and Zhao Gao have arrived together. What grave news could this be? I have heard that Zhao Gao and Li Xian went to interrogate the assassin today. Could they have made some significant progress? Even so, as the presiding officer, Li Xian ought to have come personally to report. Why has he not shown up?" Ying Zhang's thoughts raced, yet he could not discern their intentions. However, given Wang Ben's esteemed position and Zhao Gao's cautious nature, it was evident they would not intrude upon him for trivial matters. He waved his hand and commanded, "Let them enter. Since Father Emperor has state affairs to attend to, I shall take my leave for now." The clarity of separating public and private matters is easy to say but hard to implement, yet Ying Zhang has managed to uphold this principle commendably among the sovereigns of history. Regardless of how favored his concubines or children may be, none are allowed to interfere with state governance. Ying Xian understood this well, which is why she rose to take her leave. "Xianer, please wait behind the screen for a moment. After I have conferred with Wang Ben and Zhao Gao, I shall have more to discuss." This time, Ying Zhang broke from precedent, likely influenced by Ying Xian's previous words that resonated deeply with him, thinking that after attending to state matters, they could converse further. As the sovereign ruling over countless lands, Ying Zhang bore immense pressure and yearned for someone to share the burden, at least in a spiritual sense.
Zhao Gao, did I not instruct you to accompany Li Xin in the interrogation of the assassin? Why have you returned alone?
Ying Zhang frowned and reprimanded. Li Xin is ultimately just a military officer. He may not be well versed in matters of law. You ought to guide him properly. Although it seemed as though he was admonishing Zhao Gao, in Wang Ben's ears, it sounded more like the emperor was expressing his fondness and high expectations for Li Xin. Before Zhao Gao could respond, he was met with Ying Zhang's sharp words and dared not retort, repeatedly bowing an apology. This servant has indeed failed His Majesty. It is a grave offense.
Grand General, you have come to see me today. Could it be that you have significant military matters to report? Has there been any progress in the 100 region?
This was the military affair that weighed most heavily on Ying Zhang's mind, and he showed great respect towards Wang Ben. Wang Ben, however, did not dare to be negligent or careless. Having followed Wang Jian for many years, he was well acquainted with the emperor's temperament. He quickly knelt and began to report. The latest battle reports from Tu Sui and others were submitted a few days ago, yet there has been no news since. However, Tu Sui and Zhao Tua are seasoned generals. Your Majesty need not worry excessively. After the conquest of Chu, Ying Zhang had once intended to send Meng Tian to lead an army against the 100. However, Wang Ben had advised against it, citing Tu Sui and others' cautious approach to warfare and their familiarity with the geography due to their prolonged combat in Chu and Ao. The inability to make steady progress and the increasing non-combat losses among the soldiers added to Wang Ben's pressure. Your Majesty, my subordinate and Zhao Fuling have come regarding the interrogation of the assassin. Wang Ben carefully chose his words, speaking slowly. As this matter is of great importance, I humbly request Your Majesty's wise judgment.
Ying Zhang's heart sank.
With the chief interrogator Li Xian absent, and Wang Ben, who was originally unrelated to this affair, bearing a solemn expression, it was evident that something significant had transpired. Nevertheless, he steadied his mind and calmly said, "What exactly has happened?" Grand General, please speak freely. You need not kneel, stand and address me. Wang Ben did not immediately respond but instead cast a glance at Zhao Gao. His meaning was clear. He had not witnessed the earlier events firsthand and felt it more appropriate for Zhao Gao to relay the details. Zhao Gao, feeling the pressure, could only gather his courage to recount. Upon meeting with Li Xian at the vanguard camp, he instructed everyone not to enter casually. Subsequently, I left with Wang Li to wait in the central tent. Approximately half an hour later, we heard a commotion outside, faintly accompanied by cries of battle. Shortly thereafter, someone reported that the Imperial Guards, who had been ordered to change shifts, suddenly revolted and stormed into the tent where the assassins were held. A sudden change of guards? Ying Zhang's narrowed hawk-like eyes flashed with alarm. How was it that he was unaware of this? Your Majesty, I believe there was a significant oversight in the vanguard camp's protective measures. To alert them, I dispatched over 20 elite Imperial Guards, and my failure to report promptly is my fault.
Although Wang Ben did not raise his head, he seemed to sense Ying Zhang's displeasure and quickly added an explanation. 20 men is a matter the Grand General can decide upon. I do not hold it against you. Ying Zhang replied calmly, urging, what follows? Was Li Xian injured? Ying Zhang's inquiry focused not on the fate of the assassin but rather on Li Xian's well-being, reflecting his underlying concern.
Zhao Gao swallowed hard and continued, General Wang Li immediately went to provide support upon hearing the alarm. By the time we arrived, General Li Xian had sustained over a dozen sword wounds but had also taken down 10 or more enemies and was not at a disadvantage. The assassin remains alive. Both Ying Zhang and Ying Xian, hidden behind the screen, breathed a sigh of relief. Ying Zhang felt a measure of satisfaction. Despite the sudden circumstances, this fellow had managed to achieve such results. At least he did not bring shame upon me. Under the siege of the vanguard camp's soldiers, all those impostors posing as Imperial Guards were eliminated. 2 of them, gravely wounded, took their own lives, and the assassin was heavily injured and fell into a coma. Zhao Gao finally completed the first part of his report and sighed with relief. I deem this matter of great significance and thus sought to invite the Grand General to oversee the situation. Your Majesty, upon receiving the report, I hastened to the vanguard camp and took 3 actions. Wang Ben, having commanded the Qin army for many years, spoke succinctly and to the point, embodying the standard military demeanor. First, I dealt with the commander of the vanguard camp, Wang Li. Due to his failure to detect and prevent this incident in a timely manner, resulting in chaos, he was punished with 30 strokes of the military staff. As expected, this was the first point Wang Ben raised, intending to demonstrate his impartiality and strict adherence to military discipline, which also served as a form of protection for his son. Sensing Ying Zhang's inquisitive gaze, Zhao Gao quickly added, General Wang Li was left bloodied and unconscious after the punishment. Indeed, Wang Li is still young, a few lessons are warranted, and there is no need for such harshness, Grand General. Ying Zhang, as anticipated, did not pursue the matter. Their gathering here is undoubtedly orchestrated by someone. Ying Zhang's fury surged, the veins on his forehead bulging as he demanded, how could such scoundrels exist within the Qin army? Who was behind this? Wang Ben hesitated for a moment before responding, Your Majesty, this matter requires further investigation. However, it is unusual that they were all assigned to Sanchuan County, which necessitated the permission of the old Prime Minister Wang Wan, while the specific arrangements for Sanchuan County were managed by Li Yu, the county magistrate. Chapter 38. Urgency. Just as he was about to speak, an inner servant hurriedly rushed in, falling to his knees with a thud. Disturbed from his thoughts, Ying Zhang was instantly incensed, his brows furrowing in irritation, ready to unleash his wrath, when he heard the servant bowing and saying, Your Majesty, today, I heard that Zhao Gao and Li Xian went to interrogate the assassin. Could they have made any significant discoveries? Even so, as the chief interrogator, Li Xian should have come to report in person. Why has he not arrived? Ying Zhang's thoughts raced, unable to fathom their intentions, yet he knew that Wang Ben's stature and Zhao Gao's cautious nature would not lead them to disturb him without cause. He waved his hand and commanded, Let them enter. Since father has state affairs to attend to, I shall take my leave for now. The principle of distinguishing public from private is easily spoken but seldom practiced to its fullest. Among the emperors of history, Ying Zhang excelled in this regard, never allowing even his most favored consorts or children to interfere with state matters. Ying Xian understood this well, hence she rose to withdraw. Xianer, please wait behind the screen for a moment. After I have spoken with Wang Ben and Zhao Gao, there will be more to discuss. This time, Ying Zhang made an exception, perhaps moved by Ying Xian's earlier words that resonated deeply with him, thinking that after dealing with state affairs, there would be more time for conversation. As the sovereign who commands all under heaven, Ying Zhang bore immense pressure and yearned for someone to share the burden, at least in spirit. Zhao Gao, did I not instruct you to accompany Li Xian for the interrogation of the assassin? How is it that you have returned alone? Ying Zhang frowned and admonished, Li Xian is ultimately just a military officer, he may not be well versed in legal matters, you should have provided him with proper guidance. Though it seemed a rebuke directed at Zhao Gao, to Wang Ben's ears, it appeared as if the emperor was expressing his fondness and high hopes for Li Xian. Zhao Gao, unable to respond, could only bow repeatedly in apology, saying, The servant is truly remiss in his duties to your majesty, I deserve a death sentence. General-in-Chief, you have come to see me today. Could it be that you bear significant military news? Is there progress on the 100 front? This was the matter of greatest concern to Ying Zhang, and he displayed considerable respect towards Wang Ben. Wang Ben, however, did not dare to be negligent or careless. Having followed Wang Jian for many years and having been instructed carefully, he was well acquainted with the emperor's temperament. He immediately knelt and reported, the latest battle reports from Tu Sui and others were submitted a few days ago, but there has been no news since. However, both Tu Sui and Zhao Tuo are seasoned generals. Your Majesty need not worry excessively. After the defeat of Chu, Ying Zhang had once intended to send Meng Tian to lead an expedition against the 100, yet Wang Ben had advised against it, citing Tu Sui and others' cautious approach and their familiarity with the geography, having long been engaged in warfare in Chu. Now, the continued stagnation and the increasing non-combat losses among the troops weighed heavily on Wang Ben's mind. Your Majesty, my humble self and Minister Zhao have come concerning the interrogation of the assassin. Wang Ben carefully chose his words and slowly continued, As this matter is of great importance, I beseech your Majesty to render a clear judgment. Ying Zhang's heart tightened. With Li Xian, the chief interrogator, absent, and the normally uninvolved Wang Ben appearing grave, it was evident that significant turmoil had transpired. Nevertheless, he steadied his mind and calmly said, What is the situation? General-in-Chief, feel free to speak plainly. You two need not remain kneeling, please stand and speak. Wang Ben, however, did not respond immediately but cast his gaze towards Zhao Gao. His meaning was clear. He had not witnessed the earlier events firsthand, and it would be more fitting for Zhao Gao to recount them. Zhao Gao, feeling compelled, steeled himself and recounted how he had met with Li Xian at the vanguard camp, where Li Xian had instructed everyone to refrain from entering. Subsequently, he had left with Wang Li to await in the central tent. After approximately half an hour, we heard a commotion outside, faintly echoing with cries of battle. Soon after, we received word that the guards on duty had suddenly revolted, breaching the camp where the assassin was held.
Revolted while on duty?
Ing Zhang's narrow, hawk-like eyes flashed with alarm. How was it that he had been completely unaware of this? Your Majesty, I believe there was a significant oversight in the vanguard camp's protective measures. To alert them, I dispatched over 20 elite guards. My failure to report this in a timely manner is my fault.
Though Wang Ben did not raise his head, he seemed to sense Ing Zhang's displeasure and quickly offered an additional explanation. 20 men is a small number.
General-in-Chief, you could have made that decision without my reproach.
Ing Zhang replied lightly, then pressed on, what follows, is Li Xian unharmed? Ing Zhang's inquiry about Li Xian's safety before asking about the assassin's fate subtly reflected his sentiments.
Zhao Gao swallowed hard and continued, General Wang Li, upon hearing the alarm, immediately rushed to provide support. By the time we arrived, General Li Xian had sustained over 10 sword wounds but had also taken down more than 10 foes, remaining steadfast.
The assassin is still alive.
Both Ing Zhang and Ing Xian, concealed behind the screen, breathed a sigh of relief. Ing Zhang felt a measure of satisfaction. This individual had managed to achieve such results even amidst chaos, thus avoiding disgrace. Under the onslaught of the vanguard's soldiers, all those impersonating the guards were exterminated. 2 severely wounded also chose to end their own lives, while the assassin lay grievously injured and unconscious. Zhao Gao finally completed his account, exhaling in relief. I deem this matter of great significance and promptly sought to have the General-in-Chief preside over the situation. Your Majesty, upon receiving the report, I hastened to the vanguard camp and undertook 3 actions. Wang Ben, having commanded the Qin army for many years, spoke concisely, embodying the straightforwardness of a soldier. First, I dealt with the vanguard camp's commander, Wang Li. For his failure to detect and prevent this incident, resulting in chaos, he was punished with 30 strokes of the military rod. As anticipated by Zhao Gao, this was Wang Ben's foremost point, intended to underscore his impartiality and strict adherence to military discipline, while also serving to protect his son in a manner. Sensing Ing Zhang's probing gaze, Zhao Gao quickly added, after his punishment, General Wang Li was left bloodied and barely conscious. Well, Wang Li is still young, a few lessons will suffice, there is no need for such harshness, General-in-Chief. Ing Zhang, as expected, chose not to pursue the matter further, lightly letting it go while offering a few words of leniency on Wang Li's behalf.
Secondly, I ascertained the identities of those impersonating the guards. Wang Ben continued, the ringleader, Lu Gon, along with his group, were once members of the Qin army. They had been dispatched to Sanchuan County as county officials in previous years. Their gathering here must be under someone else's directive. Fury surged within Ing Zhang, veins bulging on his forehead as he demanded, how could such scoundrels exist within the Qin army? Who is behind this? Wang Ben hesitated for a moment before responding, Your Majesty, this matter requires further investigation. However, it is questionable how they were all arranged in Sanchuan County without the approval of the old Chancellor Wang Wan, and the one responsible for their placement there is Li Yu, the magistrate of Sanchuan County. Chapter 39. The third matter. At this juncture, Wang Ben paused, allowing Ing Zhang to slowly digest the information, while Zhao Gao bowed his head in silence, fearing he might become the target of Ing Zhang's ire. Wang Wan, Li Si, TSK, no wonder you both claim that there are matters of utmost urgency involving the foremost officials from both previous reigns. Indeed, it is somewhat delicate. Initially, Ing Zhang felt somewhat bewildered, yet as the ruler of this empire for many years, he was acutely aware of his minister's sentiments, recognizing that they had cast this hot potato into his lap. Rising from his seat, he paced back and forth for a couple of steps before suddenly smiling and addressing Zhao Gao at the foot of the steps. It is said that you are a living embodiment of the Qin law, with every rule etched in your memory, is that so? Zhao Gao hastily bowed and replied, I dare not presume such.
It is merely the gossip of external ministers, and I cannot elevate myself to that status. Do not be anxious, having a thorough knowledge of the Qin law is indeed commendable. Ing Zhang's tone abruptly grew stern and cold, as though squeezed from between clenched teeth. I merely wish to inquire whether there exists any provision within the Qin law that exempts the Prime Minister from prosecution for transgressions? Since Shang Jun's reforms in the Great Qin, the severity of the Qin law has surpassed that of the 6 states, with even the brother of Qin Shaogong facing punishment in the form of a severed nose for his offenses. Not to mention, Shang Yang himself ultimately fell victim to the very laws he had enacted, meeting his demise under the cruel punishment of being torn apart by chariots. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao trembled, immediately bowing in response. Regardless of who it may be, any individual who transgresses the Qin law shall be duly punished according to the law. However, being a eunuch and involved in matters of state, he was reluctant to speak freely, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Ben, the foremost figure from the military, interjected to clarify. At present, the 2 prime ministers have not been confirmed to be involved in this matter. It is merely a possibility of connection. We dare not disregard the Qin law, nor can we undermine the hierarchy and your majesty's compassion towards the elder statesman. I am aware of this matter. You may begin your investigation from below. As for Wang Wan and Li Si, Ing Zhang paused before continuing. I certainly trust in their loyalty to the Great Qin, yet the burdens they bear are heavy, and with the multitude of affairs they handle, it is inevitable that they may be deceived by those beneath them. Allow me to ponder further. Hidden behind the screen, Ing Xian possessed a deeper understanding of Ing Zhang's intentions than Wang Ben and Zhao Gao. She had overheard hints of her father's dissatisfaction. Wang Wan was particularly vocal in advocating for the feudal system, arguing that the distance of Qi, the vastness of Chu, and the harsh climate of Yan made direct administration by the court exceedingly challenging. Instead, it would be more effective to bestow titles upon the adult sons, granting them the authority to govern these regions. This was an ancient practice from the Zhou dynasty, possessing a strong allure for those who incessantly referenced Zhou. Many ministers eagerly concurred, and even Fu Su appeared somewhat swayed, albeit indirectly expressing his desire to alleviate his father's burdens. Did these individuals not recognize the devastation wrought by centuries of chaos and bloodshed, clearly a result of the feudal system? In the end, the Zhou Son of Heaven merely became a figurehead, reduced to a nominal overlord. The unification of the Great Qin was precisely to eradicate such a condition. Ing Zhang aspired to establish a legacy that would endure for millennia, and could not afford to sow the seeds of disaster from the very outset. With his immense authority, he subdued the ministers, leaving Wang Wan with no recourse but to feign illness and resign. Yet Ing Zhang understood well that the old man was far from convinced. His intelligence agency, the Hebing Tai, continuously received reports concerning Wang Wan's discussions on state affairs and meetings with noble ministers. However, as he was an elder statesman, as long as his actions were not excessively egregious, Ing Zhang chose to turn a blind eye, allowing for a narrative of amicable beginnings and endings. Should Wang Wan indeed be implicated in this assassination incident, even indirectly, Ing Zhang would not tolerate it. Lic's situation, however, was markedly different. Not only had he played a pivotal role in assisting Ing Zhang's unification efforts, but he had also consistently aligned himself with Ing Zhang on all significant matters thereafter. His diligence in managing state affairs had earned him Ing Zhang's profound trust. Ing Zhang had not been remiss in rewarding him, bestowing upon him the position directly beneath the emperor, while promoting his eldest son to the rank of county vice-governor and marrying him to a member of the royal family, thus elevating him to the status of a noble. Yet, his ambitions were far too flexible. With an overwhelming desire for fame and fortune, in his quest for enduring wealth, he had turned his attention toward the future rulers of the Great Qin, forging close ties not only with Fu Su but also with several adult princes. Could it be that you truly believe I cannot perceive your gambling mentality? For any ruler, it is utterly intolerable to witness ministers, whether overtly or subtly, currying favor with their successors while they still draw breath, particularly for one as power-hungry as Ing Zhang. Consequently, Ing Xian speculated that her father did not genuinely intend to target Wang Wan or Li Si. Rather, he sought to seize this opportunity to deliver a stern warning, compelling them to adhere to their roles as loyal subjects. On the surface, Ing Zhang's words seemed to protect the 2 high-ranking officials, yet the astute Zhao Gao swiftly discerned the deeper implications behind phrases like those beneath and deceived. However, he refrained from elaborating further, simply responding, "As you command." "And what of the third matter?" Ing Zhang inquired. Given the gravity of the situation, it was evident that being relegated to the final discussion by Wang Ben signified something particularly troublesome. Ing Xian subtly sensed that it pertained to the yet to appear Li Xin.
Her intuition proved entirely accurate.
The third matter concerns the Marquis of Longxi and the newly appointed lieutenant, Li Xin.
Wang Ben intended to refrain from embellishment. Firstly, such behavior was not in his nature, and secondly, the existing evidence was already sufficient to leave Li Xin defenseless.
During the search for the missing messenger, another individual was discovered beside his body. Upon identification, it turned out to be someone impersonating the messenger, who had already committed suicide by sword. Wang Ben paused, allowing Ing Zhang's thoughts to catch up before continuing. This individual was Li Xin's personal guard, named Zhao Yan.
Although Ing Zhang's expression remained unchanged, he was taken aback.
He trusted Wang Ben and Zhao Gao would not lie about such significant matters, yet he harbored suspicions that this might simply be a coincidence.
It is not uncommon for there to be a few bad apples among the Qin army. After all, it is merely coincidental that he was Li Xin's personal guard. Is it not worth making a fuss over?
Wang Ben replied solemnly, Your Majesty, the matter is not nearly so. The leading officer discovered bamboo slips on the deceased Zhao Yan, the contents of which are alarming. As he spoke, he retrieved the bamboo slips from his robe, respectfully raising them above his head, awaiting the eunuch to receive them. Since Jing Ke's failed assassination attempt, a new protocol had been established. Any item presented to Ing Zhang must first be inspected by a eunuch before being submitted for the emperor's review. Ing Zhang took the bamboo slips from the eunuch's hands, eagerly unfolding them. Lines of shocking text appeared before his eyes. This was, in fact, a letter of confession and denunciation. Chapter 39. The third matter. At this juncture, Wang Ben paused, allowing Ing Zhang to gradually absorb the gravity of this information, while Zhao Gao bowed his head in silence, fearful of becoming the target of Ing Zhang's ire.
Wan, Li Si, TSK. It is no wonder you both claim there are matters of utmost urgency, involving the foremost officials of both the preceding and current administrations. Indeed, it presents quite a conundrum.
Initially, Ing Zhang found himself at a loss, yet, as the long-standing sovereign of this empire, he possessed a keen insight into the thoughts of his ministers, recognizing that the two had deftly passed this hot potato into his hands. Rising from his seat, he paced back and forth around the imperial desk, then suddenly smiled and inquired of Zhao Gao, who stood at the foot of the steps. It is said that you are a living embodiment of the Qin laws, with every detail committed to memory.
Is that so?
Zhao Gao hastily bowed and replied, I dare not claim such a thing. It is mere gossip among the outer ministers, and I, a humble servant, cannot presume to elevate myself in such a manner.
Do not be so anxious. It is commendable to be well-versed in the Qin laws. Ing Zhang's tone abruptly transformed, becoming cold and severe, as though the words were forced through clenched teeth. I merely wish to ask, is there any article in the Qin laws that states the Prime Minister's transgressions may go unpunished?
Since Shang Yang's reforms in the Qin state, the severity of the laws had become unparalleled among the 6 states. Even the elder brother of Duke Shao of Qin was punished by the loss of his nose for his crimes, not to mention, Shang Yang himself ultimately could not escape the punishment of being torn apart by chariots, falling victim to the very laws he had instituted. At these words, Zhao Gao trembled, immediately bowing his head to respond, regardless of who it may be, as long as they violate the Qin laws, they shall be punished according to the law. However, as a eunuch, he hesitated to speak freely on matters of state, finding himself momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Ben, the foremost military figure, interjected to clarify, currently, neither of the 2 prime ministers has been confirmed to be involved in this matter. It is merely a possibility of connection. We dare not disregard the Qin laws, yet we cannot undermine the hierarchy and Your Majesty's compassion for the esteemed elder ministers.
I am aware of this matter.
You may begin your investigations from the lower ranks. As for Wang Wan and Li Si, Ing Zhang paused before continuing. I certainly believe in their loyalty to the Qin state, but the burdens they carry and the multitude of affairs they manage may render them susceptible to deception by those beneath them.
Allow me to ponder further.
Hidden behind the screen, Ing Xian could perceive her father's intentions more acutely than Wang Ben or Zhao Gao. Having overheard whispers of his dissatisfaction, Wang Wan was particularly zealous in promoting the feudal system, arguing that the Qi state was too distant, the Chu state too vast, and the Yan state a harsh, frigid land, making direct governance by the court quite challenging. It would be far better to grant the adult sons of nobility fiefs, empowering them to govern these regions more effectively. This was an ancient practice from the Zhou dynasty, wielding a compelling allure for those who frequently invoked Zhou. Many ministers eagerly supported him, and even Fu Su appeared somewhat tempted, though he did not openly express it, subtly conveying his desire to share the burden with his father. Did these men not see that the prolonged chaos of warring factions over the centuries had led to untold suffering, a direct consequence of the feudal system? Ultimately, the Zhou monarch became a mere figurehead, relegated to the role of nominal overlord. The unification of the Qin was precisely to put an end to such a state of affairs. Zhang envisioned a legacy to endure through the ages, and he could not allow the seeds of disaster to be sown from the very outset. With his formidable authority, he subdued the ministers, rendering Wang Wan powerless, who soon after feigned illness to resign from office. Yet, Zhang understood that the old man remained unconvinced. The Black Ice Platform, responsible for intelligence gathering, continually received reports of Wang Wan's discussions on state affairs and his meetings with influential ministers. Nevertheless, being an elder statesman, as long as he did not overstep too far, Zhang chose to turn a blind eye, allowing for a narrative of a harmonious beginning and end. If Wang Wan were genuinely implicated in this assassination attempt, even indirectly, Zhang would not tolerate it. In contrast, Li Si's situation was different. He had not only aided Zhang in his unification efforts but had also clearly aligned himself with the emperor on all significant issues thereafter, diligently managing state affairs and earning Zhang's profound trust. Zhang had not been remiss in rewarding him, bestowing upon him the rank of prime minister, second only to the emperor, promoting his eldest son to the position of county deputy, and arranging a marriage with a royal daughter, thereby making him part of the imperial family. However, Li Si's ambitions were too flexible, and his desire for fame too fervent. In his quest for enduring wealth and power, he had begun to extend his influence toward the future rulers of the Qin, maintaining close ties with Fu Su and fostering cordial relations with several adult sons of nobility.
Could it be that you truly believe I am oblivious to your gambler's mindset?
For any ruler, it is utterly intolerable to witness ministers, whether overtly or covertly, ingratiating themselves with the designated successor while the sovereign still draws breath, particularly for one as power-hungry as Zhang. Thus, Xian speculated that her father did not genuinely intend to target Wang Wan or Li Si. Rather, he sought to use this opportunity to deliver a stern admonition, reminding them to remain within the bounds of their duties as ministers. Zhang's words, though ostensibly defending the two senior officials, were swiftly grasped by the astute Zhao Gao, who discerned the deeper implications of phrases like those beneath and deceived.
However, he remained silent, simply responding, "As you command." "And what of the third matter?" Zhang inquired.
Given the severity of the situation, the fact that Wang Ben had reserved this issue for last indicated it was indeed quite complex. Xian, concealed behind the screen, sensed that it pertained to the yet unmentioned Li Xian.
Her instincts were entirely accurate.
The third matter concerns the Marquis of Longxi and the newly appointed Lieutenant Li Xian. Wang Ben had no intention of embellishing the tale. Both his character and the existing evidence sufficed to ensnare Li Xian without further embellishment. During the search for the missing messenger, another individual was discovered beside his body. Upon identification, it turned out to be a person impersonating the messenger, who had already taken his own life by sword. Wang Ben paused, allowing Zhang's thoughts to catch up, before continuing. This individual was one of Li Xian's personal guards, named Zhao Yan. Although Zhang's expression remained unchanged, he was inwardly startled. He trusted Wang Ben, and Zhao Gao would never lie about such a grave matter, yet he harbored doubts that this was merely a coincidence. Oh, it is not uncommon for there to be a few bad apples among the Qin army. It merely happens that he was one of Li Xian's personal guards, which hardly seems remarkable. Wang Ben replied solemnly, "Your Majesty, the matter is not as simple as that." The leading sergeant found bamboo slips on the deceased Zhao Yan, and the contents are alarming. As he spoke, he produced the bamboo slips from his bosom, respectfully holding them aloft, awaiting the eunuch to receive them. Since Jing Ke's failed assassination attempt with a concealed dagger, a new protocol had been established. Any item submitted to Zhang must first be examined by an eunuch before being presented for the emperor's review. Zhang eagerly accepted the bamboo slips from the eunuch and unfurled them with anticipation. Lines of shocking text came into view before him. It was, in fact, a letter of confession and denunciation. Chapter 40. In a fit of rage, the individual known as Zhao Yan recounted that since his enlistment, he had remained in close proximity to Li Xian, earning his profound trust, which consequently granted him access to certain secrets. According to his account, ever since the unification of the Qin dynasty, Li Xian had been cast aside by the court, leading to his dissatisfaction. He often succumbed to drunkenness, cursing the heavens and the earth, uttering numerous treasonous remarks. Subsequently, he unwittingly established contact with the remnants of the Qi state, specifically the enigmatic Sun Haijun, who proposed a scheme that would not only allow Li Xian to showcase his prowess and regain the emperor's favor but also undermine the emperor's trust in Wang Ben and others. Upon learning of this, Zhao Yan felt a gnawing unease, fearing exposure or harm to the emperor. He repeatedly dissuaded Li Xian, yet Li Xian remained obstinate, and out of loyalty to their past, Zhao Yan felt compelled to cooperate. At this juncture, Ying Zhang's hand trembled ever so slightly, each word striking him like a blade. He could scarcely fathom that Li Xian had concealed such treachery. How could one so malicious and cunning, so indifferent to the laws of Qin, hold the position of lieutenant? Ying Zhang's breath grew labored, the veins at his temples throbbed violently, and a palpable aura of murderous rage enveloped him. Zhao Gao, well acquainted with this demeanor, instinctively recoiled, feeling a chill creep down his spine. I may be but a lowly soldier, yet I understand that certain actions are forbidden. However, under Li Xian's coercion, I killed the messenger, impersonated him, and postponed the troop rotation, granting those individuals an opportunity to strike.
Li Xian seeks to exploit this chance to eliminate the assassin, obliterate the evidence, while simultaneously framing the vanguard's commander, Wang Li.
I have pondered this repeatedly, filled with regret, yet the grievous error has been committed and is beyond redemption. Zhao Yan inscribed at the conclusion of the bamboo slip, only death can atone for my sins, and I must reveal Li Xian's malevolence in its entirety. I pray that the heavens bear witness, and that the emperor remains vigilant, lest he be deceived and jeopardize the grand design. Though Ying Xian remained hidden behind the screen, it was evident from Ying Zhang's demeanor that he had been profoundly affected. Wang Ben, however, was not inclined to relent, responding with composed gravity, Your Majesty, I believe we must scrutinize Zhao Yan's writings with utmost diligence. Setting aside other matters, how could Li Xian have foreseen the emperor's assassination unless he was involved beforehand? Conversely, had he not leaked information, the distant Sun Haijun would have had no means to inform the assassins of the emperor's precise itinerary. This was indeed compelling evidence.
The notion of divine intervention remained elusive, and even Ying Zhang himself harbored doubts, let alone others. Zhao Yan's bamboo slip contained almost no flaws, providing a flawless explanation of Li Xian's dire predicament, the assassination attempt, and the interrogation of the assailants.
Truly, what a despicable character Li Xian is! Ying Zhang roared in fury, casting the bamboo slip to the ground with such ferocity that it shattered, scattering fragments across the floor, the majority landing behind the screen. Zhao Gao felt a twinge of skepticism, for the narrative presented by Zhao Yan appeared far too coherent, almost implausible. Moreover, given Li Xian's extensive military experience and the caliber of his subordinates, particularly the likes of Zhang Han, how could such a critical matter rest solely upon a mere personal guard? Yet, with the emperor already in a rage and Wang Ben intent on leveraging this opportunity to eliminate Li Xian as a threat, voicing his reservations now would likely result in dire consequences. Ying Xian, picking up a nearby bamboo slip, quickly scanned its contents. Though incomplete, her keen intellect allowed her to piece together the general idea, lamenting internally, who could have orchestrated such a nefarious scheme? It is indeed a difficult puzzle to unravel.
Zhao Yan, being Li Xian's personal guard, had chosen to end his own life to demonstrate his remorse, and the timeline of events surrounding the assassination seemed to align perfectly. Under multiple confirmations, it appeared flawless.
Ying Xian was reluctant to see the capable ally she had painstakingly chosen fall, and she harbored a considerable fondness for the young general who had saved her life under the Iron Mace. Her mind raced to devise a strategy, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Your Majesty, Li Xian holds a significant position as a lieutenant. The implications are grave. He is renowned for his bravery and martial prowess, possessing exceptional archery skills, earning the admiration of many soldiers. Should he turn rogue, it could disturb the emperor's safety. As the Grand General, it is my duty to ensure Your Majesty's security and the stability of the Qin. I cannot afford to be negligent. I implore Your Majesty to issue an immediate decree to apprehend Li Xian. Wang Ben observed Ing Zhang's darkening expression and added, "After my thorough interrogation, I shall present the matter for your wise judgment."
"What say you, Zhao Gao?"
In his furious state, Ing Zhang still sought the counsel of his legal expert.
"Your Majesty is wise.
The Grand General's assertions bear truth." Zhao Gao dared not confront Wang Ben directly, thus he replied diplomatically, "However, considering Li Xian's merit as a savior of the emperor, it may be prudent to issue a summons for him to appear before your Majesty." The implication in Zhao Gao's words suggested that there were indeed points of contention, and it was essential to afford Li Xian an opportunity to defend himself, lest he be coerced into a confession. Before Ing Zhang could respond, Wang Ben's countenance darkened, and he retorted with solemnity, "Zhao Fu, your words are misguided. Should Li Xian resist arrest by force, what then? Or if he feigns compliance only to act insolently before the emperor, what shall we do?"
"Your Majesty, I have already dispatched Colonel Yang Wu with 200 elite soldiers to encircle Li Xian and his several dozen subordinates. Capturing Li Xian requires but a command. Your Majesty, we are amidst an eastern inspection, fraught with numerous hidden dangers along the route. We must not delay." Ing Zhang pondered, "What is Yang Wu's background?"
Yang Wu was the cousin of Wei Wei Yang Duan and the old general, having served in the military for many years and accumulated various merits.
Wang Ben understood Ing Zhang's concerns and replied forthrightly, "The bodies of Zhao Yan and the bamboo slips were discovered by him."
Yang Duan was a seasoned general of the Qin state. Though younger than Wang Jian, he was of an elder generation than Wang Ben. By the time Wang Ben commanded troops in battle, Yang Duan had already assumed the responsibility of guarding Xianyang, resulting in little interaction between the two. Initially, Ing Zhang harbored some apprehension regarding Wang Ben's potential ulterior motives, but given that it was Yang Duan's junior who had made the discovery, there was little room for doubt. With a decisive wave of his sleeve, he declared, "Let us heed the Grand General's counsel, order Colonel Yang Wu to swiftly apprehend Li Xian, and let the Grand General conduct the interrogation. Should Li Xian dare to resist arrest or flee, he is to be executed without mercy." Upon hearing this decree, Ing Xian felt a surge of panic. If the emperor's orders were executed as stated, any sign of resistance from Li Xian in a state of alarm could very well lead to his execution. Even if he surrendered, falling into the hands of Wang Ben and others could mean reckoning for both past and present offenses. At this critical moment, a sudden thought illuminated her mind. Li Xian had mentioned his personal guard just days prior. This must be Zhao Yan. Moreover, the spies, Qi Di and Qi Er, tasked with monitoring him, were due to return with their report. Perhaps they would bring some evidence to vindicate Li Xian. Chapter 41. The princess strikes the pot. Yet she was acutely aware of Ing Zhang's unwavering character, one that brooked no opposition. As Wang Ben was poised to receive his orders and depart, in a moment of desperation, she reached for the earthenware pot and lightly tapped it 3 times with the bamboo slip in her hand. The sound, though deep and resonant, rang in Ing Zhang's ears like the clarion call of a grand bell, for it evoked memories of the late Ing Xian's mother, whose presence he had never truly forgotten. That empathetic and musically gifted Wei beauty would always gently strike the pot whenever he was troubled by state affairs, and each time it was 3 taps that would instantly calm his restless spirit. Ing Zhang comprehended his daughter's intent, and as he regained his composure, he perhaps sensed the underlying peculiarities, calling back the departing Wang Ben. Li Xian is indeed a rare young talent in our Qin, and I believe there are some inaccuracies in Zhao Yan's letter. Ing Zhang spoke slowly, "How about this? Zhao Gao, you shall accompany the general to personally convey my intentions to Li Xian, instructing him not to resist."
"Do you all understand my intentions?"
Zhao Gao certainly did. Wang Ben, however, remained oblivious to the meaning behind the 3 taps on the pot, yet he could deduce that the person concealed behind the screen must be Ing Xian. In his youth, he had witnessed more than once the enchanting scene of the graceful maiden attending to his majesty. After many years, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. The world often perceived his majesty as cold and unfeeling, yet little did they know he possessed such a tender side. Why did Princess Ing Xian offer her assistance? Was it merely out of gratitude for Li Xian's life-saving act? A myriad of thoughts flickered through Zhao Gao's mind, yet his face betrayed none of them as he respectfully bowed and declared, "This servant shall comply with your decree, and I will certainly convey your majesty's benevolent intentions to General Li Xian." This servant, indeed, was perceptive. With just the word benevolence, Ing Zheng understood that Zhao Gao had grasped his intentions, and it was quite convenient. Wang Ben had not anticipated Ing Zheng's swift change of heart, nor the addition of that remark, which indicated that His Majesty still harbored hope for Li Xian, while appointing Zhao Gao as the supervising officer was clearly a precautionary measure. However, since Ing Zheng inquired about you all, Wang Ben dared not be negligent and responded, I shall undoubtedly act in accordance with your orders and collaborate with Zhao Fuling to ensure this matter is handled properly.
Ha ha ha, what do you mean by collaborating with Zhao Fuling? Ing Zheng seemed to sense Wang Ben's thoughts. You are the general, and Li Xian is your subordinate.
You have the authority to handle matters as you see fit. Zhao Gao is merely there to relay a message. Zhao Gao, you must not interfere in military affairs, otherwise, be wary of your head.
Furthermore, if Li Xian surrenders, ensure he is securely detained.
Watching the two individuals with differing intentions depart with their orders, Ing Zheng turned to glance at his daughter hidden behind the screen, his tone tinged with both sorrow and discontent as he remarked, Your mother was knowledgeable and reasonable, gentle and virtuous, yet she never intervened in my governance. This was already a concession made in light of Ing Xian being his most cherished daughter, as he softened his tone. Had it been anyone else, even Fusu, they would have received a thorough reprimand. My daughter has acted rashly and ignorantly, lacking decorum. I beseech your majesty for forgiveness. Ing Xian understood that the urgency of the moment did not lie in defending herself but rather in acknowledging her error. Observing his daughter bowing in sincere apology, coupled with her soft and timid voice, Ing Zheng's heart softened, and he reached out to lift her up, only to find her tear-streaked face resembling a rain-drenched pear blossom, further revoking his compassion.
Alas, Xianer, what troubles you?
I have not blamed you, I merely offered a gentle reminder.
Ing Xian lowered her head to wipe away her tears and softly replied, Xianer was merely reminded of the times when my mother accompanied father, and thus, I was moved by the memories.
Indeed, indeed. At that time, you were yet shorter than my knee, yet you often spoke of wanting to massage my legs to relieve my fatigue, but it was merely because you were enamored with the cool rice cakes on my table. As Ing Zheng reminisced, a smile graced his lips while playfully teasing Ing Xian, restoring a warm atmosphere within the hall. I know you are not one to lack discernment. In matters of state, your judgment is even more acute than that of your brother, who has managed affairs for several years.
Ing Zheng's smile faded as he asked earnestly, What prompted you to remind me just now?
Ing Xian gently nodded and said, Your wisdom illuminates no less than that of father. Upon reviewing this bamboo slip, I discerned several discrepancies, and in my urgency, I resorted to tapping the pot as a signal. Father, please observe, this slip contains merely 200 characters, yet it articulates such an expansive conspiracy in such clarity and precision, with remarkably skillful phrasing. Ing Xian's expression grew solemn as she pointed at the bamboo slip, countering, Father, you handle state affairs daily, sifting through a sea of memorials. Surely, few can compose to such a degree? Ing Zheng, previously incensed by Wang Ben's words, had not taken the time to reflect, and now, with Ing Xian's reminder, he took back the bamboo slip and read a few lines, suddenly enlightened. Well said. Even among the court officials, only Li Si, Feng Jia, Meng Tian, and a handful of others could achieve such a standard. If Zhao Yan truly possessed such ability, how could he merely be a personal guard? And this handwriting, though seemingly clumsy, is actually a disguise for its style, yet it inadvertently reveals a hint of intention. Such finesse cannot be attained without over a decade of practice. Ing Zheng, being a visionary and a pioneer, possessed a depth of thought and broad perspective beyond that of ordinary individuals. Ing Xian's insight had drawn his attention to new suspicions. Xianer, have you discovered anything else? Speak freely. With Ing Zheng acknowledging her perspective, she felt emboldened to speak. Zhao Yan claims to know that this matter violates Qin law and professes loyalty to the Qin, yet he failed to report it before the assassination attempt, instead choosing an inexplicable moment to take his own life. The result is a lack of evidence, thereby solidifying Li Xian's guilt. I surmise this is because he or those behind him dared not confront Li Xian directly. Moreover, there is a matter of greater significance. Few are aware of the vehicle father rides in, and at that time, Li Xian was over 100 miles away, yet the assassin could predict his movements and strike with precision. Is that not peculiar? Ing Zheng nodded. What you say is indeed true. Upon reflection, there are numerous flaws in this scheme, however, the one who orchestrated it was able to fabricate the entire affair and link it to the assassination and other parties.
That is indeed a remarkable talent. Alas, with you by my side, Xian'er, it surpasses the might of 1,000 troops.
As he spoke, Ing Zhang's brow furrowed suddenly, and a thought crossed his mind. Wang Ben, as a high-ranking general, is a rare talent, his experience far surpassing that of young Xian'er.
Could it be that he has not perceived this? Or perhaps he has seen through it, yet chose not to investigate further?
Recalling Wang Ben's attempts to transfer Li Xian away from Xianyang to serve as a county lieutenant in Bashu, Ing Zhang felt a twinge of displeasure. It seemed this general's disposition and magnanimity were greatly inferior to that of his father, Wang Jian, who had recommended Li Xian without harboring grudges.
Ultimately, he remains too self-serving. Chapter 41. The princess strikes the jar. Yet she understood the resolute nature of Ing Zhang, who was unyielding and would not tolerate defiance. As Wang Ben was about to take his leave with the imperial edict, in a moment of desperation, she reached for the earthen jar and gently tapped it 3 times with the bamboo slip in her hand. Though the sound of the jar was deep and resonant, to Ing Zhang's ears, it rang like the grandest of bells, for it reminded him of the late mother of Ing Xian, a woman forever etched in his memory. That empathetic and musically gifted Wei beauty would always lightly strike the earthen jar during his moments of anxiety concerning state affairs, each time with 3 taps, instantly calming his troubled spirit. Ing Zhang understood his daughter's intention, and as he regained his composure, he perhaps discerned the underlying peculiarity, calling out to Wang Ben, who was about to depart. Li Xian is, after all, a rare young talent of our Qin. I believe there are some inaccuracies in Zhao Yan's report. Ing Zhang spoke slowly. How about this, Zhao Gao? You should accompany the general and personally clarify my intentions to Li Xian, instructing him not to resist. Do you understand my meaning? Zhao Gao certainly comprehended.
Wang Ben did not grasp the significance of those 3 taps on the jar, yet he could surmise that the person behind the screen must be Ing Xian. When he was merely a youth, he had witnessed the scene of delicate hands and fragrant sleeves serving the emperor more than once. After many years, he could not help but feel a pang of emotion. The world often perceives the emperor as cold and unfeeling, yet little do they know he possesses such a tender side. Why did Princess Ing Xian intervene? Was it merely out of gratitude for Li Xian's life-saving deed? A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhao Gao's mind, yet his face revealed nothing, only bowing and declaring, "This humble servant shall obey your command and certainly convey your magnanimity to General Li Xian." This servant truly grasped the essence. Ing Zhang, relying solely on the word magnanimity, understood that Zhao Gao had already comprehended his intentions, making it quite convenient. Wang Ben was taken aback by Ing Zhang's swift change of heart, and the added remark indicated that the emperor not only still held hope for Li Xian but had also dispatched Zhao Gao as an observer, clearly with a sense of caution. However, as Ing Zhang addressed you all, Wang Ben dared not be negligent and responded, "This humble minister shall certainly act according to your orders and work in tandem with Zhao Fuling to manage this matter well."
Ha ha, what do you mean by working in tandem with Zhao Fuling? Ing Zhang seemed to sense Wang Ben's thoughts. You are the general, and Li Xian is your subordinate.
You have the authority to handle matters as you see fit. Zhao Gao is merely there to relay a message. Zhao Gao, you must not meddle in military affairs, otherwise, beware of your head.
Furthermore, if Li Xian surrenders, ensure he is kept under strict watch. Watching the 2 men, each with their own intentions, depart with the edict, Ing Zhang turned his gaze back to his daughter behind the screen, his tone tinged with both sorrow and a hint of dissatisfaction as he remarked, "Your mother was knowledgeable and reasonable, gentle and virtuous, yet she never intervened in my governance." This was already a concession made in consideration of Ing Xian being his most cherished daughter. Had it been anyone else, even Fusu, he would have delivered a stern reprimand. "Your daughter is reckless and ignorant, having lost her sense of propriety. I implore Father Emperor to forgive me." Ing Xian understood that the pressing matter was not to argue her case but to first admit her fault. Observing his daughter bowing her head in sincere apology, coupled with her gentle and timid voice, Ing Zhang could no longer remain unyielding. He reached out to help her up, only to find her delicate face glistening with tears, which evoked his tender compassion. "Oh, Xian'er, why do you weep?" "I have not reproached you, I merely offered a couple of reminders." Ing Xian lowered her head to wipe away her tears and softly replied, "Xian'er was merely reminded of the time when my mother accompanied Father Emperor, and thus could not help but be moved by the scene." Indeed, back then you were not even as tall as my knee, yet you often claimed you would come to massage my legs to relieve my fatigue, though it was merely because you had your eyes set on the cool rice cakes on my table. As Ing Zhang reminisced, a smile graced his lips, and he playfully teased Ing Xian, restoring a warm atmosphere to the hall. I know that you are certainly no stranger to the weight of matters. In terms of judgment concerning state affairs, you are even more astute than your brother, who has been in charge of governance for several years. Ing Zhang's smile faded as he asked seriously, "Did you just recall something that prompted you to remind me?" Ing Xian gently nodded and said, "The wisdom of my father emperor shines bright and without flaw. Upon examining this bamboo slip, I found several anomalies, and in my distress, I had no choice but to signal through the jar. Father Emperor, please observe, this bamboo slip contains merely over 200 words, yet it articulates such a vast conspiracy so clearly and accurately, with an exquisite choice of words." Ing Xian, her expression grave, pointed to the bamboo slip and countered, "Father Emperor, you handle state matters daily, sifting through a sea of memorials. Surely not many reach such a level of clarity." At that moment, Ing Zhang, having been incensed by Wang Ben's words, had not taken the time to ponder deeply, but now, reminded by Ing Xian, he took the slip again and read a few lines, as if coming to a realization. Indeed. Even among the ministers in court, only Li Si, Feng Jie, Meng Tian, and a handful of others could attain such a level. If Zhao Yan truly possessed such ability, how could he merely be a personal guard? Furthermore, this handwriting, seemingly clumsy, is in truth a ruse to disguise its style, yet unintentionally reveals a hint of intent. Without over a decade of practice, it could not be accomplished. Ing Zhang, being the founder of a dynasty, possessed profound insights and a broad vision, far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Ing Xian's reminders drew his attention to new suspicions. "Xianer, have you discovered anything else? Please share." Seeing Ing Zhang acknowledge her perspective, she felt emboldened to speak. "Zhao Yan repeatedly professes his awareness of the violation of Qin law, pledging loyalty to the Qin, yet he failed to report the assassination beforehand, instead choosing an inexplicable moment to take his own life. The result was a lack of witnesses, thereby solidifying Li Xian's guilt. I surmise this was because he or those behind him dared not confront Li Xian directly. There is one more significant matter. Very few know the details of the imperial carriage that Father Emperor rides, and at that time, Li Xian was 100 miles away, yet the assassin could foresee this and struck with precision. Surely, this is a strange occurrence?" Ing Zhang nodded. "What you say is indeed correct. Upon reflection, the flaws are numerous. However, the mastermind could concoct such a scheme and connect it with the assassination, as well as with figures like Song Haijun, indeed displays remarkable talent. Alas, having you by my side surpasses the might of 1,000 armies." At this point, Ing Zhang suddenly furrowed his brow, a thought emerging in his mind. Wang Ben, as a high-ranking general, is a rare talent, his experience far surpassing that of young Xianer. Could it be that he failed to perceive this? Or perhaps he did perceive it but chose not to delve deeper? Recalling how Wang Ben had attempted to transfer Li Xian away from Xianyang to serve in Bashu, Ing Zhang felt considerable displeasure. It seemed this general's temperament and character were vastly inferior to his father Wang Jian, who had recommended Li Xian without harboring grudges. Ultimately, he is too burdened by personal feelings. Chapter 42. The art of the emperor's heart. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, Ing Xian discerned a significant portion of his sentiments from his somewhat frozen smile. She remained respectfully bowed, choosing not to elaborate further. However, it is indeed a shortcoming that Li Xian is surrounded by such perilous figures while remaining oblivious to their presence, Ing Zhang remarked, casting a veiled glance at Ing Xian, and sighed. Ultimately, he is still young and rather careless. "Father, you may be unaware, but several days ago, General Li Xian had a meeting with your daughter." Upon hearing this, Ing Zhang was taken aback, but Ing Xian continued, "The purpose was to express his gratitude for my recommendation of him to a significant lieutenant position. However, he ended up borrowing 2 individuals from me." "Which 2 individuals?" "The Qi brothers, Qi and Qi Air from the Black Ice platform. You once mentioned their exceptional skills and aptitude for stealth, thus assigning them to my side. Pray tell, Father, what do you think he requires of these 2? Could it possibly relate to that personal guard named Zhao Yan?" Ing Zhang had not anticipated that his daughter had clandestinely met with Li Xian, and their relationship seemed rather amicable.
Moreover, when she mentioned Li Xian, though devoid of a smile, there appeared to be a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, starkly contrasting her demeanor when discussing Wang Li. Ying Xian, unfazed, nodded. Indeed, he claimed that one of his personal guards harbored ulterior motives, potentially linked to an assassination plot, and sought to conduct a discreet investigation, requesting 2 unfamiliar faces, which I granted.
If you find it convenient, Father, you may summon them tonight to report their findings. It seems that Li Xian possesses considerable ability, displaying both valor and strategy, and even Xian holds him in high regard. The Qi brothers, as swordsmen of the Black Ice platform, are undoubtedly loyal, and if what Xian asserts is true, then Li Xian is indeed a victim of a conspiracy. Who would have thought that the unexpected arrival of the Iron Spear at Balangsha would wield such profound influence, ensnaring not only my Chancellor and Grand General but also revealing differing sentiments among princes and princesses, as the lurking dangers within the vanguard camp and the Imperial Guards come to light? Viewed from this perspective, it may not be entirely disadvantageous. As an astute sovereign, Ying Zheng excels at manipulating the hearts of men, seizing every advantageous moment to secure the best outcomes for himself and the Qin dynasty. Judging by the reactions of Wang Ben, Zhao Gao, and Ying Xian, alongside the frenzied acts of hostage-taking and murder within the vanguard camp, it is clear that the waters have grown sufficiently murky. In light of this, why not stir the waters even further? Ying Zheng firmly believed that only by ensnaring all involved parties could he truly ascertain each individual's intentions and thereby eliminate potential threats. Since Li Xian has already become the target of public ire, he might as well be utilized as bait. Whether the foolish carp would be lured by the scent would depend on the skill of this fisherman. With this thought in mind, Ying Zheng formulated a plan but refrained from disclosing it to Ying Xian, merely stating, "Since you say so, Xianer, I shall trust your judgment. I will soon listen to what Qi Di and Qi Er have discovered. However, you have committed a significant error by meeting with the commander stationed at Xianyang without my permission." Ying Zheng deliberately assumed a stern expression, speaking coldly. Failure to impose punishment would be rather inappropriate. Ying Xian obediently bowed. "Your Majesty's words are the law. I acknowledge that my actions have been lacking in prudence and shall accept the consequences." "Very well, you shall be punished to refrain from contact with outsiders until you arrive in Jiaodong County, and reflect upon your missteps." Ying Xian was taken aback. Given the pace of the Eastern tour, it would take at least a month to reach Jiaodong County. This meant she would be unable to communicate with the outside world, primarily preventing any exchange of messages with Li Xian. "I hope you utilize this time for thorough reflection. If you were to meet with any foreign officials again without my consent, I would have to revoke your title of princess and rescind all rewards." The primary rationale behind Ying Zheng's actions was to avert Ying Xian's interference, yet subconsciously, he felt uneasy about Li Xian garnering her favor. Perhaps it was the instinctive protective instinct every father feels towards his blossoming daughter. Ying Xian understood that although Ying Zhang often jested and scolded her, their father-daughter bond was profound. However, when it came to matters of internal and external communications, he never hesitated to impose strictness. Seeing her accept the punishment without complaint and noting her resemblance to her mother, Ying Zheng's heart softened, and he half-jokingly, half-seriously reassured her, "If that fellow Li Xian is innocent and manages to align with my desires, there may yet be an opportunity for him to rise in stature." Ying Xian's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely audible. "I do not fully comprehend your words, father." After listening to the intelligence gathered by Qi Di and Qi Er over the past few days, Ying Zheng pondered for a while before nodding. "You have indeed achieved merit, and I shall bestow upon you a generous reward." He then gestured towards Ying Xian, disregarding her resentful gaze, and commanded, "You two shall continue to protect the princess, and without my decree, no one is permitted to approach her." Though Qi Di and Qi Er were somewhat astonished, their long-standing experience with the Black Ice platform taught them to refrain from questioning and to comply unconditionally. Once they departed, Ying Zheng paced thoughtfully for a considerable time before the grand map hung on the wall, lost in contemplation, until the cautious reminder from Inner Minister Meng Tian broke the silence, indicating that a new batch of urgent state affairs awaited his prompt attention. "Today, I find myself somewhat fatigued. I shall forego reviewing these bamboo slips." This declaration nearly left Meng Tian agape, as such a statement was rarely heard from Ying Zheng, save for the annual ceremonies. Moreover, observing Ying Zheng's complexion, which, while not that of a vigorous youth, bore a certain vibrancy and an unmistakably sharp gaze, it was evident that he was far from unwell. "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" Could it be that the recent travel and overnight handling of state matters have left you fatigued? Meng Tian inquired with concern, shall I summon the royal physician for a consultation? Ing Zhang waved his hand, smiling as he replied, there is no need for undue worry. I am in good health, merely contemplating some changes. I have surpassed 40 years of age, my vitality is not what it once was, and with the weight of state affairs so burdensome, I cannot bear it all alone. Meng Tian stood with his head bowed, quietly listening. He had previously offered similar counsel, but Ing Zhang had always dismissed it as mere wind passing by his ears. Today, however, there seemed to be a shift. My eldest son, Fusu, is already in his 20s. It is an opportune moment to grant him the chance to independently manage state affairs during this Eastern tour. What do you think? Meng Tian, having always had a good rapport with Fusu, wholeheartedly approved, though he maintained a composed demeanor, lowering his posture slightly as he replied, Prince Fusu was exceptionally gifted and has benefited from your guidance. He has become increasingly composed and insightful in recent years. It would indeed be prudent to allow him more opportunities for experience, alleviating some of your burdens. During the Eastern tour, Your Majesty can take the time to rest, and should any urgent matters arise, you can always provide guidance to the prince to prevent any significant errors. Chapter 43. Mysteries Within Dreams. Meng Tian, concerned that Ing Zhang might entertain thoughts of relinquishing power, hastily supplemented his explanation. To his surprise, Ing Zhang burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, with the Chancellor present, alongside the Grand General, the Minister of Justice, and you, Meng Tian, how could Fusu possibly err? Noticing that Meng Tian had no further objections, Ing Zhang then spoke earnestly, you shall convey my decree from this day forth. With the exception of urgent military matters, all other affairs of state shall be managed at Prince Fusu's discretion, allowing him to act as he sees fit without the need for constant reports. I humbly obey. Meng Tian was on the verge of departing when Ing Zhang called him back. I nearly forgot an important matter. Lieutenant Li Xian is implicated in the assassination case. The Grand General has already dispatched men to apprehend him, and the subsequent interrogation shall also be overseen by Fusu. You are to assist him as needed. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian knelt abruptly, bowing his head in submission. Your servant bears suspicions himself and should not involve in this matter. Ing Zhang chuckled softly, lifting him up and saying, the Meng family has served the Qin for 3 generations, and I have long regarded you as a trusted ally. I would never believe the fabrications of an assassin. However, this issue is of great significance and may involve many. You must assist Fusu diligently in resolving this matter. Li Xian had sustained several sword wounds. While they were not life-threatening, he had lost a considerable amount of blood. Accompanied by Wang Ben and Zhao Gao in their investigations, he was beginning to feel mentally exhausted and overwhelmed. Li Bai and Luo Jia, both also injured, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him emerge, and in unison inquired, is the general unharmed? Nothing serious. Li Xian waved dismissively. There are certain details that are inconvenient for me to know. Let us return for now. Today's events are unlikely to be simple. They will most likely alarm His Majesty, Li Xian reminded them as they walked. You should rest well, but also reflect carefully on today's occurrences to avoid being wrongfully accused. Though he did not specify who might accuse them, Li Bai and Luo Jia, both astute individuals, exchanged knowing glances. Should we raise the alert? Li Bai inquired. I and Luo Jia can take turns on night watch to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Li Xian smiled at this suggestion. We are but a handful among a camp of thousands. If something were to occur, what difference would the night watch make? I only urge you to remember this should any unforeseen events arise. Do not act recklessly in a fit of bravado, understood? Li Xian's subconscious sensed a certain unease, prompting him to elaborate. Physically and mentally drained, Li Xian merely nibbled on a couple of flatbreads and drank a large bowl of water before succumbing to deep slumber. Soon, the sound of his snoring filled the tent. In his dreams, Li Xian found himself in a dim and indistinct wilderness, pursued by a pack of enormous black wolves. He ran desperately, nearly at the brink of exhaustion, only to find his feet ensnared in a swamp, rendering him immobile. As the wolves closed in, their sharp fangs glinting ominously, he felt a surge of despair. Suddenly, the sky erupted in radiant hues, amidst which appeared a celestial maiden. Descending from above, she waved her hand gently, lifting him slowly from the mire. The wolves howled pitifully, yet no matter how fierce their assaults, they could not breach the barrier she had conjured. Turning to behold her, he found her visage gradually transforming into that of Ing Xian. Ing Xian merely smiled sweetly at him before vanishing into the infinite light, her voice echoing in his ears. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. From the greatest despair comes the greatest hope.
Confounded by her words, he yearned to pursue her, yet the brilliance before him intensified, nearly blinding him. As he instinctively reached out, a commanding voice pierced the air. Li Xian of Longxi, you are implicated in the assassination plot against His Majesty. You are hereby ordered to surrender immediately. Startled awake, Li Xian rubbed his weary eyes, only to find his tent crowded with armed soldiers from the vanguard camp, led by the captain Yang Wu. Behind him, Grand General Wang Ben and Minister Zhao Gao regarded him with vigilant gazes, particularly fixated on the sword lying beside him. This sword, acquired during his pursuit of King Shi of Yin and Liaodong, was said to be forged by Madame Su, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, a truly exceptional weapon. The blade bore the inscription Wind Slayer, renowned for its swiftness. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Li Xian understood he had been falsely accused. If captured by Wang Ben, he would find it impossible to defend himself. His fingers twitched as he reached for his sword. Anticipating such resistance from a valiant warrior like Li Xian, Wang Ben had already positioned crossbowmen both inside and outside the tent, maintaining an air of calm. Yang Wu, sword in hand, feigned composure while inwardly anxious. The valor of Li Xian was well known among the troops, and should he decide to fight back, the ensuing clash would undoubtedly result in considerable casualties. Zhao Gao, observing the tension, cleared his throat and emphasized, His Majesty has decreed that Grand General Wang Ben and Minister Zhao Gao are to apprehend Li Xian and hold him for examination. General Li, although you are implicated in this assassination case, His Majesty is magnanimous and wise. You will be granted the opportunity to prove your innocence. Do not act impulsively. His words struck a chord with Li Xian. The presence of Zhao Gao indicated that Wang Ben could not monopolize the situation, suggesting there might still be a glimmer of hope. Recalling the celestial maiden's admonition from his dream, he resolved to remain composed. With this in mind, he offered a faint smile, retracting his hand from the sword's hilt and adjusting his attire. Grand General, Minister Zhao, permit me to change my garments. Zhao Gao released a breath of relief, adopting a gentler tone. Yang Wu, do not delay in assisting General Li. Upon receiving the cue, Yang Wu promptly understood and, sheathing his sword, hastened to Li Xian's side, ostensibly awaiting instructions, but in reality creating distance between Li Xian and the Windslayer. Li Xian was fully aware of their intentions. As he donned his outer robe, he casually asked, "What of my subordinates, the captains and soldiers, are they to be interrogated as well?" "Over 50 in total, all have been captured." Wang Ben finally spoke. Li Xian's compliance was a stark contrast to the impetuous general he had previously known, leaving him rather astonished. "Your two captains were cooperative, thus there were no injuries among the ranks," Zhao Gao clarified. "Currently, we only require your interrogation, the others are merely being held temporarily as a precaution." Zhao Gao intended to provide further reassurances, but was interrupted by Wang Ben. "Yang Wu, bind Li Xian's hands and prepare to depart at once." Yang Wu recognized the potential ire this task could incite, yet steeled himself, forcing a smile. "This is merely a routine procedure, General Li, please do not take offense." Chapter 44 The Right to Expediency. Li Xian glanced at the stout yet astute officer before him, a man in his 30s, and surmised that this fellow must have uncovered some incriminating evidence, rousing the emperor's wrath and prompting his arrest for interrogation. Nevertheless, he submissively extended his hands and smiled, saying, "Officer Yang is truly a talent, acting with such thoroughness, one need not rely on the esteemed General Yang to achieve success." Yang Wu, believing that this younger general, already renowned, was mocking him, felt his face flush and replied, "Yang Wu merely acts with loyalty and diligence, not daring to tarnish the reputation of the Yang family." After conducting a search of Li Xian and confirming that he bore no weapons, the group escorted him out of the tent, heading eastward. "Officer Yang, if the emperor intends to interrogate, we should be proceeding west, where the emperor's palace is located." Li Xian could not help but interject. Zhao Gao, trailing behind, sighed inwardly and replied in a low voice, "The emperor has decreed that the investigation into the assassination attempt is to be entirely overseen by Prince Fusu." Wang Ben also caught wind of his words and scoffed, adding, "Do not question further. During the Eastern tour, all state affairs are managed by Prince Fusu. Unless you can prove your innocence, do not hope to see the emperor again." Li Xian merely uttered a non-committal "oh," yet a sense of foreboding loomed large in his heart. Ever since the incident at Balangsha, Fusu had harbored no goodwill towards him, and from what he could gather from Zhao Gao, Ing Xian, and the scant memories he possessed, this prince was merely superficially magnanimous. In terms of ambition and spirit, he fell far short of the formidable Ling Zhang. Should he fall into Fusu's hands, it was likely he would suffer greatly, if not perish. In recent days, Li Xian had accompanied Ing Zhang closely, witnessing firsthand his ruthless efficiency in handling state affairs, and had heard more than one less than flattering remark about Fusu. However, among all the adult princes, Fusu was indeed the most remarkable, being the eldest son. Thus, even though Ing Zhang occasionally expressed dissatisfaction, he still patiently nurtured and guided him. Just days prior, while in attendance with the emperor, Ing Zhang had been brimming with vigor, his eyes gleaming with an intense obsession for power. Such a monarch would hardly relinquish authority unless absolutely necessary, even to his own son. As Li Xian walked, he pondered the reasons behind Ing Zhang's actions, his brow slightly furrowed, resembling a spindle with an eye. The scale of Prince Fusu's tent was modest, guarded by merely 100 or so elite soldiers, lacking any notable distinction compared to other princes or high-ranking officials. Having received the imperial edict in advance, Fusu dared not be negligent and had specifically prepared a tent to detain Li Xian. As for Li Bai, Luo Jia, and numerous other subordinates, they remained at their original post to prevent any leaks among themselves. To Li Xian's surprise, upon arrival, he found Prince Fusu at the entrance of the tent, flanked by the minister Meng Tian and the scholar Ma Shuo, which caught Wang Ben and Zhao Gao off guard. Regardless of Wang Ben's high rank, he was still a subject. Upon meeting the emperor's eldest son, he had to show due respect. He hurried forward, cupping his hands in salute and stating, "Prince Fusu, I have brought the key suspect Li Xian to you, please verify." Fusu, recognizing the significance of the general, responded courteously, "There is no need for such formalities, General. We are all servants of our father, and it is only right that we work together to fulfill our duties." As he spoke, his gaze flickered to the bound Li Xian, who appeared remarkably composed, seemingly oblivious to his status as a prisoner. "At present, my hands are bound, rendering me unable to bow." "I hope Prince Fusu will not take offense," Li Xian said, noticing Fusu's smile and opting to greet him first. Clearly, he possessed some insight. He was no mere brute, and it was no wonder that Mr. Mao held him in such high regard. Had it been anyone else, burdened with such suspicion and ample evidence, lacking the support of high-ranking court officials, they would have long since turned pale. Yet, Li Xian appeared even more at ease than Zhao Gao beside him. Zhao Gao quickly approached Fusu and bowed deeply, saying, "I have been dispatched by the emperor to partake in this matter. Should the prince require anything, please do not hesitate to command." "Zhao Fuling, being busy with state affairs, how could I impose upon you?" Fusu replied, half jokingly yet half seriously. "When the hearing begins tomorrow, I will notify you to attend." Ma Shuo, standing behind, smiled and added, "Please follow me, Zhao Fuling. The prince has arranged a place for you to rest, sparing you the trouble of back and forth." Originally, Zhao Gao had intended to find an opportunity to discuss with Li Xian how to respond during the trial and clarify the matter concerning Zhao Yan, but Fusu's first move was to separate him from Li Xian. After sending Wang Ben away, Fusu glanced at Ma Shuo and smiled, saying, "Brother Meng, as the day is drawing to a close, you should rest early. There are many bamboo slips to review. I shall take a look first and we can discuss it in detail tomorrow morning." "Let it be as you say, Prince," responded Meng Tian, who had initially been eager to engage in a lengthy discussion with Fusu about state affairs and pressing issues facing Qin, but now found himself somewhat disinterested. Observing the situation, Ma Shuo promptly elaborated, "Prince Fusu has been suddenly entrusted with such a heavy responsibility. It is only natural to feel unsettled. A calm mind is essential, so please do not take offense, Minister." Once only Fusu and Ma Shuo remained in the tent, Fusu could no longer contain his joy, exclaiming, "Mr. Mao's ingenious strategy has led Li Xian right into our grasp. Is this not a great relief from our worries?" Meng Tian, known for his integrity, had never allowed Fusu to partake in the planning of this affair, to avoid complications. However, Ma Shuo's expression was devoid of satisfaction. He nodded, then quickly shook his head, leaving Fusu perplexed. "Mr. Mao's plan has succeeded. Is there something amiss? The pawn Zhao Yan was always destined for sacrifice. Utilizing him in this manner is already beyond expectations. and there are no regrets. The prince has already accomplished his task, and there will be no future repercussions. Ma Shuo stroked his long beard and murmured, however, those assassins masquerading as elite soldiers are truly exceptional talents. I had thought they would escape unscathed, yet unexpectedly, they became ensnared by Li Xin, and not a single one managed to flee. What of that? Fusu asked, somewhat perplexed. These individuals are now deceased and can no longer speak. Can they still implicate us? Though they are dead, I have heard that their identities have been exposed. Wang Ben has discovered that they were former members of the Qin army, later settled in the Sanchuan commandery. Seeing that Fusu had yet to grasp his meaning, Ma Shuo felt compelled to elaborate further. Do not forget, who was it that solicited Wang Wan and Li Yu? Fusu's heart jolted, and he forced a smile, saying, I did not personally intervene at the time. I merely conveyed a couple of words through another. Surely that cannot be considered evidence. Chapter 44 of The Right to Expediency. Li Xin glanced at the 30-something-year-old deputy officer before him, whose honest countenance belied a shrewd intellect. He surmised that this individual had likely unearthed some incriminating evidence, inciting the emperor's wrath, which prompted the current apprehension and interrogation. Yet, he obediently extended his hands, smiling as he remarked, Deputy Officer Yang is truly a talent, meticulous in his actions. He need not rely on the esteemed Yang Wei to achieve accomplishments. Yang Wu, believing this renowned general, who was younger yet already celebrated, was mocking him, felt a flush of embarrassment and retorted, Yang Wu was merely loyal and dutiful. I would never tarnish the Yang family's reputation. After a thorough search of Li Xin to confirm he bore no weapons, the group escorted him out of the tent and headed eastward. Deputy Officer Yang, if His Majesty intends to interrogate, we ought to proceed westward, for that is where His Majesty's palace resides. Li Xin could not help but interject. Zhao Gao, trailing behind, heard this and inwardly sighed, replying gravely, His Majesty has decreed that the investigation into the assassination attempt is to be handled entirely by Prince Fusu. Wang Ben also caught his words and scoffed, adding, You would do well to refrain from further inquiries. During the Eastern tour, all matters of state are to be managed by Prince Fusu. Unless you can prove your innocence, do not entertain hopes of seeing His Majesty again. Li Xin merely uttered an "oh," but a profound sense of unease blossomed within him. Ever since the rescue at Balangsha, Fusu had harbored no fondness for him, and from the scant memories he had of Zhao Gao, Ing Xian, and others, it appeared that this prince was merely superficially magnanimous. In terms of ambition and spirit, he fell woefully short compared to the notorious Ing Zhang. Should he fall into Fusu's clutches, he would likely face dire consequences. These past days, Li Xin had accompanied Ing Zhang, witnessing firsthand his decisive and vigorous handling of state affairs, and he had overheard numerous comments about Fusu that were far from flattering. Nonetheless, among all the adult princes, Fusu was deemed the most outstanding, being the eldest son. Thus, even when Ing Zhang expressed dissatisfaction, he still patiently nurtured and guided him. Just days ago, during their journey, Ing Zhang had been brimming with energy, his eyes gleaming with an intense obsession for power. Such an emperor would hardly relinquish authority unless absolutely necessary, even to his own son. As Li Xin walked, he pondered this, feeling that Ing Zhang's actions must surely be motivated by some underlying reason. His brow furrowed slightly, forming a shape reminiscent of a spindle, as if a single eye had sprouted in the center of his forehead. The size of Prince Fusu's tent was modest, guarded by merely 100 or so imperial guards, lacking any significant distinction compared to other princes and high officials. Having received the imperial edict in advance, Fusu dared not delay and had specifically prepared a tent to detain Li Xin. As for Li Bai, Luo Jia, and numerous subordinates, they remained at their original posts to prevent any leaks. Awaiting at the entrance of the tent were Fusu, flanked by the grand historian Meng Tian and the scholar Ma Shuo, which surprised both Wang Ben and Zhao Gao. Regardless of Wang Ben's high rank, he was still a subject and had to show sufficient respect upon encountering the eldest son of the emperor. He hurriedly stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute, saying, Prince Fusu, I have brought the key suspect in this case, Li Xin, for your examination. Fusu, seeing the current pillar of the court, was polite in return, bowing slightly and replying, General, there is no need for excessive formalities. As fellow subjects of our father, we must work together diligently to fulfill our duties. As he spoke, his gaze flickered and fell upon the bound Li Xin, who appeared remarkably composed, seemingly oblivious to his predicament.
At present, my hands are tied, rendering me unable to perform the customary greeting.
Please do not take offense, Prince Fusu, Li Xian greeted, having noticed Fusu's smile, and he took the initiative to acknowledge him. It was evident that Li Xian possessed some acumen, far surpassing that of a mere warrior, which explained why Mr. Mao held him in such high regard. Had it been anyone else burdened with such grave suspicions and ample evidence, lacking the support of court dignitaries, they would have long been pale with fear. Yet, Li Xian appeared more relaxed than Zhao Gao beside him. Zhao Gao hurried to Fusu's side, bowing deeply.
This old servant has been dispatched by His Majesty to partake in this matter. Should you have any orders, Prince, please do not hesitate to command. Zhao Fuling is busy with official duties. How could I impose upon you? Fusu replied, half joking, half serious.
When the interrogation commences tomorrow, I will ensure that Zhao Fuling is notified to attend. Ma Shuo, standing behind, also smiled and clasped his hands, saying, Please follow me, Zhao Fuling. The prince has arranged a place for you to rest, sparing you the trouble of unnecessary back and forth. Originally, Zhao Gao had hoped to seize the opportunity to converse with Li Xian about how to navigate the impending interrogation and clarify the matter of Zhao Yan. However, Fusu's first move was to separate him from Li Xian. After sending Wang Ben away, Fusu turned to Ma Shuo with a smile, saying, Meng brother, as the day wanes, you should rest early. There are numerous bamboo slips to review. I will peruse them now and discuss them in detail tomorrow morning.
Just as you say, Prince, Meng Tian replied, initially eager to engage in a lengthy discussion with Fusu about state affairs and pressing issues facing Qin. He now felt somewhat disheartened. Observing the situation, Ma Shuo quickly interjected, Prince Fusu has suddenly been entrusted with such a weighty responsibility. It is only natural to feel unsettled. A composed mind is essential, so please do not take offense, Grand Historian. Once only Fusu and Ma Shuo remained in the tent, Fusu could no longer contain his elation, exclaiming, Mr. Mao, your astute strategy has ensnared Li Xian. Does this not alleviate our greatest concern?
Meng Tian, known for his integrity, had never involved Fusu in the planning of this matter to avoid complications. However, Ma Shuo's expression was devoid of triumph. He nodded slightly, then shook his head, leaving Fusu perplexed as he inquired, Mr. Mao, the plan has evidently succeeded. Could there be some flaw? The pawn Zhao Yan was destined for demise. To utilize him in this manner is already a remarkable boon, and there is nothing to regret. The prince has accomplished his task, and all debts are settled, with no future repercussions. Ma Shuo stroked his long beard, murmuring, however, those assassins posing as imperial guards were truly exceptional talents.
I had thought they would escape unscathed, yet Li Xian ensnared them, and not a single one fled.
What of it?
Fusu queried, puzzled. These individuals are now deceased and cannot speak. How could they possibly implicate?
Wang Ben has uncovered that they were former members of the Qin army, later stationed in Sanchuanjun. Seeing that Fusu had not grasped his meaning, Ma Shuo pressed on, do not forget, Prince, who it was that initially solicited Wang Wan and Liu. Fusu's heart jolted, and he forced a smile, saying, at that time, I did not personally intervene. I merely relayed a couple of messages, surely that cannot be considered evidence. Chapter 45 Contemplating the Will of the Sage in Your Majesty's Eyes, is it truly necessary to have evidence to determine whether a person is virtuous or wicked, remarked Ma Shuo, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. To retain these individuals for crucial moments, the young master spared no expense, which compelled Wang Wan to reluctantly acquiesce.
Time has passed, and although Wang Wan is no longer in the position of chancellor, as a veteran of 3 reigns, his influence is undeniable. Would your majesty truly believe that the disinterested Wang Wan would conspire against the young master with malicious intent? Your majesty governs the state according to the law, thus, it is impossible to convict the young master without justification, yet it is equally likely that this may lead to the young master being distanced from your majesty. In a few years, even the young Huhai might pose a threat to the young master. Ma Shuo glanced at the seemingly composed, yet inwardly troubled, Fusu and continued, not only has your majesty entrusted the grand affairs of the Qin state to the young master, but you have also granted him full authority in adjudicating this case. Have you not yet discerned the intricacies therein? The tent fell silent, as Fusu pondered for a long while. Ma Shuo did not rush him nor utter another word, leaving him to reflect. This was a test of sorts. I believe my father has 2 objectives in this matter.
I would appreciate your insights, esteemed sir. Fu Su, having been personally groomed by Ying Zhang and having assisted in state affairs, displayed keen insight shaped by his experiences with the sovereign and the esteemed ministers of the Qin. The first objective, undoubtedly, is to assess my capability in managing state affairs. Should I succeed in pleasing my father, he would gain an additional ally to share his burdens. His health has waned over the years, sustained only by elixirs, which hints at a perilous depletion of vitality. Though he spoke of his father's precarious health, Fu Su exhibited little concern, for he considered Ma Shua an ally and felt no need to feign filial piety. Ironically, were it not for such circumstances, he would never have acquired this opportunity, as Ying Zhang was notoriously protective of his power, especially following the betrayals he faced from both his uncle El Buwei and his surrogate father Lao Ai. Ma Shua remained silent, his expression impassive, awaiting Fu Su's continuation. As for the second objective, the assassination case not only implicates Li Xian but also involves Wang Ben and Wang Li, as well as the preceding and subsequent chancellors. My father could very well suspect my involvement as well. With each word, Fu Su grew more confident, his eyes ignited with an inner flame akin to that of the royal blood coursing through his veins. Despite his efforts to conceal his ambitions, the desires within him remained fervent. Thus, this case is intriguing. I serve as both the presiding judge and under my father's scrutiny. It remains to be seen how we can satisfy him. Do you find my deductions to be sound, esteemed sir? After listening to Fu Su's discourse, Ma Shua's tranquil demeanor finally displayed a hint of rippling appreciation, and he nodded, saying, "Your clarity of thought exemplifies the significant growth in your perspective since the Eastern tour, particularly after the incident at Balangsha. If you persist in diligent study and thoughtful reflection, you will undoubtedly elevate the Grand Qin and transform the vast empire unified by your Majesty's might into a truly prosperous and flourishing realm." Ma Shua had articulated this vision countless times, yet for reasons unknown, it resonated deeply with Fu Su this time, perhaps because he felt the palpable interplay of opportunity and pressure surrounding him. Observing the visibly stirred Fu Su, Ma Shua recognized that the young man's composure still required refinement, and thus sought to temper his fervor. "Your thoughts are already quite comprehensive, yet there is one matter that warrants your careful deliberation." Fu Su, aware that Ma Shua intended to guide him, clasped his hands and said, "Please, esteemed sir, speak your mind." Fu Su is all ears. This posture was precisely what pleased Ma Shua most about Fu Su, his readiness to absorb differing viewpoints and amend his course accordingly. He often reflected on the actions of his brother, Ma Jiao, and silently urged himself to assist Fu Su in becoming an even more exceptional ruler. Our previous strategy appeared astute, yet in hindsight, it is riddled with flaws. I suspect that your Majesty has already begun to perceive this. This incisive remark immediately calmed Fu Su. However, this situation involves a vast network of individuals, all closely connected to him, which has left him somewhat hesitant. Ma Shua's voice lowered, yet the weight of his words intensified. Thus, your Majesty seeks to use Li Xian as a means to unveil the true nature of those around him. If Wang Ben, Wang Li, or even the former chancellors, and perhaps even the young master himself, are indeed complicit in the conspiracy, then during the proceedings regarding Li Xian, they may very well betray their anxiety and reveal their true colors. Your Majesty reigns from on high, surveying all, with the power to dismiss any minister at will, their heads rolling in an instant. Are you suggesting, then, that Li Xian is merely a bait? That my father does not truly believe in his treachery? Fu Su asked, his voice heavy with indignation. Ma Shua nodded gravely, affirming, that is likely the case. Even the ostensibly routine handling of state affairs serves merely as a fade, crafted to prevent the young master from suspecting the sudden interrogation of Li Xian. Upon hearing this, Fu Su's eyes flared with anger and resentment. He had initially thought that Ying Zhang was genuinely nurturing, only to realize he was merely engaging in political machinations. In that case, how should we respond? Fu Su's ability to swiftly detach from negative emotions and calmly analyze and address crises was another of his commendable traits. Wang Ben, as the Grand General, wields significant military power and is directly tied to your Majesty's safety during this Eastern tour. Therefore, should any issues arise, your Majesty would refrain from acting at this juncture. Li Si requires no introduction. He is the foremost figure in the current court, possessing extraordinary talent and unwaveringly promoting your Majesty's initiatives, earning profound trust and indispensable ally. At this point, Mao Shua paused, a hint of derision creeping into his tone.
Moreover, our esteemed chancellor is overly astute, slippery as an eel.
Any flaws from years past have surely been deftly concealed by Li Yu. Additionally, he has long made it clear, both overtly and subtly, that he is loyal to the young master.
For the sake of enduring wealth and prosperity, he would remain silent even if he were aware of any improprieties.
Conversely, Wang Wan, during the push for enfeoffment, once sought the young master's opinion and was met with his approval, which brought him great joy, prompting him to recommend the young master for the kingship in Shu. Ma Shua cast a meaningful glance at Fu Su, who sat with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unaffected, and continued, yet when the situation turned unfavorable, the young master refrained from advocating for Wang Wan, even neglecting to counsel your majesty to retain his position as chancellor. I believe this has left a thorn in his heart. Wang Wan has always been known for his obstinacy, growing more acerbic with age. Should he discover that his endorsements have led to such grave consequences, he would undoubtedly seek to atone before your majesty. At that point, the young master may find it increasingly difficult to conceal his own position.
This represents the gravest of crises.
Chapter 46, Diverse Means of Alliances. Upon the utterance of these words, Fu Su, who had been seated with remarkable composure, could not help but subtly shift in his seat, a trace of anxiety etching his brow. I possess a strategy that can silence Wang Wan and allow us to circumvent this matter, thereby sparing the young master from any repercussions.
With a premeditated plan in mind, Mao Shua laid it bare. Please, do enlighten me. Fu Su instinctively leaned forward, urgency lacing his tone.
Wang Wan has a young daughter named Wang Ying, who is in her prime at the age of 28, possessing both beauty and talent. It is said that Wang Wan once proclaimed that with such a daughter, he lacks for nothing, contrasting starkly with his 3 sons. Though the young master has concubines, he has yet to take a legitimate wife, and Wang Ying remains unwed. Should we forge a matrimonial alliance with Wang Wan, not only would it ensure the smooth navigation of our current predicament, but it would also grant us a new benefactor among Wang Wan's faction in the future.
With the support of both Li Si and Wang Wan's factions within the court, and with the prowess of Wang Ben and Wang Li in the military, what fears could the young master harbor even if his majesty were to entertain other notions?
A union of marriage stands as the most efficacious means of alliance, for it signifies not merely the bond between a man and a woman, but the amalgamation of 2 families and 2 formidable forces. In an era when the Qin laws are notoriously severe, this serves as a mechanism of mutual restraint, a safeguard against internal strife, wherein the prosperity of one equates to the prosperity of all, and the downfall of one heralds the downfall of all. Fu Su pondered in silence, his concerns not rooted in Wang Ying's lack of suitability, for as long as he could inherit the political legacy of Wang Wan, even a woman of plain appearance would find herself honored in the position of the primary wife. His trepidation lay in whether Wang Wan still harbored resentment towards him, potentially refusing the marriage, especially given that many young talents within Xianyang would vie for the favor of the Wang family. Furthermore, at such a critical juncture, would not such an overt indication of alliance provoke suspicion from his father? Ma Shua, perceiving his unease, smiled and remarked, "This matter must be approached with discretion, conducted in secrecy. I shall dispatch a capable individual, equipped with the young master's token and a personal letter, to hasten back to Xianyang on swift steed, ensuring matters are resolved before His Majesty commences his investigation."
Oh, who might this individual be? Wang Wan is not easily swayed.
Fu Su inquired, a hint of worry in his voice. The young master is acquainted with him. He is a scholar recently summoned by the court, a waiting scholar by the name of Shu Sun Tong. Ma Shua replied with a sense of pride. He has previously studied at the Jixia Academy, excelling in the rites and possessing excellent oratory skills, making him an ideal candidate for this task. Fu Su strained to recall, then smiled as he remembered the distinguished scholar, now with graying hair and appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Since you recommend him, let him proceed, but ensure that critical matters remain unrecorded on paper.
You must convey them with utmost clarity. I shall comply.
While Mao Shua had referred to Fu Su as you in their discussions, he reverted to his role upon receiving orders from the prince. Noticing Fu Su's lack of confidence in Shu Sun Tong, he added, "I will also instruct Shu Sun Tong to prepare for 2 contingencies upon his return to Xianyang. Should Wang Wan agree to the marriage, it would indeed be ideal, allowing us to achieve a win-win situation.
Wang Wan's sons are rather inept, their reputations dismal.
Were it not for Wang Wan's considerable influence, they might well have been imprisoned in the Tingwei court for a thorough reprimand.
Wang Wan is undoubtedly aware that once he passes, it will not be long before the Wang family descends into decline, fading into obscurity.
Thus, an alliance with the young master stands as his best option.
Fu Su nodded,
having heard of the character of Wang Wan's sons. Even His Majesty had lamented the lack of suitable heirs within the Wang family.
And if he declines?
Should Wang Wan remain obstinate, we would have no choice but to eliminate this hidden danger entirely before His Majesty takes action.
Ma Shuo spoke in a calm tone, as though merely commenting on the evening breeze, yet to Fu Su's ears, it resounded like thunderclaps.
He had never contemplated treating a venerable and distinguished elder statesman in such a manner.
That seems rather extreme, does it not?
Fu Su stuttered, shock evident in his gaze as he regarded the seemingly refined scholar as though seeing him for the first time.
Ma Shuo paused,
quickly noticing Fu Su's expression, and hastily clarified, "The young master has misunderstood. Ma Shuo would never dare to harm the former chancellor. I merely intend to discuss terms using his most cherished possession." At last, Fu Su comprehended that Ma Shuo sought to exert some form of pressure on Wang Wan, which eased his mind, yet he preferred not to delve further into the matter, believing ignorance to be preferable.
"There is another individual of utmost importance. Li Xin." Ma Shuo astutely shifted the topic, enunciating each word with emphasis. This was not the first time they had discussed Li Xin, yet each conversation seemed to unveil a new facet of his character, even for the astute and cunning Ma Shuo. "We have at least misjudged 3 critical aspects. Li Xin's martial prowess is exceptional, His Majesty's trust in Li Xin exceeds our expectations, and Li Xin possesses considerable knowledge regarding this assassination attempt."
Fu Su raised no objections to the first 2 points. Surviving an assault by over 20 expert assassins was a testament to his remarkable skills. Moreover, His Majesty had not only appointed him to the position of lieutenant, but even in light of grave suspicions, had sent Zhao Gao to assist him, clearly indicating a desire to protect him. However, Fu Su could not quite agree with the third point. He frowned and remarked, "Regarding this assassination, we have only caught wind of rumors. You advised me to observe the situation quietly to avoid attracting trouble. Li Xin is stationed 100 miles away, never having approached the Imperial Guard. How could he possibly know?" Ma Shuo coldly chuckled. "Initially, I too believed he acted solely on impulsive bravery or perhaps some divine intervention. Yet, his reactions following the rescue have unequivocally demonstrated that he is an exceedingly formidable adversary, with sharp wit and rapid adaptability, even distinguishing himself in his efforts to curry favor with His Majesty. How can we trust that he would risk everything without any evidence, forsaking his duties to rush to the rescue? Thus, he must have acquired some insights through certain channels, and it is not beyond reason to consider that he might know the true identities of the assassins. Moreover, there is another perplexing matter. The poison we administered to Zhao Yan was deemed fatal. It is said he was clearly lifeless, yet he astonishingly revived." Fu Su inhaled sharply, realizing if this were indeed the case, Li Xin would prove exceedingly difficult to contend with. However, fortunately, this plan has ensnared him, and for now, he lacks any means of escape, granting us a fortuitous opportunity. Ma Shuo's eyes widened with intensity as he lowered his voice once more, saying, "An opportunity to convert Li Xin into one of our own." Chapter 47. A display of power. If we could seize the opportunity during the interrogation to offer Li Xin a promise to extricate him from this unfounded grievance, not only would the rank of lieutenant be within reach, but even the esteemed position of a minister could be easily attained in the future. I can perceive from Li Xin's eyes that he is exceedingly astute regarding the gains and losses involved. "Whatever conditions he proposes, my lord may readily agree." Fu Su exclaimed in astonishment, "Is Li Xin truly worth such a tremendous price? To my knowledge, he has been quite close with Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, and there seem to be indications of a possible alliance." "Indeed, he is worth it." The relationship between Li Xin, Hu Hai, and Zhao Gao is merely one of mutual exploitation, a collective resistance against the pressures from my lord and several high-ranking officials of the court. After all, my lord is the crown prince, and in the eyes of all, he is the emperor's designated heir. His status and position are not to be compared with Hu Hai's. As long as my lord demonstrates sufficient sincerity in winning over this general, who commands the Xianying garrison and has gained the emperor's trust, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger.
Since you put it that way, I shall proceed as advised. Fu Su accepted the suggestion with a smile, speaking with an air of nonchalance. However, we must first ensure that this flying general faces some hardship. Li Xian, of course, was oblivious to the machinations surrounding this assassination incident. Whether it was the emperor, the princess, or Fu Su, Wang Ben, and Zhao Gao, all were engaging in their own schemes, hoping to gain some advantage from the affair. To this day, he remained perplexed as to why he was being accused, reflecting deeply. Aside from the dereliction of duty that had been offset by his merits in rescuing the emperor, he had committed no other transgressions. The simultaneous movements of Wang Ben and Zhao Gao, akin to facing a formidable enemy, alerted him to the fact that something significant had transpired. If it were merely a minor infraction, Wang Ben's authority would suffice for resolution, and it would not have warranted the emperor's attention. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. He recalled the hesitant yet furtive gaze of the officer Yang Wu, who had not only discovered the body of the impersonator but had also been tasked with apprehending him. What did this imply? The most likely scenario was that whatever Yang Wu had uncovered was severely detrimental to him, perhaps even implicating him in the assassination plot. Such evidence must possess sufficient persuasive power and danger to compel Zhang to make a decisive judgment. What could it possibly be? By the time dawn broke the following day and he was escorted to the interrogation venue, Li Xian remained unaware of the underlying circumstances. Sitting at the center was Prince Fu Su, who, observing the once glorious Li Xian of the Balangsha rescue now reduced to a prisoner, felt a subtle satisfaction within. Zhao Gao sat to the right, while Meng Tian occupied the left. Although both held differing thoughts, concern for Li Xian lingered in their minds. Before them lay a writing desk adorned with all necessary writing instruments, with Dr. Mao Shua diligently taking on the role of scribe. Originally, Fu Su had extended invitations to Li Si and Wang Ben, but Wang Ben had declined due to pressing official duties, while Li Si was occupied with receiving governors and county magistrates along his route, leaving both the scholar and the general absent. None of them are to be underestimated, Fu Su thought to himself with a cold smile. However, since his father had granted him the authority, the manner of the interrogation would be at his discretion, and their absence was of little concern. General Li Xian, you are a renowned general of our Qin dynasty, with remarkable achievements that I deeply admire. Fu Su's opening remarks were courteous, recounting Li Xian's past merits. Recently, during the Balangsha rescue, you have rendered a significant service, and the emperor has conferred upon you the crucial role of lieutenant, allowing you to partake in the interrogation of the assassin. This underscores the emperor's profound trust in you. All of this was factual. Li Xian nodded slightly but remained silent, recognizing it as merely a preamble, as Fu Su was sure to have more to say. You were apprehended last night and subsequently brought here, with this interrogation assigned to me by the emperor, indicating the gravity of your alleged crimes. Fu Su's voice grew somber. If you are forthright and candid about your transgressions, I assure you that I shall plead with the emperor for leniency, to spare you from prolonged suffering and the penalties of our Qin. Li Xian maintained a calm demeanor, unaffected by Fu Su's words, and replied steadily, My lord, you must see that I have always adhered to the laws and military regulations of Qin, and I have been wholly loyal to the emperor and our great Qin. Surely, it is the result of being deceived by treacherous individuals. Wholehearted loyalty? Zhao Gao scoffed, striking the table. Li Xian, it is out of respect for your past merits that my lord has afforded you the chance to confess. You have committed the heinous act of colluding with rebels and fabricating accomplishments of rescue, and it has been reported. Do you still intend to deceive the heavens and obscure the truth? His outburst, seemingly a rebuke directed at Li Xian, effectively disrupted Fu Su's rhythm and divulged crucial information, much to Fu Su's displeasure as he shot a sharp glance at Zhao Gao. Ever astute, Zhao Gao quickly rose, clasping his hands in apology. My lord, forgive me, I acted out of anger upon seeing Li Xian's obstinacy and evasiveness. Li Xian's reaction was swift. He immediately grasped the crucial implication of Zhao Gao's words, that someone had reported him, and he had been branded as a conspirator. Undoubtedly, it was his personal guard Zhao Yan. He must have sensed the suspicion cast upon him, prompting him to strike first. What a cunning maneuver! But wait, Zhao Yan could barely read and write, and his intellect was hardly remarkable. He could not possibly possess the capability to accuse him of such a grave offense, particularly if he sought to gain Zhang's trust. The emperor was no fool to be trifled with. His gaze swept over Fu Su, Meng Tian, and Zhao Gao, finally resting on the composed and diligent Ma Shuo, who appeared to be diligently writing at the table. Though seemingly a humble scholar, he exuded an aura of dark mystery, powerful and enigmatic. He was no ordinary doctor, his mind was shrouded in intrigue, harboring arcane knowledge. Lixin could not shake the feeling that he might just be the orchestrator behind it all. Prince Fu Su, Minister Meng, and Director Zhao, if I am not mistaken, the one who reported my alleged treasonous actions is none other than my personal guard Zhao Yan. Having surmised the essence of the situation, Lixin spoke directly. This man has always exhibited questionable character, and recently, after I reprimanded him for some misdeeds, he has harbored resentment and falsely accused me. I implore the three of you not to be deceived by him. If you doubt my words, I am willing to confront Zhao Yan face to face to prove my innocence. Upon hearing this, Fu Su felt a surge of anger, for Zhao Gao's premature revelation had granted Lixin the advantage of preparation. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, saying, "Indeed, General Lixin is exceptionally astute, having discerned the truth with remarkable speed. However, to my knowledge, Zhao Yan has served as your personal guard for several years. He hails from Heingshan County, has accomplished military feats multiple times, and even shielded you from an arrow, receiving several promotions and rewards." Fu Su's expression remained gentle, yet his words became increasingly incisive, his eyes piercing. How is it that in the mouth of General Lixin, he is transformed into a man of dubious character? Is that not a curious anomaly? Chapter 48. A counterattack. Upon hearing these words, Lixin's eyes brightened, yet he feigned a casual inquiry. It seems that you are more familiar with Zhao Yan than I am. Could it be that you are already acquainted? General Lixin, do not stray from the point. Since Zhao Yan has made the accusation, I shall naturally investigate his character and background to avoid being deceived by certain individuals who speak without thought. However, Lixin pressed on with relentless questioning. Are you truly unaware of any prior acquaintance with Zhao Yan? Fu Su, visibly displeased, retorted firmly, I have never met him. Do not divert the conversation, answer my question. At this, Ma Shuo, who had been diligently recording notes, was suddenly taken aback, realizing the precariousness of the situation. He comprehended Lixin's intent, yet with Fu Su's words now spoken, there was no turning back. Lixin chuckled lightly and replied leisurely, Indeed, Zhao Yan's ancestral home is in Heingshan County, but he migrated to the interior during his grandfather's generation. Aside from myself, hardly anyone is aware of this, nor has it ever been documented. May I inquire how you came to know this? Or perhaps you are already familiar with Zhao Yan, or he is in league with you? Lixin countered, raising his gaze to Fu Su, his eyes glinting with intensity, as if three pairs of eyes were scrutinizing him. Fu Su, startled by this unexpected display, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In that instant, the tables had turned, the lofty Fu Su appeared as a suspect, while the bound Lixin took on the role of the chief interrogator. From Fu Su's reaction, Lixin became more convinced of his suspicions. Even if Fu Su were not the mastermind behind this assassination attempt, he certainly did not embody the innocence he portrayed. In truth, others like Zhang Han were also aware of Zhao Yan's heritage. Lixin's remarks were merely intended to rattle Fu Su. Zhao Gao and Meng Tian exchanged glances, both sensing the tension, yet they maintained their composure, saying nothing. Fu Su, you merely learned of Zhao Yan's background for certain reasons. What is so peculiar about that? Should I elaborate further? As a suspect involved in a major assassination case, you ought to answer Fu Su's queries truthfully to clear your name. Why must you digress and shift the topic? Do you truly have something to hide? Ma Shuo laid down his pen, his tone laced with menace. As the chief interrogator, representing His Majesty, you ought to promptly provide an honest account. True to his role as Fu Su's strategist, Ma Shuo swiftly navigated the predicament, placing the label of diversion upon Lixin, thereby restoring Fu Su's composure. Having dealt with political affairs, Fu Su, the crown prince, immediately admonished Lixin, what issues concerning Zhao Yan warrant our suspicion of his accusations? Lixin felt a pang of regret. Had Fu Su been alone, he might have concocted a few more intimidating words to elicit a confession. However, Ma Shuo's calmness and quick thinking had sealed that loophole. Moreover, Fu Su's subsequent inquiry was not easily answered. To claim that Zhao Yan had poisoned him and that he had been miraculously saved by divine intervention would likely not convince anyone. Noticing Lixin's hesitation, Fu Su pressed on, in the past, I have seen you articulate with ease. Why are you now silent? Do you intend to fabricate falsehoods? Meng Tian, once wrongfully accused by an assassin, felt immense gratitude towards Li Xian for his forthrightness, firmly believing that Li Xian had no collusion with the assailants. Yet he found it perplexing why Fu Su and Mao Shua had taken such a hostile stance. Regardless, a man of honor should not remain ungrateful, especially as the emperor's stance remained uncertain. Clearing his throat, he said, Li Xian, what Fu Su means is, have you noticed any peculiarities about Zhao Yan, or taken any countermeasures? Fu Su and Mao Shua, upon hearing this, turned their gazes towards Meng Tian, their expressions tinged with discontent. Fu Su, who typically regarded Meng Tian and Mao Shua as his two indispensable aides, could not fathom why he would remind Li Xian awakened by Meng Tian's words. Li Xian thought. Though I am unaware of the specific reasons behind Zhao Yan's accusations, they undoubtedly pertain to the assassination case. If so, why not stir the waters further? With a plan in mind, Li Xian maintained his composure and began, if you permit me, I must inform you that Zhao Yan has been manipulated, conspiring with figures such as Cong Haijun, intending to facilitate an assassination against His Majesty and undermine the foundation of our great Qin. I had sensed something amiss and dispatched individuals to secretly monitor him, hoping to uncover his accomplices. Little did I expect he would preemptively accuse me. I implore you to investigate. If you doubt my words, you may consult my subordinate, Zhang Han, who is now the left deputy of the Xiaofu and has likely already received my orders. Fu Su scoffed, Zhang Han is your subordinate. Naturally, he will absolve you, which would be unconvincing to His Majesty. Moreover, Zhao Yan is merely a lowly personal guard. What capability does he possess to assist a traitor? Li Xian, as the commander of the rear army, sensed something the night before the assassination attempt at Balangsha, and thus consulted the heavens. He observed a fierce glare piercing through the purple tenuity star, while the celestial markets and the great micro-constellations dimmed, indicating misfortune for His Majesty. He could not disclose the source of Wang Yi's information, for doing so, regardless of its veracity, would be a grave offense. Thus, he resolved to attribute it to celestial omens, knowing that such divine signs were believed by Ying Zhang. At that time, Zhao Yan was by my side, and I suspect he overheard my words. Consequently, he poisoned my food the following day, rendering me unconscious, with thousands of soldiers bearing witness. This statement, a blend of truth and falsehood, also conveniently explained his motive for rushing to the rescue. For a moment, Fu Su found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. He pondered, these are merely your assertions, without solid evidence, I cannot fully trust you. However, Mao Shua, being erudite and well-versed, quickly discerned the flaws in Li Xian's claims and retorted, nonsense. Even if there were signs from the purple tenuity star, one cannot determine when or where an event will occur. Do you truly possess the gift of foresight? It is evident that you had prior collusion with the assassins, enabling you to accurately predict that His Majesty would be attacked at Balangsha, thereby seeking to claim credit for the rescue. At this juncture, Mao Shua clasped his hands together, addressing Fu Su, this individual is obstinate and duplicitous, attempting to obfuscate the truth. It seems we have no choice but to resort to torture. Fu Su nodded in agreement, declaring, I concur, if you cannot produce evidence, we shall have to resort to severe measures. Within the military camp, while there were no elaborate torturous implements as found in various counties, stout military rods of the thickness of an egg were already prepared and displayed before them. Li Xian understood that a blow from such a rod could leave him severely injured, and should Fu Su and the others harbor malicious intent, they could easily employ hidden strength to maim or even kill him. In this dire moment, he had no choice but to play his last card and shouted, hold on. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Gao, serving as the jury, also called out, hold on. Fu Su, enraged, exclaimed, Li Xian, if you confess truthfully, you may avoid suffering. He then turned to Zhao Gao, lowering his voice, if you believe my handling of this matter is inadequate, perhaps you, as the well-versed director of the chariots, should take over the interrogation. I would gladly yield.
Chapter 48. From defense to offense. Upon hearing those words, Li Xian's eyes brightened, yet he feigned an indifferent retort, saying, "It appears that you, my lord, are more familiar with Zhao Yan than I am.
Could it be that you are already acquainted?"
General Li Xian, do not meander off topic. Since Zhao Yan has made an accusation, it is only natural for me to investigate his character and background to avoid being deceived by certain individuals who speak without thought.
Li Xian, however, pressed on with unrelenting inquiries, "Are you truly unfamiliar with Zhao Yan?"
Fu Su, visibly displeased, retorted with firmness, "Of course, I have never met him."
"Do not divert the conversation, answer my question."
At this declaration, Ma Shuo, who had been diligently taking notes, suddenly jolted in alarm, realizing the precariousness of the situation. He comprehended Li Xian's intent, yet Fu Su's words had already been uttered, leaving no room for retraction. Li Xian chuckled slyly, speaking leisurely, "Zhao Yan's ancestral home is indeed in Hengshan County, yet he has resided within the borders since his grandfather's time. Apart from myself, virtually no one is aware of this, nor has it ever been recorded.
How does my lord possess such knowledge? Have you two already met, or is Zhao Yan perhaps in your employ?"
Li Xian inquired aloud while gazing intently at Fu Su, his eyes gleaming with intensity, coupled with a furrowed brow. He appeared to possess an extra set of eyes fixating upon him. Fu Su, taken aback by this unusual spectacle, found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, the dynamics of power had shifted. The once high and mighty Fu Su now resembled a suspect, while the bound Li Xian took on the role of the chief interrogator. From Fu Su's reaction, Li Xian grew more convinced of his suspicions. Even if Fu Su were not the mastermind behind the assassination plot, it was evident he was not as innocent as he portrayed. In truth, apart from Li Xian, Zhang Han and others were also aware of Zhao Yan's origins. Li Xian's comments were merely a ruse to test Fu Su. Zhao Gao and Meng Tian, noticing the peculiar tension, exchanged glances but maintained their composure, saying nothing. Master Fu Su has merely learned of Zhao Yan's background due to certain circumstances.
What is so strange about that? Should I provide a detailed explanation?
As a suspect involved in a major assassination case, you ought to answer Master Fu Su's inquiries truthfully in order to clear your name. Why deflect and evade? Could it be that you harbor a guilty conscience? Ma Shuo set aside his pen, his tone laced with menace. Master Fu Su, as the chief interrogator representing His Majesty, demands a prompt and honest account. True to his role as Fu Su's advisor, Ma Shuo swiftly alleviated the awkwardness, placing the label of evasion upon Li Xian, thereby restoring Fu Su's composure.
Having dealt with state affairs and criminal justice, the Crown Prince asserted sternly, "Li Xian, what issues regarding Zhao Yan warrant our suspicion of his accusations?" Li Xian felt a twinge of regret. Had Fu Su been alone, he might have intimidated him further to extract more information. However, Ma Shuo's calm demeanor and quick responses had sealed that avenue. Moreover, Fu Su's subsequent question proved challenging to answer. Was it plausible to claim that Zhao Yan had poisoned him, only to be saved by divine intervention? It would likely strain credulity. Seeing Li Xian lost in thought, Fu Su pressed on. "In the past, I have witnessed your eloquence. Why do you now remain silent? Do you intend to fabricate falsehoods?" Meng Tian, who had once been wronged by an assassin's accusations, was deeply grateful for Li Xian's forthrightness, firmly believing in his innocence. Yet, he struggled to comprehend Fu Su's and Ma Shuo's aggressive stance. Regardless, a man of honor must reciprocate kindness. Furthermore, the emperor's stance remained uncertain. Thus, he cleared his throat and said, "Li Xian, what Master Fu Su means to inquire is whether you have observed anything unusual about Zhao Yan and if you have taken any measures in response." Both Fu Su and Ma Shuo turned their gazes toward Meng Tian, their expressions tinged with dissatisfaction. Especially Fu Su, who had always regarded Meng Tian and Ma Shuo as his two indispensable allies, could not fathom why he would remind Li Xian. Awakened by Meng Tian's words, Li Xian pondered. While he was unaware of the specifics behind Zhao Yan's accusations, they were surely connected to the assassination case. Since that was the case, why not stir the waters further? Having formulated a plan, Li Xian composed himself and replied slowly, "My lord, it is my belief that Zhao Yan is acting under orders, colluding with figures such as Song Haijun, with the intention to assist in the assassination of His Majesty and to undermine the foundations of our great Qin. I have sensed something amiss and dispatched individuals to discreetly monitor him, hoping to uncover the person behind him. Yet, unexpectedly, he has made the first move against me. I implore you to see this clearly.
If you doubt my words, you may consult the Deputy General Zhang Han, who, is now the left minister of the Shaofu, and may have already received my orders.
Fu Su scoffed, Zhang Han is your subordinate. Naturally, he will exonerate you, which will not gain the emperor's trust. Moreover, Zhao Yan is but a mere personal guard. What capacity does he possess to assist the traitors? Li Xian, as the commander of the rear army, felt a sense of foreboding on the eve of the assassination at Balangsha. That night, I observed the celestial phenomena and discerned a malevolent light piercing through the side of the Zy star, while the Tianshi and Taiwei constellations dimmed, indicating ill omens for His Majesty. The source of Wang Yi's intelligence could not be disclosed. Otherwise, whether true or false, it would be a grave offense. Thus, he attributed it to celestial signs, which Zhang firmly believed in. At that time, Zhao Yan was by my side, and I suspect he overheard my words. Consequently, the following day, he poisoned my food, causing me to faint. Thousands of soldiers in the rear army can attest to this. This statement was a blend of truth and fabrication, conveniently justifying his reasons for rushing to the rescue, leaving Fu Su momentarily speechless. Fu Su pondered, these are merely your claims, lacking concrete evidence, and I cannot fully trust them. Yet, Ma Shua, being well-versed and knowledgeable, quickly detected the flaws in Li Xian's reasoning and countered, nonsense. Even if there were omens from the Zy star, one cannot ascertain when or where events will transpire. Do you truly possess the gift of foresight? I believe you are clearly in collusion with the assassins, which is why you could accurately predict that His Majesty would be attacked at Balangsha, seeking to establish a reputation for heroism in the rescue. At this juncture, Ma Shua clasped his hands and declared, My lord, this criminal is obstinate, his words evasive, and he is exceedingly cunning, attempting to obfuscate the truth. It seems that only through coercive measures can we extract the truth. Fu Su nodded in agreement, stating, I share the same sentiment. Should you fail to produce evidence, we shall resort to severe punishment. Within the military camp, there were no elaborate torture devices like those found in local counties, but stout military rods had been prepared and were displayed prominently. Li Xian understood that a strike from such a rod would leave him severely injured, and should Fu Su and the others harbor malice, they could even employ hidden force to maim or kill him. In this perilous moment, he could only play his final card, exclaiming, Wait! Almost simultaneously, Zhao Gao, serving as a juror, echoed, Wait! Fu Su, furious, retorted, Li Xian, if you confess truthfully, you may avoid bodily harm. He then turned to Zhao Gao, lowering his voice slightly, If you believe my handling of this case is inadequate, perhaps you should take over as chief interrogator, given your familiarity with Qin law. I would gladly yield. Chapter 49 The Law of Interrogation. Zhao Gao, caught in a moment of desperation, uttered a cry that unexpectedly synchronized with Li Xian's, leading Fu Su to perceive it as a clear sign of collusion, reflecting nothing short of disdain and disrespect towards him. Under the cold, merciless gaze of Fu Su, he hastily fell to his knees, bowing his head in submission. Young master, please forgive me, this old servant has acted inappropriately, disrupting the interrogation. I implore you to punish me later, I harbor no resentment. However, there is one point I must bring to your attention, and I beseech you to consider it. Zhao Gao cautiously deliberated his words. As stipulated in the imperial decree on interrogation, the ideal method is to derive evidence from spoken testimony rather than resorting to torture to extract confessions. The latter is deemed inferior and fraught with peril. This statement implies that acquiring leads through verbal confessions during the interrogation of prisoners, without the use of torture, is the superior approach, whereas employing coercion to instill fear in the accused is a base and undesirable method. You, as the eldest son of His Majesty, are undoubtedly well aware of the Emperor's regard for the laws of Qin. I merely speak out of turn, please, punish me as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Li Xian was profoundly astonished. The notion that the Qin dynasty, known for its strict laws and harsh punishments, harbored such progressive principles was indeed remarkable, even when compared to standards set thousands of years later. Fu Su's expression darkened, yet he could do not but show respect in light of the Emperor's decreed legal principles, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, Director Zhao has a profound understanding of the laws of Qin. I am well versed in the law of interrogation. However, should General Li Xian continuously fail to present evidence, it may leave us with no choice but to resort to more severe measures to fulfill Father S' directives. Meng Tian interjected,
just now, General Li Xian mentioned the phrase "wait a moment." Could it be that he has something to say, young master? Perhaps you should allow him to finish before drawing any conclusions. Meng Tian, fully aware of Fu Su's discontented gaze, was ostensibly aiding Li Xian, yet in truth, he was also acting for Fu Su's benefit. As the chief minister, he had far greater opportunities to engage with Ying Zhang, and his insights into the emperor's thoughts were astute. This was not merely an interrogation of Li Xian, but a test for Fu Su as well. If Fu Su displayed any bias or mishandled the proceedings, Ying Zhang would observe it all too clearly, leading to endless repercussions and giving others the opportunity to exploit the situation. Since both Director Zhao and Chief Minister Meng have spoken thus, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Fu Su, not believing that Li Xian could produce any evidence, said with feigned nonchalance, "This shall also be your final chance. If you continue to evade and deflect, then my actions may not be deemed a violation of the laws of Qin." Li Xian pointed to his chest, asserting, "The evidence lies here. I would appreciate it if Director Zhao could retrieve it." Seeing that Fu Su had no objections, Zhao Gao stepped forward, reaching out to discover a piece of silk that closely resembled the fabric of Li Xian's clothing, likely the reason it had not been discovered earlier. Fu Su and Mao Shuo watched in ire as Zhao Gao produced the silk, inwardly cursing the ineptitude of the captain, Yang Wu, for failing to uncover such an obvious clue. Zhao Gao unfurled the silk, swiftly scanning its contents before a look of delight spread across his face as he hurriedly approached Fu Su, presenting it with both hands, exclaiming, "This is the confession of the assassin, duly signed, which is sufficient to prove General Li Xian's innocence." A confession? Duly signed? This revelation startled Fu Su, and even Ma Shua's gaze betrayed a hint of astonishment. The timeline from Li Xian's entry into the tent to the appearance of the impostor assassins had spanned less than half an hour, a time frame they had meticulously calculated. Given their knowledge of Zhang Liang, they knew that no form of torture could pry open his lips in such a brief period, let alone produce a written confession. How had Li Xian achieved this? "My lord, this confession clearly delineates the connection between the assassin and Lord Song Hai, as well as his origins. A simple comparison with the Zhang family's ancestral hall will suffice for verification." Zhao Gao's voice was composed and gentle, yet profoundly meticulous. Furthermore, the information regarding the emperor's retinue was supplied by a passenger in a particular carriage and has no relation to General Li Xian. Contrasting this confession with the allegations made by Zhao Yan before his demise reveals glaring inconsistencies, allowing for a swift determination of truth and falsehood. Zhao Gao concluded with a bow, "My lord, with such ample evidence at hand, should we not restore General Li Xian's honor?" Fu Su meticulously reviewed the document 3 times before passing it to Meng Tian, who then handed it to Ma Shuo. With a mere glance, Ma Shuo recognized its authenticity, for the details within surpassed their prior knowledge. The identity of Zhang Liang, his connection to Lord Song Hai, and the method of signaling were all precise and irrefutable, things that Li Xian could not have fabricated. General Li Xian is indeed remarkable, having secured a confession in such a short span. Ma Shuo pondered for a moment before continuing. However, the assassin remains unconscious, rendering immediate confrontation for verification impossible, thus preventing us from reaching a conclusive judgment. He glanced at Zhao Gao and added, "The imperial decree on interrogation also stipulates that those involved in the case must engage in mutual discourse concerning its complexities until one party is left speechless, at which point a final verdict may be rendered. Currently, the accuser Zhao Yan is deceased, and the impostor assassins have left no survivors. Only the assassin remains." Ma Shuo smiled as he elucidated, "Of course, I have faith in the authenticity of the confession, yet given the gravity of the matter, it would be prudent to wait for the assassin to regain consciousness before arriving at a conclusion." Fu Su nodded in agreement, stating, "Director Zhao, being well-versed in the laws of Qin, undoubtedly understands that the adjudication of significant cases must be approached with utmost caution. This is a responsible attitude towards both the Qin state and the emperor." Ma Shuo's words resonated with the legal principles, leaving Zhao Gao momentarily speechless. Moreover, since Fu Su was the prince and presiding judge, and he supported Ma Shuo's perspective, Zhao Gao, as a mere assessor, could only remain silent. Li Xian, observing that Fu Su and the others, despite having obtained the confession, continued to seek various excuses to delay the conclusion, realized that they must have ulterior motives. Initially, he considered revealing that the Black Ice platform had already intervened in the investigation. However, upon reflection, he decided against it, fearing that such knowledge might alert them and allow the true mastermind to take precautions. Since young Master Fu Su holds such an opinion, I have nothing more to add, Li Xian stated with no hint of anxiety or eagerness to prove his innocence. Instead, he proactively remarked, when Zhang Liang awakens, confronting him directly is certainly an option. However, this matter not only pertains to me but also involves Wang Wan and Li Si, the two former chancellors. If we do not pursue simultaneous investigations and mutual verification, it may not align with the laws of Qin. Since you wish to prolong this, I shall draw more significant figures into the fray and see who ultimately suffers the consequences. What means can Fu Su employ to uphold the support of his influential allies within the court? Chapter 49 The Law of Interrogation. Zhao Gao, caught in a moment of desperation, shouted out, unexpectedly under the cold and ruthless gaze of Fu Su, he hastily knelt on the ground, bowing his head and pleading, "Young master, forgive this old servant, I have acted inappropriately and disrupted the interrogation. Please punish me later, I shall harbor no grievances. However, there is a matter I must bring to your attention, if you would permit me." Zhao Gao cautiously articulated, "The decree of the emperor regarding the law of interrogation states that obtaining confessions through written evidence is superior to extracting confessions through torture, which is deemed inferior and could lead to ruin. This statement implies that during the interrogation of criminals, deriving clues from their testimonies without resorting to torture to extract the truth is the mark of nobility, while employing torture and instilling fear in the accused is an inferior and unacceptable method. You, being the eldest son of the emperor, naturally understand His Majesty's regard for the laws of Qin. I am merely reiterating the obvious. Please, young master, punish me." Upon hearing this, Li Xian was astounded. In his mind, the strict laws and brutal punishments of the Qin dynasty seemed to embody such principles and regulations, showcasing an advanced perspective on interrogation that even rivals the understanding of justice thousands of years later. Fu Su's expression darkened, but in deference to the laws decreed by Ying Zhang, he could only display his respect, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, Zhao Fu Ling is well versed in the laws of Qin. I am well aware of the law of interrogation. However, if General Li Xian continually fails to provide evidence, in order to fulfill my father's orders, I shall have no choice but to take action. Meng Tian interjected. Earlier, General Li Xian requested a moment's pause. Could it be he has something to say? Perhaps young master would consider hearing him out before reaching a conclusion. Meng Tian, fully aware of Fu Su's displeasure, appeared to be assisting Li Xian, yet his true intention was to support Fu Su as well. Serving as the interior minister, he frequently aided Ying Zhang with state affairs, providing him with insight into the emperor's thoughts. This was not merely an interrogation of Li Xian, but also a test for Fu Su. Should Fu Su exhibit any bias or mismanagement during the proceedings, Ying Zhang would surely take note, leading to endless consequences and granting others the opportunity to exploit the situation. Since both Zhao Fu Ling and Meng Niaishir have expressed such sentiments, I shall grant you another opportunity. Fu Su, harboring disbelief that Li Xian could present any evidence, said leisurely, "This shall be your final chance. If you continue to evade and deflect, then my actions may not be deemed in violation of the laws of Qin." Li Xian pointed to his chest and declared, "The evidence lies here. I would appreciate it if Zhao Fu Ling could come and retrieve it." Seeing that Fu Su raised no objections, Zhao Gao approached him, extending his hand to reveal a piece of silk that closely resembled the fabric of his own clothing, likely the reason it had not been discovered earlier. Fu Su and Mao Shuo watched with frustration as Zhao Gao extracted the silk, silently cursing the officer Yang Wu for his incompetence in failing to uncover such an obvious item. Zhao Gao unfurled the silk, quickly scanning its contents before his face lit up with joy. He hastily stepped closer to Fu Su, presenting it with both hands, exclaiming, "This contains the confession of the assassin, duly signed, and is sufficient to prove General Li Xian's innocence." Confession? Duly signed? This revelation startled Fu Su, and even Mao Shuo's expression reflected a hint of astonishment. From the moment Li Xian entered the tent to the appearance of the group of impostors posing as the Imperial Guard, barely half an hour had passed, an interval they had meticulously calculated. Given their understanding of Zhang Liang, no form of torture could pry open his lips in such a short time, let alone produce a written confession. How had Li Xian accomplished this? My lord, this confession clearly delineates the relationship between the assassin and Lord Sun Hai, as well as his origins. A comparison of his appearance with the ancestral hall of the Zheng family will suffice for verification. Zhao Gao's voice was calm and gentle, yet astutely precise. Moreover, the information regarding the emperor's carriage was signaled by an individual traveling in a specific secondary carriage, which bears no relation to General Li Xian. Contrasting this confession with the allegations made by Zhao Yan prior to his demise reveals glaring inconsistencies, allowing for a clear distinction between truth and falsehood. Zhao Gao concluded, bowing respectfully, "Young master, it is evident that sufficient evidence has been presented.
Should we not restore General Li Xian's honor?"
Fu Su scrutinized the document 3 times before passing it to Meng Tian, who ultimately handed it to Ma Shua with merely a glance. Ma Shua discerned its authenticity, for the details contained within surpassed their prior knowledge. Zhang Liang's identity, his connection to Lord Songhai, and the signaling method were all accurate and irrefutable, impossible for Li Xian to have fabricated. General Li Xian is indeed remarkable, securing a confession in such a short time. Ma Shua pondered for a moment before stating, however, since the assassin remains unconscious, we cannot confront him for verification. Thus, it seems premature to reach a conclusion. He glanced at Zhao Gao and added, the Emperor's decree on the law of interrogation also stipulates that all parties involved must argue the complexities of the case until one side is left speechless before a final decision can be reached. Now that the informant Zhao Yan is deceased, and those impostors masquerading as the Imperial Guard have also been eliminated, only the assassin remains. Ma Shua smiled as he elaborated, I have no doubt about the authenticity of the confession, but given the gravity of this matter, it is more prudent to await the assassin's awakening before rendering a verdict. Fu Su nodded in agreement, stating, Zhao Fuling, being well-versed in the laws of Qin, understands that adjudicating significant cases requires utmost caution. This approach reflects a responsible attitude towards the great Qin and towards my father. Ma Shua's assertions were closely aligned with legal principles, rendering Zhao Gao speechless. Moreover, since Fu Su was a prince and the presiding judge, his support of Ma Shua's position left Zhao Gao with no choice but to sit silently. Li Xian observed that even with the confession in hand, Fu Su and the others were still seeking reasons to delay the conclusion, leading him to suspect ulterior motives at play. Initially, he contemplated revealing that the He Bing Tai had already intervened in the investigation, but reconsidered, choosing to remain silent. Should they become aware of this, it might compromise their investigation, alerting the true mastermind to take precautions. Since young Master Fu Su holds such a view, I have no further remarks to make, Li Xian said, devoid of anxiety or urgency to prove his innocence, instead asserting, when Zhang Liang awakens, confronting him directly would not be out of the question. However, this matter involves not only myself but also Wan Wan and Li Si, the former and current prime ministers. If we do not pursue simultaneous investigations and mutual verification, it could potentially contravene the laws of Qin. If you wish to prolong this, I shall drag even more significant figures into the fray and see who ultimately bears the consequences. What means can Fu Su employ to protect and uphold the support of his influential allies within the court? Chapter 50 Urgency and Distance. This was a matter that Fu Su sought to avoid at all costs, for with Shu Sun Tong having just departed, how to respond to subsequent developments remained uncertain. To his dismay, Li Xian's words inadvertently unmasked the situation, igniting a profound ire within him. Nevertheless, he ultimately maintained a certain grace, offering a faint smile as he remarked, what General Li Xian has articulated is indeed of great importance. The origins of those impersonating the Imperial Guard are entangled with the 2 chancellors, which necessitates thorough investigation. However, given the gravity of this matter and the suspicions surrounding General Li Xian, it is prudent that specific actions be temporarily withheld. Bring forth the guards. Upon his command, 2 robust guards entered the tent, cupping their hands in salute, awaiting directives. Detain General Li Xian back to the tent and ensure he is under strict surveillance. Without my express permission, no one is allowed to visit him. Those who defy this order shall face execution. Once Li Xian was escorted away, Fu Su exhaled deeply, saying, although my father has decreed that anyone involved in treasonous acts shall face no exceptions, there are still distinctions to be made. Chancellors Wang Wan and Li Si are among the foremost officials from the unification of the Qin, renowned for their exceptional contributions and held in high esteem by both court and populace. Thus, I surmise my father's intentions. While this matter must be investigated, it should not incite widespread turmoil, nor should it alienate esteemed elders and ministers, provoking public unrest and political instability. Prior to this, Zhao Gao and Meng Tian had already sensed Ding Zheng's stance and thus bowed in unison, proclaiming,
what the young master states resonates deeply with His Majesty's true intent. We are in profound admiration. How do the two chancellors propose we conduct this investigation, ensuring we achieve a favorable outcome? Fusu countered. Zhao Gao, ever astute, recognized from Fusu's tone that he had already devised a strategy, and thus bowed his head, saying, "The young master is wise and perceptive. He must have a splendid plan, and we shall comply with your directives." Rather than risk offending the two chancellors by offering suggestions that could jeopardize his own position in the future, Zhao Gao deemed it more prudent to allow Fusu to take the lead on this matter. Fusu, fully aware of Zhao Gao's calculations, felt a flicker of disdain in his gaze, yet responded with measured kindness. "What insights does the Minister of Internal Affairs possess?" Meng Tian, sincerely considering Fusu's position, pondered for a moment before articulating. "The two individuals involved are located, one in Xianyang and the other in Sanchuan County. Xianyang being distant and Sanchuan nearby, it would be wise to approach the latter first." Meng Tian's suggestion was not only reasonable but also aligned perfectly with Fusu's inclinations. He commended, "What you propose aligns with my thoughts, please elaborate further for our deliberation." As is customary, the officials from the counties traversed by the emperor during his eastern tour must report on recent governance and local livelihoods, with this task being overseen by the chancellor. To my knowledge, it was initially sufficient for only the county magistrate and the county captain to attend, yet given the gravity of this incident in Yanggu County, which falls under Sanchuan, it would not be unusual for them to send additional personnel. Li Si's eldest son, Liu, currently serves as the deputy magistrate of Sanchuan. If summoned under this pretext for a detailed inquiry, it is unlikely to raise significant commotion. Excellent, let us proceed as per the minister's suggestion. Meng Tian's plan, in contrast to Fusu's previous schemes, was more transparent and forthright, earning Fusu's admiration. "Let Liu accompany the county magistrate and captain for an audience, whereupon we can simply state that there are private matters to discuss between father and son." Fusu was aware that, given Li Si's influence in the court and military, he likely already knew of the connection between the assassins and his son and had prepared accordingly. However, since Li Si feigned ignorance, the formalities of the encounter must still be observed. Fusu would inform him in advance. Ultimately, despite Li Si's somewhat opportunistic nature, he remained a supporter of Fusu for the time being. "This matter requires an imperial edict from His Majesty, and we shall remain here for a few more days. I entrust this task to you, Zhao Fu Ling." With Fusu having spoken, Zhao Gao dared not refuse. Moreover, Meng Tian's suggestion minimized the potential for court unrest and rampant rumors, ensuring Ying Zheng's approval. Xianyang is a considerable distance from here. Even with the swiftest horses, it will take over 10 days to arrive. Meng Tian frowned, stating, "I believe there is no need for haste. We can wait until Liu provides his account, then dispatch someone to return for detailed inquiry and comparison." Furthermore, Chancellor Wang Wan has already withdrawn to cultivate his health and is no longer involved in state affairs, his influence waning. A slight delay should pose no significant repercussions. Perhaps, by the time Liu's testimony is revealed, the emperor may have other considerations. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement. Meng Tian's succinct analysis had elucidated the urgency and significance of the situation, aptly embodying the phrase far-sighted planning. Ironically, the one most astonished was Mao Shuo. He had always prided himself on his unparalleled talents, viewing Meng Tian merely as a martial general with a rudimentary grasp of literature. In terms of his understanding of court dynamics and public sentiment, he felt superior. In their previous encounters, Meng Tian's demeanor had been rigid and methodical, lacking in notable distinction, often merely executing the court's and the emperor's decisions, seemingly affirming Mao Shuo's views. Yet, Meng Tian's words today left Mao Shuo feeling somewhat abashed, realizing that Meng Tian's vision extended beyond his own, rendering the term from general to minister not a mere compliment but a factual observation. As Zhao Gao anticipated, Ying Zheng readily acquiesced to Fusu's proposal, promptly issuing an edict. The magistrate, deputy magistrate, and captain of Sanchuan County were to appear before him immediately, with the Eastern Tour's entourage temporarily halting for rest. Moreover, Ying Zheng expressed appreciation for Fusu's handling of the situation, acknowledging his ability to consider diverse perspectives and select the most optimal course of action, which was indeed commendable.
As an emperor governing vast territories, it is impossible to be cognizant of all worldly matters, yet decisive action must be taken on significant issues that affect the welfare of countless citizens and the stability of the court.
Caution is paramount.
Thus, I too shall respect his decision. Li Xian must be detained for the time being, and he shall only be released upon the acquisition of substantial evidence. Ying Zheng dismissed Zhao Gao's entreaties on Li Xian's behalf, coldly stating, I certainly trust Li Xian, just as I trust Li Si and Wang Wan, but trust does not equate to evidence. The more critical the moment, the greater the opportunity to test a person's true mettle.
If one cannot withstand this minor trial, then perhaps I have misjudged their character.
Although he had delegated all governmental affairs to Fusu, Ying Zhang, having relaxed, felt no sense of ease or joy. Even the company of several beautiful attendants failed to captivate his interest. Instead, he felt the return of a headache that had plagued him for days, an unwelcome resurgence that rendered the bright lights around him painfully glaring. Even Zhao Gao's typically soothing voice became an irritant. As he perused the assassin's testimonies presented by Zhao Gao, his spirits momentarily lifted, his gaze fixating repeatedly on the phrase knowledgeable in the arts of seeking immortality and inquiring into the Tao.
Convey my command.
Select 2 or 3 physicians from those accompanying me on the Eastern tour to provide thorough treatment for the assassin named Zhang Liang. Should they fail to save him, they need not return.
Chapter 51.
The lash of punishment. Upon receiving the imperial edict, the officials of Sanchuan Prefecture did not dare to be remiss. Under the guidance of the envoy, they journeyed day and night, arriving at the gates of Ying Zheng's palace 2 days later. At this point, they were only aware that His Majesty had been attacked at Balangsha, and were oblivious to the subsequent events. The prefect of Sanchuan, Mi Yuan, a relative of the late Empress Dowager, was well acquainted with Ying Zheng's temperament. While awaiting an audience, he incessantly cautioned his 2 young subordinates, if His Majesty is enraged and reprimands you, simply bow your heads and admit your guilt, do not attempt to forcefully defend yourselves. Zhou Qing, the county captain, was particularly righteous and hastily responded, the assassination attempt in Sanchuan has startled His Majesty. The primary blame lies with me. When the prefect presents himself, I shall make it clear. Mi Yuan shook his head with a sigh. You have only been in Sanchuan for half a year, and you are still familiarizing yourself with the affairs here.
How can you speak of responsibility?
I have served as prefect for 3 years and have yet to ensure peace within the county. I nearly caused a grave calamity. The sin is truly inescapable. At this point, the prematurely gray-haired prefect glanced at the young county vice-prefect, Li Yu, and said with a wry smile, if Li Yu can extricate himself from this situation, I hope he might lend some assistance. Unlike his father, Li Si, who had a short stature, Li Yu stood a remarkable 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and with sharp features that gave him the appearance of a warrior. Under Li Si's guidance, he excelled in both literary and martial skills, having honed his talents over a decade in various offices of Xianyang. Achieving considerable success. Eventually, His Majesty granted permission for him to serve as the vice-prefect of Sanchuan. Both Mi Yuan and Zhou Qing understood that he was not only the son of the chancellor but also had familial ties to the royal family, supported by 2 formidable pillars. It was likely that the position of prefect in Sanchuan would eventually fall into his hands, and their interactions were quite harmonious. Upon hearing Mi Yuan's words, Li Yu quickly cupped his hands and said, Prefect, do not be so despondent. His Majesty's vision is vast. He should recognize your governance and will not lay excessive blame. He was astute enough to discern that the prefect and county captain were seeking to gauge the situation through him, preparing for an encounter with His Majesty, lest they be caught off guard. However, unbeknownst to them, the true purpose of this audience was not to investigate the security of Sanchuan, but rather to address an issue concerning personnel placement from years prior, a matter that his father, Li Si, had already discreetly informed him about. Naturally, the formalities of the audience had to be observed. Ying Zhang did not hold back, vociferously berating Mi Yuan, and Zhou Qing and Li Yu were not spared either.
I do not seek your heads.
Firstly, out of respect for the late Empress Dowager, and secondly, because the financial condition of Sanchuan has been quite prosperous in recent years, I can see that the people are generally content and diligent in their farming, thus you still manage to be deemed competent in your position as prefect. Your servant, burdened with the imperial grace, is fortunate to serve as prefect of Sanchuan, and I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, daring not to be negligent, nor to claim credit.
Mi Yuan, with his head uncovered, bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face.
The fright experienced by your majesty and the princess is entirely my transgression. I implore your majesty to impose a severe punishment, and I shall harbor no resentment. He stole a glance at the stern-faced Ing Zhang and trembled as he spoke. Vice Prefect Liu and Captain Zhou Qing are both in their prime, devoted to their duties. I beseech your majesty to punish only Mi Yuan, granting them an opportunity to redeem themselves. It is said that Mi Yuan is a man of great integrity. Today, I have witnessed it. Upon hearing this, Ing Zhang relaxed his demeanor somewhat and, with a hint of derision, remarked, "You have yet to clarify your own guilt, yet you wish to speak on behalf of your subordinates. Your heart is indeed commendable." At this moment, Li Si, who was standing nearby, sensed the timing was right and spoke up, "Mi Yuan, Liu, and Zhou Qing, your offenses are indeed unforgivable. However, His Majesty, considering past relationships, has chosen to be lenient. Mi Yuan, as prefect, bears the greatest responsibility. You shall be fined for a year and receive 25 strokes. Zhou Qing and Liu, as aides, have failed in their assistance. Each shall be fined for 6 months and receive 10 strokes." Upon hearing this, Mi Yuan and the others were overjoyed, as they had anticipated the most dreaded corporal punishment, but instead faced only fines and lashes. They bowed repeatedly in gratitude.
Do not rejoice too soon.
Ing Zhang said coldly. I grant you 3 months to eradicate the banditry and remnants of the 6 states. When I return from my eastern tour, I shall pass through Sanchuan again, and should I find you unsatisfactory, do not think merely of losing your titles.
Exile or even execution may await you.
If similar incidents occur in Sanchuan and disturb the imperial presence again, I shall not await your majesty's decree, but will take my own life to atone.
Mi Yuan bowed again, his voice choking with emotion.
Your majesty, the prefect is advanced in years and physically frail. He may struggle to endure 20 strokes, which would tarnish your majesty's benevolence. Liu and Zhou Qing are willing to share in Mi Yuan's punishment. We ask for your majesty's grace. Though slightly surprised, Ing Zhang regarded the young men's respect for their elder as a commendable gesture, and nodded, since you have this intention, I grant it. Let it be amended to Mi Yuan receiving 5 strokes, while Liu and Zhou Qing each receive 20. With a wave of his hand, Li Si signaled for the imperial guards to take the 3 men away, whereupon they were immediately punished outside the hall. Hearing the crack of the lashes, Ing Zhang smiled knowingly and remarked, Chancellor, it seems those administering the punishment today are not well fed. Li Si felt a jolt of alarm. The executioners had indeed consulted him beforehand, and knowing Ing Zhang's meticulous nature, he had merely instructed them to ease up slightly on their strength, believing the sounds were not out of the ordinary. Could it be that Ing Zhang's hearing was so acute as to discern the difference? Yet he dared not deceive, immediately kneeling and bowing. Your Majesty is wise, I did not make any requests, but they likely showed some leniency upon recognizing that Liu is my son.
Ing Zhang waved his hand and said, Rise.
You have served me for many years and your talents surpass your peers, but your cunning is not lost on anyone. I do not need to hear the lashes to know they surely did not use their full strength.
Do you know why?
Ing Zhang had merely intended to admonish Li Si, cautioning him against abusing his power upon assuming the chancellorship, hence his tone remained gentle.
Your Majesty is insightful and wise. I cannot begin to fathom.
Li Si cautiously rose, tentatively saying, Please enlighten me. When I mentioned 20 strokes, the Chancellor's face was calm, as if he were unconcerned. For a father to appear so unperturbed while his son faces punishment is rather remarkable.
And the guards who entered the hall seemed to glance at the Chancellor as they left, did they not?
I do not possess the ability to discern the weight of the lashes, but I can comprehend human hearts. At this point, Ing Zhang's tone grew more serious. The Chancellor has made great contributions to the state, and I hope that we, as ruler and minister, can see our endeavors through to the end, just as Wang Jin did.
Chapter 52.
Ruler and subjects, fathers and sons. A sheen of perspiration glimmered on Li Si's forehead. His keen intellect swiftly deduced that the subtle rebuke from Ing Zhang stemmed from his recent elevation to the chancellorship, where he had perhaps grown too complacent, drawing the emperor's scrutiny. Seeing that his aim had been achieved, Ing Zhang refrained from further discourse, smiling as he remarked, I find young Liu to be quite commendable. He surpasses you, my seasoned friend, in many respects. He continued, the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the gateway of the Three Rivers region will rest upon his shoulders.
What say you, Chancellor?
This was a classic case of administering a slap followed by a sweet date. In the wake of the unification of the realm, Li Xi's role became increasingly pivotal. Standardizing scripts, unifying transportation, harmonizing weights and measures, appointing key officials across the prefectures, relocating affluent families to Xianyang, amassing military forces for the Golden Figure, sustaining external military endeavors, constructing imperial mausoleums, and establishing thoroughfares that spanned the nation. Each task was inextricably linked to him. Though he was no longer the vigorous and impetuous young man of yore, his commitment to maintaining the empire's operations remained unparalleled among the literati and military officials. Thus, even as he indulged in minor manipulations of power, accepting bribes and enhancing his grand estate, Zhang chose to overlook these transgressions, deeming them inconsequential. However, the recent assassination attempt at Balangcha had instilled in him a sense of caution. Perhaps he had been too lenient with Li Xi, prompting this long-considered admonition, a reminder that he was fully aware of all that transpired, yet chose not to pursue matters further. Following the reprimand, a gesture of reassurance was warranted. After all, Li Yu was a capable individual, adept in both the arts of peace and war. Although he fell short of the caliber of first-rate figures such as Meng Tian and Li Xian, he was still more than capable of fulfilling the duty of guarding the gateway. Li Xi immediately grasped Zhang's intent. A rapport had developed between the ruler and his minister over time, leading to an unspoken understanding. This time was a warning. Next time, the tone would be less gracious. He knelt once more upon the ground, trembling with trepidation, and proclaimed, "Your humble servant is but a scholar, fortunate enough to have gained your majesty's favor and been promoted to the lofty position of Chancellor of Qin, thus affording me an opportunity to realize my ambitions. Your Majesty's comparison of me to General Wang Jian is indeed a source of great shame. Without your guidance and mediation, how could I ever hope to achieve any merit? I would not dare to take pride in such accomplishments. I am, after all, of humble origin, imbued with the spirit of the marketplace. In these years of political engagement, I have neglected self-cultivation. I beseech your Majesty to allow me the opportunity for self-reflection and reform. As for my son, Li Yu, he possesses modest talent, and to be regarded by your Majesty is indeed his fortune. Regardless of whether your Majesty chooses to promote him, both he and I shall remain loyal servants to the throne, even unto death." His words, laden with sincerity and emotion, were accompanied by a few tears. He artfully expressed much while revealing little, yet he trusted that Zhang would discern the underlying implications. Zhang nodded with a smile, saying, "Rise, were I to doubt your loyalty, I would not have entrusted you with the chancellorship. As long as you remain faithful to me, I shall also look after your family." At that moment, the trio had completed their punishment. Mi Yuan, having endured a symbolic chastisement, appeared pale yet still capable of movement, while Zhou Qing and Li Yu were writhing in pain, their faces contorted, blood seeping through their wounds, struggling to stand without assistance. "Mi Yuan, Zhou Qing, you two must seek the imperial physician outside the palace for treatment and promptly return to Xinyang to attend to the matters I have assigned. The chancellor has further words to exchange with Li Yu." Zhang waved his hand, and the two, as if granted a reprieve, hastily bowed in gratitude, secretly envying the privileges that came with having a chancellor for a father, especially as the emperor regarded them with favor. Observing his son's plight, Li Xi felt a pang of compassion, but recalling Zhang's warning, he dared not slacken his resolve and sternly admonished, "Your Majesty has conferred upon you the position of prefect of the Three Rivers, a tremendous honor for both you and the Li family. Just now, your life has been spared through the Emperor's grace, so why do you not promptly express your gratitude?" Li Yu, gritting his teeth against the pain, bowed his head, declaring, "Your Majesty's abundant grace, I shall never forget. I will surely serve you faithfully, safeguarding the gates of the old Qin." "Li Yu, you are a subject of the great Qin and have wed a princess of the royal family, truly intertwined with the fate of our state, is that not so?" Zhang did not allow him to rise, remaining seated upon his throne as he seemingly inquired casually. Li Yu was about to express his heartfelt gratitude and devotion, but Zhang's subsequent roar interrupted him. "Yet why did you conspire with traitors, attempting to assassinate me?" Though merely a few words, they bore the weight of a crime punishable by the annihilation of 9 generations, causing Li Yu to repeatedly bang his head against the ground, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, discern my plight. I am but a dullard, often erring in my actions and failing to meet your expectations. My sins are indeed unforgivable. Should your Majesty wish to take my life, I would harbor not a single grievance. But my family has benefited greatly from imperial grace. Even with a blade at my throat, I could never engage in such treachery. This is a grave injustice.
Then why did you concentrate the traitors led by Lu Gon and Xiangqing of the Three Rivers?
Ying Zheng glared at Li Yu, pressing on. These individuals impersonated the Imperial Guards, plotting to eliminate me during my Eastern tour. Utterly audacious.
Were it not for your neglect, would such a concentration occur?
Furthermore, how could so many depart without the local officials detecting anything, claiming no collusion with the traitors? Finally, the conversation turned to the matter at hand. Li Si had already articulated this clearly in his correspondence with Li Yu. The foremost priority was to extricate himself from this incident while ensuring no other issues were implicated. Your Majesty, when Lu Gon and his cohorts arrived in the Three Rivers, I had only just been appointed as prefect. Li Yu's forehead was bloodied from repeated bowing, yet he dared not wipe it, cautiously explaining, at that time, Lu Gon told me they were brothers in arms from the same military campaign, wishing to gather together for mutual support. Though I am unworthy, I am aware that it is against court protocol to concentrate such individuals, thus I refused him, intending to disperse them across the 4 counties of the Three Rivers, assigning them roles as county magistrates and the like.
Ah, that sounds like the words of a competent prefect. Ying Zheng's anger slightly abated as he calmed himself. Continue, what transpired thereafter?
Li Yu pursed his lips, glanced at his father for encouragement, and continued. Lu Gon approached me again, stating he had a prior connection with the current chancellor, Wang Quan, and that his presence in the Three Rivers was at Wang Quan's behest, including the concentration in Xiangqing.
Oh, is that truly the case? Ying Zheng's tone held a hint of skepticism. Do not speak foolishly. How could the esteemed Lord Wang Quan engage in such reckless behavior?
Before Li Yu could respond, Li Si immediately rebuked, confess the truth. Chapter 53 of the Double Act. Your Majesty, even if I possessed the audacity of 1,000 men, I would never dare to slander the esteemed Lord Wang. Li Yu, acutely aware that his father's public reprimand was, in fact, a covert support, hastily retorted, I too admonished them for their ostentation under the guise of the Prime Minister, and vowed to bring them to justice. The father-son duo was clearly performing a double act, and while Ying Zheng could see through their ruse, he feigned ignorance and gently inquired, I trust you would not deceive me.
What was the outcome?
Li Yu instinctively glanced at his father, only to be met with a fierce glare that seemed to admonish him, as loyal subjects of your Majesty, we must respond truthfully, without the slightest hint of deceit.
Lu Gon has presented Lord Wang's handwritten decree.
Li Yu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he continued, Lord Wang's intent is clear. These individuals are loyal and valiant soldiers of the Qin, having rendered significant contributions, thus they are exceptionally permitted to be consolidated, with hopes that local officials will cooperate.
Oh, is that so? Does it indeed contain a request?
Ying Zheng furrowed his brow, pressing for details. How could I dare to fabricate slander against Lord Wang? The document bears his personal seal, Li Yu asserted, producing the scroll from his bosom and offering it with both hands. Ying Zheng unfolded it and, upon a cursory glance, recognized the familiar handwriting and distinct seal. The text indeed conveyed a request as Li Yu had claimed. He tossed it to Li Si, inquiring, as the Chancellor and a master of script, can you ascertain if this is indeed Lord Wang's handwriting? In truth, Li Si had examined this document years prior, yet he feigned meticulous scrutiny and cautiously replied, the handwriting bears a striking resemblance to that of Lord Wang, and there is nothing suspicious about the seal. Li Yu, as the county deputy, your duty is to assist the county governor in managing the affairs of the region.
Given the illegitimacy of such a request, how could you acquiesce?
Under Ying Zheng's admonishment, Li Yu bowed repeatedly, expressing his remorse. Lord Wang has always treated me with great kindness, offering guidance both during my tenure in Xianyang and in my postings elsewhere. Moreover, Lord Wang is known for his integrity and noble character, earning a stellar reputation within the court. I, in my oversight, failed to scrutinize adequately and thus acted upon his request for the arrangement. However, to err on the side of caution, I did inform the magistrate of Xiangqing to remain vigilant.
This statement softened Ying Zheng's demeanor.
The young man, while perhaps lacking foresight, was not entirely foolish. The magistrate often reports to me that Lu Gon and others have made commendable contributions since their appointment, significantly improving local security and regularly organizing training for the able-bodied during agricultural downtimes, thereby earning respect in the community. It is precisely for this reason that I let my guard down, only to discover they harbored treachery and intended rebellion. I acknowledge my negligence and beseech your majesty for severe punishment. I believe Li Yu is too young and inexperienced to bear such responsibilities. It would be prudent to relieve him of his position and allow him to return to study and self-reflection. Li Si, both chancellor and father figure, expressed his opinion. Yet, Ing Zheng countered, when a young man errs, he must learn from his mistakes and rectify them. Retreating is not an option.
Have you not made mistakes yourself when you first transitioned from El Buway's service to mine?
A faint smile graced Ing Zheng's lips. Li Yu has performed commendably in Shanchuan County over the past few years.
We cannot entirely dismiss his efforts.
Li Yu, consider the 20 lashes you have just received as a lesson. You must keep the court's laws firmly in your mind and assist the county governor in managing affairs diligently. Ing Zheng raised his hand high and gently lowered it, evoking profound gratitude from Li Yu, who refrained from uttering any platitudes of thanks, instead lowering his voice to advise. Lu Gon and others have been entrenched in Xiangqing for years, inevitably leaving behind accomplices and traces.
You must investigate thoroughly and ensure a complete purge.
Whether it be the magistrate or any local gentry, should there be concrete evidence implicating them. As he spoke, Ing Zheng made a slicing motion with his right hand. I grant you the authority to execute first and report later. Li Yu trembled at the implication of Ing Zheng's words, understanding that he was to establish authority through decisive action, thereby intimidating wrongdoers. He immediately bowed, declaring, I understand. Furthermore, I shall re-evaluate the surrounding counties where the assassination attempt on your majesty occurred, ensuring that no accomplices evade justice. Ing Zheng nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Li Yu grasped the broader implications and intentions behind his words, before turning to Li Si, inquiring, do you have any further instructions, Chancellor?
Li Si replied solemnly, Your Majesty is wise and has made adequate arrangements.
My only counsel to Li Yu is encapsulated in 4 words: diligence in royal affairs. Observing the pained and faltering silhouette of Li Yu as he departed, a shadow enveloped Ing Zheng's countenance, and he murmured, could it be that Lord Wang would truly betray me? Li Si hesitated to respond or express a definitive stance, harboring admiration for the former, who shunned greed and chose a life of seclusion. Yet, Ing Zheng's question demanded an answer. After a moment's contemplation, he clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, based solely on this letter, one cannot confirm Lord Wang's guilt. It is possible he has been framed or coerced. I believe it is imperative to dispatch someone to conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain the truth. Ing Zheng nodded, approvingly stating, the Chancellor's cautious approach aligns with my own thoughts. However, given the gravity of this matter, we must proceed with utmost care. I shall deliberate on the timing. While Ing Zheng was reprimanding Li Yu and cautioning Li Si, an unexpected visitor arrived in the tent where Li Xian was detained. The scholar Ma Shua, after several days of interrogation, Ma Shua had gained a clearer understanding of Li Xian. Not only was he meticulous in thought and swift in response, but he also possessed a remarkable rapport with others. Both Meng Tian and Zhao Gao, belonging to opposing factions, had come to his defense, a rarity indeed. What unsettled him further was his awareness of Zhang Liang's capabilities. He was exceptionally astute, well-versed in clandestine arts, and possessed an unyielding will. Yet, within less than half an hour, Li Xian had extracted a confession from him. What methods had he employed? Lu Gon and the other 20 assassins had honed their skills over many years, working in seamless coordination. Having witnessed their prowess firsthand, he could scarcely believe that anyone could escape their clutches unscathed. Yet, the reality was that Li Xian had killed or incapacitated more than half of the assassins while also protecting Zhang Liang. Such skill was utterly astonishing, far surpassing that of Wang Li. Unless he possessed foresight and had already taken precautions, such a notion was even more troubling. Coupled with his command over the garrison in Xianyang and his position in opposition to Prince Fusu, even if the emperor were to pass the throne to him, it would likely be an unstable seat. Consequently, through Prince Fusu, Ma Shua deliberated extensively and unanimously concluded that such an individual, if not harnessed for our purposes, must be swiftly eradicated to prevent future troubles. Now presented with the optimal opportunity, as Li Xian was within their grasp and burdened with grave suspicion, Ma Shua had come bearing the sincere intentions and full authorization of Prince Fusu. Chapter 54 of the Duality of Ice and Fire. Sir, feel free to propose your terms, as long as Li Xian aligns himself with our interests. Positions such as Wei Wei and Lang Zhongling among the 9 ministers are negotiable.
And what else?
Ma Shua seemed to have not heard clearly and pressed further.
Fu Su's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "Sir, I am referring to one of the 9 ministers, is that not sufficient?" In the imperial court, the 9 ministers ranked just below the 3 dukes in importance, making Fu Su's offer undeniably generous. After all, given Li Xian's qualifications, he could neither aspire to the position of chancellor nor that of the grand inspector. Might he be granted the title of grand commandant, a position that has never been occupied and remains vacant to this day. Ying Zheng harbored no intention of appointing anyone to this role, for he could not afford to relinquish control over the military, and Fu Su intended to reserve this position for the future dignified retirement of Wang Ben, as a reward for his service. As for the position of general of the army, that was earmarked for Wang Li, as part of the conditions to secure the unwavering support of the Wang family, and it could not be utilized for barter. Not at all, not at all. Mao Shu shook his head and said, "The young master has misunderstood. I am not suggesting that this condition is inadequate, but rather that it is too distant." Too distant? Indeed, he has just assumed the position of lieutenant. According to our dynasty's laws, only those with extraordinary merits can hope for promotion, and a minimum of 5 years is required. This is quite a stretch. The longer the time, the greater the variables. Fu Su furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment, then replied with a wry smile, "The positions above his are the core ministers of the court. Each role is a distinct responsibility, and all require time for one to await their turn. Lixin is still young, can he not afford to wait even this little while?" Mao Shua's gaze flickered as he nodded in agreement. "That is precisely what I find puzzling. The Li Xian who appeared at Balangxia is markedly different from his previous demeanor. He seems imbued with a mysterious power that allows him to perceive everything. One need only observe the reactions of His Majesty, Zhao Gao, Meng Tian, and the other soldiers to comprehend this. Moreover, he has already established a connection with Zhao Gao upon assuming the role of lieutenant, likely forging an alliance. Additionally, he has met privately with the princess. If my conjectures are correct, he has also garnered her support. Such decisive actions mirror his military style. Do you believe he has foreseen something, prompting him to prepare so hastily?" Fu Su finally grasped the crux of the matter, and Mao Shua smiled, nodding, "Young master, your insight is astute. There can be no other explanation. From his inexplicable desertion of duty to the timely rescue, it is evident that his foresight is remarkably strong." Upon hearing Mao Shua's analysis, Fu Su's expression darkened, for by this logic, it was clear that Li Xian held little faith in him, the favored eldest son nurtured by the emperor, and instead leaned towards the young Huai. Could it be that the emperor would truly depose the elder in favor of the younger, or might unforeseen events transpire? Mao Shua, reading Fu Su's thoughts, shook his head with a sigh. "There is no need for you to be overly concerned, young master. In my judgment, he is merely seeking a refuge due to the exclusion he feels from Wang Ben, Li Si, and others, all of whom support you. If you exhibit sufficient sincerity, it is not impossible for him to change his stance." Yet again, the conversation circled back to the same question: what constitutes sincerity? Faced with Fu Su's inquiring gaze, Mao Shua dispensed with the riddles and stated plainly, "The princess." "The princess, are you referring to Xin'er?" "Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Fu Su shook his head vehemently. "Wang Ben and Wang Li have invested considerable effort into this matter. It is a promise I made to them, and I cannot go back on it. Furthermore, regardless of Li Xian's exceptional qualities, he is still but a lieutenant. How can he possibly compare with the Wang family's influence within the Qin army? I cannot afford to offend the Wang family for the sake of one individual." Mao Shua sighed inwardly. This young master Fu Su possessed admirable qualities. He was courteous and wise, demonstrating both intelligence and virtue, and approached state affairs with caution. Yet, he had one glaring flaw: he lacked decisiveness. This was the very divergence that set him apart from Ying Zhang. Had their positions been reversed, he might have hesitated to entrust the entire army of 600,000 to Wang Jin alone. Having recognized Li Xian's latent potential, he refrained from betting as boldly as a gambler, instead hesitating and second-guessing. Despite Mao Shua's persuasions, Fu Su remained resolute, stating firmly, "Since I have already made a promise to Wang Li, I cannot go back on my word. If a gentleman is untrustworthy, who will pledge loyalty to me in the future?" Li Xian's feet were bound by heavy iron chains, yet this did not impede his daily life. Rather, it merely limited his range of movement. Upon entering, Mao Shua found him standing with feet planted firmly, hands resting upon his dantian,
breathing in a rhythm that seemed almost ethereal, with a palpable energy radiating around him. An invisible circle formed about him, keeping ants and insects at bay. What exquisite true energy! Ma Shuo, a connoisseur of such matters, recognized that achieving this circle of energy in Xianyang True Qi required not only exceptional talent but also 2 to 3 decades of relentless practice. Although it was merely a foot in diameter at present, as his true energy refined further, the circle would expand, akin to an impenetrable fortress, capable of navigating through an army of thousands unharmed. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xian's true energy had not yet reached such heights. It was merely enhanced by the divine soul from the future residing within him. This fragment of divine essence contained the wisdom of millennia, harmonizing with the intrinsic principles of Xianyang True Qi, resulting in a significant elevation of his abilities. Thus, even though Ma Shuo moved with great stealth, his entrance inadvertently disturbed Li Xian mid-practice. Upon opening his eyes, Li Xian smiled and remarked, "Ah, it is you, Dr. Mao, what an esteemed guest. I apologize for interrupting General Li's training. Please forgive me." Ma Shuo's demeanor was now one of warmth and familiarity, a stark contrast to their earlier tense interactions. "I have long heard that General Li's family legacy of Xianyang True Qi is unparalleled in this age. Witnessing it today truly is a stroke of fortune." As Ma Shuo praised him, he extended his hand to accept the liquid offered by Li Xian. Li Xian's Xianyang True Qi had yet to be fully contained, and unconsciously, part of it infused into the bowl. In Ma Shuo's eyes, the ordinary ceramic bowl appeared to move with extraordinary speed, accompanied by numerous illusions, making it difficult for him to discern its position. By the time Li Xian realized what was happening, it was too late to retract, yet unexpectedly, Ma Shuo seemed to catch it effortlessly with a casual flick of his wrist, braving the intense heat. In turn, a chilling sensation surged back, causing Li Xian's fingers to stiffen as if plunged into ice water. Just as he attempted to marshal his energy to resist, that frigid aura vanished without a trace. Chapter 55 Waiting for the right price. It is quite unexpected that the seemingly refined Dr. Ma Shuo, adorned in his flowing robes, is indeed a master of hidden prowess. As both men exchanged tentative moves, they quickly recognized the remarkable strength of one another, fostering a mutual admiration that spoke to their shared respect. "What you just demonstrated, Dr. Mao, is likely the ice heart technique. Truly impressive," remarked Li Xian. In the past, when Mao Zhao risked his life to counsel King Qin, it was undoubtedly his eloquence and loyalty that moved Ying Zhang, yet the efficacy of the ice heart technique should not be underestimated. It was potent enough to cool Ying Zhang's fury after he had executed over 20 ministers. Such trivial skills cannot possibly be compared to the profound yang qi wielded by a general who traverses the battlefield, replied Ma Shuo. Neither Li Xian nor Ma Shuo immediately broached the main subject of their meeting. Instead, they engaged in a subtle exchange of pleasantries, with Ma Shuo feigning concern over the simplicity of Li Xian's tent, offering apologies on behalf of Prince Fusu. "General Li Xian is a pillar of the nation. Your imprisonment is likely just a misunderstanding," Ma Shuo stated, all the while scrutinizing his opponent's expressions. Prince Fusu was well aware of this matter. The recent interrogation merely followed the Emperor's orders, a formality to be observed. A formality? Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly during the interrogation. Fusu and Ma Shuo had both incessantly accused him of collusion and nonsense. They had branded him stubborn, and had it not been for Zhao Gao's intervention and his production of Zhang Liang's confession, he might have found himself severely punished. Now, Dr. Mao's words seemed to carry an air of seriousness, as if he were absolving himself of responsibility for the request for torture that had taken place that day. However, Li Xian, having transcended his former fiery temperament, now viewed the people and events before him from a higher perspective. Everything appeared far less bizarre. Prince Fusu was a man of great understanding. Dr. Mao's intentions are undoubtedly for the sake of the Qin Empire's stability. How could I possibly hold any grievances? Li Xian responded with a mild smile, taking a sip of water before continuing. "I trust that with the Emperor's wisdom and the Prince's sagacity, my innocence will soon be restored. Dar Mao has come here, I presume, to convey that very sentiment." Li Xian's tone was calm and deliberately courteous, yet Ma Shuo, having spent years mastering the ice heart technique, sensed that Li Xian not only harbored no doubts about his arrival but also exhibited a subtle pride and confidence that suggested a lofty vantage point, looking down upon the masses. What is this? Is this still the reckless general who once clashed with Wang Jian? Ma Shua had encountered many of the era's foremost scholars, ministers, renowned generals, princes, and even the first emperor himself, yet none had displayed such an aura and depth of character. Ma Shua's thoughts remained concealed, as he chuckled instead. General Li Xian, your foresight is remarkable. It is no wonder you have achieved great feats amidst millions of soldiers. I have come on behalf of Prince Fu Su, with important matters to discuss, Ma Shua continued. Oh, it seems Fu Su believes that eliminating me outright is not feasible and does not wish to create an additional troublesome adversary, thus, he seeks to bring me under his wing. I am curious to see what terms he might propose. Li Xian is merely a humble warrior, now reduced to a prisoner. How could the esteemed Prince Fu Su, the emperor's eldest son, have significant matters to discuss with me? Dr. Amao, please do not jest. Ma Shua, astute as he was, immediately discerned the veiled implications in Li Xian's words, previously intent on having him killed, now interrogating and imprisoning him. If there were no substantial terms to offer, it would be best to remain silent. Why does Li Xian not resemble a general, but rather a merchant waiting for the right price? Ma Shua pondered the peculiar demeanor before him, unaware that in the future, Li Xian would indeed be an unyielding entrepreneur. To realize the grand ambitions within one's mind, one must skillfully entice investors, otherwise, discussions would be futile. Though anger bubbled within Ma Shua, he felt a sense of relief. Such open discourse was far easier. Li Xian's posture indicated that there was still room for negotiation. In the past, misunderstandings between us have indeed existed, leading to inevitable friction. I ask for your understanding in this matter, Ma Shua began, lowering his stance. The crux of negotiation lies in alleviating the adversarial sentiments of the other party. Without doing so, a satisfactory outcome is unattainable. Since Ma Shua had taken a step back, Li Xian reciprocated with evident goodwill. Dr. Mao, since we speak of misunderstandings, why not seize this opportunity to clarify things and preserve our amicability? We are both subjects of the emperor, united in our desire for the eternal stability of the Qin Empire. I believe we can surely dispel past grievances. With both sides offering an olive branch, the conversation flowed more smoothly. Ma Shua, with a hint of regret, stated, when General Li Xian debated the merits of rescuing His Majesty at Balanxia, Prince Fu Su's position was regrettably not aligned with yours. The emperor holds great hopes for the prince, believing him too magnanimous, lacking the decisiveness necessary for governance, and thus fears he may struggle to bear the weight of the Qin's rule. At that time, the prince merely aligned his counsel with the emperor's usual thinking, which may have inadvertently placed undue pressure on you and your subordinates. He is well aware of this and has specifically instructed me to extend his apologies. At this point, Ma Shua rose and bowed deeply to Li Xian, saying, I hope the general can overlook past grievances. Li Xian was well aware that the situation was far more complex than Ma Shua portrayed. His words were merely to curry favor with Ying Zhang. There were at least two crucial reasons left unspoken. The first was to maintain relations with Wang Ben and Wang Li, further solidifying the support Fu Su had garnered from the Qin army. This was evident. The second, more insidious yet equally significant. Even if Fu Su and Ma Shua were not the masterminds behind the assassination plot, they were at least informed participants, while Zhao Yan, who lurked nearby, was almost certainly one of their own. Had Ying Zhang been assassinated at Balanxia, his eldest son would have ascended the throne with the backing of Wang Ben, Li Si, and others, which would have been advantageous for Fu Su. They had even arranged for Zhao Yan to poison him to thwart potential rescue attempts. Unfortunately, fate took a different turn. Li Xian arrived at Balanxia and saved Ying Zhang, causing Fu Su's grasp on the imperial crown to slip away, and his frustration was palpable. Some matters are best left unspoken. Any outright denial would only sour the atmosphere of negotiation. Thus, Li Xian smiled and casually added, it seems it was destined. Had there not been an attempt to poison, I might not have been so resolute in my decision to rescue His Majesty. Ma Shua's heart jolted, realizing this was Li Xian's subtle reminder. He had guessed the involvement of Zhao Yan but chose not to delve deeper at this moment, understanding that he should not be underestimated. The general's loyalty and bravery are well recognized by the prince. While previous misunderstandings may have existed, I hope we can resolve them amicably. The prince believes that General Li Xian possesses the talent to shoulder great responsibilities and has specifically instructed me to hear your thoughts. Chapter 56. The Colonel or the Minister of Internal Affairs. From what I gather of Ma Shua's intent, he wishes for me to make the first offer.
that simply cannot be. Much like the game of poker in a casino, the one who reveals their hand first bears the greatest risk of loss. I am a man burdened with guilt, living in uncertainty. How could I dare to entertain any extravagant hopes? I merely seek to prove my innocence and retreat to the quietude of rural life. Li Xian spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his face adorned with longing. My hometown, Weili, lies just north of the Wei River and west of Xianyang, a place where the folk are simple and the land is fertile, haunting my dreams persistently. To rise with the sun and toil until dusk, to drink from wells and feast upon the fruits of the earth, truly, this is the life I yearn for. Upon hearing this, Mao Shua maintained a calm demeanor, yet inwardly he was cursing vehemently. This fellow speaks as if his hometown is a far-flung distance away, when in reality, Weili is but a few dozen miles from the city of Xianyang, a mere gallop away, and one would arrive in no time. To his knowledge, Li Xian returns annually to the ancestral home of the Li family to pay homage to his forebears and tend to his parents' graves, rendering any need for dreams unnecessary. After rescuing the emperor, Li Xian was appointed as a lieutenant, not only aligning himself with Zhao Gao and Hu Hai's faction but also mingling with the princess, even going so far as to send elite troops to oversee the imperial tombs to curry favor with His Majesty, and actively participating in the interrogation of the assassin case. This was clearly indicative of his ambition to make a name for himself. There was no trace of a desire for retreat in his demeanor. One could hardly fathom the audacity of this man, speaking so boldly without a hint of embarrassment, as if he were ready to resign and return to his homeland at any moment. General Li Xian is well versed in the folk song of Zhejiang. It appears he is truly a man of modest character, remarkable, simply remarkable. Ma Shua, a man of vast knowledge, understood that familiarity with the Zhejiang song was not uncommon, yet this general's knowledge of such an obscure folk ballad was indeed impressive. It demonstrated that he was not only attentive to military matters but also concerned with political affairs and the broader trends of the realm. No wonder he was able to articulate such a lengthy rationale before His Majesty on the day of the rescue, covering aspects that even he had not considered. However, General Li Xian, with his dual talents in both literature and martial prowess, at the peak of his vigor and having achieved numerous military accomplishments, to retreat now would be rather regrettable. I dare say His Majesty would not grant such a request. Observing Ma Shua's roundabout discourse, Li Xian stated earnestly, Dr. Mao, you are mistaken. The talents of the Qin are abundant, and I am but a mere drop in the ocean. Take, for instance, General Wang Li, inheritor of a glorious legacy spanning 2 generations. His capabilities far exceed mine tenfold. He is destined to become the pillar of the great Qin. How could I dare to compete with him? What say you, Dr. Mao? Finally, the truth was laid bare. Since Wang Ben and Wang Li are the trusted aides of Prince Fusu within the Qin army, what arrangements might they concoct to recruit me, Li Xian? Li Xian's meaning was crystal clear. In the future court hierarchy, if Wang Li, with whom he harbored grievances, were to occupy a position above him, issuing orders, he would surely refuse to comply. This dilemma also posed a challenge for Fusu and Ma Shua. How would they position Wang Li and Li Xian in the future? Both were ambitious men, unwilling to play subordinate roles to one another. From the perspective of importance, Wang Ben and Wang Li stood at the top of the hierarchy, even above Chancellor Li Si, far surpassing Meng Tian and others, let alone Li Xian. Had Li Xian not shot 3 arrows that astonished the heavens at Balangsha, re-entering the emperor's favor and gaining trust, he would not have even been considered by Fusu. How to ensure the coexistence of the two was a primary concern for Ma Shua prior to this meeting. With his intelligence, he had certainly devised a plausible solution. General Li Xian and Wang Li are both exceptional young men in the eyes of the prince, and there is no discernible difference between them. This was merely a platitude, yet Li Xian remained patient, knowing that the real meat of the matter was yet to come. With Wang Ben's esteemed reputation, he will undoubtedly ascend further, destined to become the first Grand Commandant of Great Qin. This is the promise of Prince Fusu and the unwavering support of hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers. And the position of general is currently favored to go to Wang Li. All of this was within Li Xian's expectations. In his heart, he had never considered this method of dividing the spoils as reliable. If he truly possessed strength, he would seize it for himself, without needing the charity of others. A smirk of derision crept upon his lips as he mused. Fusu was indeed generous, but alas, Wang Ben may not even live to see the day he assumes the role of Grand Commandant. Seeing his smile, Ma Shua mistakenly interpreted it as a sign of dissatisfaction and hastily clarified, as for General Li Xian,
Prince Fusu has plans in place. In the future, you may choose between the positions of Colonel and Minister of Internal Affairs, serving directly under the Emperor, with no direct oversight from the Grand General.
This indeed presents a solution.
However, the realization of all this hinges on Fusu ascending to the position of heir apparent and successfully taking the throne, which, given Ing Zheng's health, may not occur for at least 5 more years. During this interim, Li Xian would have to obediently follow Fusu's commands, shielding him from storms and engaging in those unsavory tasks. At present, this path appears far more inviting than aligning with Hu Hai and Zhao Gao. Not only do the majority of court officials have their hearts set on Fusu, but even Ing Zheng views him as the most promising successor. Moreover, during your tenure as lieutenant, General Li Xian will receive the full support of the prince, the chancellor, and other high officials, ensuring a clear line of command that allows the general to showcase his talents.
Fearing that Li Xian might miss this crucial point, Ma Shuo continued to elaborate. Though the position of lieutenant is significant, wielding command over the garrison, it ultimately lies under the emperor's purview, surrounded by numerous nobles. Should anyone harbor ill intent, the general may not find his seat as secure as he hopes. Li Xian pondered deeply. Ma Shuo's words were both a threat and a truth, a reminder previously echoed by Ing Xian. At this moment, he weighed the possibilities. If he were to align himself with Fusu, the current interrogation could merely be a formality, and upon returning to Xianyang, his appointment as lieutenant would likely proceed smoothly, allowing him to bide his time until he ascended to the rank of colonel. This seemed the least turbulent option. Yet, had he come here simply to live a life of untroubled luxury? Li Xian questioned himself. The answer, of course, was no. Having arrived in this era of tumult, he must leave his mark upon it. Even if the heavens follow their course, and this great calamity is unavoidable, he would do all within his power to restore peace to the realm, ensuring that the people are well fed and clothed. Ironically, he owed a debt of gratitude to Ma Shuo and Fusu. Had they not offered such favorable conditions that compelled him to introspect, he might not have found such clarity and determination. Suddenly, he chuckled and inquired, with talents as great as those of Dr. Mao, surely there must be a position among the 3 dukes awaiting you? Upon hearing this, Ma Shuo assumed Li Xian had come to a resolution and, with a hint of modesty, replied with a smile, "The chance. I merely wish to serve as his assistant. The position of court minister suffices." Chapter 56, The Chief of the Guards or the Minister of Ceremonies. From the words of Ma Shuo, it seems he wishes for me to make the first offer? That simply will not do. Akin to the high-stakes game of poker, the one who reveals their cards first is at a greater risk of loss. I bear the weight of guilt and live in constant uncertainty. How could I dare to harbor any extravagant hopes? I merely seek to prove my innocence and retreat to the tranquility of rural life. Li Xian spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his face adorned with longing. My hometown, Weili, lies to the north of the Wei River and west of Xianyang, where the folk are simple and the fields are fertile, forever lingering in my dreams. To rise with the sun and labor until dusk, to draw water from wells and cultivate the land for sustenance, this is indeed the life I yearn for. Upon hearing this, Mao Shuo maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart was filled with disdain. This fellow spoke as if his hometown were a distant land, when in truth, Weili is but a few dozen miles from Xianyang, easily reached by galloping a short distance. To his knowledge, Li Xian returned annually to the ancestral home of the Li family to pay homage to his ancestors and tend to his parents' graves, rendering the notion of meeting them only in dreams utterly unnecessary. After rescuing the emperor, Li Xian was appointed as a lieutenant. Not only did he willingly align himself with Zhao Gao and the faction of Hu Hai, but he also had dealings with the princess, sending skilled soldiers to oversee the imperial tombs, flattering his majesty, and even taking the initiative to interrogate the assassins. This was clearly an indication of his ambition to make a name for himself, showing no sign of desiring a quiet life. It was astonishing how thick-skinned this fellow was, speaking with a straight face, as though he were ready to resign and return to his homeland at any moment. General Li Xian is well versed in the folk song of the Giant's Song, which speaks volumes of his unpretentious character, truly remarkable. Ma Shuo, possessing a wealth of knowledge, knew that the Giant's Song was not particularly rare, yet it was impressive that this general was familiar with such an obscure folk tune.
It showcased that he was not only attentive to military matters but also concerned with governance and the greater trends of the world. It was no wonder he was able to articulate such profound reasoning before the emperor on the day of the rescue, some aspects of which even he had not considered. However, General Li Xian, with his dual talents in both literature and martial prowess, is in the prime of his life and has achieved numerous military accolades. To retire now would be a lamentable waste, and I am certain the emperor would not grant such a request. Noticing Ma Shuo's roundabout way of speaking, Li Xian stated with solemnity, "Dr. Mao, your words are misguided. The Qin dynasty is replete with talent. I am but a mere drop in the ocean. Take for instance General Wang Li, who inherits the glory of 2 generations and possesses tenfold my capabilities. He will undoubtedly become the backbone of the Qin in the future. How could I dare to compete with him? What do you think, Dr. Mao?" At last, the truth was laid bare. Since Wang Ben and Wang Li were the trusted aides of Prince Fusu within the Qin army, what arrangements would be made for me, Li Xian? His meaning was clearer in the future hierarchy of the court. Should the resentful Wang Li be placed above him, issuing commands, he would never acquiesce. This was indeed a dilemma for both Fusu and Ma Shuo. How would the futures of Wang Li and Li Xian be positioned? Both were ambitious individuals who would never willingly serve the other. In terms of importance, Wang Ben and Wang Li were at the pinnacle, even above Chancellor Li Si, far surpassing figures like Meng Tian, let alone Li Xian. Had it not been for Li Xian's astonishing 3 arrows at Balangsha, which drew the emperor's attention and earned him trust and re-employment, he might not have even been considered by Fusu. How to ensure the coexistence of the two was a primary concern for Mao Shuo prior to this meeting, and with his intellect, he had undoubtedly devised a plausible solution. General Li Xian and Wang Li are both the most outstanding young men in the eyes of the prince. There exists no superiority between them. This was merely a platitude, yet Li Xian remained patient, for he knew the next part would be the crux of the matter. With Wang Ben's esteemed reputation, he is destined to ascend even further, becoming the first Grand Commander of the Qin. This is the promise of Prince Fusu, and it is a sentiment that will be echoed by the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Qin army. As for the position of the General of the Guards, it appears that the prince favors Wang Li. All of this fell well within Li Xian's expectations. He had never regarded such a method of dividing power as reliable. If he truly possessed strength, he would seize it for himself, requiring no one's pity. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips as he pondered. Fusu was indeed generous, but alas, Wang Ben might never live to see the day he becomes Grand Commander. Seeing the smile on his face, Ma Shuo mistakenly interpreted it as a sign of discontent and hurriedly clarified, "As for General Li Xian, Prince Fusu has plans in store. In the future, you may choose between the positions of Chief of the Guards and Minister of Ceremonies, directly serving the Emperor, with no hierarchical relationship to the Grand Commander." This was indeed a feasible proposition. However, the realization of all this hinged upon Fusu methodically becoming the crown prince and successfully ascending the throne, which, considering Ying Zheng's health, would likely take at least 5 years. During this time, Li Xian would have to obediently follow Fusu's orders, shielding him from storms and engaging in those unsightly tasks. From the current perspective, this path was considerably more open than the one leading to Huhai and Zhao Gao. Not only had the majority of the court officials already set their sights on Fusu, but even Ying Zheng regarded him as the most promising heir. Moreover, during your tenure as lieutenant, General Li Xian will receive the full support of the prince, the chancellor, and the eminent ministers, ensuring that orders are executed and allowing the general to showcase his talents. Fearing that Li Xian might not fully grasp this point, Ma Shuo continued to elucidate. Though the position of lieutenant is significant, wielding command over the garrison, it nonetheless falls under the emperor's purview, where many noblemen reside. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, the general may not remain secure in his position. Li Xian pondered deeply. Ma Shuo's words were both a threat and a truth, and Ying Xian had previously cautioned him of this very point. At this moment, he was also calculating the implications. If he were to ally himself with Fusu, the ongoing interrogation would merely be a formality, and upon returning to Xianyang, his role as lieutenant would likely proceed smoothly, allowing him to eventually ascend to the position of Chief of the Guards, seemingly the least tumultuous choice. But had he come here merely to live a life free of troubles, indulging in wealth and honor? Li Xian questioned himself. The answer, of course, was a resounding no. Since he had arrived in this era of upheaval, he must leave his mark upon it. Even if fate were to follow its course, and this great calamity were inevitable, he would still strive to restore peace to the realm and ensure that the common people were well fed and clothed. In truth, he owed gratitude to Mao Shuo and Fusu. Had they not presented such excellent conditions that prompted him to introspect, he might not have arrived at such a resolute and clear conviction. Suddenly, he smiled and inquired, "With talents as great as Dr. Mao's, surely there must be a position for you among the three dukes?" Upon hearing this, Mao Shuo mistakenly believed Li Xian had come to an understanding. With a somewhat reserved smile, he replied, "The Chancellor has labored tirelessly and achieved great merit. I merely hope to serve as his assistant. The position of court attorney would suffice." Chapter 57. Disbelief. Thus, it becomes evident that Mao Shuo sought to replicate the trajectory of Li Si's rise, first as the Minister of Justice, and then soaring to the esteemed position of Chancellor. No wonder he was so wholeheartedly working on behalf of Fusu. To further secure Li Xian's allegiance, Mao Shuo lowered his voice to a whisper, saying, "Currently, both witness and material evidence are stacked against you. Were it not for young Master Fusu's belief in your exceptional talent, you would have long been designated as one of the principal conspirators in this rebellion. If that is truly the case, then execution would be considered a leniency. Does the general intend to wait until the extermination of the three clans before he regrets his decision?" This was a genuine threat, as Mao Shuo illuminated the dire consequences Li Xian would face should he refuse to align himself. "Moreover, your dubious confession has already been presented to His Majesty, who shares the same view as young Master Fusu. This alone is insufficient evidence. Your suspicions have not lessened in the slightest." Mao Shuo endeavored to dismantle the final bastion of resolve within Li Xian, divulging the information he had gathered over the past few days. "Even Princess Pola has been placed under house arrest by the Emperor, forbidden from meeting outsiders. Perhaps General Li might ponder the reasons behind this. In this vast world, only young Master Fusu can rescue you from this prison and offer you a path of golden opportunity. What are you still hesitating for?" At that moment, Li Xian felt ensnared in an island of information, grappling with a profound sense of helplessness as Mao Shuo bombarded him with revelations. If, as Mao Shuo stated, neither the Emperor nor the Princess could extend a helping hand, then his fate lay entirely in the hands of Fusu's faction. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish. Mao Shuo keenly observed Li Xian's fleeting moment of distraction and sighed, "Do not think it is only you. Even the current Chancellor, Li Si, and former Chancellor, Wang Wan, would find it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves if entangled." Just as Mao Shuo believed he was on the brink of success, Li Xian regained his customary composure, his gaze sharp as an arrow directed at him, and replied calmly, "Young Master Fusu's good intentions and your earnest efforts, Dr. Mao, I acknowledge with gratitude." What did this mean? Mao Shuo had clearly sensed his wavering mindset, yet it seemed to have shifted in an instant. His complexion paled slightly, the amicable smile fading from his face as he retorted, "Li Xian, are you truly willing to forsake not only your future but the very lives of your entire family? Should you not consider the well-being of your subordinates who may also be implicated?" Li Xian rose, exuding an air of calm authority, his presence commanding as he spoke with unyielding conviction. "Neither Wang Ben, Wang Li, nor even you, Dr. Mao, possess the authority to pass judgment on Li Xian. If His Majesty has already entrusted full authority to young Master Fusu, then I dare say you would not have come here at all." Indeed, Li Xian had come to a realization. If the current evidence or anything Fusu possessed were sufficient to condemn him, they would undoubtedly seek his demise. Lieutenant Wang Li had long been eager for that opportunity. The so-called recognition of talent by young Master Fusu was merely a reflection of his current inability to deal with Li Xian, who stood at an impasse. Should Li Xian turn the tide, he would become a formidable adversary, thus prompting the persuasion with the bait of the 9 ministers. Should he, due to a lack of resolve, align himself with Fusu's faction, he would not only become beholden to others but also find himself ranked below Wang Ben, Mao Shuo, and Meng Tian, with Wang Li riding atop him. Such a choice would cost him the invaluable ally Zhao Gao, the trust of the princess, and particularly the thought of Ying Xian's radiant smile made the price seem excessively steep. Reflecting on the events of recent days and the historical judgments to come, it was clear that Ying Zhang was then at his zenith, possessing far-reaching vision and a grand ambition, incomparable to ordinary monarchs, with an unwavering grip on power. In the face of such a monumental conspiracy, to suddenly entrust power to Fusu could very well be a test, or even a trap. Perhaps he sought to ascertain the true intentions of the ministers, princes, and princess surrounding him, to discover who could be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Then it was a gamble, whether on the battlefield or in the marketplace. Li Xian understood one fundamental truth: victory is contingent upon myriad conditions, requiring extensive preparation, but the most crucial, esoteric, and elusive element is fortune. I kindly ask Dr. Mao to convey to young Master Fusu my gratitude for his goodwill, yet I must respectfully decline. Li Xian bowed, asserting, "The innocent shall stand clear." I trust that with young Master's virtuous wisdom, you will undoubtedly restore my reputation and provide His Majesty with a satisfactory conclusion. Mao Shua could hardly miss the implication behind Li Xian's words, which clearly hinted at the connection between this matter and the young master. He would not choose to stand with Fusu. After expending so much effort, he found it all in vain. Even with his usual composure, Mao Shua's countenance darkened, and with a derisive chuckle, he pressed, "Should you choose this path, do not lament your decision in the future. A man of honor born between heaven and earth must stand upright. How can one languish beneath others for long?" "Very well, very well, very well," Mao Shua repeated emphatically 3 times, then swept away with a flourish of his sleeve. "Since Li Xian is so obstinate, we shall allow him to endure a bit more hardship." After exiting the tent, Mao Shua instructed the guard, Lieutenant El Shang, provide him with a single meal each day, a corn bun and a bowl of plain water. Replace all his utensils with those meant for prisoners. Furthermore, you are to inspect him every hour, day and night. El Shang, being a trusted soldier of Fusu and privy to some inside information, cautiously inquired, "Given that he has not yet been convicted, is such treatment appropriate? Were he already convicted, he would have been executed long ago. How dare he speak so boldly here?" Mao Shua glared at him fiercely, asserting, "I intend to deprive him of both sleep and sustenance. Let us see how long he can endure. If he won't drink the wine offered, then let him taste the wine of punishment." El Sheng understood that this Dr. Mao was Fusu's chief strategist, and he dared not defy him, complying with his orders, thus subjecting Li Xian to a torment he had never before experienced: fatigue, hunger, emptiness, and exhaustion interwoven. "What if Li Xian remains unyielding and persists in resisting us?" "Fear not, young master. Ultimately, this matter bears no direct relation to us. The only one who might implicate us, Zhao Yan, is already dead. There is no evidence that can point to the young master." Even seated, Mao Shua maintained an upright posture, his voice resonant and commanding, seeming to tower even over those standing. "Will there be any issues with Wang Wan?" Fusa still harbored some concerns. "His Majesty has only reached the point of investigating Li Si's son, Li Yu. Although Wang Wan has been brought to light, Xianyang is 1,000 miles away. His Majesty will need to wait and observe. Considering the time, Uncle Sun Tone will soon arrive in Xianyang." Mao Shua appeared to be in complete control, his gaze penetrating as he looked westward. "Regardless of Wang Wan's stance, we shall be prepared in advance." Chapter 58. The contradictory will. How are matters on the side of Fusu these days? After a 3-day pause, Ing Zhang issued another decree while the eastern procession halted at the imposing and treacherous Mangdang Mountain in Dang County, suggesting they could linger a while longer. His royal carriage came to rest beneath the Ziki rock of Mangdang Mountain. As he gazed at the endless procession of horses and tents in the distance, he inquired of Meng Tian, who stood outside the carriage. "The young lord diligently manages state affairs, emulating your Majesty as a model. He shall not retire for the night until all matters from that day are resolved," Meng Tian replied earnestly, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart at Fusu's industriousness, convinced he had not misjudged the young man. "Indeed. Fusu is capable of shouldering responsibilities and alleviating my burdens. You all must provide him with ample assistance," Ing Zhang commended, loosening his grip on the bamboo slips in his hand, which emitted a rustling sound. "We, your humble servants, dare not fail your Majesty's trust. Should the young lord encounter perplexing matters, he will deliberate with us, and both the Prime Minister and the General will offer their support, allowing him to choose the best course of action," Meng Tian stated with utmost formality. After all, it was Fusu's first time independently managing such extensive state affairs, and his discernment of priorities was still lacking, requiring Meng Tian to accompany him well into the night almost every day.
Unable to suppress a yawn upon hearing Meng Tian's words, Ing Zhang chuckled, "Once Fusu has established his footing, you shall find your burdens lightened. By the way, does he not have a scholar named Ma Shua by his side, the younger brother of Ma Jiao?" Scholar Ma Shua possesses both talent and virtue. He is not only well-versed in our dynasty's statutes but also brings innovative insights to state affairs, providing significant assistance to the young lord, Meng Tian replied cautiously, yet truthfully, acknowledging that Ma Shua's capabilities were indeed exceptional within the Qin realm. "It seems he has not tarnished Ma Zhao's reputation," Ing Zheng remarked with a smile, tightening his grip on the bamboo slips once more. "What is his official rank?" Meng Tian had an excellent memory, rarely forgetting the ranks of officials, and he could respond almost instantly to Ing Zheng's inquiries, which was one of the reasons he garnered the emperor's esteem. The scholar's original rank was 400 shi. However, due to his outstanding scholarship and significant contributions in the realm of literature 2 years ago, Your Majesty particularly promoted him to 600 shi. I perceive that Ma Shua's talents extend beyond the confines of a mere scholar. Ing Zheng seemed to ponder for a moment before resolutely declaring, since he can effectively assist Fusu in managing state affairs, he deserves a formal title. Zhao Gao, convey the decree to promote him to the position of counselor, with a rank of 1,000 shi. With a single, seemingly casual statement, Ing Zheng elevated Ma Shua several ranks, transitioning him from a mere advisory scholar to a significant subordinate of the Minister of Internal Affairs. This position granted him the authority to propose counsel and rectify governmental shortcomings, placing him among the emperor's close advisors. Did this imperial decree signify that His Majesty was not only facilitating Fusu's governance but was also in the process of selecting key ministers? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao could not help but feel a tightening in his chest, musing, has the emperor's intention to establish a successor become irrevocable? If Fusu were indeed to succeed, what fate awaited me, the tutor of Hu Hai? After sharing this, Ing Zheng appeared somewhat fatigued. As Meng Tian prepared to take his leave, he was called back. I have heard that the interrogation of Li Xian has not proceeded smoothly? Your Majesty, in truth, the interrogation has only occurred once, and the confession submitted by Li Xian does not sufficiently prove his innocence, Meng Tian articulated with careful consideration. He wished not to offend Fusu or Ma Shua, yet he could not unjustly condemn Li Xian. Moreover, the investigations related to Lords Wang Wan and Li Si are under Your Majesty's control, and neither the young lord nor my humble self possess concrete evidence linking Li Xian to the matter of treason. So this matter currently stands without progress? Ing Zheng's voice was low, yet the dissatisfaction in his tone sent a chill through those who heard it. Both Meng Tian and Zhao Gao quickly knelt, exclaiming, Your humble servant is inept, please forgive us, Your Majesty. Furthermore, I have been informed that Li Xian is being treated as a criminal, receiving only a single meal a day, sleeping in meager conditions, and subjected to harassment in attempts to extract a confession. Is this true? Meng Tian cast a furtive glance at the submissive Zhao Gao, suspecting him of having reported this, and though he disapproved of such treatment, he chose to remain silent out of respect for Fusu's position and authority. Little did he know, Zhao Gao was equally astonished, for while he was aware of this situation, he had hesitated to report it, fearing the emperor might label him as a sower of discord, which would be troublesome. I have not spoken, and Meng Tian appears to have kept silent as well. Does the emperor have other ears and eyes? As this thought crossed Zhao Gao's mind, he felt a sudden chill, but then heard Meng Tian solemnly declare, It is indeed the case, and I too believe this approach is somewhat excessive. However, I ask Your Majesty to consider the pressure on the young lord. In his eagerness to have General Li Xian speak, he may be acting too hastily. He paused, observing that Ing Zheng had not yet spoken, and boldly continued, If Your Majesty deems it inappropriate, I shall convey to the young lord to. Initially, he intended to suggest to restore matters to their previous state, but before he could utter those words, Ing Zheng interrupted. I shall reiterate, since this matter has been entrusted to Fusu for full management, I shall not intervene constantly. Ing Zheng spoke with firmness. Although this action bears the suspicion of coercion, it is unavoidable given the gravity of the situation. As for Li Xian, enduring some trials as a young man is not detrimental. We shall see whether he is indeed involved. Ing Zheng's next words held a profound significance. If he is innocent, let this be a test bestowed upon him before a greater responsibility descends. Ing Zheng's statement seemed somewhat paradoxical, as it upheld Fusu's authority while subtly expressing trust and expectations for Li Xian. As he watched the two figures gradually recede, Ing Zheng unfurled the bamboo slip in his hands, which contained a confidential report from Haibingtai, detailing the covert surveillance of Zhao Yan by Qi Di and Qi Er. Ing Zheng had perused it several times, yet still found it hard to believe his eyes, for behind this assassination plot lay not only remnants of the Six Kingdoms but also an internal accomplice within the Imperial Guard, potentially implicating the royal family of Qin. Deep down, he silently rejoiced that Li Xian had met with Ing Xian and arranged the surveillance of Zhao Yan, for had it not been for this, all witnesses would have perished, leaving no avenue for investigation. And the individual intent on his demise could still lurk in the shadows, plotting further assassination attempts. Contemplating this, Ing Zheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Li Xian's divine arrow had struck the great iron spike. Would he be so fortunate again in the future? However, being en route on the Eastern Tour, it was unwise to delve too deeply into this matter, as it would signal an advance alert, potentially inciting unnecessary turmoil and complications. The most pressing issues must await the conclusion of the Eastern Tour. Only upon returning to Xianyang could they be addressed with composure. Planning before action had always been Ing Zheng's style. Chapter 59. The extremes of reversal. A few days ago, Li Yu's words seemed to exonerate Li Si from suspicion. However, the theatrical performance of this father-son duo appeared rather excessive, particularly with Li Yu carrying that letter from years past, indicating he had long been prepared. Ing Zheng was acutely aware that this letter of request might have been divulged to Li Si within days of Li Yu receiving it, possibly even after obtaining Li Si's consent before making his decision. Li Yu, being a youthful and inexperienced individual, was markedly different from Li Si, who had weathered many storms. Could he truly be oblivious to the underlying intricacies? It was likely that he, unwilling to offend the Chancellor Wang Huan, was concerned about the repercussions on his own career advancement. Moreover, on a deeper level, he may have secured a leverage over Wang Huan. Ing Zheng firmly believed that Li Si, being both talented and perceptive, understood that only by preserving the existing system could he continue to enjoy wealth and peace. Thus, he would never engage in such a perilous endeavor that offered him no advantage. Nevertheless, it would not be entirely detrimental to seize this opportunity to subtly admonish Li Si, instilling in him a sense of vigilance, directing his focus towards the pressing matters of enriching the nation, strengthening the military, and ensuring the people's well-being. Regarding the assassination attempt at Balangsha, Ing Zheng originally envisioned a swift resolution, intending to eradicate both internal and external traitors with decisive measures after extracting confessions from the assassins, thereby deterring the restless remnants of the Six States. However, after enduring numerous tribulations, he was astonished to discover that the challenges facing the Qin dynasty were beyond his imagination, with even the imperial guards infiltrated, causing him considerable unease. Ultimately, it all stemmed from Li Xian. He charged into the opulent palace like a rampaging bull, toppling exquisitely adorned treasures and artifacts, inadvertently revealing to Ing Zheng that some of these possessions were already decaying, while others had become mere substitutes. His presence incited panic and unrest among many, including princes, generals, and high-ranking officials. Some were already making errors while others were on the verge of doing so. From his elevated position, Ing Zheng could clearly discern their true natures. Li Xian is indeed a clever individual. Ing Zheng mused inwardly. If he were to reveal his connection with Xian'er, implicating the involvement of He Bingtai, this charade would come to an abrupt end. It seems that a scholar named Mao Shua had also sought him out in private, attempting to persuade him to join the faction of Fu Su, yet he was rebuffed. This led to an even more precarious situation. Ing Zheng had encountered Mao Shua a few times in court and was aware of his considerable intellect. He had contributed significantly to the promotion of Qin seal script, having been endorsed by both Li Si and Fu Su. He recalled Fu Su once praising him for his profound knowledge and noble demeanor akin to that of his elder brother. In Ing Zheng's view, although Mao Shua and Mao Jiao were brothers, they were by no means of the same ilk, let alone comparable as national heroes. Mao Jiao possessed a selfless heart, as clear as the waters of a mountain stream, and conducted himself with integrity, devoted to the public good, never shying away from his duties for the sake of national affairs. He had even engaged in heated disputes with Ing Zheng on several occasions without yielding. Ing Zheng felt profound sorrow at his sudden passing, for it left him bereft of a steadfast and loyal minister. Conversely, Mao Shua's ambitions were too weighty, skilled in the arts of intrigue. Although he currently appeared to be a crucial ally for Fu Su, Ing Zheng understood that Fu Su would struggle to manage him, potentially falling prey to his manipulations. Then let Li Xian endure for a few more days. Before I cast my net, let us see if there are any new developments, Ing Zheng finally resolved, placing the bamboo slips upon the writing desk. At the very least, he aimed to extricate the poisonous thorns from his side while simultaneously avoiding alarming the snakes in the grass, allowing him to continue his eastern tour with peace of mind. Yet, Li Xian was on the brink of collapse. He had sustained injuries and required proper recuperation for recovery, yet now he was deprived of medicine and sufficient food, unable to rest, both his mind and body ensnared in a dual predicament. In that moment, he comprehended why prisoners would readily confess to crimes they had never committed. Even he, claiming to be an invincible warrior, could only endure for a few days. His strength was insufficient to support his sitting up. He could only lean against the haystack, his countenance haggard, finding it laborious even to open his eyes. Before him loomed a myriad of phantoms, depicting scenes of his exploits on the battlefield, as well as moments of joy spent hand in hand with lure, whirling past like a revolving lantern. Had he truly reached the brink of exhaustion? Li Xian's mental fatigue had reached a certain threshold. Had Mao Shuo been by his side at that moment, pressing him once more, he might not have been able to resolutely refuse. Suddenly, he beheld Wang Li, the one who had ensnared him in the Woyo Valley, approaching with a sinister grin, drawing ever closer, his visage increasingly resembling Wang Li's. The two seemed to merge into one. Regardless of past lives or future ones, you shall never be my match. Witnessing his adversary's derision while feeling powerless under the immense mental strain, he gritted his teeth as an inexplicable surge of vital energy flowed from his dantian, coursing through his entire being, enveloping him in warmth and tranquility. How can it be that my Xianyang vital energy has seemingly been depleted, yet this energy emanates from nowhere? Unbeknownst to him, this was the legendary innate energy, formed within the womb, concealed within the dantian, having been enveloped since birth. The Xianyang vital energy he had cultivated, transmitted from the Taoist ancestor Laozi, inherently contained the principle of creating something from nothing, giving birth to myriad things, yet it had been obscured by the accumulated aura of carnage over the years. Now, facing the peril of life and death, the cocoon of innate energy had nearly dissipated, and coupled with the final activation of Xianyang vital energy, it had successfully been summoned, allowing him to enter a state akin to prenatal respiration. He sat cross-legged, silent and still, not even opening his eyes, engaging in little else besides consuming water and simple cornmeal buns. This so-called prenatal respiration involved the body ceasing to emit energy outwardly, instead forming a small microcosm within, sustaining fundamental bodily functions, enabling him to endure for a few more days. The first to notice the anomaly were the soldiers who frequented the area. They observed that Li Xian, who had appeared on the brink of death just the day before, suddenly sat upright, their actions provoking no response from him. Even more perplexing was that, despite his still gaunt and haggard appearance, a hint of luster had returned between his brows, bestowing upon him an air of mystery and authority. Should we report this to the young master and Lord Mao Shuo? The captain, El Shang, upon learning of such an unusual occurrence, entered to investigate but refused to escalate the matter, impatiently remarking, "This trifling matter need not trouble the young master. Given that Li Xian is neither dead nor causing any disturbances, and remains securely confined, it cannot be considered a significant issue. Have you not seen? The bamboo slips concerning national affairs are nearly collapsing the writing desk. The young master and the ministers are overwhelmed, scarcely sleeping through the night." Chapter 60 of The Maiden's Awakening. Has there been any news from outside in recent days? Since being confined by Ing Zhang, Ing Xian could only rely on Lan to gather information about the outside world. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "We have lingered in Dang County for several days. Why are we still here without any movement?" The princess is unaware that initially, His Majesty wished to investigate the assassination attempt at Balangsha and hold the officials of Shanchuan County accountable, hence the pause, and Lan explained. "Oh, what was the outcome of the accountability?" Ing Xian pressed further. "Each individual received several dozen lashes. It is said they have been given 3 months to eradicate the banditry," and Lan replied, "Over the past 2 years, she had absorbed the princess's teachings on the significance of information, and among the eunuchs served. In addition to the lashes, he was also reprimanded, and it is said he left with a pallid face." Ing Xian chuckled softly, knowing Ing Zheng's intentions well. It was merely a show of strength to intimidate the chancellor and all the powerful officials, reminding them not to neglect their duties. Logically, we should have set out 3 days ago, yet His Majesty now claims the scenery of Mangdang Mountain is delightful and wishes to linger a few more days. Ing Xian found this puzzling.
Ying Zhang was never one to indulge in leisurely pursuits. Each stop during his eastern tour served a special purpose, ultimately aimed at solidifying the foundations of the Qin dynasty. Mangdang Mountain was no renowned landmark, nor did it boast legends of divine apparitions. It was indeed unusual to remain here for so long. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked urgently, "Is it possible that there are issues with General Li Xian's interrogation? Perhaps there are still no results?" Her inquiry, though framed as a question, bore a tone of certainty. And Lan was greatly impressed by her perceptiveness and remarked, "The princess is truly astute to deduce this. It is not difficult to guess. The assassination attempt at Balangsha involves extensive ramifications. His Majesty must be on guard, likely intending to resolve this matter before resuming his journey." "You are surely correct, Princess. I have heard that General Li Xian denies any involvement in the assassination and has provided a confession from the assassin, Zhang Liang. However, young Master Fusa claims that, despite the confession, it is difficult to place full trust in it, and since the assassin is currently in a..." Fusa was clearly fabricating excuses, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. She pressed on, "What about Zhao Gao and Meng Tian, are they not speaking?" Understanding the significance of General Li Xian to the princess, and Lan intensified her inquiries. "I have heard that Lord Zhao specifically reported to His Majesty, yet rather than angering him, His Majesty praised young Master Fusa for his diligence and promoted that Dr. Maoshu to the position of counselor." Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Ying Xian sensed this was indeed uncharacteristic of her father. Could it be that he had other plans? And Lan cautiously observed Ying Xian before tentatively stating, "There is another matter of great importance. If I disclose it, I implore the princess to remain calm." After General Li Xian was imprisoned, Maoshu sought him out for a conversation, and upon exiting, he instructed that General Li Xian be treated according to the standards for criminals, receiving merely one steamed bun and a bowl of plain water daily. It is said he has become so emaciated he resembles skin stretched over bones. Upon hearing this, Ying Xian's brows furrowed in anger, her eyes flashing with fury, nearly causing her to slam her hand on the table. Yet, she restrained herself and spoke in a somber tone, "Li Xian's resolve remains intact, but I worry for his physical state. If his vitality is compromised, it would be a great loss to the pillars of the Qin dynasty." Having painstakingly established Li Xian as her trusted aide, she would not allow anyone to jeopardize that bond. However, in her urgency, she found herself at a loss for a suitable solution, leaving her in a state of anxiety. "This cannot stand. I cannot idly watch as Li Xian is treated in such a manner." Ying Xian suddenly rose to her feet, commanding, "Prepare the carriage, I shall go personally." In her eyes, even if it meant facing severe punishment from Ming Zhang later, she must rescue Li Xian. She was acutely aware of the priorities at stake. Witnessing her resolve, and Lan fell to her knees, imploring, "Princess, you must not. Should you disregard His Majesty's edict and insist on going, not only would it provide fodder for gossip, but it would also place those who serve you in peril." This statement held great weight, allowing Ying Xian to regain her composure. She reasoned that no matter how furious Ying Zhang might be, he would never harm her. However, her attendants and maids would become scapegoats, and even if they survived, they could be exiled to desolate lands. They had accompanied her for so long, and with bonds akin to family, especially with someone like Lan, how could she heartlessly disregard their fates? Seeing that the princess had calmed down, and Lan continued, "General Li Xian possesses a robust physique. It will not be easily overcome. Moreover, His Majesty is wise and will eventually put a stop to this. The immediate concern is to enrich his daily sustenance, fortifying his vitality, thus, he would have no further worries." And Lan appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of Li Xian's detainment, as if she had witnessed it firsthand, and her strategy was astute, leading Ying Xian to regard her with newfound respect. "Given your confidence, shall I entrust this matter to you?" Ying Xian felt that such a plan was beyond Lan's usual capabilities and deliberately tested her, saying, "If you succeed, I shall not hesitate to reward you handsomely." As the beloved daughter of Ying Zhang, Princess Pu Lu could claim any treasure under heaven. Whatever she desired, even the stars from the sky or the moon from the waters, someone would fetch it for her. Thus, the rewards she could bestow were boundlessly generous. Upon hearing this, Lan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her head, murmuring, "I merely wish to alleviate your highness's burdens. I seek neither gold nor jewels, nor do I desire rank or status. I only ask for a favor in the future." Ying Xian was taken aback. She had intended to test her but did not expect Lan to possess a genuine plan. Observing Inlan's reaction and recalling her previous strategies, Xian suddenly realized that this maid had developed feelings for someone, most likely among the guards assigned to watch over Li Xian. If she could resolve this current predicament for her, not only would 1 favor suffice, but even 10 favors would be acceptable. Xian smiled broadly, stating, "Whoever has captured your heart, as long as he is not married, I shall ensure you have my support." This matter had lingered in Inlan's heart for quite some time. Though serving as a princess's maid might seem glamorous, it was merely a life of servitude. As long as the princess did not grant her freedom, even marriage remained a distant dream, let alone the autonomy to choose. Now, seizing this opportunity and receiving the princess's promise, the prospect of being with her beloved seemed within reach, which filled her with immense joy. Yet, she still feigned modesty, saying, crossing the sea. Xian observed the blush adorning her companion's face and couldn't help but tease, "You still claim there is nothing? Most likely, it is one of the young men under Prince Fusu, is it not?" Although there existed a difference in status between the two, their similar ages allowed for a casual rapport. Once the princess had surmised the truth, and Lan decided to be candid. "His name is Chen Hui, and he hails from my hometown. Our families reside a mere 100 steps apart, and we have known each other since childhood. However, after he enlisted in the army and I was sent to the palace, we lost contact." Resolute in her intention to secure the princess's favor, Lan divulged everything. "We were reunited just 2 years ago, and I learned that he currently serves as a military officer in Prince Fusu's personal guard." At this point, Lan felt a wave of shyness wash over her voice dwindling to a whisper. "All these years, he has held me in his thoughts, stating that once he became a captain, he would come to claim me as his wife." "Oh, how intriguing. I had no idea there was such a story behind it," Xian mused, her tone wistful. "You certainly kept this under wraps. It is quite the feat to conceal something so significant. This young man has achieved the rank of military officer under Prince Fusu. He is indeed promising and worthy of you. However, attaining the rank of captain is no small feat, given that even the leader of Prince Fusu's personal guard is merely a captain." And Lan, with her sparkling eyes, giggled, "In truth, as long as he treats me with sincerity and we can be together, I care not whether he becomes a captain or not." "I must disagree with you on that point. You are someone close to the princess, and if you do not marry in a grand manner, it would bring shame even upon me." A smile graced Xian's lips as she continued, "His suggestion indeed shows wisdom. It appears you have not misjudged him. If he possesses talent and ambition, he ought not to remain confined within the palace guard. I can find a way for him to gain experience elsewhere, allowing him to achieve great deeds and secure a title for his family. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lan knelt once more and bowed her head to Xian, her voice choked with emotion. "If we earn your highness's favor, we shall forever hold it dear in our hearts." Lan was acutely aware that this was the princess's reward, and with her status and standing in Zhang's eyes, a mere word from her would compel countless high officials to assist. Given the opportunity and support from a noble, Chen Hui would surely ascend the ranks. "Rise, and do not shed tears so easily. And now tell me, what plan do you have to execute this?" Although Captain Lu Sheng is responsible for guarding General Li Xian, he is not always present, as Prince Fusu has many matters requiring his attention. When he is absent, Chen Hui takes the lead. Daily, only a single serving of steamed bun and clear water is delivered, and with so many eyes watching, it is impossible to increase the supply. The only solution is to add some substance. Add substance? Yes, to enrich the steamed bun. And Lan explained, what General Li Xian lacks is nourishment, and plain steamed buns provide no sustenance. If we could secretly insert a couple of pieces of jerky before delivering it to him, it would be beneficial. Moreover, once he tastes the jerky, he will realize there is outside assistance, bolstering his resolve to endure. Xian nodded repeatedly, smiling, "This plan is quite clever. It is likely not your own idea, but rather that of the military officer Chen." And Lan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and pride, admitted, he may appear quiet at times, but his mind works swiftly. "Indeed, I believe this plan is feasible." Xian decided quickly, but felt the jerky might not suffice, so she instructed Lan to procure some ginseng whiskers from the century-old ginseng tribute brought in from Liaodong County to add to the steamed buns. This endeavor carries some risk. Ensure Chen Hui proceeds with caution and does not act rashly.
Rest assured, Your Highness.
And Lan replied confidently, he never makes promises lightly. Having proposed this plan, he is undoubtedly prepared to see it through. Military officer, here are today's steamed buns in clear water.
Please inspect them before I deliver them inside.
Although still young, Chen Hui had gained a reputation among the personal guards for his martial prowess and decisive actions, and as it was time for the meal delivery, he requested another inspection before entering the tent.
Why do I feel these steamed buns grow smaller by the day?
They are scarcely the size of half my fist.
Chen Hui quipped, glancing at the bun. It's hardly enough to fill a tooth gap. Could the kitchen be deliberately withholding?
Show, military officer, lower your voice, cautioned the bearer of the tray, who frequently went to fetch food.
Doctor.
Ma Shua specifically instructed that if the prisoner refuses to cooperate, he should be starved for a couple of days to bring him to his senses. Another soldier chimed in, indeed, I heard that if he remains hungry for another couple of days, even if this general is released, he will be severely weakened, rendered almost useless. Though these men were all part of Prince Fusu's personal guard, many had witnessed General Li Xian's valor when he saved the emperor with his arrow, and thus held a deep respect for the already renowned general. Seeing him treated in such a manner stirred a sense of injustice within them. It's such a pity for a valiant hero, several guards lamented, shaking their heads. If only he weren't so obstinate and would lower his head to our prince, this matter could be resolved.
Indeed.
Our prince will one day become emperor, this is evident to any discerning eye, yet he remains oblivious. Amidst the chatter, Chen Hui subtly pressed the steamed bun, concealing the jerky and ginseng whiskers within its hollow recess before setting it back in place. Enough with the idle gossip, he glared at the guards, asserting, we are here to follow orders. Refrain from meddling in matters beyond our purview. Third, take the steamed bun inside.
Wait.
Unbeknownst to them, Captain Lu Shang had appeared and halted the third guard who was about to deliver the meal. With a hand resting on his sword and a piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd, he coldly remarked, didn't some of you just speak rather loudly? Why the sudden silence?
Discussing the prince in private, speaking of General Li Xian, and even mentioning his future as emperor, are these topics appropriate for you to discuss? Should word get out, you all, along with me, would face severe punishment.
Lu Shang was known for his iron-fisted approach, and the mere mention of punishment left the guard silent, standing rigidly, afraid to utter a word.
Chen Hui is commendable.
He understands the perils of loose lips. For his sake, I shall temporarily overlook this transgression.
Lu Sheng approached the third guard, casting a scrutinizing glance at the steamed bun. He appeared slightly puzzled, then turned to the composed Chen Hui, casually stating, today's steamed bun seems a bit different, doesn't it? Chapter 62. The net tightens. What seemed like casual remarks sent a shiver down Chen Hui's spine, raising the hairs on his neck and alarmed. He was acutely aware of Lieutenant Lu's capabilities. Having served under young Master Fusu for many years, he had rarely erred, earning commendations even from the stringent Minister Ma Shuo on multiple occasions. The third man glanced at Lu Shang, somewhat perplexed, and replied, just now, Lord Chen also mentioned this, even going so far as to squeeze it himself. Indeed, the steamed bun is becoming increasingly smaller. Oh, is that so?
Lu Shang's gaze suddenly brightened for a moment, only to vanish just as swiftly. Yet he spoke languidly, Lord Chen is meticulous and judicious in his actions. You should all take heed and learn from him. The autumn breeze had begun to carry a chill, yet Chen Hui felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, pondering whether there was an underlying implication in Lu Sheng's words. If the dried meat were to be left in the bun for too long, their mingling would inevitably produce an aroma, making concealment impossible. With just a whiff, Lu Sheng could easily uncover the truth. Lieutenant, perhaps we should allow the third man to deliver it first, lest we disrupt the meal schedule, Chen Hui suggested, forcing himself to speak despite his trepidation.
We dare not disobey Minister Mao's orders.
Lu Sheng replied, in that case, let it be delivered. Just as the third man was about to step forward, Lu Sheng stopped him, turning to the stout-faced Chen Hui with a directive, this time, let Lord Chen be the one to deliver it, and take the opportunity to check on Li Xian's condition. Young master has pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. With that, he nodded at Chen Hui and turned to depart, leaving the soldiers bewildered and Chen Hui drenched in sweat and anxiety. He accepted the food tray from the third man and entered the tent, where he found Li Xian, gaunt yet imposing, seated with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. He placed the tray down and spoke in a hushed tone, "General, please partake of the bun, the princess is already aware." Li Xian, relying on his innate vitality, had managed to endure thus far, unwilling to expend any energy. Upon hearing Chen Hui's words, he trembled slightly, his keen sense of smell detecting something unusual about the bun. His lips twitched as if attempting a smile, and then he swiftly reached for the bun, swallowing it whole. The speed of his action was such that even Chen Hui, who had been watching intently, could barely comprehend it. For Li Xian, the dried meat and ginseng were akin to an oasis in a desert, instantly transforming into energy coursing through his body. His previously intermittent vital energy became stable once more, flowing continuously like a mountain stream. Most crucially, he was bolstered by a renewed sense of purpose, realizing that he was not fighting alone. This formidable mental fortitude proved as potent as the dried meat and ginseng. Sun Hong, the deputy minister of the Imperial Medical Department, was over 50 years old and had served in this position for nearly a decade. As he could not ascend any further, he had taken to being a genial elder, garnering goodwill from both superiors and subordinates alike. During this Eastern inspection, he collaborated seamlessly with Minister Zhao Gao, methodically organizing the itinerary and accommodations, neither seeking credit nor allowing others to find fault, as if no one had even noticed his presence. For several consecutive days, the imperial entourage had camped at the foot of Mangdang Mountain, allowing him a rare moment of tranquility. He had procured a comfortable chair for himself, reclining as he admired the autumn scenery. The leaves on Mangdang Mountain had already turned yellow, swirling and gently falling under the autumn breeze, while the warm sunlight filtered through the branches of the grand trees, seemingly dispelling fatigue from his body. "Did I not instruct you all that I wish to rest here for a moment? If there are matters to discuss, seek out General Feng." Just as he was lost in reverie, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind, assuming it was likely some inept subordinate with a trivial issue, coming to disturb his peace. General Feng, known as Feng Wuxia, held the position of Zhonglong General and belonged to the same clan as prominent court officials Feng Quji and Feng Jie, all descendants of the Taisho Feng Ting. Feng Wuxia had earned the emperor's trust, overseeing all the palace guards, making him the most suitable successor to Ying Wujiao after his eventual departure from office. Thus, despite being a notch below Sun Hong, he had never treated him as a subordinate. Each engagement was marked by politeness, with all significant matters settled through consultation. The footsteps halted, yet no one spoke, as if everyone stood silently in place. Growing impatient, Sun Hong turned around, ready to admonish them, only to find the two leading figures were familiar faces. Feng Wuxia and Minister Zhao Gao. Behind them stood 2 or 3 Zhonglong officials and over 20 guards, each with solemn expressions, devoid of their usual smiles when encountering him. If it were merely Feng Wuxia, one might assume it was a matter of official business, but Zhao Gao's presence indicated a more serious issue. A wave of unease washed over him, yet he maintained a cordial demeanor, stepping forward a few paces and clasping his hands in salute. "In my moment of admiration for the scenery, I did not realize that both the esteemed minister and general had come together, for which I apologize." Under normal circumstances, Feng Wuxia would certainly remain stoic, while Zhao Gao, a skilled diplomat and an old acquaintance, would have exchanged pleasantries before discussing serious matters. Today, however, was different. Zhao Gao merely nodded in acknowledgement before gesturing for the 20 guards to surround Sun Hong, each hand resting cautiously on their swords. "What is the meaning of this? Do not forget, I am the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Medical Department, your superior." Observing the situation, Sun Hong's expression shifted, yet he maintained a calm tone as he inquired. Zhao Gao regarded him with a penetrating gaze, seemingly exhaling a sigh as he declared, "By decree of His Majesty, Deputy Minister Sun Hong is accused of colluding with rebels with the intent to commit regicide, a grave offense indeed. Therefore, all his official positions are hereby revoked, and I, Zhao Gao, along with General Feng Wuxia, am tasked with his arrest and thorough interrogation." Upon concluding his statement, Zhao Gao signaled Feng Wuxia to approach Sun Hong while attempting to soothe him. "I have known Deputy Minister Sun for many years and am well aware of your character. It is likely there has been a misunderstanding, or perhaps you have been manipulated by nefarious individuals. However, as His Majesty has issued a decree, we, as loyal subjects, can only comply. I hope Deputy Minister Sun will not resist, as it would complicate matters and lead to unnecessary casualties. Should there be any grievances, we will ensure they are conveyed to His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Sun Hong felt as though the stone that had been suspended in the air had finally fallen, leaving him both terrified and resigned. He scanned the faces around him, familiar and unfamiliar alike, and with a bitter smile, he said, "In that case, there is no need for Minister Zhao and the esteemed brothers to take action." Chapter 63. The relentless resolve of Minister Sun. As Sun Hong reached this juncture, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. With a graceful flick of his long sleeves and a subtle bend of his elbow, his right hand ascended to his chin. "This is not good." At the moment he uttered those words, Zhao Gao already discerned Sun Hong's intent to end his life, wishing to offer a few words of counsel. Unexpectedly, the seemingly gentle and harmless elder revealed a swift and decisive demeanor, executing his actions with fluidity and precision, as though rehearsed countless times in secrecy. Given Zhao Gao's distance and his own mediocre skills, he was unable to prevent Sun Hong's actions in time. Although the attendants were nimble, they hesitated in the presence of their superior, leaving only the middle-ranking General Feng Wuze prepared from the outset. Typically reticent, he was astute enough to recognize that Sun Hong was no ordinary individual, as beneath the facade of age lay extraordinary martial prowess. Thus, since his appearance, he had remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Sun Hong, quietly advancing several steps in his direction, his toes coiled with latent energy. At the instant Sun Hong raised his hand, Feng Wuze sprang into action, his feet propelling him forward as his hands, fingers splayed like talons, descended upon Sun Hong's upper body with an ominous swiftness. He had observed that Sun Hong's right sleeve was slightly more voluminous than the left, already suspecting that it concealed something within. It now appeared to be a deadly weapon. Sun Hong's fingers brushed against the mechanism, and with a mere press, a concealed dart would be unleashed. Though small, these darts were exceedingly sharp, capable of piercing the skull in an instant, thus delivering a swift release from pain. Yet, Feng Wuze arrived too swiftly. In a critical moment, he seized Sun Hong's right hand with formidable strength, rendering it impossible for him to activate the mechanism. Meanwhile, his other hand, akin to an eagle's claw, lunged toward Sun Hong's shoulder. Should it make contact, it would twist the joint, inflicting excruciating pain that would incapacitate Sun Hong's ability to resist or to take his own life. This grappling technique was a family heirloom of the Feng clan, which had once achieved great military success in Korea and later served the Qin state with notable merit and a lineage of talent. This was the foundation of their legacy. To Feng Wuze's astonishment, Sun Hong was not to be underestimated. Realizing his right hand was restrained and unable to release the dart, he swiftly shifted his left shoulder to evade Feng Wuze's grasp, exhibiting agility that surpassed that of ordinary men. Remarkably, his left hand darted forth like lightning, aiming for Feng Wuze's waist, targeting his sword. As Feng Wuze, caught off guard, reacted with remarkable speed, transforming his claw into a fist, striking directly at Sun Hong's chest in an attempt to force him into evasion. Contrary to expectation, Sun Hong did not dodge. Instead, he thrust out his chest to absorb the blow, blood erupting from his mouth. This immense force, compounded by his prior withdrawal, allowed Sun Hong's right hand to finally break free from Feng Wuze's grip, launching him backward. In mere blinks, he had leapt out of the encirclement of the attendants, but his right hand had been contorted and rendered ineffectual, rendering him incapable of activating the mechanism. "Minister Sun, why must you go to such lengths?" Zhao Gao seized the fleeting moment to call out urgently. "We serve the same sovereign. If there are misunderstandings, they can surely be clarified." "Ha ha ha, clarify?" Sun Hong laughed heartily while striving to restore the dexterity of his fingers. "Though you, Zhao Fuling, are well versed in the laws of Qin, do you think I, Sun Hong, am any less knowledgeable? Given His Majesty's temperament, regardless of how this matter is resolved, I, Sun Hong, fear I would face the most grievous penalties. Be it dismemberment or execution, escape would be impossible." This statement bore truth, for Sun Hong had served longer than anyone present, having witnessed far more than Zhao Gao could refute. With Feng Wuze's earlier assault failing to yield results, he too hesitated to act rashly, fearing it might provoke Sun Hong further. "I implore you, Zhao Fuling, allow the middle-ranking general to convey one final message to His Majesty on my behalf." At long last, Sun Hong's index finger regained some semblance of agility, gripping the mechanism of the concealed dart. He intended to utter the words he had long harbored in his heart before ending his life. "The unification of the Qin under heaven is no trivial feat. His Majesty undoubtedly merits great acclaim. Yet, if he continues to exploit the populace without granting the common people a moment's respite, the downfall of his reign may be imminent. As he reached this juncture, he closed his eyes, poised to activate the mechanism, when he felt a tremendous blow to his back, causing the world to spin. His arm joints were violently dislocated, and under the surge of pain, he collapsed, unconscious. Behind him, two figures clad in black had silently emerged, one dismantling the concealed dart from his arm, while the other searched him thoroughly, yielding no further finds. The stealth of these black-clad individuals, who had approached without Sun Hon's notice, demonstrated their extraordinary lightness of foot, and their seamless cooperation rendered him incapable of self-destruction in an instant. Zhao Gao recognized them clearly. These were the swordsmen from the Black Ice platform, dispatched by Ying Zhang to protect the princess, brothers Qi Di and Qi Er. Were it not for your intervention, this traitorous Sun Hong would have nearly evaded the laws of Qin. Zhao Gao remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the two. Have you come at His Majesty's behest? Qi De, with remarkable speed, had already removed the concealed dart, tossing it to Feng Wuze without lifting his head, stating, the princess indicated that should this Sun Hong be implicated in treason, he would undoubtedly have prepared for the worst. His attendants are all under his command, and in the heat of the moment, they may not respond in time, thus affording him an opportunity. Hence, we were sent to observe and prevent any eventuality. Qi Er continued, rising to survey the guilty expressions of the attendants. He bears no further concealed items, you may detain him, and I am aware of my strength. He shall awaken in about an hour. After completing their task, the brothers Qi turned and swiftly vanished from sight. Zhao Gao, aware of the princess's wisdom, was not overly surprised, yet Feng Wuze, witnessing her cunning for the first time, was astounded by her ability to anticipate and preemptively counter threats. Zhao Fuling, should we not search Sun Hong's tent? The incident involving the minister signified a grave issue for the subordinate of the chief minister. With Ying Wujiu absent, the burden of responsibility now rested heavily upon Feng Wuze. He was apprehensive that, among the thousands of middle-ranking officials, attendants, and ministers present, there might still be accomplices of Sun Hong, potentially leading to a bloody purge. Though Feng Wuze was steadfastly loyal, he could not escape the implications of lax oversight. Prudence was paramount at this moment, and he would heed Zhao Gao's directives. As Zhao Gao, ever astute, discerned the gravity reflected in Feng Wuze's countenance, and thus leaned in to whisper, "Do not fret, General. His Majesty holds you and the Feng family in high regard." Chapter 64 of The Princess's Insight. Everything has transpired as the princess anticipated. Qi Di and Qi Er responded with utmost deference. Had it not been for our concealment, that old rascal Sun Hong would have nearly succeeded. These two, being the most exceptional swordsmen of the Black Ice platform, though not renowned, had accomplished numerous significant deeds in the shadows, eliminating many remnants of the Six States for the internal stability of the Qin Empire. Initially, they were not particularly eager to safeguard the princess. In their view, it was merely a matter of vigilance and guarding, tasks that any of the imperial guards or attendants could manage, especially since the realm was now unified. What unforeseen calamities could possibly arise? Yet, the events that unfolded during this eastern tour left them both alarmed. Had the colossal iron cone truly struck the princess's carriage, their only recourse would have been to atone with their lives. The emergence of Li Xin, coupled with the princess's endorsement and adaptability, astonished Qi Di and Qi Er. They had not fathomed that the princess, so seemingly unassuming, possessed such discernment and magnanimity. Upon receiving orders to monitor Zhao Yan and uncover the forces concealed behind him, their respect for the princess and Li Xin deepened, leading them to believe that being in the princess's company might indeed be the better choice. The discovery of the traitor and the capture of Sun Hong constituted a monumental achievement, surely to be rewarded with promotions and gold. If they could ascend from second-tier swordsman to first-tier, it would be even more splendid. Your efforts are commendable. Ying Xian maintained her usual composed demeanor, her voice soft, yet the two men dared not utter a sound, listening intently. The Black Ice platform will certainly recognize your contributions. I shall also speak on your behalf before my father. Surely, the position of supervisor at the Black Ice platform is within your reach. Qi De and Qi Er were overjoyed at her words. The Black Ice platform boasted over 1,000 members, divided into 6 ranks, with the supervisor being the second tier, a rank above the first-tier swordsman they aspired to, comprising merely 20 individuals, the true core of the organization. We merely act in accordance with your Highness's commands.
All credit belongs to your Highness's guidance, how could we dare claim merit? They both bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude for the princess's recommendation, and continued, should your Highness require our assistance, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost, never faltering. Previously, I found them both rather icy. I scarcely dared to speak to them. After Chida and Chier had departed, and Lan remarked in disbelief, I never imagined they would smile at me just as they were leaving. There is nothing strange about it. Everyone possesses their desires, Ying Xian replied, a slight curve appearing at the corner of her mouth, indicative of her relaxed spirits. Now that father has cast his net, it is likely that within 2 or 3 days, we shall obtain a confession, at which point Li Xian's innocence can be established. At this, she glanced at the expectant Lan and, with a hint of playful sarcasm, added, Chen Hui has performed admirably. What I have promised shall certainly be fulfilled, and your wishes will surely be gratified. Having accompanied the princess for many years, and Lan understood her temperament, such remarks indicated her great contentment, and she, blushing, replied, Your Highness's kindness compels us to repay you with our utmost efforts. However, an unusual incident occurred while Chen Hui was delivering a meal to General Li Xian, which has left him perplexed. Ying Xian paused, taken aback, and asked, could there have been an unforeseen complication? According to Chen Hui, during that time, Lieutenant Lu Sheng happened to be inspecting the area, and he likely noticed something amiss with the steamed buns but chose not to expose it. Moreover, he proactively instructed Chen Hui to deliver the buns, thereby granting him an opportunity to relay information. Following that, Lu Sheng did not revisit the matter, as if it had never transpired. This was precisely what Chen Hui and Lan feared. Could it be that he is deliberately casting a long line to catch a big fish, intending to ensnare the princess? Unexpectedly, after becoming closer to Chen Hui, Lan not only acted with greater decisiveness but also displayed much sharper reasoning. Perhaps this was some mysterious power known as love. Ying Xian nodded slightly in approval, stating, Indeed, you have shown remarkable progress. Your considerations are quite meticulous, yet from my perspective, the likelihood of such a scenario is minimal. For it is not only I who wishes for Li Xian to remain unharmed, but also another, my father. Lu Sheng, as a close aide to Fu Su, would likely surmise this. Even if he were to investigate and uncover your involvement under my direction, what of it? It would merely result in my father's reprimand. Yet, he would have offended me while potentially incurring my father's displeasure, which would be utterly disadvantageous for him. Conversely, if he could discreetly extend a favor at this juncture, I would surely remember it, and it would not yield severe repercussions for Fu Su. Preserving a path for himself, what could be more advantageous? Convey to Chen Hui that there is no need for concern, the steamed buns for Li Xian shall proceed as usual. Ying Xian's gaze was resolute, her certainty unwavering. Lu Sheng will not intervene. And Lan, ever obedient to the princess, recognized that her judgments rarely faltered, thus she felt a wave of relief and retorted somewhat cheekily, if General Li Xian were to learn of how tirelessly the princess has labored for him, forsaking food and rest, I wonder how deeply he would be moved. If I were General Li Xian, I would henceforth be eternally grateful to your Highness, loyal to the core. This statement was half-truth, half-flattery. Nonetheless, it bore a kernel of sincerity, as these days Ying Xian had been troubled, consuming even less than usual, appearing somewhat diminished yet possessing an enchanting allure. However, being a princess, Ying Xian's expression darkened as she admonished, It is my duty to the Qin Empire and my father to safeguard an exceptional general. Such responsibilities require no gratitude from others. And Lan, aware that her words had been somewhat audacious, hastily knelt in contrition, I meant no offense. I only worry for your Highness's well-being. Reflecting on how Lan had diligently assisted her in gathering intelligence and had even risked much to deliver meals, Ying Xian chose not to reproach her harshly. Instead, she imparted earnestly, as the saying goes, troubles arise from careless speech. It is acceptable to speak thus in my presence, but should it reach the ears of those with ill intent, it could incite turmoil. And Lan nodded fervently in agreement, exclaiming, Your Highness's words are indeed profound wisdom. Your magnanimity and composure are unmatched. Not just I, but even the members of the Black Ice Platform are quite subservient before you. Fu Su received news with a speed that lagged only half an hour behind Ying Xian's, as a subordinate from the physician's office reported that Sun Hong had been captured and was being escorted to His Majesty's temporary palace. Will this incident implicate us? Fu Su's first inquiry was directed at the newly appointed advisor, Ma Shuo. Not at all.
Ma Shuo understood that such an answer must be resolute to reassure Fu Su. Although there exists an intersection with Sun Hong, we are ultimately on separate paths.
Neither I nor you possess any incriminating evidence in his possession. Chapter 64. The princess's insight. Everything has transpired as the princess anticipated.
Qi and Qi'er replied with utmost reverence, had we not concealed ourselves in the shadows, that old rogue Sun Hong might have succeeded. Both were the finest swordsmen of the Black Ice platform, though their names were not widely recognized. They had accomplished numerous significant deeds in obscurity, eliminating many remnants of the 6 states for the internal stability of the Great Qin. Initially, they were not particularly enthusiastic about protecting the princess. To them, it was merely a matter of vigilance and guard duty, tasks that the imperial troops in attendance could easily handle, especially since the realm was now unified. What unforeseen events could possibly arise, however, this eastern expedition had brought forth occurrences that rendered them both alarmed and astonished. Had the colossal iron spike truly struck the princess's carriage, their only recourse would have been to offer their lives in atonement.
The emergence of Li Xian and the subsequent recommendations and adjustments made by the princess left Qi and Qi'er utterly astonished. They had not realized the princess possessed such profound insight and breadth of vision.
Once they were assigned to monitor Zhao Yan and unearth the hidden forces behind him, their respect for both the princess and Li Xian deepened, leading them to believe that remaining by the princess's side might indeed be the wisest choice. The discovery of the traitor and the capture of Sun Hong constituted a monumental achievement, and promotions along with rewards were undoubtedly forthcoming. Should they ascend from second-tier swordsman to first-tier, it would be even more splendid.
Your efforts are greatly appreciated.
Ying Xian maintained her usual serene demeanor, her voice soft, yet both men dared not breathe a word, listening intently. This matter will certainly be credited to the Black Ice platform. I shall also speak on your behalf before my father. Surely, the position of monitor at the Black Ice platform is within reach. Upon hearing this, Qi and Qi'er were filled with joy. The Black Ice platform boasted over 1,000 members, divided into 6 ranks, with the monitor being the second highest. This rank surpassed even that of the first-tier swordsman they aspired to, with only about 20 individuals in that esteemed category, truly the core of the organization. We merely act in accordance with your Highness's commands. All our achievements are owed to your Highness's guidance. How could we presume to claim any credit? They both bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude for the princess's endorsement, and continued, should your Highness have any directives, we shall exert our utmost efforts and never falter. I used to find them both rather cold and unapproachable, hardly daring to converse with them, and Lan remarked incredulously once Qi and Qi'er had departed, I never expected them to smile at me just before leaving. There's nothing unusual about that. Everyone possesses their desires, Ying Xian replied, a slight curve appearing at the corner of her mouth, revealing her ease of spirit. Now that my father has cast his net, I suspect it won't be long before we obtain a confession, which will vindicate Li Xian. At this, she glanced at the eagerly expectant Lan and, with a hint of playful sarcasm, remarked, Chen Hui has performed admirably. What I promised shall certainly come to pass, fulfilling your wishes. And Lan, who had accompanied the princess for many years, understood her temperament. Her words indicated a buoyant mood, so she did not hesitate to blush and say, Your Highness's kindness shall surely be repaid with our utmost efforts. However, while Chen Hui was delivering a meal to General Li Xian, a peculiar incident occurred that left him utterly perplexed. Ying Xian paused, her expression momentarily taken aback. Could there have been some unforeseen complication? According to Chen Hui, at that moment, the officer Lu Sheng happened to be on inspection duty. He likely sensed something amiss with the steamed buns but chose not to reveal it. Not only that, he even instructed Chen Hui to deliver the buns, granting him an opportunity to relay information. Afterward, Lu Sheng did not revisit the matter, as if it had never transpired. This was precisely the concern shared by Chen Hui and Lan. Could he be deliberately playing a long game to ensnare the princess? And Lan, having grown more decisive in her actions and thoughts since her acquaintance with Chen Hui, reflected on the mysterious power often referred to as love. Ying Xian nodded slightly in approval, acknowledging, You have indeed made considerable progress. Your considerations are quite thorough. However, from my perspective, the likelihood of that scenario is slim. For it is not only I who wishes for Li Xian's safety. There is another, my father, as Lu Sheng serves as Fusa's personal officer, he is likely able to surmise this. Even if he were to investigate and uncover that you are all acting under my orders, what of it? It would merely result in my father's reprimands, yet, he would have offended me and potentially displeased my father, a loss far outweighing any gain for him. On the contrary, should he choose to quietly extend a favor at this juncture, I shall surely remember it. For Fusu, the consequences would be negligible, allowing him to secure a retreat for himself. Why would he not seize the opportunity? Convey to Chen Hui that he need not worry about this matter. He should proceed with delivering the steamed buns to Li Xian as usual. Ying Xian's gaze was resolute, her conviction unwavering. Lu Shang will not intervene. And Lan had always heeded the princess's words, and the evidence of her judgments rarely proved erroneous allowed her to relax, retorting with a hint of sarcasm, if General Li Xian were to learn of how diligently the princess has labored for him, forsaking food and rest, I wonder how deeply he would be moved. Were I General Li Xian, I would thereafter hold the princess in eternal gratitude and unwavering loyalty. While this statement was half-truth, it was not entirely insincere. In recent days, Ying Xian had been troubled, eating less than usual, her demeanor appearing somewhat diminished yet imbued with a captivating charm. However, being a princess, Ying Xian's countenance darkened as she admonished, I serve the great Qin and concern myself for my father. Safeguarding an exceptional general is my duty, there is no need for gratitude from others. And Lan realized her words had crossed a line, promptly kneeling in apology, I meant no offense, I merely worry for your highness's well-being. Reflecting on how Lan had tirelessly assisted her in gathering intelligence and risked much to ensure Chen Hui delivered meals, Ying Xian was disinclined to chastise her too severely. Instead, she offered a heartfelt warning, as the saying goes, trouble often arises from careless words. While it is acceptable to speak thus before me, should it reach the ears of those with ill intent, it could stir a tempest. And Lan nodded repeatedly in admiration, your highness's words are indeed sagacious. Your grace and composure are unparalleled, not only I, but even those of the Black Ice platform show utmost deference before you. Fusu received news with a speed only slightly lagging behind Ying Xian's, as a physician's assistant reported that Sun Hong had been captured and was being escorted to His Majesty's residence. Will this matter implicate us? This was Fusu's first inquiry, directed at the newly appointed advisor Mao Shua. Not at all. Mao Shua understood that this response must be resolute to reassure Fusu, though Sun Hong and we have crossed paths, we are ultimately on separate paths. Neither I nor you possess any incriminating evidence in his possession. Chapter 65. The Ice Heart Technique. Moreover, how should Li Xian be dealt with? Fusu anticipated that if Sun Hong confessed, it would undoubtedly eliminate any suspicion surrounding Li Xian, thus allowing him to extricate himself unscathed and regain Ying Zhang's trust. Given the methods they employed to torment Li Xian during his imprisonment, it was certain that resentment would fester within him, potentially becoming a significant future threat. Mao Shua also considered this aspect, yet due to the pressing state affairs, he had been tirelessly assisting Fusu, while the captain in charge of the custody, El Shang, had not come to report. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly remarked, I did not expect the Emperor to act so swiftly and accurately, far exceeding our expectations, capturing the key figure right away, likely thanks to the influence of the Black Ice platform. However, Li Xian has been confined for quite some time. By my calculations, he must be nearing his breaking point. A strange and chilling glint flashed in Mao Shua's eyes. Perhaps we should give him one final push. Sir, you must not. Fusu hastily interjected. Though my father has tacitly approved of our actions, he would never wish to see Li Xian perish here, especially once his innocence is proven. We cannot take such risks. The Emperor's trust is of greater significance compared to the potential troubles Li Xian may pose in the future. Upon hearing this, Ma Shua did not express anger, rather, a look of satisfaction crossed his face as he praised, your insight, my lord, is indeed profound. Should Li Xian perish at our hands, it would not only reflect poorly on the Emperor but would also incite considerable sympathy for him within the Qin army, resulting in a net loss. Then what exactly do you propose, sir? Ma Shua reined in his smile and whispered, while the ice heart technique of my family may not be widely known, it is indeed a remarkable skill, possessing the ability to numb and obstruct the meridians. Given Li Xian's mastery of the true qi of Xianyang,
the Ice Heart technique should normally be ineffective against him.
Ma Shuo continued, somewhat smugly, however, now that he is in a state of extreme weakness, should he be subjected to a blast of my icy energy, he may not withstand it. Once the flow of his blood and qi is stilled, it will take less than half a day for him to lose his martial prowess entirely. Those with poor luck may even lose their sanity, becoming nothing more than a shell of a person. This was Fu Su's first encounter with the wonders of the Ice Heart technique, causing him to lean forward involuntarily, asking intently, in that case, does this not leave a trace behind?
Do not worry, my lord.
The effects of the Ice Heart technique will dissipate from the meridians after 3 hours, meaning no one will ever discover it.
That is splendid. Fu Su nodded repeatedly, feeling quite satisfied.
This way, they would both avert any potential retaliation from Li Xian in the future and leave Ying Zheng with no grounds for complaint, as such incidents are not uncommon with prisoners. There is no time to waste. Given the methods employed by the Emperor and the Black Ice Platform, I estimate that Sun Hong will not last through today. At the latest, a decree will arrive by tomorrow.
Then I must trouble you, sir. Fu Su clasped his hands in respect.
This must remain a closely guarded secret. Should any of the guards harbor suspicions, they must be dealt with ruthlessly.
At that moment, Fu Su was devoid of his usual elegance and benevolence, replaced instead by an aura of lethal intent.
When Ma Shuo arrived at Li Xian's tent of confinement, the afternoon sun had already passed its zenith. He did not enter immediately but beckoned to one of the military officers, inquiring, how has Li Xian's condition been these past few days?
Has there been any irregularity?
The officer, Chen Huai, quickly bowed and replied, rest assured, my lord, we have adhered strictly to your and the young master's orders regarding provisions and inspections, with no deviation whatsoever.
Li Xian has appeared exceedingly weak these days. Though he sits cross-legged, he merely clings to life by sheer will, not to mention us, even the slightest push from an outsider could topple him.
Ma Shuo nodded in satisfaction, feeling that everything was under control. He glanced at the respectful Chen Huai and, lowering his voice, instructed, I have a confidential matter to discuss with Li Xian, you must not let this leak, step back with your men. Chen Huai felt a shiver run down his spine. Although news of Sun Hong's capture had yet to reach them, he sensed from Ma Shuo's demeanor that a significant action was imminent. He quickly moved to the front of the tent and waved to summon over a dozen personal guards. Following Ma Shuo's directive, they dispersed at a distance, ensuring they could not overhear the happenings within the tent while also maintaining an effective guard. Ah, this Chen Huai is quite perceptive and diligent. He is no less capable than El Shang and indeed a valuable aide. Ma Shuo was quite pleased with Chen Huai's conduct but failed to notice that he had inadvertently stomped his feet in a certain spot near the tent, signaling Li Xian of an impending development. Having received nourishment in the form of dried meat and ginseng these past few days, Li Xian had regained some vitality, and with the innate energy being stirred, his Shenyang true qi had even experienced a breakthrough during his confinement, entering a state of doing nothing yet achieving everything. Thus, he immediately retracted his breath and energy, concealing his Shenyang true qi deep within his meridians, adopting an appearance of utter exhaustion. To Ma Shuo, who had just stepped into the tent, Li Xian seemed exactly as described by Chen Huai. Pale as paper, breath faint, and his form precariously on the brink of collapse.
General Li Xian, how have you come to this state?
Under Ma Shuo's repeated calls and gentle shakes, Li Xian finally managed to open his eyes a crack, as if struggling to recognize the figure before him, his complexion appearing even more ashen. With a hoarse voice, he uttered, Li Xian is innocent. Even these 4 simple words seemed to drain him of all strength, leaving him nearly breathless. It was evident that Li Xian was indeed in a state of utter weakness. Ma Shuo felt a surge of delight within but maintained a facade of gentleness, sighing, how could it be that in just a few short days, General Li Xian has become so haggard? It must be due to the negligence of my subordinates. I shall ensure they are punished severely. Li Xian's expression remained indifferent, though he was uncertain of this visitor's intentions. He sensed that it could not bode well. Thus, he continued to feign weakness, remaining silent. As Ma Shuo sighed, he placed a hand on Li Xian's shoulder, injecting a faint stream of true qi to probe within Li Xian's body.
If Li Xian were in his usual state, this energy would be devoured in an instant by the Shenyang true qi, yet at this moment, it traversed as if in an uninhabited realm, the once mighty Shenyang true qi now utterly absent.
Only then did Ma Shuo feel completely reassured, secretly channeling the ice heart technique, injecting 3 streams of extremely cold true qi into Li Xian's meridians, completely obstructing them. Li Xian's face contorted in agony, emitting incoherent sounds, yet he could not lift a single finger before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Chapter 66. Drawing a pie. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Shuo felt completely at ease. He gently clapped his hands and leaned towards Li Xian's ear, whispering, "I have splendid news for you. His Majesty has apprehended the true conspirator behind the assassination plot, and you shall soon be free. However, it is a pity that even if you are released, you will merely be a shell of your former self. I hope His Majesty, in light of your past contributions, will grant you gold to return home for recuperation. You were once a noble steed, and I can be likened to a discerning trainer, yet you remain unutilized, and thus it must be." After finishing his words, he let out 3 hearty laughs and exited, casually remarking to Chen Huai, "I believe General Li Xian is on the verge of collapse. You should hurry and check on him." With that, he strode away. Chen Huai, taken aback, rushed inside and discovered Li Xian, his complexion ashen, sprawled on the ground. Just as he was about to assist him, he heard Li Xian's faint yet resolute voice, "Do not move yet. I must first address the hidden dangers within me." In truth, Li Xian's abandonment of his defensive true energy was not without considerable risk. Had Ma Shuo recklessly targeted his heart with chilling energy, he would undoubtedly have suffered grave injuries. Yet, he trusted his own judgment until the truth was revealed. He remained the newly appointed lieutenant, a commander of the court. No matter how much Fu Su and Ma Shuo loathed him, they would not immediately resort to lethal measures, leaving behind evidence. As he anticipated, Ma Shuo did not strike at his vital points but instead obstructed 3 strands of true energy at critical junctions of his meridians. Should they remain blocked for a while longer, it would lead to severe repercussions. As the exceptionally pure Xianyang true energy coursed through his meridians, the 2 strands of energy from the ice heart technique melted away as if snow meeting sunlight, vanishing without a trace. The most stubborn and powerful strand of true energy lingered at the crucial point of the governing vessel. With a thought, Li Xian chose not to disperse it entirely but rather to encase it with his true energy, preserving it within his body. Although he was uncertain of the significance of this action, it felt as though an unseen hand was guiding him. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Huai, vigilantly watching over Li Xian, noted that his complexion gradually regained its color and his breathing became even and steady, allowing him to relax. Li Xian informed him that His Majesty had captured the mastermind behind the plot and that he would soon be free, which brought Chen Huai great joy, as the anxiety of the past days had been burdensome. "However, for the next couple of days, I must feign a state of near death. This will allow Fu Su and the others to lower their guard and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Do you understand my intent?" Chen Huai, quick-witted, promptly replied, "Rest assured, General, I will publicly declare that you have suddenly lost your voice and are in a critical state, requesting that a physician be summoned." Li Xian nodded in satisfaction and concluded, "This escape from calamity is largely thanks to you, my brother. I shall be sure to repay your kindness in the future." Chen Huai smiled without speaking and chose not to linger, so as not to arouse suspicion, nodding as he exited the tent. "What is it? Could it be that Li Xian has developed some urgent ailment?" Though these personal guards were under Fu Su's command, they harbored great respect for Li Xian and inquired with concern. "Of course, the performance must be thorough." Chen Huai sighed and shook his head. "His complexion is dreadful, and his breath is faint. He may not endure much longer. Once the lieutenant returns, he should fetch a physician to examine him." After the physician's diagnosis, it was concluded that Li Xian's meridians were blocked, his vital energy and blood depleted, and his consciousness clouded, a critical condition with no remedy. Upon receiving this news, both Fu Su and Ma Shuo breathed a sigh of relief, while Wang Li, who frequently conversed with Fu Su after recovering from his injuries, was positively beaming. "This fellow will not be able to bounce back for long. Even if he survives, there is no way he can continue as a lieutenant." The mere thought of Li Xian's repeated provocations filled Wang Li with rage, and at last, his desires seemed fulfilled. Ma Shuo understood his sentiments and chuckled. With this cautionary tale before them, it is likely no one will dare to challenge General Wang Li again. "My lord, would you not agree?" "Indeed. General Wang Li is the backbone of our Qin army. It is only natural for him to hold the position of lieutenant," Fu Su declared, fully aware of what to say at that moment, smiling as he promised, "Once this matter is resolved, I will arrange for several esteemed officials to recommend General Wang Li for the lieutenant position to my father.
Just await the good news."
Wang Li rose to bow, saying, "I am deeply grateful for your support, my lord, and I shall not disappoint you." This was precisely what Fu Su and Mao Shuo wished to hear. As long as Wang Li was secured, Wang Ben would naturally align with their side, yet, Wang Li did not finish his thought. He bowed again, saying, "I have long held an admiration for Princess Pulu, and I think of her day and night, finding it difficult to rest. I beseech you, my lord, to fulfill my heartfelt wish."
Wang Li's desire to marry Ying Xian was almost an open secret. Initially, Ying Zhang had wavered between granting and withholding permission.
If Fu Su and the others spoke more favorably, the chances of success were considerable. Fu Su intentionally arranged for the two to have more opportunities to interact, yet regrettably, Ying Xian seemed perpetually indifferent to Wang Li, her words sparse and her demeanor distant, leaving him feeling quite dispirited.
Moreover, with Li Xian's sudden rise to prominence, gaining considerable attention, Ying Xian's attitude towards him was evidently different, which instilled a profound sense of crisis in Wang Li and indirectly affected Wang Ben.
This explains why the Wang father and son, despite knowing that Li Xian was likely wrongfully accused, chose to ignore it, allowing Fu Su, Ma Shuo, and the others to handle the matter. This was quite rare for the domineering Wang Ben, who regarded the Qin army as his own backyard, unwilling to let others meddle. Fu Su chuckled lightly, affectionately clasping Wang Li's sturdy shoulder and sincerely stating, "Although our ranks differ, I have always considered you as a brother of a different surname. As long as it is within my power, I shall spare no effort." "However, the matter of Xian is rather complicated," Fu Su said, catching Ma Shuo's meaningful glance and deliberately speaking slowly. "You know, while Xian is exceptionally beautiful and extraordinarily intelligent, her temperament is quite fiery, and she possesses high standards, garnering our father's favor." At this point, Fu Su shook his head in slight embarrassment. "In our father's eyes, her status may even surpass ours as princes. If she is unwilling, it is likely that even our father would not wish to force a marriage. Indeed, General Wang Li, this matter does pose a challenge for my lord."
Mao Shuo quickly interjected, "In matters of love, mutual affection is paramount. There is little that outsiders can do."
At this juncture, the conversation had already darkened Wang Li's expression, yet Ma Shuo continued as if oblivious, "I have noticed that Princess Pula seems to harbor some fondness for Li Xian. It is said that the two have met privately, and His Majesty has not imposed any severe punishment. Perhaps His Majesty would also be pleased to see this come to fruition."
Chapter 67.
Years of hatred. He is nothing but a heretical rogue, given to grandiloquence. Were it not for His Majesty's magnanimity, the culpability of having squandered the elite forces of 200,000 from the Qin state would merit execution 10 times over. Wang Li, whose very name ignited flames of fury, found himself further provoked by Fu Su and Mao Shuo, his anger boiling over as he retorted, "My grandfather and father, when commanding troops, exhibited true strategic acumen and decisive leadership."
"That is indeed the case."
Fu Su, aiming to provoke him while avoiding any misstep, smiled as he remarked, "Were it not for the valor of Generals Wang Jian and Wang Ben, the unification of the Qin would have been delayed by at least a decade. This is a truth acknowledged by both His Majesty and the court." Each time Wang Li heard praises for the Wang family's achievements, a look of delight spread across his face, his pride unmistakable, as if he were the very embodiment of his ancestors. Seizing the moment, Ma Shuo skillfully added, "General Wang Li harbors a deep affection for Princess Pulu, a sentiment as evident as the sun in the sky. Young Master Fu Su, considering the illustrious contributions of the Wang family over 3 generations, would surely not stand idly by." Wang Li was taken aback, but upon seeing Fu Su nodding with a smile, he grasped the implication of Ma Shuo's words. He immediately knelt and declared, "If young master can fulfill my long-held wish, Wang Li shall willingly serve as a vanguard, and the entire Wang family will be eternally grateful. Should I fail to uphold this vow, I shall perish by the sword." This was precisely what Fu Su and Mao Shuo were waiting for. Their reluctance to immediately acquiesce was merely a strategy to elicit such a pledge from Wang Li. Delighted at his solemn vow, Fu Su helped him to his feet. While feigning reproach, he said, "There is no need for such grand gestures, none at all. Even if Li Xian survives this ordeal, he shall be rendered a cripple. How could my father, who treasures Xian heir so dearly, ever consent to her marrying beneath her? Historically, beautiful women are drawn to heroes. Although Xian heir possesses a proud spirit, once brother Wang Li attains the rank of lieutenant and achieves great deeds, her favor shall naturally gravitate towards you, and everything will fall into place. Ma Shua nodded in agreement, adding, when the time comes, General Wan Li may request the old general to propose, and His Majesty would surely grant permission. These sentiments brought a smile to Wang Li's face as he expressed his gratitude to both men, each party obtaining what they desired, and all three reveling in a shared sense of joy. Upon awakening, the minister's Sun Hong seemed to have reached a realization. Without waiting for Zhao Gao to inquire, he began speaking at a rapid pace, so swift that even the fastest scribe struggled to keep up. Though I was born in the land of Qin, my ancestors hailed from the merchant class of Qi. My forebear was wrongfully accused of being a spy for the Six States while trading in Qin, leading to his imprisonment and eventual death from humiliation. This incident, though long past, was familiar to Zhao Gao, who recalled it from the time when the Six States united against Qin, and merchants in Xianyang, fearing the fall of Qin, spread rumors, causing market turmoil and hoarding grain in a conspiracy. In the face of such peril, drastic measures were taken, resulting in the apprehension of numerous merchants from the Six States, many of whom were indeed spies, all executed without mercy. Yet, amidst the chaos, some innocents were wrongfully condemned, and a few perished in prison before the truth could be uncovered. It was surprising to learn of Sun Hong's background, prompting Zhao Gao to frown and instruct his subordinates to investigate further, subsequently pressing, that incident occurred several decades ago, likely during the reign of King Zhaoxiang. How is it relevant to His Majesty? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Sun Hong, aware of his impending demise, let go of all restraint, laughing heartily, prompting a few guards to intervene, only to be halted by Zhao Gao. All of this is the result of the tyrannical Qin's sins. No matter who is in power, they cannot escape this guilt. Sun Hong's laughter subsided, his gaze turning fierce, starkly contrasting with the amiable persona Zhao Gao had known. My family, having adopted false identities, settled in Xianyang, and through my own talents, coupled with a modicum of luck, I have persevered to achieve my current status, which is no small feat. Yet, the desire for vengeance has never waned. Thus, I sought opportunities to approach you, the minister Zhao, in hopes of finding a chance for retribution. His words, though delivered plainly, startled Zhao Gao, revealing the depth of Sun Hong's scheming. However, Minister Zhao is known for his clear distinction between public and private matters, and his vigilance is remarkably high. He remains tight-lipped about court and palace affairs, which has prevented me from discovering a suitable opportunity. Sun Hong's tone carried a hint of regret, yet there was also a subtle acknowledgement of Zhao Gao's capabilities. Fortuitously, during this eastern tour, Ing Wujia was incapacitated by illness and authorized me to act in his stead alongside Feng Wuze, granting me a serendipitous opportunity. These revelations seem to have been long held within him, now spilling forth with fervor, uninterrupted by hesitation. I contacted assassins, instructing them to lie in ambush at Balangsha, and when the imperial entourage arrived, I signaled them to inform them of His Majesty's presence. Alas, I did not anticipate that Li Xian would emerge for reasons unknown, thus thwarting my meticulously planned scheme, leading to its untimely failure. Wait a moment. Seizing the opportunity as Sun Hong sighed, Zhao Gao pressed on, how did you manage to make contact with Lord Songhai? Who were those two assassins, and what is the nature of your relationship with Zhao Yan, the personal guard of Li Xian? Upon hearing this, Sun Hong involuntarily paused, then responded with calmness, Lord Songhai has long-standing ties with my ancestors. We have been in contact for quite some time, united by a shared vision. As for the two assassins, I cannot disclose their names, it is up to you to uncover that. His tone carried a hint of self-satisfaction. Humph, playing coy and assuming yourself clever. Zhao Gao finally found an opportunity to counter, interrogating, one is a mighty warrior from Qi, and the other is Zhang Liang, a scion of the Han aristocracy, is that not correct? Impressive, indeed. Sun Hong's eyes flickered as he spoke with a hint of resignation. Our original plan was to create confusion and instability in governance, yet you still managed to uncover it. Given this, why must you continue to interrogate me? Simply execute me with due process, lingqi or dismemberment? Zhao Gao, seasoned in the ways of the world, was not swayed by Sun Hong's bravado. He pressed relentlessly, the manner of your punishment is dictated by the laws of Qin, and does not require your concern. However, there remains one question unanswered. What is your relationship with Li Xian's personal guard, Zhao Yan? What role did he play in this affair?
Do not claim ignorance.
Zhao Gao preemptively cut off any attempts at evasion. The Black Ice Terrace discovered your connection with him while tracking him. Since you have already admitted to conspiracies against the state, why not share this matter as well? It would facilitate my case and spare you some physical suffering. What do you say? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Sun Hong let out a long sigh. I never imagined that the Black Ice Terrace would track down a mere personal guard. Fate has proven unpredictable, and my oversight has led to this predicament. Chapter 68. The Pillar Collision. Zhao Yan originally hailed from Hainshan County, but as the flames of war raged on, he could no longer remain in his homeland. His ancestors fortuitously crossed paths with my forebears, and thus, they accompanied us into Qin to engage in commerce. Though their titles were master and servant, in truth, they were akin to family. It was the very year when the 6 states united to besiege Hangzhou Pass that, amidst the chaos of the government capturing people in Xianyang, my ancestor allowed the Zhao family to escape first, thereby evading disaster, while he himself met with an untimely death. Therefore, the Zhao family has always remembered this act of salvation, perpetually seeking to repay the debt of gratitude. This is why Zhao Yan and I have long been acquainted. It could even be said that it was I who suggested he remain by Li Xian's side as a trusted guard. As Sun Hong spoke, he cast a triumphant glance at the stern-faced Zhao Gao and declared with pride, after the unification of the 6 states, no one held any regard for Li Xian, who had offended Wang Jian, yet I do not share that sentiment. This man possesses exceptional valor and military prowess, exhibiting a talent for warfare that is both elusive and audacious, making him a rare gem among generals. Should the Qin dynasty face internal strife or external threats in the future, he will undoubtedly serve as a pillar of strength, akin to a white jade column supporting the heavens, or a purple gold beam spanning the seas. Zhao Gao silently admired Sun Hong. Though he appeared unremarkable, he was astutely attuned to the political climate of the court and possessed an uncommon foresight. It is worth noting that prior to this, Zhao Gao had evaluated nearly all the officials in the court in search of an aide for Prince Hu Hai, yet he had failed to recognize Li Xian's true worth. And on the eve of my decisive confrontation with Lord Sun Hai, I found myself inexplicably concerned that Li Xian might thwart my plans. It is somewhat amusing to think that Li Xian, the commander of the rear troops, remained over 100 miles away from the royal carriage, and yet I harbored such a worry. With a self-deprecating smile, Sun Hong continued, thus, I instructed Zhao Yan to devise a means to prevent this eventuality. The Sun family had rendered him a favor, and he naturally complied, administering poison to Li Xian, who, it is said, was seen succumbing to its effects and collapsing. Afterward, he informed me that he believed Li Xian had perished. Little did he expect that mere moments later, Li Xian would rise again, his demeanor markedly altered, determined to venture to Balangsha. So, you are suggesting that Zhao Yan's actions were all under your directive, including the act of framing Li Xian by implicating him in an assassination plot. Without hesitation, Sun Hong nodded and affirmed, indeed. Angered by these developments, I had heard rumors of assassins infiltrating the camp to rescue him, and thus I devised this trap, rendering Li Xian unable to defend himself.
Heard rumors? Are you implying that these assassins have no connection to you, or that you do not recognize them?
Precisely. At this, Zhao Gao's lips curled into a cold smirk as he reprimanded, Sun Hong, I respect you as a senior official of the same court, yet you wish to deceive me. Sun Hong maintained his composure and retorted, Director Zhao, why do you say such things? I have already confessed to the grave crime of treason, how could I possibly deceive you over these trivial details? Before those assassins attempted to rescue the prisoner, it was Zhao Yan who killed the messenger and fabricated military orders.
Zhao Gao slammed the table and demanded, if you and the assassins were not in collusion, how could the timing have been so precise? What is the true origin of those impostors posing as the Imperial Guard? Are you not willing to divulge that?
Sun Hong shook his head, defending himself, I genuinely do not know the origins of those individuals, they may very well be enemies of the Qin. I merely acted upon what I had heard and sought to manipulate the timing of the military orders to align with them. Zhao Gao's eyes flickered with a ghostly light, and his voice grew colder. Heard rumors? From whom did you hear such whispers? For the first time, Sun Hong fell silent, his gaze deepening as he shook his head and stated, Director Zhao, I have revealed all that I know. Whether it concerns the conspiracy to assassinate His Majesty or instigating Zhao Yan to frame Li Xian, these matters are sufficient to convict you and require accountability to Ying Zhang. As for anything beyond this, I am completely ignorant. Though he spoke with an air of indifference, Zhao Gao perceived a resolute conviction in Sun Hong's eyes, realizing that he had made up his mind not to reveal any further truths. Nevertheless, he sought to test the waters once more and inquired, "If I could ensure the safety of your family, would you be willing to disclose the source of those rumors?" Upon hearing Zhao Gao's proposition, Sun Hong burst into laughter, gasping for breath as he replied, "While I may not match Director Zhao's stature, I possess some knowledge of Qin law.
Such treasonous crimes would naturally implicate 9 generations of one's family.
As for my relatives, they had already concealed themselves before I departed from Xianyang. Should you find them, it would merely be their ill fate.
One can only say that it is the will of heaven."
Zhao Gao's expression darkened as he hesitated, contemplating whether to employ torture to extract information from Sun Hong. His indecision was plainly visible to Sun Hong. With a silent sigh, it appeared that he had resolved to take drastic measures. He gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength, crashing into the nearby pillar. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone present. Throughout the interrogation, Sun Hong had remained exceedingly mild-mannered, answering every inquiry with composure, as though engaged in a casual conversation rather than a formal interrogation. In such circumstances, even the shrewd Zhao Gao did not foresee that after revealing the majority of the information, Sun Hong would suddenly resort to self-immolation. Fortunately, the military officer closest to Sun Hong reacted swiftly, seizing his collar to mitigate the force of his collision with the pillar. A loud thud echoed as Sun Hong's once grey hair was drenched in crimson, a deep gash opening on his forehead, blood gushing forth. Zhao Gao immediately ordered the military medics to render aid. Amidst the ensuing chaos, they finally managed to staunch the bleeding, yet Sun Hong had already lapsed into a deep coma, lingering between life and death. In light of this dire situation, the interrogation could not possibly continue, and Zhao Gao, with no other option, had no choice but to present the nearly complete record to Ying Zhang. "Your servant failed to anticipate the treacherous Sun Hong's act of self-destruction during the interrogation, resulting in the incomplete capture of the entire truth. I beseech your Majesty to impose a severe penalty."
Ying Zhang unfurled the lengthy bamboo scroll in his hand, scrutinizing it intently, devoid of any expression of anger, instead inquiring, "Have the matters Sun Hong spoke of been verified? Including his background, his connection to Zhao Yan, and his interactions with Lord Songhai and others?"
Zhao Gao let out a sigh of relief, knowing the emperor's focus, and bowed low. "Upon my investigation and comparison, all aligns closely with the facts. Even Zhao Yan's denunciation document matches Sun Hong's handwriting remarkably, confirming it to be authored by Sun Hong himself."
Chapter 69. The conclusion. Ying Zhang nodded and remarked, "It appears that Sun Hong is indeed the mastermind behind the assassination plot at Balangsha, orchestrating the internal and external connections to obfuscate the truth, is he not?"
Zhao Gao hastily bowed and responded, "Your Majesty, based on Sun Hong's current testimony, it largely aligns with the facts, leading us to this conclusion.
General Li Xian has also been confirmed to be innocent.
However, despite divulging everything, he refuses to reveal the true identity and origins of the assassin impersonating the Imperial Guard, which is quite perplexing. Moreover, although Sun Hong claims to harbor a grudge against the Qin, his reasoning seems somewhat tenuous. It is highly probable that he is willing to sacrifice his own life to protect certain individuals of greater significance." Ying Zhang neither expressed agreement nor dissent, his gaze becoming unfocused as it lingered on the desiccated branches of the trees outside the hall, seemingly lost in thought. Zhao Gao knelt for quite some time without receiving a word from Ying Zhang, and then took the initiative to speak. "This old servant believes we should continue the investigation, capturing all those involved, thus we may." He initially intended to conclude with "achieve a permanent resolution," but was interrupted by Ying Zhang's voice.
"I am currently on an eastern tour.
The handling of such a major assassination case must be swift and decisive, without delay."
Ying Zhang, somewhat impatient, waved his hand and declared, "Let us conclude the case with Sun Hong as the mastermind, based on his prior testimony." "Conclude the case?"
Zhao Gao expressed disbelief. This was not in line with Ying Zhang's usual approach, which was characterized by relentless pursuit and thorough eradication of evil. Of course, Zhao Gao had his own ulterior motives, as he believed there were others behind Sun Hong, likely individuals closely related to the throne. Since Prince Huhai was not implicated, whatever the final outcome, it would be advantageous for him and Prince Huhai's future, eliminating a potential enemy. If furthermore, should the investigation delve deeper, it would undoubtedly implicate a vast number of people, allowing Zhao Gao to exploit his power for various schemes. However, he understood Ing Zheng's temperament. Given the emperor's stance, any further opposition would likely result in a reprimand, or worse, punishment, so he resigned himself to silence. Convey my decree: the principal offender, Sun Hong, has been apprehended. Publicize his crimes, and once he awakens, he shall be subjected to dismemberment. Exterminate his entire clan. Zhao Yan has framed the court's generals with treasonous intent. Exterminate his entire clan. Li Xian is without fault and shall be released to present himself before me. This decree merely addressed Sun Hong and Zhao Yan, while releasing Li Xian, giving the appearance of a hasty resolution, which stirred Zhao Gao's suspicions, prompting him to inquire, "Does your majesty have any further orders?" At this prompt, Ing Zheng seemed to recall something and added, "Issue another decree to the Shanchuan commandery, instructing Li Yu to ascertain the identities of those assassins and their associates within a month." Zhao Gao departed to fulfill the order. Ing Zheng observed his retreating figure, his expression profoundly complex. He had already discerned that this servant intended to manipulate the assassination case for his own gain. Had he dared to speak further, he would have been subjected to severe punishment. Fortunately, Zhao Gao was astute enough to evade disaster, while others might remain oblivious. Ing Zhang was acutely aware that Sun Hong had been promoted by the Minister of Medicine, Ing Wujiu, with whom he shared a close relationship. Coincidentally, just before this tour, the robust Ing Wujiu had fallen ill, providing Sun Hong the opportunity to act. Complicating matters further, Sun Hong had been recommended to Ing Wujiu by the former Chancellor Wang Wan, who maintained inextricable ties with the assassins lurking in Shanchuan commandery. The situation was so intricate that even the iron-fisted Ing Zheng found it somewhat challenging. Should a thorough investigation ensue, igniting a firestorm around Ing Wujiu and Wang Wan, it would undoubtedly lead to tremendous turmoil, and he even feared that chaos might erupt in Xianyang. Perhaps it was best to eliminate Sun Hong and offer a sense of reassurance to those involved. Everything could wait until the Eastern tour concluded and he returned to Xianyang to meticulously plan. Even during this journey, he had sensed the peculiarities surrounding Fu Su and Mao Shua. Their harsh treatment of Li Xian during the interrogation had not escaped his notice. While he did not oppose Fu Su's more severe methods, he refrained from intervening, yet he felt disappointed by their limited vision and narrow-mindedness in forming alliances. Moreover, with Li Si, Li Yu, and others such as Wang Ben and Wang Li, all significant figures in the Qin and closely related, each had their own agendas, compelling Ing Zheng to preemptively guard against them. The only reason this matter could yield a somewhat reasonable conclusion was due to the clandestine meeting between Li Xian and Ing Xian. A faint smile graced Ing Zheng's lips as he murmured to himself, "Xianer was right. This fellow truly possesses great fortune." What pleased Ing Zheng most was that during the interrogation, despite enduring physical and mental torment, Li Xian had steadfastly refrained from disclosing his meeting with Ing Xian and their agreement, thus safeguarding this secret and fulfilling part of Ing Zheng's objectives. "It seems I must employ him more frequently in the future." While Ing Zheng pondered, the Interior Minister, Meng Tian, hurried in, breathless and agitated, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Li Xian's breath is weak. He seems to be on the brink of death." "What?" Ing Zheng leapt to his feet, urgently inquiring, "What has happened?" Li Xian has only been deprived of food for a few days. With his physique, he should not be reduced to this state. His insistence stemmed from the fact that among the guards watching over Li Xian were his own spies, who could consistently monitor his condition. Just a day prior, word had come that he was in no critical state. How could this have suddenly deteriorated? It is indeed strange. A few hours ago, we delivered food to him, and there were no signs of distress. Suddenly, he collapsed, unconscious. Meng Tian, having a close relationship with Li Xian, felt considerable guilt for not advocating for him during these days. Acute illness, poisoning? Ing Zheng frowned. Have the accompanying physicians examined him? They have all examined him. They claim it is a blockage of the meridians, impeding the flow of qi and blood, but there are no indications of poisoning. Meng Tian bowed his head. "I beseech your Majesty to immediately transport him to the palace for the imperial physician's treatment. It might save his life." "Granted." Ing Zheng waved his robe and urged, "Hurry and attend to him, be cautious and ensure his life is safeguarded."
As Li Xian, pallid and barely breathing, was carried away, many onlookers shook their heads in lament, reflecting on how even a formidable general could find himself in such dire straits. During my interrogation of Li Xian, I may have overstepped, causing General Li Xian considerable suffering. I implore Father to punish me.
Fu Su, the chief interrogator, made his way to the palace the following day to express his remorse to Ying Zhang. Should it restore General Li Xian to his former self, I am willing to pay any price. Seeing his son kneeling before him, a visage of regret etched on his face, his voice trembled slightly. Ying Zhang furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "Any price, regardless of how steep, is this truly your desire?" Chapter 70. Looking back and seeing him within the imperial palace, apart from Ying Zhang, the Chancellor Li Si, the Grand General Wang Ben, and the Grand Historian Feng Jie were all present, while Zhao Gao stood at the rear, his head bowed in respectful silence. Ying Zhang surveyed his esteemed ministers beside him and inquired, "What Fu Su just expressed was heartfelt and sincere, which moved me greatly. However, it is inevitable to employ certain measures during the interrogation, and I have permitted this. Thus, you bear little responsibility." Ying Zhang, seemingly indifferent, tapped the imperial writing desk lightly, "Such is his fate, you may rise and speak." Fu Su, catching sight of Ying Zhang's solemn demeanor, realized that Li Xian's time was drawing near. At this moment, uttering kind words seemed inconsequential, and he promptly stood, proclaiming, "General Li Xian is both literate and martial, not only valiant in battle but also endowed with profound wisdom. It is indeed a testament to my father's sagacity to appoint him as a lieutenant. Initially, I overlooked his dereliction of duty, a grave error akin to being blinded by a single leaf, failing to see the great mountain. In retrospect, I am filled with regret. If he could regain his health, I believe he could even be entrusted with the significant military campaigns against the Baiyue and the Xiongnu, and he would undoubtedly excel." Upon hearing this, Wang Ben furrowed his brows, thinking, "Young Master Fu Su may have overstated his case, yet Li Xian is only a breath away from death, making further elaboration unnecessary. Chancellor, do you find young Master Fu Su's words to have merit?" Li Si, being addressed, remained unperturbed and replied, "Your Majesty, young Master Fu Su possesses an astute eye for talent, rectifying his previous misjudgment, displaying a magnanimous spirit worthy of a gentleman. I am unworthy in comparison. As for the capabilities of Marquis Longxi, they have been thoroughly demonstrated in the Unification Wars, and Your Majesty has publicly praised him on numerous occasions. I believe this is beyond dispute." At this juncture, he covertly cast a glance at the impassive Ying Zhang and added, "The Grand General is the foremost commander of the Qin army. He certainly has a more substantial say in this matter." As a result, Wang Ben was thrust into the spotlight, unable to remain silent under Ying Zhang's scrutinizing gaze, and could only respond succinctly, "I concur with young Master Fu Su and the Chancellor's sentiments. Li Xian should be given significant responsibilities." Though Feng Jie was the grand historian, he had once fought as a general for the Qin and was no mere scholar devoid of martial prowess. He expressed his sorrow for Li Xian's predicament and echoed, "It is unfortunate that Li Xian faces such a calamity, otherwise, he would surely contribute greatly to the Qin once more." Having exchanged enough flattery, Fu Su cleared his throat and earnestly addressed the matter at hand. "Father, Li Xian's life hangs by a thread. Even if heaven shows mercy, it is unlikely he can ascend to battle, draw his bow, or shoot arrows. The position of lieutenant is of utmost importance and cannot remain vacant. General Wang Li is valiant and steadfast, loyal to a fault, inheriting the legacy of the Wang family, and is fully capable of assuming this role. I humbly beseech your approval." As this matter pertained to his own son, Wang Ben could not remain indifferent and stepped forward, bowing, "My son's abilities are hardly exceptional. There are many talented individuals within the Qin army, and I truly do not deserve young Master Fu Su's flattering words." Li Si and Feng Jie exchanged knowing glances, quickly grasping that this had all been pre-arranged, with their earlier lamentations for Li Xian merely a prelude to this moment. However, neither had a candidate capable of surpassing Wang Li to recommend, and they were reluctant to offend both the Crown Prince and the Grand General, thus they merely acquiesced with a few words. Ying Zhang's lips curved into a contemplative smile as he remarked, "Fu Su, did you not just assert that Li Xian is most worthy of great responsibilities? How does Wang Li compare to him?" Well, Fu Su was momentarily taken aback, but he was more aware than anyone of Li Xian's condition,
and feigning regret, he replied, "Naturally, General Li Xian has extensive battlefield experience, placing him slightly ahead." Seeing that no one contested this, Ying Zheng suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, the sound resonating through the hall, leaving Fu Su and the others astonished and at a loss. Only Zhao Gao, with his head tucked into his neck, revealed a sly smile, for he alone discerned the underlying truth, while Fu Su unwittingly stepped deeper into the trap. Once Ying Zheng's laughter subsided, he bellowed, "Where is Li Xian?" A resounding voice responded from beyond the palace, echoing triumphantly as if declaring the news of a victorious return, "At your service." Fu Su, astonished, lifted his gaze, turning to see a gallant young general striding confidently through the palace doors, none other than Li Xian, the Marquis of Longxi. What was happening? He had clearly been afflicted by the ice heart technique, and both Ma Shuo and the military physicians had confirmed his condition. He was destined to be a cripple for life. How could he possibly have regained his strength overnight? Strictly speaking, Li Xian's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and his figure had indeed become leaner, with the furrows on his brow more pronounced. The torment of recent days had left its indelible mark. However, none of this mattered. As long as he reappeared before everyone's eyes in such a manner, it spoke volumes. He was still the valiant and fearless general, a force to be reckoned with. Ying Zhang gazed at the approaching Li Xian with a smile, astonished at his swift recovery, which exceeded everyone's expectations, making him a valuable asset in Ying Zhang's hand. Fu Su felt a surge of anxiety, for it was evident that Li Xian had largely recovered. Did he reveal the use of the ice heart technique to Ma Shuo? If he did, would it implicate him? Such worries, however, were unfounded, as Li Xian merely stated that he had safeguarded his vital areas with his family's ancestral Xianyang Tru Qi, thus escaping this calamity. He made no mention of the ice heart technique, nor did he cast any blame upon Fu Su. Ying Zhang and Fu Su, being father and son, adhered to the age-old truth that familial ties are not easily severed. Should this matter be disclosed, it would inevitably ensnare Ying Zhang in a predicament, and even Fu Su would not emerge unscathed. Given Ying Zhang's ruthless nature, he might even discreetly deal with the matter to maintain the dignity of the royal family. After Li Xian bowed to Ying Zhang, he performed a deep salute toward Fu Su, stating, "I am deeply grateful for young master's praises that I overheard outside the palace. Please allow me to express my gratitude with a bow." He then turned to the esteemed ministers of Qin, offering a respectful gesture. "The kindness and friendship shown by all of you shall be etched in my heart. As long as I draw breath, I shall exert myself to serve the court, repaying your majesty, young master, and all esteemed officials." His eloquence effectively cornered the attending ministers. Regardless of Ying Zhang's subsequent decisions regarding Li Xian, they could not renege on their previous affirmations, lest they slapped their own faces. Since the previous night, Ying Zhang had been in intermittent discussions with Li Xian for nearly 2 hours, arranging new tasks for him, and this moment presented the perfect opportunity to announce them all at once. Chapter 70. Looking back and seeing him within the imperial palace, apart from Ying Zhang, the Prime Minister Li Si, General Wang Ben, and the Grand Historian Feng Jie had all gathered. Zhao Gao stood demurely at the rear, his head bowed low. Ying Zhang glanced at these esteemed ministers by his side and inquired, "What Fu Su just expressed was heartfelt and sincere, which has moved me deeply. However, employing certain measures during the interrogation is unavoidable, and I have sanctioned it. Thus, you bear little responsibility." Ying Zhang casually tapped the imperial writing desk. "Such is the fate of a man, you may rise and speak." Upon sensing Ying Zhang's grave demeanor, Fu Su understood that Li Xian's time was limited. Thus, offering words of praise felt inconsequential at this moment. He immediately stood and declared, "General Li Xian is a paragon of both martial and civil prowess. Not only is he valiant in battle, but his wisdom is profound. Father, your appointment of him as lieutenant is nothing short of brilliant. Initially, I was blinded by his dereliction of duty, failing to see the greater picture, and I now reflect upon my error with great regret. Should he regain his health, I believe he could competently take charge of significant military campaigns against the Baiwei and the Xiongnu." Upon hearing this, Wang Ben furrowed his brow, thinking, "Young Master Fu Su has perhaps gone a bit too far." However, since Li Xian was barely clinging to life, further discussion seemed unnecessary. "Prime Minister, do you concur with Fu Su's assertions?" Called upon, Li Si remained composed, bowing slightly as he replied, "Your Majesty, young Master Fu Su possesses remarkable discernment in recognizing talent, correcting his previous misjudgment, and exhibiting a magnanimous spirit befitting a gentleman. I am humbled in comparison.
As for the capabilities of the Marquis of Longxi, they have been thoroughly demonstrated in the unification campaign, and your majesty has publicly commended him on numerous occasions, thus rendering any doubt unwarranted. At this juncture, he discreetly cast a glance at the impassive Ing Zheng and added, the general is the foremost of the Qin army. He certainly holds greater authority to speak. This remark thrust Wang Ben into the spotlight, compelling him to respond aware of Ing Zheng's scrutinizing gaze. He simply stated, I concur with young Master Fu Su and Prime Minister Li Si's opinions.
Li Xian should indeed be given due regard.
Though Feng Jie was the grand historian, he had once served as a general and was not merely an ineffectual scholar. He felt profound sorrow for Li Xian's predicament and echoed, it is unfortunate that Li Xian faces such a calamity. Otherwise, he would surely achieve great feats for the Qin once more. Having offered enough flattery, Fu Su cleared his throat and earnestly addressed the matter at hand. Father, Li Xian's life hangs by a thread. Even if heaven shows mercy, it is unlikely he can take to the field, mount a horse, or draw a bow.
The position of lieutenant is of great importance and must not remain vacant.
General Wang Li is valiant and loyal, inheriting the legacy of his family, and is more than capable of fulfilling this role. I implore you, Father, to grant your approval. Concerned for his son, Wang Ben stepped forward, bowing as he said, my son's talents are hardly exceptional. There are many capable individuals within the Qin army, and I cannot accept young Master Fu Su's lavish praise. Li Si and Feng Jie exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding that this had been prearranged. Their earlier lamentations for Li Xian were merely a prelude to this moment. However, they had no recommendation to surpass Wang Li and were unwilling to offend both the crown prince and the general, thus they merely echoed a few agreeable sentiments. Ing Zhang wore a smile that hinted at deeper meanings and remarked, Fu Su, did you not just claim that Li Xian is highly capable? How does he compare to Wang Li? Fu Su found himself momentarily at a loss, yet he understood Li Xian's condition better than anyone. He feigned regret, saying, naturally, General Li Xian, having endured countless battles, has the edge. Seeing the absence of dissent among the others, Ing Zhang suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the hall, leaving Fu Su and the others utterly bewildered. Only Zhao Gao, who had withdrawn his head into his neck, revealed a cunning smile, for he alone grasped the underlying truth as Fu Su unwittingly stepped deeper into the trap. As Ing Zhang stifled his laughter, he called out in a resonant voice, where is Li Xian? A robust voice echoed from outside the hall, reverberating like a declaration of triumphant return, I am here. Fu Su, astonished, lifted his head to see a gallant young general striding confidently through the palace doors, none other than Li Xian, the Marquis of Longxi, brimming with vigor and commanding presence. What sorcery is this? He had clearly been struck by the ice heart technique, and both Ma Shuo and the attending medics had confirmed his fate. He was destined to become a mere shell of a man. How could he possibly have returned to his former self after just one night? Admittedly, Li Xian's complexion was somewhat pale, his figure had slimmed considerably, and the creases in his brow were more pronounced evidence of the torment he had endured. Yet these details were inconsequential. The fact that he reappeared in such a manner spoke volumes. He remained the valiant and fearless flying general. Ing Zhang beamed at the approaching Li Xian, astonished by his rapid recovery, which exceeded everyone's expectations, transforming him into a valuable asset in Ing Zhang's hands. Fu Su felt a pang of anxiety. It was evident that Li Xian had nearly fully recuperated. Had he divulged the use of the ice heart technique? If he had, would it implicate him? Such concerns were unwarranted, as Li Xian merely stated that he had relied on his family's ancestral Xianyang true qi to protect his vital points, thus evading this calamity. He made no mention of the ice heart technique, nor did he cast any reproach upon Fu Su. After all, Ing Zhang and Fu Su shared a father-son bond, and the ancient truth that kinship cannot be disregarded held firm. To speak of this matter would inevitably place Ing Zhang in a precarious position, and even Fu Su himself might not emerge unscathed. Given Ing Zhang's ruthless nature, he might even discreetly deal with the situation to preserve the dignity of the imperial family. After bowing to Ing Zhang, Li Xian turned to Fu Su, performing a deep bow as he said, I am truly grateful for the praise young master bestowed upon me just outside the hall.
Please allow me to express my gratitude." He then saluted the prominent ministers of the Qin, stating, "The kindness and friendship of all esteemed lords shall be etched in my heart. As long as I draw breath, I shall strive to serve the court faithfully, to repay your majesty, young master, and all the esteemed lords." His words were eloquent, effectively cornering the attending ministers. Regardless of what appointment Xing Zhang might bestow upon Li Xian next, they could not retract their support without striking themselves across the face. Since the previous night, Ying Zhang had engaged in discussions with Li Xian for nearly 2 hours, assigning him new tasks, and this moment provided the perfect opportunity for an official announcement. Chapter 71 Gone in the end. Fu Su, though young, was quick to react. He swiftly wiped away the expressions of disappointment and confusion, replacing them with surprise, his voice even trembling with excitement. "General Li Xian, I never anticipated your recovery would be so swift. It truly exceeds all expectations. Last night, I spent the entire night awake with Dr. Mao, deeply concerned for your well-being. This young master bears the weight of immense pressure, and during the interrogation, it was inevitable that I exerted too much force, causing harm to General Li Xian. I truly feel remorseful, and I hope for your understanding." He was acutely aware that Li Xian must harbor deep resentment toward him at this moment, and he did not expect his words to sway Li Xian in any way. They were entirely directed at Ying Zhang, regardless of the authenticity of his sentiments or the flaws in his speech. At this juncture, as a prince poised to inherit a vast empire, this was the only appropriate stance to take. Ying Zhang nodded slightly. Fu Su's actions finally exhibited some of the demeanor befitting a ruler. His ability to humble himself and shift his approach was considerably more commendable than that of other young lords. Fu Su's eyes indeed appeared somewhat sunken, yet Li Xian understood well that the two of them, perhaps accompanied by Wang Li, had spent the previous night discussing how to swiftly secure the position of lieutenant, which had led to this grand performance just now. However, having endured the trials of life and death, and possessing over 2,000 years of historical insight, he was acutely aware that he was currently at a complete disadvantage and lacked the power to demand justice from Fu Su. At that time, the case was of great significance and shrouded in obscurity, involving many individuals. "The young master has been entrusted by His Majesty to conduct a fair investigation. What grievances could General Li Xian possibly have? Moreover, fate governs life and death, and fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Since Li Xian is innocent, there will inevitably come a day when the truth is revealed. I have complete faith in His Majesty's foresight and wisdom and in the judgment of the young master and all esteemed officials." His words were delivered with utmost sincerity, catching Fu Su off guard, while the 3 esteemed ministers behind him, including Wang Ben, displayed solemn expressions in unison. Li Si, as the head of the officials, felt compelled to express his stance as well. With a smile, he responded, "We are all subjects of the same court, serving His Majesty, and we must cooperate wholeheartedly to ensure the stability of the Qin Empire." Before Wang Ben, Feng Jia, and the others could speak, a hearty laugh resonated from Ying Zhang, who praised, "The Chancellor speaks wisely. From now on, let no one mention this matter again. We must look toward the long term." This statement served as an admonition to Fu Su not to be overly antagonistic towards Li Xian, while simultaneously reminding Li Xian not to dwell on past grievances. After all, Fu Su was the crown prince and, to some extent, represented the authority of the royal family, and nevertheless, having endured this ordeal, Li Xian's resilience and ingenuity were greatly appreciated by Ying Zhang, who felt it necessary to acknowledge him. Thus, he proclaimed, "It is thanks to Li Xian that we were able to unearth the long-concealed traitor Sun Hong." Noticing the confusion among the crowd, Ying Zhang simply elaborated, Li Xian had long suspected his personal guard Zhao Yan of dubious conduct and promptly reported it to Xianair. Xianair made a decisive move, deploying the black ice platform to monitor him. Originally, Ying Zhang had no intention of disclosing Li Xian's meeting with Ying Xian, but upon reflection, he deemed it a worthy revelation, given that it was ultimately Xianair's keen insight that facilitated this breakthrough. How could he not take a moment to showcase it? It was precisely because the personnel of the Black Ice platform were monitoring Zhao Yan that they discovered his contact with Sun Hong, including the forged troop mobilization orders and denunciation letters, all of which originated from Sun Hong. Zhao Gao deftly continued, well aware that Ying Zhang would never place blame on him. When I interrogated this traitor Sun Hong, he confessed everything and expressed profound admiration for the wisdom and foresight of Princess Pulu. Having laid this groundwork, the others understood their roles. Li Si was the first to praise, the princess inherits the bloodline of His Majesty,
her brilliance and insight are truly humbling to us all. Feng Jie added with a smile, I have long heard of the princess's exceptional intellect. I did not expect her to possess such decisiveness in times of great import, surely a testament to His Majesty's guidance. However, Wang Ben furrowed his brow. His son Wang Li had already expressed his feelings for the princess, and he had initially believed that His Majesty would surely grant the marriage out of consideration for the Wang family. He had not anticipated the emergence of unexpected complications, particularly with Li Xian serving as an obstacle during the incident at Balangsha. He had saved the princess, who in turn had recommended him for the lieutenant position, leaving him with a sense of unease. Little did he know that the two had secretly met to conspire on significant matters. Even if there were no romantic entanglements, their close relationship was not something Wang Li could rival. Ying Zhang, oblivious to his silence, simply reveled in the pride of fatherhood. Even Fu Su had to humbly concede that his talents paled in comparison to those of his sister Xian Er. The primary credit for this matter undoubtedly belongs to Xian Er. Ying Zhang chuckled, however, she is my daughter. Her rank as princess has already reached its zenith, and there is truly nothing more to bestow upon her. Moreover, she possesses a naturally serene disposition, and I am reluctant to make grandiose displays, so I have bestowed upon her some silks and the newly tribute pearls from the Eastern Sea, in addition to granting her the authority to oversee the Black Ice Platform. Ying Zhang spoke with great ease and naturalness, yet it struck Fu Su like a bolt from the blue, for the significance of the Black Ice Platform was paramount. The Black Ice Platform was the royal family's private army, not subject to the edicts of the court, tasked with espionage, investigation, arrest, and even execution, answering solely to the Emperor's commands. Throughout the unification of the 6 states, many earth-shattering events bore the shadow of the Black Ice Platform. Fu Su had long coveted this power but had never dared to approach Ying Zheng with the request, only to find it unexpectedly fall into Ying Xian's hands. Though his heart brimmed with dissatisfaction, he was compelled to maintain a facade of joy, exclaiming, Your Majesty is indeed wise. If the Black Ice Platform is entrusted to Sister Xian Er, it will undoubtedly yield great benefits. Li Xian not only uncovered the true identity of the assassin and obtained his confession but also assisted the Black Ice Platform in unmasking the mastermind behind the scenes. His contributions are not insignificant. Ying Zheng observed Li Xian, who had obediently stood at the back alongside Zhao Gao upon entering the hall, a faint smile gracing his lips, thinking, This lad knows his place. He has tucked his tail in tighter than anyone else when it comes to discretion. However, Li Xian approached the princess without permission, which is contrary to protocol. Furthermore, he lacked adequate preventative measures concerning his personal guard Zhao Yan, which cannot be overlooked. At this point, Ying Zhang raised his voice, inquiring, Li Xian, do you not agree with my reasoning? Li Xian knelt on the ground, bowing his head as he replied, The actions I have taken were indeed reckless, my discipline over the troops was lax. I implore your Majesty to impose severe punishment as a warning to others. Everyone present, seasoned in the court's intrigues, could see that the exchange between the sovereign and minister was merely a formality, and thus they remained silent and still. There is no need for punishment. Let it be considered a balance of merit and fault. Ying Zhang waved his hand, adding, Moreover, given the tribulations you have endured these past few days, I shall grant you a small favor. Chapter 72. The newly established military commission, though Ying Zhang referred to it as a mere trifle of grace, it nonetheless caused a palpable tension among Fu Su, Li Si, and the others. After all, the world belonged to Ying Zhang, and for him, even the most lavish rewards could be deemed insignificant. However, their apprehensions were somewhat alleviated, for Li Xian had only recently assumed the rank of lieutenant. Already considered a significant official in the court, it was highly improbable that he would achieve promotion without several years of distinguished service. The emperor would certainly not disregard the established protocols. At such a young age, he had already earned the title of Marquis of Longxi through his military accomplishments, placing him in the second tier of the 20-level nobility hierarchy, just below the esteemed title of Cheho. Therefore, it was unlikely that Ying Zhang would elevate his title further. The remaining forms of reward would likely consist of monetary gifts and increased stipends, which held little value in the eyes of the assembly. Fu Su clasped his hands and remarked, Father, Your Majesty has always been just in rewarding merit and punishing wrongs. I believe it is fitting to grant General Li Xian some form of recompense to alleviate the suffering he endured during his imprisonment. I have long felt a sense of guilt regarding this matter and wish to present the general with a treasured sword, a pearl, and 1,000 taels of gold as a token of my sincerity. Oh, I did not expect you to be so generous, Ing Zhang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Li Xian is a solitary man, without a family to support. The stipend I provide is already sufficient for his needs, and thus no additional rewards are necessary. What sort of reward could that be? Fu Su's expression shifted, and Wang Ben, standing nearby, seemed to share the same premonition. The two of them had reached a mutual understanding. The emperor praised Li Xian and the princess, linking these seemingly unrelated individuals. Could it be that he intended to arrange a marriage? Yet, when Ing Zhang began to speak, they realized they had misjudged the situation. Though the six kingdoms have been unified, the southern tribes of the Baiwei and the northern Xiongnu pose significant threats to our great Qin's dominion, Ing Zhang stated slowly yet resolutely. First, we must subdue the Baiwei, compelling those barbaric tribes who lurk in the mountains and forests to become loyal subjects of our great Qin, thus eliminating any threat, allowing me to focus on the more formidable Xiongnu. This was indeed the most critical military endeavor following the unification of Qin, and the establishment of this national policy had been a collective decision among those present. Yet, why had the emperor suddenly brought it up? The 5 armies were simultaneously advancing against the Baiwei, aside from the eastern route, which had progressed relatively smoothly and secured the territory of Minhua. The other 4 routes faced considerable delays. The humid and oppressive weather, coupled with the pervasive miasma, rampant snakes, insects, and ants, compounded the difficulties, along with the treacherous terrain and complex mountainous topography. Nature was not on their side. Most critically, the supply of food and resources remained dire, yet to be resolved. Wang Ben had been troubled by the situation for several days, issuing stern orders to his capable subordinate Tu Sui, yet with minimal effect. Could it be that the emperor, observing Tu Sui and Zhao Tuo's inefficacy, sought to appoint Li Xian as the commander? Setting aside the arduous nature of this campaign, the southern geography of rolling hills and winding rivers was hardly conducive to the cavalry tactics of rapid advance that Li Xian was accustomed to. Ultimately, as the commander of a nation's military affairs, Wang Ben, concerned with Ing Zhang's potential intentions, hastily interjected, Tu Sui and his men are well versed in the southern terrain and possess considerable experience in mountain warfare. We must not hastily replace them lest we disrupt the morale of the troops. His perspective was rooted in the broader context of the campaign, reflecting a seasoned approach to governance. Ing Zhang nodded slightly in agreement, affirming, the words of the general resonate well. The campaign against the Baiwei will be a protracted struggle. It requires not only the valor of our soldiers and the appropriateness of our strategies but also an enhancement of our logistical capabilities. Fu Su's eyes darted, and he suddenly discerned a glimmer of insight from Ing Zhang's words. Seizing the moment, he interjected, General Li Xian is both learned and martial. If he were to oversee the logistics for the campaign against the Baiwei, he would undoubtedly achieve further merit. I implore you, Father, to consider this. His remarks flowed seamlessly with Ing Zhang's line of thought, seemingly filled with high expectations for Li Xian, yet beneath lay a deeper calculation. Should the campaign against the Baiwei be victorious, not only would the commander Tu Sui reap great rewards, but also Zhao Tuo, whom he had recommended, and even the esteemed General Wang Ben would be similarly honored. However, the role of a mere logistics supervisor would entail hardship and toil, yielding at most only a minor commendation, and could even lead to enmity with the frontline soldiers due to supply issues, proving to be a net loss. Conversely, should the campaign falter, when accountability was sought, Li Xian would emerge as the ideal scapegoat, with all voices converging against him, leaving him with no means to defend himself. Upon hearing Fu Su's words, Li Xian's brow relaxed slightly, akin to closing a watchful eye. He had long anticipated this scenario. Your kindness and recommendation humbles me, but my strengths lie in leading armies and charging into battle, making it exceedingly difficult for me to shoulder such a weighty responsibility. Just as Fu Su was poised to further persuade, he was halted by Ing Zhang, who stated, Fu Su, your thoughts are commendable and align with my own. However, the talents of Li Xian should not be confined to the role of a logistics supervisor. I have other plans. He glanced at Li Si, Wang Ben, and Feng Jie, 3 esteemed ministers, and spoke earnestly. Since the unification of Great Qin, both governmental and military affairs have become tenfold more burdensome, all thanks to your diligent support. Though we have absorbed many talented individuals from the 6 Shandong kingdoms, there still remains a process of discernment and selection.
Thus, I must continue to rely on you for the nation's major policies.
Upon hearing this, Li Si promptly knelt, expressing his gratitude. I shall exert every effort, and dare not be negligent.
I implore your majesty to take care. I can oversee the broader picture, while the other matters can be entrusted to my fellow ministers. This would be a boon for Great Qin. This was not the first occasion for Li Si and other ministers to voice such sentiments, but previously, Ing Zheng had merely laughed it off, remarking that it was a burden entrusted by the past sovereigns, and he dared not treat it lightly. In truth, everyone understood that it was merely Ing Zheng's overwhelming desire for power that prevented him from relinquishing control, which later led to a decline in his health and a vicious cycle of seeking immortality through mystical means. Li Si merely spoke out of habit, harboring little expectation, yet this time, Ing Zheng's response was unexpectedly favorable. He simply remarked, "The Chancellor's words are most commendable." What, the Emperor actually said, most commendable, implying a willingness to delegate authority. Whether it was Li Si or Wang Ben, especially Fu Su, upon realizing this, their breaths quickened. However, the court has its own structure, and the duties of each official are clearly defined. They cannot be altered at will. Ing Zheng established his stance, indicating that existing officials and systems would not be easily changed. Therefore, I have resolved to establish a dedicated office as a consulting and advisory body for military affairs, to alleviate my burden. The three companions, upon the conclusion of Ing Zheng's remarks, a profound silence enveloped the hall as all present pondered the implications that the newly established military secretariat would have on the court and their individual powers. Although Li Si did not command military affairs, he was ultimately the head of all officials. He cleared his throat and inquired, "Your Majesty, might I ask if the military secretariat will have a head official? What will be the designated personnel, and what rank will they hold?" The military secretariat does not have a head official, nor is there a fixed number of personnel. Those who serve within it will retain their existing titles and ranks. They shall merely be summoned temporarily to assist me in matters of significant military importance, replied Ing Zheng nonchalantly, as if he were merely enlisting a few individuals to assist with military duties. Yet, Li Si, with his keen intellect, immediately recognized that this was the Emperor's strategy to cultivate talent and further consolidate his authority. This idea undoubtedly stemmed from Li Xian. Standing calmly beneath the dais, Li Xian, though positioned behind the others, radiated an air of confidence, akin to a dragon lurking in the depths, awaiting the opportune moment. Ever since he had traversed through time, he had felt himself constrained at every turn. With figures such as Fu Su, Wang Ben, and even Li Si and Feng Jie in power, his days would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. While it is easy to evade an obvious threat, the dangers that lurk in the shadows are far more insidious. The resources wielded by these individuals were overwhelmingly powerful, capable of casting him into the dust with the slightest gesture, and he could not rely on luck indefinitely. Recognizing that a solitary effort would be futile, he resolved to forge alliances for mutual support. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. If one can cultivate a coalition, they gain the capacity to resist. The concept of the military secretariat was not novel to Li Xian. It echoed the structures established during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, the cabinet of the Ming dynasty, and the Grand Council of the Qing dynasty. No matter how exceptional a ruler may be, there remains an inherent fear of power slipping away, and Ing Zheng was no exception. The recent assassination attempt had revealed to Ing Zheng the myriad of hidden dangers that lay within the court and the imperial city, especially after the unification of Qin. The troubles plaguing the 100-Year Wars had left a significant shadow on his mind, raising concerns about the coordination and logistics of the Qin army. Li Xian was astutely leveraging this situation, by forming the military secretariat and recruiting young, capable officials familiar with military affairs, unbound by traditional combat methodologies, who would report directly to Ing Zheng. He could better control the army. If any of those appointed proved unsuitable or unsatisfactory, they could be replaced without disrupting the normal functioning of the court. Conversely, if any exceptional talents emerged, they would be nurtured, thereby enriching the Qin military with invaluable resources. This was Ing Zheng's comprehensive strategy. It appeared that everything was under his command. However, Li Xian harbored alternative thoughts. The establishment of such a crucial institution would inevitably cultivate its own interests, ideas, and operational mechanisms, ultimately evolving into a formidable force capable of rivaling the power of the state. General, what are your thoughts on the military secretariat?
Please feel free to speak candidly, Ing Zheng prompted, singling out Wang Ben with a measured tone. Wang Ben replied, Your Majesty is wise, this initiative will undoubtedly benefit military affairs, and I have no objections. Yet, I wonder, how will the military orders I issue weigh against those from the military secretariat? Ah, General, you jest. Ing Zheng exclaimed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of statements. He shook his head and continued, In matters of military affairs, apart from me, it is solely your word that prevails. The issuance of significant military orders will remain under my authority, with you as the secondary signatory. There shall be no alteration whatsoever. Moreover, the individuals serving in the military secretariat will predominantly be your subordinates, who will continue to follow your military commands should they err or behave improperly. You are still entitled to enforce the laws against them. Wang Ben nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. Naturally, he felt discontented, regardless of how the emperor explained it. The very establishment of the military secretariat signified his true stance, yet, after enduring years of warfare and heeding his father Wang Jian's earnest counsel upon his succession, he had tempered much of his fiery disposition, adopting a more contemplative demeanor. As for Feng Jie, the grand historian, he held little opposition. After all, these individuals were still subjects of the court, and as long as he wielded the power of impeachment and oversight, he had little to fear from their potential insurrection. However, he was more concerned about who would become members of the military secretariat. It was certain that Li Xian would be among them, but who else would be selected? This was also a question that plagued Fusu, for this selection would serve as a barometer. Those chosen would possess greater access to the emperor's council, symbolizing his trust and esteem, and would likely be entrusted with significant responsibilities in the future. I anticipated that you would be concerned about this matter, which is why I contemplated it last night. Ing Zheng declared, waving his hand towards the entrance, calling out, You too may enter. During my Eastern tour, the pool of talent is already limited, and with the military secretariat in its nascent stage, the initial personnel will comprise these 3 individuals. We shall observe the situation before making further plans. Ing Zheng paused, allowing the 2 awaiting outside to bow and take their positions beside Li Xian. He then pointed them out one by one. You are all likely familiar with these individuals. The Minister of Internal Affairs, Meng Tian, the Lieutenant, Li Xian, and the other, the Colonel, Feng Wuze. This roster was laden with significance, encompassing a wide array of implications. Meng Tian was a close associate of Fusu, their friendship robust, and he represented the legacy of the Meng family within the Qin army. Feng Wuze was a relative of Feng Jie, being his nephew, and additionally, he was the grandson-in-law of the Minister of Works, Ing Wujiao, which also connected him to the royal clan. Therefore, even amidst the scandal involving Sun Hong, he remained unscathed. Rather, during the attempt to apprehend Sun Hong, he demonstrated loyalty and valor, winning Ing Zheng's favor. As for Li Xian, he was a renowned general in the Qin army, adept in field battles and cavalry warfare, earning the respect of the lower ranks, and remained untainted by the factions within the court, precisely what Ing Zheng required. Yet, one individual had been conspicuously omitted, that was Wang Jian's grandson, Wang Ben's son, the commander of the vanguard, Wang Li. Considering his lineage, past achievements, and reputation within the Qin army, he was the obvious candidate for the military secretariat, yet his absence was glaring. Father, I believe that given the significant responsibilities of the military secretariat, the number of personnel is rather scant. Perhaps we should consider adding 1 or 2 more, such as General Wang Li. Ing Zheng cast a meaningful glance at him and replied coolly, Wang Li holds the critical duty of commanding the vanguard, ensuring the safety of the Eastern Tour. How could he possibly manage additional responsibilities? I would rather not experience another sudden descent of a great iron nail. Ing Zheng remained haunted by the incident at Balangsha, and he intended to seize this opportunity to convey his dissatisfaction, offering a reminder to Wang Ben and Wang Li. Hearing these words, Wang Ben naturally felt compelled to kneel and offer an apology, yet Ing Zheng forestalled him, chuckling, Wang Li is still young. With further experience, he will undoubtedly be of great use to me. Chapter 70. For the first task. If the journey to the east proceeds smoothly, upon my return to Xianyang, I shall naturally reward those deserving of merit. The doors of the Military Affairs Office shall always be open for him. Ing Zhang narrowed his slanted eyes, resembling a hawk surveying its prey. You three must remain ever vigilant. Should your words or actions be deemed inappropriate, I shall not hesitate to expel those unworthy of their positions without mercy. As for Fusu's request for Meng Tian to spare time to assist him with governmental affairs, it was summarily dismissed by Ing Zhang. I recall that you have a Mao Shua by your side, who has recently been promoted to the position of advisor. Let him exert more effort. Besides, with so many prominent officials cooperating wholeheartedly, can we not accomplish our tasks without Meng Tian? When I was but 20, I took matters into my own hands, resolving the dual threats of Lao Ai and El Boué without complaint of lacking assistance. Even the Prime Minister was selected and appointed by me personally. Given Ing Zhang's assertion, Fusu could only concede his inferiority to his father, yet he remained steadfast in his diligence, wary of any semblance of complacency. I have reviewed the governmental affairs you have managed these days, and there are many commendable aspects. Ing Zhang did not withhold his praise for Fusu's demonstrated capabilities. You have upheld the court strategies while granting local officials some leeway. Splendid, splendid. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who contributes to the glory of the Qin Empire shall receive due rewards. Fusu seldom received such explicit commendation from Ing Zhang, especially in the presence of the three great ministers of the court, and thus his heart swelled with excitement as he replied, "This is all the result of our collective efforts. I dare not claim credit. As the eldest son, my expectations for you are exceedingly high. You must set an example for your brothers, and thus rewards must follow merit." Ing Zhang paused before continuing, "Issue a decree. Young Master Fusu was endowed with both virtue and talent, having achieved notable accomplishments in governance. Grant him a pair of white jade." Li Xian observed keenly, recognizing that Ing Zhang sought to both admonish Fusu, discouraging any unwarranted ambitions, while simultaneously offering his support and rewarding him as a prime candidate for succession. Consequently, Meng Tian, with whom he shared a close relationship, continued to be favored, and his confidant, Ma Shua, was promoted, yet a subtle warning was also directed toward Wang Ben and Wang Li. They were to understand one thing: all grace emanates from above, only Ing Zhang holds the power to dictate their fates, not others. This adept manipulation of power and human sentiment, even amidst the vast tapestry of history spanning millennia, undoubtedly ranks among the highest echelons, evoking a quiet admiration from Li Xian. Once the ministers, each with their own thoughts, had departed, Ing Zhang gazed upon the three young men standing before him, feeling an inexplicable excitement. Since the unification of the 6 states, he had been engrossed in state affairs and traversing the land to reassure the populace. It had been long since he felt such a sensation. Even amidst the opulent palaces along the banks of the Wei River, filled with numerous beauties from the 6 states, he found little allure, for what he truly yearned for were new innovations and conquests. Li Xian's proposal to establish the Military Affairs Office was something he could surmise with considerable accuracy, yet with his political acumen, he quickly recognized that this newly established institution would serve as a crucial lever for him to counterbalance the court and would become the finest instrument for achieving new feats. "I established the Military Affairs Office to facilitate the more effective and expedient handling of military matters. You must prove your worth and the value of this institution." Ing Zhang's expression turned grave. Though he addressed you, his unwavering gaze was fixed upon Li Xian. "Your first task is to devise a strategy for combat against the 100 Yu within 3 days, enabling our Qin to swiftly resolve the southern quandary. The Qin Empire has been unified for only a few years, and the hearts of the people in various regions have yet to fully align with us, while our own resources have been nearly exhausted in sustaining the war. Therefore, victory in the campaign against the 100 Yu is of utmost importance." Seeing the three nod in agreement, Ing Zhang ceased further elaboration, gesturing with his sleeve as he rose. "During this period, all documents concerning the 100 Yu, inquiries, and newly drafted maps are within the palace. You may study them on your own.do not let me down." Though he departed, Zhao Gao, the minister of the central chariot, had long been awaiting, for he was the second individual, after Li Xian, who comprehended the significance of the Military Affairs Office. All significant military affairs are intertwined with state matters. While they currently address military issues, over time, the scope is bound to expand, transcending the so-called advisory role, ultimately likely becoming a formidable force rivaling that of the Prime Minister and the Generalissimo. As the proponent of this initiative, Li Xian would undoubtedly be the one most familiar with this institution, capable of reaping the greatest benefits and wielding considerable power. At this moment, he felt fortunate for his foresight in forming an alliance with him beforehand.
Gentlemen, please follow me.
In terms of official rank, he was considerably lower than Meng Tian and Li Xian, though comparable to the central general Feng Wuxia. Yet even Li Si and Wang Ben greeted him with smiles. Why? Because he held significant influence despite his lowly position. To remain securely by Ying Zheng's side, amidst such a suspicious and formidable ruler, for such a duration, speaks volumes of his trustworthiness, intellect, and capability, unmatched by ordinary individuals. While Zhao Gao may not have the power to bestow promotions or titles, at critical junctures, he could easily hinder one's progress or whisper a piece of gossip into the emperor's ear, enough to jeopardize significant affairs.
Meng Tian frequently accompanied the emperor and had ample opportunity to meet Zhao Gao, with whom he was quite familiar, jesting, "Minister Zhao, your courtesy is overwhelming, I am quite taken aback." Before Zhao Gao could respond, Li Xian, with a jovial smile, interjected, "This is merely Minister Zhao's keen insight, recognizing the importance of currying favor with a future Grand Minister like Meng, is it not?" Zhao Gao paused, then quickly realized this was Li Xian's characteristic manner of speaking, and with a self-deprecating smile, he replied, "General Li truly possesses discerning eyes." He did not deny it. Meng Tian shook his head, sighing, "Li Xian, you are putting me on the spot." Among them, only Feng Wuxia remained somewhat reserved, astonished by their banter, yet aware of his inferior status. He chose silence, merely trailing behind the three into a side hall. Upon the emperor's mention of establishing the military affairs office, I instructed my subordinates to tidy up and organize the relevant documents and maps. As Zhao Gao spoke, he gestured toward the neatly arranged bamboo slips on the table and the large hanging map. Although devoid of adornment, they appeared orderly. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Just as Feng Wuxia silently admired Zhao Gao's efficiency, Li Xian spontaneously praised with a thumbs up. The emperor's departure is scheduled for 2 days hence. Prior to that, may you all familiarize yourselves with these materials and devise an effective strategy. For Zhao Gao, accomplishing all this discreetly within a short time frame was evidently not an extraordinary feat. Chapter 75 Seeking Calligraphy. My lords, should there be any further requests, please do not hesitate to convey them, Zhao Gao declared with a wave of his hand, summoning 2 inner servants who approached with bowed heads. These 2 are meticulous in their duties and will attend to your needs with utmost diligence. The arrangements made by Lord Zhao are indeed thorough. We are most grateful. Li Xian, upon hearing Meng Tian's words, chuckled and remarked, "Old Zhao, I have yet another matter to trouble you with, though I wonder if it might be too much to ask?" Hearing the tone of Li Xian's speech, Feng Wuxia involuntarily furrowed his brow, thinking to himself. Li Xian, after all, is a military general whose speech carries a certain coarseness, lacking the refined eloquence of Meng Tian. One must be cautious not to provoke Zhao Gao. Yet, to his surprise, Zhao Gao's expression radiated genuine pleasure, his wrinkles smoothing like blooming autumn chrysanthemums. Even his tone became relaxed and natural. "Generally, there is no need for such formality. It is a great honor to serve you all, so please, speak freely." Feng Wuxia, puzzled and astonished, observed that Meng Tian understood perfectly well this was Li Xian's subtle indication of a close rapport with Zhao Gao, who responded appropriately. He sighed inwardly, contemplating, "It seems Li Xian has firmly allied himself with Zhao Gao and the young lord Hu Hai, intensifying the conflict with Fu Su. Yet, he could not fathom why Li Xian would choose to side with a mere child rather than the reliable Chang Jun. Could it be that he possesses some foresight? We are in need of a plaque for the military council. Upon our return to Xianyang, I would greatly appreciate your assistance, old Zhao, with a flourish of your brush, if you please." As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhao Gao's smile faltered, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, he is a master of calligraphy, perhaps second only to Chancellor Li Si in the entire Qin dynasty. It was by the emperor's command that he penned the Yuan Li Pian as a model of writing for the realm, and he often took pride in this privately. However, as a eunuch, his skill in writing held little value in the eyes of scholars, and given his unique position close to the emperor, few would dare to seek his calligraphy. "What's the matter? Are you unwilling?" Li Xian recalled that this era had yet to embrace the custom of soliciting famous figures for their inscriptions, realizing he had been rather presumptuous, and added, "How about 10 taels of gold as a token of gratitude?" Only then did Zhao Gao regain his composure, realizing Li Xian was genuinely earnest about wanting his calligraphy, stirring emotions within him akin to encountering a kindred spirit.
As for the mere 10 taels of gold, they hardly mattered to him. Being the old fox that he was, he swiftly masked his emotions and replied as calmly as possible, "The courtesy of Lord Longshi is most appreciated. How could I possibly decline?" "Haha, then it is settled." Li Xin exclaimed, "In the coming days, Lord Jia should practice diligently, perhaps this plaque will endure through the ages." As he watched Zhao Gao depart, Meng Tian's smile faded, and he subtly cautioned, "The reputation of Lord Zhao in the court is not particularly favorable. You must exercise caution and not be ensnared by any consequences." Though they belonged to opposing factions, Meng Tian's words were sincere, stemming from the bond they had forged in battle years past, and Li Xian felt genuinely moved by his concern. "What you say, Brother Meng, is well understood," Li Xian replied, certainly unable to state that the outcome remained uncertain, as his presence would inevitably influence the course of history. Though Prince Fu Su appears magnanimous and benevolent, his cunning is profound and inscrutable. One must be wary of the treacherous Ma Shu by his side. The two exchanged words, neither yielding, which greatly enlightened Feng Wuxia. Earlier, he had stood outside the hall, listening to the discussions within, feeling somewhat bewildered. Now he comprehended the profound rifts that existed among them. He recalled the final admonitions from his superior, the esteemed Ing Wujiao, who had repeatedly urged him, "Listen attentively, observe keenly, speak sparingly, and avoid antagonizing anyone or becoming too close to any individual." He vividly remembered the elder, whose beard and eyebrows had turned nearly white at over 60, particularly emphasizing the words "anyone." Initially, he had not grasped the significance, thinking that with the realm united, what danger could possibly arise? Until the astonishing strike at Balangsha shattered the carriage and unleashed many latent conflicts, bringing forth various factions. Even the kind-hearted elder Sun Hong had turned into a mastermind of assassination. His recent elevation to the military council, aside from his own capabilities, was also to balance the relationships within the court and the royal family, ensuring the loyalty of the thousands of middle-ranking officials on the Eastern expedition. "Now, let us cease our arguments," Meng Tian said, gesturing towards the grand map hanging on the wall. "His Majesty is in the prime of his years. These matters can be debated later, let us focus on our duties." "Lord Meng speaks truly, His Majesty has only just passed 40, some matters cannot be rushed," Li Xian interjected, subtly alluding to Fu Su before continuing. "The establishment of the military council was indeed a hopeful initiative from His Majesty." "Middle General, would you not agree?" This inquiry caught Feng Wuxiao off guard. In terms of foundation and experience, Meng Tian undoubtedly surpassed him, yet it was Li Xian who advocated for the military council, clearly enjoying the emperor's trust, making him a figure one ought not offend. Thanks to the teachings of Ing Wujiao over the years, he had learned much about maintaining an air of nonchalance and lightness, and he smiled as he replied, "Both lords' words align with His Majesty's intentions. I harbor no objections." Unexpectedly, the middle general maintained neutrality, allowing the three to clarify their respective positions, making subsequent discussions more convenient. The military council is meant to serve His Majesty's inquiries and has not designated a leader, thus those on duty hold no superior rank over one another. In future deliberations, let us not be overly constrained by titles or ranks, shall we? If the military council were to establish a hierarchy, it would undoubtedly incite disputes among the factions. It was far better for them to maintain equality, a suggestion Li Xian had previously made to Ing Zheng. His ulterior motive was that should a leader be appointed now, it would likely be Meng Tian, and with his capabilities, dislodging him would prove exceedingly difficult. As the authority of the military council expanded, Meng Tian and his ally, Prince Fu Su, would stand to gain the most, leaving Li Xian feeling as though he were merely sewing garments for others. A man from the future, Li Xian was acutely aware of the calculations of interests. Since he could not possess it now, he would set it aside for the time being. He trusted that with his understanding of the rules, when the military council grew to a scale necessitating a leader, it would not fall into the hands of others. Though this suggestion of a clear designation might seem trivial, it was nonetheless a rule of the military council. A rule that favored Li Xian. Chapter 76, The Deception of the 100 You Map. Meng Tian, being exceptionally astute, though not quite matching Li Xian's profound understanding of military affairs, grasped approximately 70 to 80% of the matter at hand. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Such sentiments are commendable. We are all ministers of the same court and need not overly concern ourselves with hierarchies of rank.
However, should we three find ourselves at odds, what course of action should we pursue? Meng Tian glanced at Li Xian and continued, the majority should prevail as the final resolution. According to Meng Tian's perspective, it was only natural that the minority yield to the majority. He was quite confident in swaying Feng Wuzi to his side, thus establishing a 2-to-1 advantage. Li Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head, Brother Meng Tian, your assertion is misguided, the dynamics of battle are ever changing. Even those present on the front lines may struggle to discern the truth, let alone us. Moreover, drawing from my extensive experience in warfare over the years in the Qin, it is not always the case that the majority's opinion is correct. Recall how, in my youthful arrogance, I boasted of a force of 200,000 to vanquish Chu, garnering widespread support, yet the outcome, as both of you are aware, was far from favorable. Unbeknownst to him, he had shifted his address, simultaneously articulating his thoughts. If we cannot persuade one another, we should each present different proposals for His Majesty's consideration. His Majesty is wise and will undoubtedly arrive at a superior decision.